Heimskringla. The Chronicle of the Kings of Norway. By Snorri Sturluson. Preface of Snorri Sturluson. In this book I have had old stories written down, as I have heard them told by intelligent people, concerning chiefs who have held dominion in the northern countries, and who spoke the Danish tongue. And also concerning some of their family branches, according to what has been told me. Some of this is found in ancient family registers, in which the pedigrees of kings and other personages of high birth are reckoned up, and part is written down after old songs and ballads which our forefathers had for their amusement. Now, although we cannot just say what truth there may be in these, yet we have the certainty that old and wise men held them to be true. Thjodolf of Vind was the skald of Harald Harfager, and he composed a poem for King Ragnvald the Mountain High, which is called Ynglinga. This Ragnvald was a son of Olaf Gyrstadaf, the brother of King Halfdan the Black. In this poem 30 of his forefathers are reckoned up, and the death and burial place of each are given. He begins with Thjalmar, a son of Ingvafri, whom the Swedes, long after his time, worshipped and sacrificed to, and from whom the race or family of the Ynglings take their name. Ivan Skaldespiller also reckoned up the ancestors of Earl Hakon the Great in a poem called HALEG'S, composed about Hakon, and therein he mentions Seeming, a son of Ingvafri, and he likewise tells of the death and funeral rites of each. The lives and times of the Yngling race were written from Thjodolf's relation enlarged afterwards by the accounts of intelligent people. As to funeral rites, the earliest age is called the Age of Burning. Because all the dead were consumed by fire, and over their ashes were raised standing stones. But after Frey was buried under a cairn at Ups, many chiefs raised cairns, as commonly as stones, to the memory of their relatives. The age of cairns began properly in Denmark after Dan Milkelate had raised for himself a burial cairn, and ordered that he should be buried in it on his death, with his royal ornaments and armor, his horse and saddle furniture, and other valuable goods. And many of his descendants followed his example. But the burning of the dead continued, long after that time, to be the custom of the Swedes and Northmen. Iceland was occupied in the time that Harald Harfager was the king of Norway. There were skalds in Harald's court whose poems the people know by heart even at the present day, together with all the songs about the kings who have ruled in Norway since his time. And we rest the foundations of our story principally upon the songs which were sung in the presence of the chiefs themselves or of their sons. And take all to be true that is found in such poems about their feats and battles, for although it be the fashion with skalds to praise most those in whose presence they are standing, yet no one would dare to relate to a chief what he, and all those who heard it, knew to be a false and imaginary, not a true account of his deeds. Because that would be mockery, not praise. Of the priest are Frode. The priest are Frode, the learned, a son of Thorgils the son of Gellir, was the first man in this country who wrote down in the Norse language narratives of events both old and new. In the beginning of his book he wrote principally about the first settlements in Iceland, the laws and government, and next of the lagmen, and how long each had administered the law. And he reckoned the years at first, until the time when Christianity was introduced into Iceland, and afterwards reckoned from that to his own times. To this he added many other subjects, such as the lives and times of kings of Norway and Denmark, and also of England, beside accounts of great events which have taken place in this country itself. His narratives are considered by many men of knowledge to be the most remarkable of all, because he was a man of good understanding, and so old that his birth was as far back as the year after Harald Sigurdsson's fall. He wrote, as he himself says, the lives and times of the kings of Norway from the report of Odi Kolson, a grandson of Hal of Sida. Odi again took his information from Thorgir of Fradskal, who was an intelligent man. And so old that when Earl Hakon the Great was killed he was dwelling at Nidarnes, the same place at which King Olaf Tryggvason afterwards laid the foundation of the merchant town of Nidaros, i.e., Trondheim, which is now there. The priest came, when 7 years old, to Hakadal to Hal Thorarinson, and was there 14 years. Hal was a man of great knowledge and of excellent memory. And he could even remember being baptized, when he was 3 years old, by the priest Thangrand, the year before Christianity was established by law in Iceland. was 12 years of age when Bishop Eilif died, and at his death 80 years had elapsed since the fall of Olaf Tryggvason. Hal died 9 years later than Bishop Eilif, and had attained nearly the age of 94 years. Hal had traded between the two countries, and had enjoyed intercourse with King Olaf the Saint, by which he had gained greatly in reputation, and he had become well acquainted with the kingdom of Norway. He had fixed his residence in HAKO'S when he was 30 years of age, and he had dwelt there 64 years, as tells us. Teit, a son of Bishop Eilif, was fostered in the house of Hal at HAKO'S, and afterwards dwelt there himself. He taught the priest, and gave him information about many circumstances which afterwards wrote down. Also got many a piece of information from Thurid, a daughter of the god Snor. She was wise and intelligent, and remembered her father Snor, who was nearly 35 years of age when Christianity was introduced into Iceland, and died a year after King Olaf the Saint's fall. So it is not wonderful that the priest had good information about ancient events both here in Iceland, and abroad, being a man anxious for information, intelligent and of excellent memory. And having besides learned much from old intelligent persons. But the songs seem to me most reliable if they are sung correctly, and judiciously interpreted. HALFDAN the Black Saga. Preliminary remarks. Of this saga there are other versions found in Fagurskinna, and in HJORT'S. The HJORT'S version is to a great extent a copy of Snor. The story about HALFDAN'S dream is found both in Fagurskinna, and in HJORT'S. The probability is that both Snor and the author of Fagurskinna must have transcribed the same original text. Ed. 1. Halfdan fights with Gandalf and Sigtryggr. Halfdan was a year old when his father was killed, and his mother Asa set off immediately with him westwards to Agder, and set herself there in the kingdom which her father Harald had possessed. Halfdan grew up there, and soon became stout and strong, and, by reason of his black hair, was called Halfdan the Black. When he was 18 years old he took his kingdom in Agder, and went immediately to Vestfold, where he divided that kingdom, as before related, with his brother Olaf. The same autumn he went with an army to Vingulmark against King Gandalf. They had many battles, and sometimes one, sometimes the other gained the victory, but at last they agreed that Halfdan should have half of Vingulmark, as his father Gudrod had had it before. Then King Halfdan proceeded to Romerike, and subdued it. King Sigtryggr, son of King Eystein, who then had his residence in Heidmark, and who had subdued Romerike before, having heard of this, came out with his army against King Halfdan, and there was great battle, in which King Halfdan was victorious. And just as King Sigtryggr and his troops were turning about to fly, an arrow struck him under the left arm, and he fell dead. Halfdan then laid the whole of Romerike under his power. King Eystein's second son, King Sigtrygg's brother, was also called Eystein, and was then king in Heidmark. As soon as Halfdan had returned to Vestfold, King Eystein went out with his army to Romerike, and laid the whole country in subjection to him. 2. Battle between Halfdan and Eystein. When King Halfdan heard of these disturbances in Romerike, he again gathered his army together, and went out against King Eystein. A battle took place between them, and Halfdan gained the victory, and Eystein fled up to Heidmark, pursued by Halfdan. Another battle took place, in which Halfdan was again victorious. And Eystein fled northwards, up into the dales to the Gudbrand. There he was strengthened with new people, and in winter he went towards Heidmark, and met Halfdan the Black upon a large island which lies in the Mjosen Lake. There a great battle was fought, and many people on both sides were slain, but Halfdan won the victory. There fell Guthorm, the son of the Gudbrand, who was one of the finest men in the uplands. Then Eystein fled north up the valley, and sent his relation Halvard Skok to King Halfdan to beg for peace. On consideration of their relationship, King Halfdan gave King Eystein half of Heidmark, which he and his relations had held before. But kept to himself though 10, and the district called land. He likewise appropriated to himself Hadeland, and thus became a mighty king. 3. Halfdan's marriage. Halfdan the Black got a wife called Ragnhild, a daughter of Harald Gullskeg, Goldbeard, who was a king in Son. They had a son, to whom Harald gave his own name. And the boy was brought up in Son, by his mother's father, King Harald. Now when this Harald had lived out his days nearly, and was become weak, having no son, he gave his dominions to his daughter's son Harald, and gave him his title of king. And he died soon after. The same winter his daughter Ragnhild died, and the following spring the young Harald fell sick and died at 10 years of age. As soon as Halfdan the Black heard of his son's death, he took the road northwards to Son with a great force, and was well received. He claimed the heritage and dominion after his son, and no opposition being made, he took the whole kingdom. Earl Adalmjuv, the Slender, who was a friend of King Halfdan, came to him from Galar, and the king set him over the Son district, to judge in the country according to the country's laws, and collect scat upon the king's account. Thereafter King Halfdan proceeded to his kingdom in the uplands. 4. Halfdan's strife with Gandalf's sons. In autumn, King Halfdan proceeded to Vingulmark. One night when he was there in guest quarters, it happened that about midnight a man came to him who had been on the watch on horseback, and told him a war force was come near to the house. The king instantly got up, ordered his men to arm themselves, and went out of the house and drew them up in battle order. At the same moment, Gandalf's sons, Heising and Helsing, made their appearance with a large army. There was a great battle. But Halfdan being overpowered by the numbers of people fled to the forest, leaving many of his men on this spot. His foster father, Olver spake, the wise, fell here. The people now came in swarms to King Halfdan, and he advanced to seek Gandalf's sons. They met at Ede, near Lake Oirin, and fought there. Heising and Helsing fell, and their brother Hake saved himself by flight. King Halfdan then took possession of the whole of Vingulmark, and Hake fled to Alfheimr. 5. Halfdan's marriage with Hjort's daughter. Sigurd Hjort was the name of a king in Ringerike, who was stouter and stronger than any other man, and his equal could not be seen for a handsome appearance. His father was Helga Hvass, the Sharp. And his mother was Aslog, a daughter of Sigurd the Worm-eyed, who again was a son of Ragnar Lodbrok. It is told of Sigurd that when he was only 12 years old he killed in single combat the berserk Hildebrand, and 11 others of his comrades. And many are the deeds of manhood told of him in a long saga about his feats. Sigurd had 2 children, one of whom was a daughter, called Ragnhild, then 20 years of age, and an excellent brisk girl. Her brother Guthorm was a youth. It is related in regard to Sigurd's death that he had a custom of riding out quite alone in the uninhabited forest to hunt the wild beasts that are hurtful to man, and he was always very eager at this sport. One day he rode out into the forest as usual, and when he had ridden a long way he came out at a piece of cleared land near to Hadeland. There the berserk Hake came against him with 30 men, and they fought. Sigurd Hjort fell there, after killing 12 of Hake's men, and Hake himself lost one hand, and had 3 other wounds. Then Hake and his men rode to Sigurd's house, where they took his daughter Ragnhild and her brother Guthorm, and carried them, with much property and valuable articles, home to Hadeland, where Hake had many great farms. He ordered a feast to be prepared, intending to hold his wedding with Ragnhild, but the time passed on account of his wounds, which healed slowly. And the berserk Hake of Hadeland had to keep his bed, on account of his wounds, all the autumn and beginning of winter. Now King Halfdan was in Heidmark at the Yule entertainments when he heard this news. And one morning early, when the king was dressed, he called to him Herek Gand, and told him to go over to Hadeland, and bring him Ragnhild, Sigurd Hjort's daughter. Herek got ready with 100 men, and made his journey so that they came over the lake to Hake's house in the grey of the morning, and beset all the doors and stairs of the places where the house servants slept. Then they broke into the sleeping room where Hake slept, took Ragnhild, with her brother Guthorm, and all the goods that were there, and set fire to the house servants' place, and burnt all the people in it. Then they covered over a magnificent wagon, placed Ragnhild and Guthorm in it, and drove down upon the ice. Hake got up and went after them a while. But when he came to the ice on the lake, he turned his sword hilt to the ground and let himself fall upon the point, so that the sword went through him. He was buried under a mound on the banks of the lake. When King Halfdan, who was very quick of sight, saw the party returning over the frozen lake, and with a covered wagon, he knew that their errand was accomplished according to his desire. Thereupon he ordered the tables to be set out, and sent people all round in the neighborhood to invite plenty of guests, and the same day there was a good feast which was also Halfdan's marriage feast with Ragnhild, who became a great queen. Ragnhild's mother was Thorny, a daughter of Klakarald king in Jutland, and a sister of Thride Danabod who was married to the Danish king, Gorm the Old, who then ruled over the Danish dominions. 6. Of Ragnhild's dream. Ragnhild, who was wise and intelligent, dreamt great dreams. She dreamt, for one, that she was standing out in her herb garden, and she took a thorn out of her shift. But while she was holding the thorn in her hand it grew so that it became a great tree, one end of which struck itself down into the earth, and it became firmly rooted. And the other end of the tree raised itself so high in the air that she could scarcely see over it, and it became also wonderfully thick. The under part of the tree was red with blood, but the stem upwards was beautifully green and the branches white as snow. There were many and great limbs to the tree, some high up, others low down. And so vast were the tree's branches that they seemed to her to cover all Norway, and even much more. 7. Of Halfdan's dream. King Halfdan never had dreams, which appeared to him an extraordinary circumstance. And he told it to a man called Thorleif Spake, the wise, and asked him what his advice was about it. Thorleif said that what he himself did, when he wanted to have any revelation by dream, was to take his sleep in a swine sty, and then it never failed that he had dreams. The king did so, and the following dream was revealed to him. He thought he had the most beautiful hair, which was all in ringlets. Some so long as to fall upon the ground, some reaching to the middle of his legs, some to his knees, some to his loins or the middle of his sides, some to his neck, and some were only as knots springing from his head. These ringlets were of various colors, but one ringlet surpassed all the others in beauty, luster, and size. This dream he told to Thorleif, who interpreted it thus: there should be a great posterity from him, and his descendants should rule over countries with great, but not all with equally great, honor. But one of his race should be more celebrated than all the others. It was the opinion of people that this ringlet betokened King Olaf the Saint. King Halfdan was a wise man, a man of truth and uprightness, who made laws, observed them himself, and obliged others to observe them. And that violence should not come in place of the laws, he himself fixed the number of criminal acts in law, and the compensations, mulcts or penalties, for each case, according to everyone's birth and dignity. 1. Queen Ragnhild gave birth to a son, and water was poured over him, and the name of Harald given him, and he soon grew stout and remarkably handsome. As he grew up he became very expert at all feats, and showed also a good understanding. He was much beloved by his mother, but less so by his father. Endnotes. 1. The penalty, compensation, or manbod for every injury, due. The party injured, or to his family and next of kin if the injury was the death or premeditated murder of the party. Appears to have been fixed for every rank and condition. From the murder of the king down to the maiming or beating a man's cattle or his slave. A man for whom no compensation was due was a dishonored person, or an outlaw. It appears to have been optional with the injured party, or his kin if he had been killed, to take the mulct or compensation, or to refuse it, and wait for an opportunity of taking vengeance for the injury on the party who inflicted it, or on his kin. A part of each mulct or compensation was due to the king. And, these fines or penalties appear to have constituted a great proportion of the king's revenues, and to have been settled in the things held in every district for administering the law with the lagmand.l. 8. Halfdan's meat vanishes at a feast. King Halfdan was at a Yule feast in Hadeland, where a wonderful thing happened one Yule evening. When the great number of guests assembled were going to sit down to table, all the meat and all the ale disappeared from the table. The king sat alone very confused in mind, all the others set off, each to his home, in consternation. That the king might come to some certainty about what had occasioned this event, he ordered a Finn to be seized who was particularly knowing, and tried to force him to disclose the truth. But however much he tortured the man, he got nothing out of him. The Finn sought help particularly from Harald, the king's son, and Harald begged for mercy for him, but in vain. Then Harald let him escape against the king's will, and accompanied the man himself. On their journey they came to a place where the man's chief had a great feast, and it appears they were well received there. When they had been there until spring, the chief said, "Thy father took it much amiss that in winter I took some provisions from him, now I will repay it to thee by a joyful piece of news, thy father is dead. And now thou shalt return home, and take possession of the whole kingdom which he had, and with it thou shalt lay the whole kingdom of Norway under thee." 9. HALFDAN'S death. Halfdan the Black was driving from a feast in Hadeland, and it so happened that his road lay over the lake called Rand. It was in spring, and there was a great thaw. They drove across the bight called Reykjanesvik, where in winter there had been a pond broken in the ice for cattle to drink at, and where the dung had fallen upon the ice the thaw had eaten it into holes. Now as the king drove over it the ice broke, and King Halfdan and many with him perished. He was then 40 years old. He had been one of the most fortunate kings in respect of good seasons. The people thought so much of him, that when his death was known and his body was floated to Ringerike to bury it there, the people of most consequence from Romerike, Vestfold, and Heidmark came to meet it. All desired to take the body with them to bury it in their own district, and they thought that those who got it would have good crops to expect. At last it was agreed to divide the body into 4 parts. The head was laid in a mound at Stein in Ringerike, and each of the others took his part home and laid it in a mound, and these have since been called Halfdan's mounds. Harald Harfager's saga. 1. Harald's strife with Hake and his father Gandalf. Harald, 1, was but 10 years old when he succeeded his father, Halfdan the Black. He became a stout, strong, and comely man, and withal prudent and manly. His mother's brother, Guthorm, was leader of the herd, at the head of the government, and commander, Hertogi, of the army. After Halfdan the Black's death, many chiefs coveted the dominions he had left. Among these King Gandalf was the first. Then Hone and Frode, sons of Eystein, king of Heidmark, and also Hone Kerison came from Ringerike. Hake, the son of Gandalf, began with an expedition of 300 men against Vestfold, marched by the main road through some valleys, and expected to come suddenly upon King Harald. While his father Gandalf sat at home with his army, and prepared to cross over the fjord into Vestfold. When Duke Guthorm heard of this he gathered an army, and marched up the country with King Harald against Hake. They met in a valley, in which they fought a great battle, and King Harald was victorious, and there fell King Hake and most of his people. The place has since been called Hakadale. Then King Harald and Duke Guthorm turned back, but they found King Gandalf had come to Vestfold. The 2 armies marched against each other, and met, and had a great battle. And it ended in King Gandalf flying, after leaving most of his men dead on the spot, and in that state he came back to his kingdom. Now when the sons of King Eystein in Heidmark heard the news, they expected the war would come upon them, and they sent a message to Hone Kerison and to Hurs Gudbrand, and appointed a meeting with them at Ringsaker in Heidmark. Endnotes. 1. The first 20 chapters of this saga refer to Harald's youth and his conquest of Norway. This portion of the saga is of great importance to the Icelanders, as the settlement of their isle was a result of Harald's wars. The second part of the saga, chaps 21 to 46, treats of the disputes between Harald's sons, of the Jarls of Orkney, and of the Jarls of Mor. With this saga we enter the domain of history. Ed. 2. King Harald overcomes 5 kings. After the battle King Harald and Guthorm turned back, and went with all the men they could gather through the forests towards the uplands. They found out where the upland kings had appointed their meeting place, and came there about the time of midnight, without the watchman observing them until their army was before the door of the house in which Hone Kerison was. as well as that in which Gudbrand slept. They set fire to both houses, but King Eystein's 2 sons slipped out with their men, and fought for a while, until both Hone and Frode fell. After the fall of these 4 chiefs, King Harald, by his relation Guthorm's success and powers, subdued Heidmark, Ringerike, Gudbrandsdal, Heidland, Thoten, Romerike, and the whole northern part of Vingulmark. King Harald and Guthorm had thereafter war with King Gandalf, and fought several battles with him, and in the last of them King Gandalf was slain, and King Harald took the whole of his kingdom as far south as the river Rom. 3. Of Gyda, daughter of Eri. King Harald sent his men to a girl called Gyda, daughter of King Eirik of Hordaland, who was brought up as foster child in the house of a great bond in Valdres. The king wanted her for his concubine. For she was a remarkably handsome girl, but of high spirit withal. Now when the messengers came there, and delivered their errand to the girl, she answered, that she would not throw herself away even to take a king for her husband, who had no greater kingdom to rule over than a few districts. And methinks, said she, it is wonderful that no king here in Norway will make the whole country subject to him, in the same way as Gorm the Old did in Denmark, or Eirik at Ups. The messengers thought her answer was dreadfully haughty, and asked what she thought would come of such an answer, for Harald was so mighty a man, that his invitation was good enough for her. But although she had replied to their errand differently from what they wished, they saw no chance, on this occasion, of taking her with them against her will, so they prepared to return. When they were ready, and the people followed them out, Gyda said to the messengers, Now tell to King Harald these my words. I will only agree to be his lawful wife upon the condition that he shall first, for my sake, subject to himself the whole of Norway, so that he may rule over that kingdom as freely and fully as King Eirik over the Swedish dominions. Or King Gorm over Denmark. For only then, methinks, can he be called the king of a people. 4. King Harald's vow. Now came the messengers back to King Harald, bringing him the words of the girl, and saying she was so bold and foolish that she well deserved that the king should send a greater troop of people for her, and inflict on her some disgrace. Then answered the king, This girl has not spoken or done so much amiss that she should be punished, but rather she should be thanked for her words. She has reminded me, said he, of something which it appears to me wonderful I did not think of before. And now, added he, I make the solemn vow, and take God to witness, who made me and rules over all things, that never shall I clip or comb my hair until I have subdued the whole of Norway, with scat, and duties, and domains. Or if not, have died in the attempt. Guthorm thanked the king warmly for his vow, adding, that it was royal work to fulfill royal words. Endnotes. 1. Scat was a land tax, paid to the king in money, malt, meal, or flesh meat, from all lands, and was adjudged by the thing. To each king upon his accession, and being proposed and accepted as king. 5. The battle in Orkadal. After this the 2 relations gather together a great force, and prepare for an expedition to the uplands, and northwards up the valley, Gudbrandsdal, and north over Dovrefjeld. And when the king came down to the inhabited land he ordered all the men to be killed, and everything wide around to be delivered to the flames. And when the people came to know this, they fled every one where he could. Some down the country to Orkadal, some to Galardal, some to the forests. But some begged for peace, and obtained it, on condition of joining the king and becoming his men. He met no opposition until he came to Orkadal. There a crowd of people had assembled, and he had his first battle with a king called Griding. Harald won the victory, and King Griding was made prisoner, and most of his people killed. He took service himself under the king, and swore fidelity to him. Thereafter all the people in Orkadal district went under King Harald, and became his men. 6. King Harald's laws for land property. King Harald made this law over all the lands he conquered, that all the Udal property should belong to him, and that the bonds, both great and small, should pay him land dues for their possessions. Over every district he set an earl to judge according to the law of the land and to justice, and also to collect the land dues and the fines. And for this each earl received a third part of the dues, and services, and fines, for the support of his table and other expenses. Each earl had under him 4 or more hers, each of whom had an estate of 20 marks yearly income bestowed on him and was bound to support 20 men at arms, and the earls 60 men, at their own expenses. The king had increased the land dues and burdens so much, that each of his earls had greater power and income than the kings had before, and when that became known at Trondhjem, many great men joined the king and took his service. 7. Battle in Galardal. It is told that Earl Hakon Grjotgardsson came to King Harald from Urger, and brought a great crowd of men to his service. Then King Harald went into Galardal, and had a great battle, in which he slew 2 kings, and conquered their dominions, and these were Galardal district and Strine district. He gave Earl Hakon Strine district to rule over as earl. King Harald then proceeded to Stjørdal, and had a third battle, in which he gained the victory, and took that district also. Thereupon the Trondhjem people assembled, and 4 kings met together with their troops. The one ruled over Veradal, the second over Skåne, third over the Sparbygja district, and the fourth over Iron Eider, Inderoen, and this latter had also Ina district. These 4 kings marched with their men against King Harald, but he won the battle, and some of these kings fell, and some fled. In all, King Harald fought at the least 8 battles, and slew 8 kings, in the Trondhjem district, and laid the whole of it under him. 8. Harald seizes Namudal district. North in Namudal were 2 brothers, kings, Herlog and Hrolog, and they had been for 3 summers raising a mound or tomb of stone and lime and of wood. Just as the work was finished, the brothers got the news that King Harald was coming upon them with his army. Then King Herlog had a great quantity of meat and drink brought into the mound, and went into it himself, with 11 companions, and ordered the mound to be covered up. King Hrolog, on the contrary, went upon the summit of the mound, on which the kings were wont to sit, and made a throne to be erected, upon which he seated himself. Then he ordered feather beds to be laid upon the bench below, on which the earls were wont to be seated, and threw himself down from his high seat or throne into the earl's seat, giving himself the title of earl. Now Hrolog went to meet King Harald, gave up to him his whole kingdom, offered to enter into his service, and told him his whole proceeding. Then took King Harald a sword, fastened it to Hrolog's belt, bound a shield to his neck, and made him thereupon an earl, and led him to his earl's seat, and therewith gave him the district Namudal, and set him as earl over it, AD 866. 1. Endnotes. 1. Before writing was in general use, this symbolical way of performing all important legal acts appears to have entered into the jurisprudence of all savage nations, and according to Gibbon, chap. 44, the jurisprudence of the first Romans exhibited the scenes of a pantomime, the words were adapted to the gestures, and the slightest error or neglect in the forms of proceeding was sufficient to annul the substance of the fairest claims. Ed. 9. King Harald's home affairs. King Harald then returned to Trondhjem, where he dwelt during the winter, and always afterwards called it his home. He fixed here his head residence, which is called Lade. This winter he took to wife Asa, a daughter of Earl Hakon Grjotgardsson, who then stood in great favour and honour with the king. In spring the king fitted out his ships. In winter he had caused a great frigate, a dragon, to be built, and had it fitted out in the most splendid way, and brought his house troops and his berserks on board. The forecastle men were picked men, for they had the king's banner. From the stem to the midhold was called Rosin, or the fore-defence, and there were the berserks. Such men only were received into King Harald's house troop as were remarkable for strength, courage, and all kinds of dexterity. And they alone got place in his ship, for he had a good choice of house troops from the best men of every district. King Harald had a great army, many large ships, and many men of might followed him. Hornclough, in his poem called Glindrupa, tells of this, and also that King Harald had a battle with the people of Orkadal, at Opdal forest, before he went upon this expedition. O'er the broad heath the bowstrings twang, while high in air the arrows sang. The iron shower drives to flight The foeman from the bloody fight. The warder of great Odin's shrine. The fair-haired son of Odin's line. Raises the voice which gives the cheer. First in the track of wolf or bear. His master voice drives them along. To hell, a destined, trembling throng. And Nokvi's ship, with glancing sides. Must fly to the wild ocean's tides. Must fly before the king who leads. Norse axemen on their ocean steeds. 10. Battle at Salskjöld. King Harald moved out with his army from Trondheim, and went southwards to Moor. Hunthiof was the name of the king who ruled over the district of Moor. Solvklof was the name of his son, and both were great warriors. King Nokvi, who ruled over Romsdal, was the brother of Solf's mother. Those chiefs gathered a great force when they heard of King Harald, and came against him. They met at Salskjöld, and there was a great battle, which was gained by King Harald, A.D. 867. Hornklof tells of this battle. Thus did the hero known to fame. The leader of the shields, whose name strikes every heart with dire dismay. Launch forth his warships to the fray. 2 kings he fought. But little strife was needed to cut short their life. A clang of arms by the seashore. And the shield sound was heard no more. The 2 kings were slain, but Solv escaped by flight, and King Harald laid both districts under his power. He stayed here long in summer to establish law and order for the country people, and set men to rule them, and keep them faithful to him, and in autumn he prepared to return northwards to Trondheim. Ragnvald Earl of Moor, a son of Eystein Glumra, had the summer before become one of Harald's men, and the king set him as chief over these 2 districts, North Moor and Romsdal. Strengthened him both with men of might and bonds, and gave him the help of ships to defend the coast against enemies. He was called Ragnvald the Mighty, or the Wise, and people say both names suited him well. King Harald came back to Trondheim about winter. 11. Fall of Kings Arnvid and Oddbjorn. The following spring, AD 868, King Harald raised a great force in Trondheim, and gave out that he would proceed to South Moor. Solvklof had passed the winter in his ships of war, plundering in North Moor, and had killed many of King Harald's men, pillaging some places, burning others, and making great ravage. But sometimes he had been, during the winter, with his friend King Arnvid in South Moor. Now when he heard that King Harald was come with ships and a great army, he gathered people, and was strong in men at arms. For many thought they had to take vengeance of King Harald. Solvklof went southwards to Furdafylke, the fjord district, which King Oddbjorn ruled over, to ask him to help, and join his force to King Arnvid's and his own. For, said he, it is now clear that we all have but one course to take, and that is to rise, all as one man, against King Harald, for we have strength enough, and fate must decide the victory. For as to the other condition of becoming his servants, that is no condition for us, who are not less noble than Harald. My father thought it better to fall in battle for his kingdom, than to go willingly into King Harald's service, or not to abide the chance of weapons like the Namudal kings. King Solv's speech was such that King Oddbjorn promised his help, and gathered a great force together and went with it to King Arnvid, and they had a great army. Now, they got news that King Harald was come from the north, and they met within Salskjöld. And it was the custom to lash the ships together, stem to stem, so it was done now. King Harald laid his ship against King Arnvid's, and there was the sharpest fight, and many men fell on both sides. At last King Harald was raging with anger, and went forward to the foredeck, and slew so dreadfully that all the forecastle men of Arnvid's ship were driven aft of the mast, and some fell. Thereupon Harald boarded the ship, and King Arnvid's men tried to save themselves by flight, and he himself was slain in his ship. King Oddbjorn also fell, but Solv fled. So says Hornklof. Against the hero's shield in vain. The arrow storm fierce pours its rain. The king stands on the blood-stained deck, trampling on many a stout foe's neck. And high above the dinning sound of helm and axe, and ringing sound of blade and shield, and ravens cry. Is heard his shout of victory. Of King Harald's men, fell his earls Escott and Asbjorn, together with his brothers-in-law, Grjotgard and Herlog, the sons of Earl Hakon of Lade. Saul became afterwards a great sea king, and often did great damage in King Harald's dominions. 12. King Vemund burnt to death. After this battle, AD 868, King Harald subdued Southmore, but Vemund, King Oddbjorn's brother, still had Furdafylke. It was now late in harvest, and King Harald's men gave him the counsel not to proceed southwards round Stad. Then King Harald set Earl Ragnvald over South and North Moor and also Romsdal, and he had many people about him. King Harald returned to Throndheim. The same winter, AD 869, Ragnvald went over Ede, and southwards to the fjord district. There he heard news of King Vemund, and came by night to a place called Nostal, where King Vemund was living in guest quarters. Earl Ragnvald surrounded the house in which they were quartered, and burnt the king in it, together with 90 men. They came Birdlukare to Earl Ragnvald with a complete armed longship, and they both returned to Moor. The earl took all the ships Vemund had, and all the goods he could get hold of. Birdlukare proceeded north to Throndheim to King Harald, and became his man, and dreadful berserk he was. 13. Death of Earls Hakon, and Atlmjuv. The following spring, AD 869, King Harald went southwards with his fleet along the coast, and subdued Furdafylke. Then he sailed eastward along the land until he came to Vik, but he left Earl Hakon Grjotgard's son behind, and set him over the fjord district. Earl Hakon sent word to Earl Atlmjuv that he should leave Son district, and be Earl over Galar district, as he had been before, alleging that King Harald had given Son district to him. Earl Adel sent word that he would keep both Son district and Galar district, until he met King Harald. The two earls quarrelled about this so long, that both gathered troops. They met at Feiler, in Stavanger Fjord, and had a great battle, in which Earl Hakon fell, and Earl Adel got a mortal wound, and his men carried him to the island of Adley, where he died. So says Ivan Skaldespiller. He who stood a rooted oak, unshaken by the swordsman's stroke, amidst the whiz of arrows slain, has fallen upon Fjalar's plain. There, by the ocean's rocky shore, the waves are stained with the red gore of stout Earl Hakon Grjotgard's son, and of brave warriors many a one. 14. Harald and the Swedish King Eirik. King Harald came with his fleet eastward to Viken and landed at Tunsberg, which was then a trading town. He had then been 4 years in Throndheim, and in all that time had not been in Viken. Here he heard the news that Eirik Eymundsson, king of Sweden, had laid under him Vermeland, and was taking scat or land tax from all the forest settlers. And also that he called the whole country north to Svinesund, and west along the sea, West Gotland, and which altogether he reckoned to his kingdom, and took land tax from it. Over this country he had set an earl, by name Hrain Gausk, who had the earldom between Svinesund and the Got river, and was a mighty earl. And it was told to King Harald that the Swedish king said he would not rest until he had as great a kingdom in Viken as Sigurd Ring, or his son Ragnar Lodbrok, had possessed. And that was Romerike and Vestfold, all the way to the Isle Grenmer, and also Vingelmark, and all that lay south of it. In all these districts many chiefs, and many other people, had given obedience to the Swedish king. King Harald was very angry at this, and summoned the bonds to a thing at Fold, where he laid an accusation against them for treason towards him. Some bonds defended themselves from the accusation, some paid fines, some were punished. He went thus through the whole district during the summer, and in harvest he did the same in Romerike, and laid the 2 districts under his power. Towards winter he heard that Eirik king of Sweden was, with his court, going about in Vermeland in guest quarters. 15. Harald at a feast of the peasant Ake. King Harald takes his way across the Ede forest eastward, and comes out in Vermeland, where he also orders feasts to be prepared for himself. There was a man by name Ake, who was the greatest of the bonds of Vermeland, very rich, and at that time very aged. He sent men to King Harald, and invited him to a feast, and the king promised to come on the day appointed. Ake invited also King Eirik to a feast, and appointed the same day. Ake had a great feasting hall, but it was old, and he made a new hall, not less than the old one, and had it ornamented in the most splendid way. The new hall he had hung with new hangings, but the old had only its old ornaments. Now when the kings came to the feast, King Eirik with his court was taken into the old hall, but Harald with his followers into the new. The same difference was in all the table furniture, and King Eirik and his men had the old-fashioned vessels and horns, but all gilded and splendid. While King Harald and his men had entirely new vessels and horns adorned with gold, all with carved figures, and shining like glass, and both companies had the best of liquor. Ake the Bond had formerly been King Halfdan the Black's man. Now when daylight came, and the feast was quite ended, and the kings made themselves ready for their journey, and the horses were saddled, came Ake before King Harald, leading in his hand his son Ub, a boy of 12 years of age, and said, "If the goodwill I have shown to thee, sire, in my feast, be worth thy friendship, show it hereafter to my son. I give him to thee now for thy service." The king thanked him with many agreeable words for his friendly entertainment, and promised him his full friendship in return. Then Ake brought out great presents, which he gave to the king, and they gave each other thereafter the parting kiss. Ake went next to the Swedish king, who was dressed and ready for the road, but not in the best humor. Ake gave to him also good and valuable gifts, but the king answered only with few words, and mounted his horse. Ake followed the king on the road and talked with him. The road led through a wood which was near to the house. And when Ake came to the wood, the king said to him, "How was it that thou madest such a difference between me and King Harald as to give him the best of everything, although thou knowest thou art my man?" "I think," answered Ake, "that there failed in it nothing, king, either to you or to your attendants, in friendly entertainment at this feast. But that all the utensils for your drinking were old, was because you are now old. But King Harald is in the bloom of youth, and therefore I gave him the new things. And as to my being thy man, thou art just as much my man." On this the king out with his sword, and gave Ake his death wound. King Harald was ready now also to mount his horse, and desired that Ake should be called. The people went to seek him, and some ran up the road that King Eirik had taken, and found Ake there dead. They came back, and told the news to King Harald, and he bids his men to be up, and avenge Ake the Bond. And away rode he and his men the way King Eirik had taken, until they came in sight of each other. Each for himself rode as hard as he could, until Eirik came into the wood which divides Gotland and Vermeland. There King Harald wheels about, and returns to Vermeland, and lays the country under him, and kills King Eirik's men wheresoever he can find them. In winter King Harald returned to Romerike, and dwelt there a while. 16. Harald's journey to Tunsberg. King Harald went out in winter to his ships at Tunsberg, rigged them, and sailed away eastward over the fjord, and subjected all Vingulmark to his dominion. All winter he was out with his ships, and marauded in Ranrike. So says Thorbjorn Hornclough. The Norseman's king is on the sea. Though bitter wintry cold it be dot. On the wild waves his yule keeps he. When our brisk king can get his way, he'll no more by the fireside stay. Then the young sun, he makes us play the game of the bright sun god Fry. But the soft Swede loves well the fire, the well-stuffed couch, the dowe glove, and from the hearth-seat will not move. The Gotlanders gathered people together all over the country. 17. The battle in Gotland. In spring, when the ice was breaking up, the Gotlanders drove stakes into the Got River to hinder King Harald with his ships from coming to the land. But King Harald laid his ships alongside the stakes, and plundered the country, and burnt all around. So says Hornclough. The king who finds a dainty feast for battlebird and prowling beast has won in war the southern land that lies along the ocean's strand. The leader of the helmets, he who leads his ships o'er the dark sea. Harald, whose high-rigged masts appear like antlered fronts of the wild deer, has laid his ships close alongside of the foe's piles with daring pride. Afterwards the Gotlanders came down to the strand with a great army, and gave battle to King Harald, and great was the fall of men. But it was King Harald who gained the day. Thus says Hornclough. Whistles the battle-axe in its swing. O'erhead the whizzing javelins sing. Helmet and shield and hauberk ring. The air-song of the lance is loud. The arrows pipe in darkening cloud. Through helm and mail the foemen feel the blue edge of our king's good steel. Who can withstand our gallant king? The Gotland men their flight must wing. 18. GAUZKE'S death. King Harald went far and wide through Gotland, and many were the battles he fought there on both sides of the river, and in general he was victorious. In one of these battles fell GAUZK. And then the king took his whole land north of the river and west of the Vänern, and also Vermland. And after he turned back therefrom, he set Duke Guthorm as chief to defend the country, and left a great force with him. King Harald himself went first to the uplands, where he remained a while, and then proceeded northwards over the Dovrefjell to Throndheim, where he dwelt for a long time. Harald began to have children. By Asa he had 4 sons. The eldest was Guthorm. Halfdan the Black and Halfdan the White were twins. Sigfrod was the 4th. They were all brought up in Throndheim with all honor. 19. Battle in Hafrsfjord. News came in from the south land that the people of Hordaland and Rogaland, Agder and Telemark, were gathering, and bringing together ships and weapons, and a great body of men. The leaders of this were Eirik king of Hordaland, Sulk king of Rogaland, and his brother Earl Sot, Gjot the Rich, king of Agder, and his son Thor Haklang, and from Telemark 2 brothers, Rold Hryg and had the Hard. Now when Harald got certain news of this, he assembled his forces, set his ships on the water, made himself ready with his men, and set out southwards along the coast, gathering many people from every district. King Eirik heard of this when he came south of Stad, and having assembled all the men he could expect, he proceeded southwards to meet the force which he knew was coming to his help from the east. The whole met together north of Judar, and went into Hafrsfjord, where King Harald was waiting with his forces. A great battle began, which was both hard and long, but at last King Harald gained the day. There King Eirik fell, and King Sulk, with his brother Earl Sot. Thor Haklang, who was a great berserk, had laid his ship against King Harald's, and there was above all measure a desperate attack, until Thor Haklang fell, and his whole ship was cleared of men. Then King Gjot fled to a little isle outside, on which there was a good place of strength. Thereafter all his men fled, some to their ships, some up to the land, and the latter ran southwards over the country of Judar. So says Hornclough, viz. Has the news reached you, have you heard of the great fight at Hafrsfjord, between our noble king brave Harald, and King Gjot rich in gold? The foemen came from out the east, keen for the fray as for a feast. A gallant sight it was to see their fleet sweep o'er the dark blue sea. Each warship, with its threatening throat, of dragon fierce or ravenous brute, one grim gaping from the prow. Its whales, glittering with burnished shields, 2, like scales. Its crew of Udal men of war, whose snow-white targets shone from far. And many a mailed spearman stout, from the west countries round about. English and Scotch, a foreign host. And swordmen from the far French coast. And as the foemen's ships drew near, the dreadful din you well might hear. Savage berserks roaring mad, and champions fierce in wolf-skins clad, 3. Howling like wolves, and clanking jar of many a mail-clad man of war. Thus the foe came, but our brave king taught them to fly as fast again. For when he saw their force come o'er, he launched his warships from the shore. On the deep sea he launched his fleet, and boldly rode the foe to meet. Fierce was the shock, and loud the clang of shields, until the fierce Haklang, the foeman's famous berserk, fell. Then from our men burst forth the yell of victory, and the king of gold could not withstand our herald bold, but fled before his flaky locks, for shelter to the island rocks. All in the bottom of the ships the wounded lay, in ghastly heaps. Backs up and faces down they lay, under the row seats stowed away. And many a warrior's shield, I ween, might on the warrior's back be seen, to shield him as he fled amain from the fierce stone storm's pelting rain. The mountain folk, as I've heard say, ne'er stopped as they ran from the fray, till they had crossed the Judder Sea, and reached their homes, so keen each soul to drown his fright in the mead bowl. Endnotes. 1. The warships were called dragons, from being decorated with the head of a dragon, serpent, or other wild animal, and the word Draco was adopted in the Latin of the Middle Ages to denote a ship of war of the larger class. The sneck was the cutter or smaller warship. L. 2. The shields were hung over the side rails of the ships. L. 3. The wolfskin pelts were nearly as good as armor against the sword. 20. Harald supreme sovereign in Norway. After this battle King Harald met no opposition in Norway, for all his opponents and greatest enemies were cut off. But some, and they were a great multitude, fled out of the country, and thereby great districts were peopled. Genteland and Helsingjaland were peopled then, although some Norwegians had already set up their habitation there. In the discontent that King Harald seized on the lands of Norway, the out-countries of Iceland and the Faroe Isles were discovered and peopled. The Northmen had also a great resort to Jutland, Shetland Isles, and many men left Norway, flying the country on account of King Harald, and went on Viking cruises into the West Sea. In winter they were in the Orkney Islands and Hebrides, but marauded in summer in Norway, and did great damage. Many, however, were the mighty men who took service under King Harald, and became his men, and dwelt in the land with him. 21. Harald's marriage and his children. When King Harald had now become sole king over all Norway, he remembered what that proud girl had said to him, so he sent men to her, and had her brought to him, and took her to his bed. And these were their children, Alof, she was the eldest. Then was their son Hrorek, then Sigtryg, Frode, and Thorgils. King Harald had many wives and many children. Among them he had one wife, who was called Ragnhild the Mighty, a daughter of King Eirik, from Jutland. And by her he had a son, Eirik Bloodaxe. He was also married to Svanhild, a daughter of Earl Eystein, and their sons were Olaf Gyrstadaf, Bjorn and Ragnar Rikil. Lastly, King Harald married a child, a daughter of Ring Dagson, up in Ringerik. And their children were, Dag, Ring, Gudrod Skiria, and Ingigerd. It is told that King Harald put away 9 wives when he married Ragnhild the Mighty. So says Hornclough. Harald, of noblest race the head, a Danish wife took to his bed. And out of doors 9 wives he thrust, the mothers of the princes first, who mon home regions hold command, and those who rule in Hordaland. And then he packed from out the place the children born of Hold's race. King Harald's children were all fostered and brought up by their relations on the mother's side. Guthorm the Duke had poured water over King Harald's eldest son and had given him his own name. He set the child upon his knee, and was his foster father, and took him with himself eastward to Viken, and there he was brought up in the house of Guthorm. Guthorm ruled the whole land in Viken and the uplands, when King Harald was absent. 22. King Harald's voyage to the west. King Harald heard that the Vikings, who were in the West Sea in winter, plundered far and wide in the middle part of Norway. And therefore every summer he made an expedition to search the isles and outskerries, on the coast. Wheresoever the Vikings heard of him they all took to flight, and most of them out into the open ocean. At last the king grew weary of this work, and therefore one summer he sailed with his fleet right out into the West Sea. First he came to Jutland, Shetland, and he slew all the Vikings who could not save themselves by flight. Then King Harald sailed southwards, to the Orkney Islands, and cleared them all of Vikings. Thereafter he proceeded to the Sudreys, Hebrides, plundered there, and slew many Vikings who formerly had had men-at-arms under them. Many a battle was fought, and King Harald was always victorious. He then plundered far and wide in Scotland itself, and had a battle there. When he was come westward as far as the Isle of Man, the report of his exploits on the land had gone before him. For all the inhabitants had fled over to Scotland, and the island was left entirely bare both of people and goods, so that King Harald and his men made no booty when they landed. So says Hornclough. The wise, the noble king, great, whose hand so freely scatters gold, led many a northern shield to war against the town upon the shore. The wolves soon gathered on the sand of that seashore. For Harald's hand the Scottish army drove away, and on the coast left wolves a prey. In this war fell Ivar, a son of Ragnvald, Earl of More. And King Harald gave Ragnvald, as a compensation for the loss, the Orkney and Shetland Isles, when he sailed from the west, but Ragnvald immediately gave both these countries to his brother Sigurd, who remained behind them. And King Harald, before sailing eastward, gave Sigurd the earldom of them. Thorstein the Red, a son of Olaf the White and of Aud the Wealthy, entered into partnership with him. And after plundering in Scotland, they subdued Caithness and Sutherland, as far as HJORT'S. Earl Sigurd killed Melbridge Tooth, a Scotch earl, and hung his head to his stirrup leather. But the calf of his leg were scratched by the teeth, which were sticking out from the head, and the wound caused inflammation in his leg, of which the earl died, and he was laid in a mound at HJORT'S. His son Guthorm ruled over these countries for about a year thereafter, and died without children. Many Vikings, both Danes and Northmen, set themselves down then in those countries. Endnotes. 1. Skerries are the uninhabited dry or halt-tide rocks of a coast. L. 23. Harald has his hair clipped. After King Harald had subdued the whole land, he was one day at a feast in Moor, given by Earl Ragnvald. Then King Harald went into a bath, and had his hair dressed. Earl Ragnvald now cut his hair, which had been uncut and uncombed for 10 years, and therefore the king had been called Lufa, i.e., with rough matted hair. But then Earl Ragnvald gave him the distinguishing name, Harald Harfager, i.e., fair hair, and all who saw him agreed that there was the greatest truth in the surname, for he had the most beautiful and abundant head of hair. 24. Rolf Ganger driven into banishment. Earl Ragnvald was King Harald's dearest friend, and the king had the greatest regard for him. He was married to Hild, a daughter of Rolf Nifia, and their sons were Rolf and Thor. Earl Ragnvald had also 3 sons by concubines, the one called Haulad, the second Einar, the third Hrolog. And all 3 were grown men when their brothers born in marriage were still children. Rolf became a great Viking, and was of so stout a growth that no horse could carry him, and wheresoever he went he must go on foot. And therefore he was called Rolf Ganger. He plundered much in the East Sea. One summer, as he was coming from the eastward on a Viking's expedition to the coast of Viken, he landed there and made a cattle foray. As King Harald happened, just at that time, to be in Viken, he heard of it, and was in a great rage, for he had forbid, by the greatest punishment, the plundering within the bounds of the country. The king assembled a thing, and had Rolf declared an outlaw over all Norway. When Rolf's mother, Hild, heard of it, she hastened to the king, and entreated peace for Rolf, but the king was so enraged that her entreaty was of no avail. Then Hild spake these lines. Think'st thou, King Harald, in thy anger, to drive away my brave Rolf Ganger, like a mad wolf, from out the land? Why, Harald, raise thy mighty hand. Why banish Nifia's gallant nameson, the brother of brave Udalmen? Why is thy cruelty so fell? Bethink thee, monarch, it is ill. With such a wolf at wolf to play. Who, driven to the wild woods away, may make the king's best deer his prey. Hrolfgangr went afterwards over sea to the west to the Hebrides, or Sudreys, and at last farther west to Valland, where he plundered and subdued for himself a great earldom, which he peopled with Northmen, from which that land is called Normandy. Hrolfgangr's son was William, father to Richard, and grandfather to another Richard, who was the father of Robert Longspear, and grandfather of William the Bastard, from whom all the following English kings are descended. From Hrolfgangr also are descended the earls in Normandy. Queen Ragnhild the Mighty lived 3 years after she came to Norway, and, after her death, her son and King Harald's was taken to the Hersthorer Roldson, and Eirik was fostered by him. 25. Of the Finn Sveis and King Harald. King Harald, one winter, went about in guest quarters in the uplands, and had ordered a Christmas feast to be prepared for him at the farm Thopter. On Christmas Eve came Sveis to the door, just as the king went to table, and sent a message to the king to ask if he would go out with him. The king was angry at such a message, and the man who had brought it in took out with him a reply of the king's displeasure. But Sveis, notwithstanding, desired that his message should be delivered a second time. Adding to it, that he was the Finn whose hut the king had promised to visit, and which stood on the other side of the ridge. Now the king went out, and promised to go with him, and went over the ridge to his hut, although some of his men dissuaded him. There stood Snefrid, the daughter of Sveis, a most beautiful girl, and she filled a cup of mead for the king. But he took hold both of the cup and of her hand. Immediately it was as if a hot fire went through his body, and he wanted that very night to take her to his bed. But Sveis said that should not be unless by main force, if he did not first make her his lawful wife. Now King Harald made Snefrid his lawful wife, and loved her so passionately that he forgot his kingdom, and all that belonged to his high dignity. They had 4 sons, the one was Sigurd Hreis, the others Halfdan Haleg, Gudradljom and Ragnvald Redelbein. Thereafter Snefrid died, but her corpse never changed, but was as fresh and red as when she lived. The king sat always beside her, and thought she would come to life again. And so it went on for 3 years that he was sorrowing over her death, and the people over his delusion. At last Thorleif the Wise succeeded, by his prudence, in curing him of his delusion by accosting him thus: "It is nowise wonderful, king, that thou grievest over so beautiful and noble a wife, and bestowest costly coverlets and beds of down on her corpse, as she desired. But these honors fall short of what is due, as she still lies in the same clothes. It would be more suitable to raise her, and change her dress." As soon as the body was raised in the bed all sorts of corruption and foul smells came from it, and it was necessary in all haste to gather a pile of wood and burn it. But before this could be done the body turned blue, and worms, toads, newts, paddocks, and all sorts of ugly reptiles came out of it, and it sank into ashes. Now the king came to his understanding again, threw the madness out of his mind, and after that day ruled his kingdom as before. He was strengthened and made joyful by his subjects, and his subjects by him and the country by both. 26. Of Thjodolf of Hvin, the Skald. After King Harald had experienced the cunning of the Finn woman, he was so angry that he drove from him the sons he had with her, and would not suffer them before his eyes. But one of them, Gudradljom, went to his foster father Thjodolf of Hvin, and asked him to go to the king, who was then in the uplands, for Thjodolf was a great friend of the king. And so they went, and came to the king's house late in the evening, and sat down together unnoticed near the door. The king walked up and down the floor casting his eye along the benches, for he had a feast in the house, and the mead was just mixed. The king then murmured out these lines: "Tell me, ye aged grey-haired heroes, who have come here to seek repose, wherefore must I so many keep? Of such a set, who, one and all, right dearly love their souls to steep, from morn till night, in the mead bowl?" Then Thjodolf replies: "A certain wealthy chief, I think, would gladly have had more to drink. With him, upon one bloody day, When crowns were cracked in our swordplay. Thjodolf then took off his hat, and the king recognized him, and gave him a friendly reception. Thjodolf then begged the king not to cast off his sons. For they would with great pleasure have taken a better family descent upon the mother's side, if the king had given it to them. The king assented, and told him to take Gudrod with him as formerly. And he sent Halfdan and Sigurd to Ringerike, and Ragnvald to Hadaland, and all was done as the king ordered. They grew up to be very clever men, very expert in all exercises. In these times King Harald sat in peace in the land, and the land enjoyed quietness and good crops. 27. Of Earl Torfeinar's obtaining Orkney. When Earl Ragnvald and More heard of the death of his brother Earl Sigurd, and that the Vikings were in possession of the country, he sent his son Howlad westward, who took the title of Earl to begin with, and had many men at arms with him. When he arrived at the Orkney Islands, he established himself in the country, but both in harvest, winter, and spring, the Vikings cruised about the isles plundering the headlands, and committing depredations on the coast. Then Earl Howlad grew tired of the business, resigned his earldom, took up again his rights as an allodial owner, and afterwards returned eastward into Norway. When Earl Ragnvald heard of this he was ill pleased with Howlad, and said his son were very unlike their ancestors. Then said Einar, I have enjoyed but little honor among you, and have little affection here to lose, now if you will give me force enough, I will go west to the islands. And promise you what at any rate will please you, that you shall never see me again. Earl Ragnvald replied, that he would be glad if he never came back, for there is little hope, said he, that thou will ever be an honor to thy friends, as all thy kin on thy mother's side are born slaves. Earl Ragnvald gave Einar a vessel completely equipped, and he sailed with it into the West Sea in harvest. When he came to the Orkney Isles, 2 Vikings, Thor Tracekeg and Kaf Skurfa, were in his way with 2 vessels. He attacked them instantly, gained the battle, and slew the 2 Vikings. Then this was sung. Then gave he Tracekeg to the trolls. Torfeinar slew Skurfa. He was called Torfeinar, because he cut peat for fuel, there being no firewood, as in Orkney there are no woods. He afterwards was earl over the islands, and was a mighty man. He was ugly, and blind of an eye, yet very sharp-sighted withal. 28. King Eirik Eymundson's death. Duke Guthorm dwelt principally at Tunsberg, and governed the whole of Viken when the king was not there. He defended the land, which, at that time, was much plundered by the Vikings. There were disturbances also up in Gotland as long as King Eirik Eymundson lived, but he died when King Harald Harfager had been 10 years king of all Norway. 29. Guthorm's death in Tunsberg. After Eirik, his son Bjorn was king of Svithjod for 50 years. He was father of Eirik the Victorious, and of Olaf the father of Styrbjorn. Guthorm died on a bed of sickness at Tunsberg, and King Harald gave his son Guthorm the government of that part of his dominions and made him chief of it. 30. Earl Ragnvald burnt in his house. When King Harald was 40 years of age many of his sons were well advanced, and indeed they all came early to strength and manhood. And now they began to take it ill that the king would not give them any part of the kingdom, but put earls into every district, for they thought earls were of inferior birth to them. Then Halfdan Haleg and Gudrod set off one spring with a great force, and came suddenly upon Earl Ragnvald, Earl of More, and surrounded the house in which he was, and burnt him and 60 men in it. Thereafter Halfdan took 3 long ships, and fitted them out, and sailed into the West Sea, but Gudrod set himself down in the land which Ragnvald formerly had. Now when King Harald heard this he set out with a great force against Gudrod, who had no other way left but to surrender, and he was sent to Agder. King Harald then set Earl Ragnvald's son Thorir over More, and gave him his daughter Alof, called Arbit, in marriage. Earl Thorir, called the Silent, got the same territory his father Earl Ragnvald had possessed. 31. Halfdan Haleg's death. Halfdan Haleg came very unexpectedly to Orkney, and Earl Einar immediately fled, but came back soon after about harvest time, unnoticed by Halfdan. They met and after a short battle Halfdan fled the same night. Einar and his men lay all night without tents, and when it was light in the morning they searched the whole island and killed every man they could lay hold of. Then Einar said, "What is that I see upon the isle of Renanzi? Is it a man or a bird? Sometimes it raises itself up, and sometimes lies down again." They went to it, and found it was Halfdan Haleg, and took him prisoner. Earl Einar sang the following song the evening before he went into this battle. "Where is the spear of Hrolog? Where is stout Rolf Ganger's bloody spear? I see them not. Yet never fear. For Einar will not vengeance spare against his father's murderers, though Hrolog and Rolf are somewhat slow. And silent Thorir sits at dreams at home, beside the mead bowl's streams." Thereafter Earl Einar went up to Halfdan, and cut a spread eagle upon his back, by striking his sword through his back into his belly, dividing his ribs from the backbone down to his loins, and tearing out his lungs, and so Halfdan was killed. Einar then sang, "For Ragnvald's death my sword is red. Of vengeance it cannot be said, that Einar's share is left unsped. So now, brave boys, let's raise a mound. Heap stones and gravel on the ground. O'er Halfdan's corpse, this is the way we Norsemen our scat duties pay." Then Earl Einar took possession of the Orkney Isles as before. Now when these tidings came to Norway, Halfdan's brothers took it much to heart, and thought that his death demanded vengeance, and many were of the same opinion. When Einar heard this, he sang, "Many a stout Udal man, I know, has cause to wish my head laid low. And many an angry Udal knife would gladly drink of Einar's life. But ere they lay Earl Einar low, ere this stout heart betrays its cause, full many a heart will writhe, we know, in the wolf's fangs, or eagle's claws." 32. Harald and Einar reconciled. King Harald now ordered a levy, and gathered a great force, with which he proceeded westward to Orkney, and when Earl Einar heard that King Harald was come, he fled over to Caithness. He made the following verses on this occasion. "Many a bearded man must roam, an exile from his house and home, for cow or horse, but Halfdan's gore is red on Renanzi's wild shore. A nobler deed, on Harald's shield, the arm of one who ne'er will yield, has left a scar. Let peasants dread the vengeance of the Norseman's head. I reck not of his wrath, but sing. Do thy worst, I defy thee, king." Men and messages, however, passed between the king and the earl, and at last it came to a conference. And when they met the earl submitted the case altogether to the king's decision, and the king condemned the Earl Einar and the Orkney people to pay a fine of 60 marks of gold. As the bonds thought this was too heavy for them to pay, the earl offered to pay the whole if they would surrender their Udal lands to him. This they all agreed to do, the poor because they had but little pieces of land, the rich because they could redeem their Udal rights again when they liked. Thus the earl paid the whole fine to the king, who returned in harvest to Norway. The earls for a long time afterwards possessed all the Udal lands in Orkney, until Sigurd son of Hlodver gave back the Udal rights. 33. Death of Guthorm and Halfdan the White. While King Harald's son Guthorm had the defense of Viken, he sailed outside of the islands on the coast, and came in by one of the mouths of the tributaries of the Got River. When he lay there Solv Clof came upon him, and immediately gave him battle, and Guthorm fell. Halfdan the White and Halfdan the Black went out on an expedition, and plundered in the East Sea, and had a battle in Iceland, where Halfdan the White fell. 34. Marriage of Eirik. Eirik, Harald's son, was fostered in the house of the Herse Thorir, son of Rold, in the Fjord district. He was the most beloved and honored by King Harald of all his sons. When Eirik was 12 years old, King Harald gave him 5 long ships, with which he went on an expedition, first in the Baltic, then southwards to Denmark, Friesland, and Saxland, on which expedition he passed 4 years. He then sailed out into the West Sea and plundered in Scotland, Bretland, Ireland, and Vowland, and passed 4 years more in this way. Then he sailed north to Finnmark, and all the way to Bjarmaland, where he had many a battle, and won many a victory. When he came back to Finnmark, his men found a girl in a Lapland hut, whose equal for beauty they never had seen. She said her name was Gunhild, and that her father dwelt in Halagaland, and was called Ozurtot. I am here, she said, to learn sorcery from 2 of the most knowing Finns in all Finnmark, who are now out hunting. They both want me in marriage. They are so skillful that they can hunt out traces either upon the frozen or the thawed earth, like dogs, and they can run so swiftly on skis that neither man nor beast can come near them in speed. They hit whatever they take aim at, and thus kill every man who comes near them. When they are angry the very earth turns away in terror, and whatever living thing they look upon then falls dead. Now ye must not come in their way. But I will hide you here in the hut, and ye must try to get them killed. They agreed to it, and she hid them, and then took a leather bag, in which they thought there were ashes which she took in her hand, and strewed both outside and inside of the hut. Shortly after the Finns came home, and asked who had been there. And she answered, Nobody has been here. That is wonderful, said they, we followed the traces close to the hut, and can find none after that. Then they kindled a fire, and made ready their meat, and Gunhild prepared her bed. It had so happened that Gunhild had slept the 3 nights before, but the Finns had watched the one upon the other, being jealous of each other. Now, she said to the Finns, Come here, and lie down one on each side of me. On which they were very glad to do so. She laid an arm round the neck of each and they went to sleep directly. She roused them up, but they fell to sleep again instantly, and so soundly that she scarcely could waken them. She even raised them up in the bed, and still they slept. Thereupon she took 2 great sealskin bags, and put their heads in them, and tied them fast under their arms, and then she gave a wink to the king's men. They run forth with their weapons, kill the 2 Finns, and drag them out of the hut. That same night came such a dreadful thunderstorm that they could not stir. Next morning they came to the ship, taking Gunhild with them, and presented her to Eirik. Eirik and his followers then sailed southwards to Halagaland, and he sent word to Ozurtot, the girl's father, to meet him. Eirik said he would take his daughter in marriage, to which Ozurtot consented, and Eirik took Gunhild and went southwards with her, AD 922. 35. Harald divides his kingdom. When King Harald was 50 years of age, many of his sons were grown up, and some were dead. Many of them committed acts of great violence in the country, and were in discord among themselves. They drove some of the king's earls out of their properties, and even killed some of them. Then the king called together a numerous thing in the south part of the country, and summoned to it all the people of the uplands. At this thing he gave to all his sons the title of king, and made a law that his descendants in the male line should each succeed to the kingly title and dignity, but his descendants by the female side only to that of earl. And he divided the country among them thus: Vingulmark, Romarik, Vestfold and Thelemark, he bestowed on Olaf, Bjorn, Sigtryg, Frode, and Thorgils. Heidmark and Gudbrandsdal he gave to Dag, Ring, and Ragnar. To Snefrid's sons he gave Ringarik, Hadeland, though 10, and the lands thereto belonging. His son Guthorm, as before mentioned, he had set over the country from Glommen to Svinesund and Ranrike. He had set him to defend the country to the east, as before has been written. King Harald himself generally dwelt in the middle of the country, and Hrorek and Gudrod were generally with his court, and had great estates in Hordaland and in Son. King Eirik was also with his father King Harald, and the king loved and regarded him the most of all his sons, and gave him Halagaland and Northmoor, and Romsdal. North in Throndheim he gave Halfdan the Black, Halfdan the White, and Sigrod land to rule over. In each of these districts he gave his sons the 1/2 of his revenues, together with the right to sit on a high seat, a step higher than earls, but a step lower than his own high seat. His king's seat each of his sons wanted for himself after his death, but he himself destined it for Eirik. The Throndheim people wanted Halfdan the Black to succeed to it. The people of Viken, and the uplands, wanted those under whom they lived. And thereupon new quarrels arose among the brothers, and because they thought their dominions too little, they drove about in piratical expeditions. In this way, as before related, Guthorm fell at the mouth of the Got River, slain by Solve-Clof. Upon which Olaf took the kingdom he had possessed. Halfdan the White fell in Iceland, Halfdan Haleg in Orkney. King Harald gave ships of war to Thorgils and Frode, with which they went westward on a Viking cruise, and plundered in Scotland, Ireland, and Bretland. They were the first of the Northmen who took Dublin. It is said that Frode got poisoned drink there, but Thorgils was a long time king over Dublin, until he fell into a snare of the Irish, and was killed. 36. Death of Ragnvald Redelbein. Eirik Blood-Axe expected to be head king over all his brothers, and King Harald intended he should be so, and the father and son lived long together. Ragnvald Redelbein governed Hadaland, and allowed himself to be instructed in the arts of witchcraft, and became an area warlock. Now King Harald was a hater of all witchcraft. There was a warlock in Hordaland called Vikgir. And when the king sent a message to him that he should give up his art of witchcraft, he replied in this verse. The danger surely is not great. From wizards born of mean estate. When Harald's son in Hadeland. King Ragnvald. To the art lays hand. But when King Harald heard this, King Eirik Blood-Axe went by his orders to the uplands, and came to Hadeland and burned his brother Ragnvald in a house, along with 80 other warlocks, which work was much praised. 37. Death of Gudröd'l. Gudröd'l was in winter on a friendly visit to his foster father Thjodolf in Vin, and had a well-manned ship, with which he wanted to go north to Rogaland. It was blowing a heavy storm at the time. But Gudröd was bent on sailing, and would not consent to wait. Thjodolf sang thus. Wait, Gudröd, till the storm is past. Loose not thy long ship while the blast howls overhead so furiously. Trust not thy long ship to the sea. Loose not thy long ship from the shore. Hark to the ocean's angry roar. See how the very stones are tossed by raging waves high on the coast. Stay, Gudröd, till the tempest's o'er. Deep runs the sea off the Jutter's shore. Gudröd set off in spite of what Thjodolf could say, and when they came off the Jutter the vessels sunk with them, and all on board were lost. 38. King Bjorn KAUPMAN'S death. King Harald's son, Bjorn, ruled over Vestfold at that time, and generally lived at Tunsberg, and went but little on war expeditions. Tunsberg at that time was much frequented by merchant vessels, both from Viken in the north country, and also from the south, from Denmark, and Saxland. King Bjorn had also merchant ships on voyages to other lands, by which he procured for himself costly articles, and such things as he thought needful, and therefore his brothers called him Farman, the seaman, and Kaupman, the chapman. Bjorn was a man of sense and understanding, and promised to become a good ruler. He made a good and suitable marriage, and had a son by his wife, who was named Gudröd. Eirik Blood-Axe came from his Baltic cruise with ships of war, and a great force, and required his brother Bjorn to deliver to him King Harald's share of the scat and incomes of Vestfold. But it had always been the custom before, that Bjorn himself either delivered the money into the king's hands, or sent men of his own with it, and therefore he would continue with the old custom, and would not deliver the money. Eirik again wanted provisions, tents, and liquor. The brothers quarreled about this, but Eirik got nothing and left the town. Bjorn went also out of the town towards evening up to Seaheim. In the night Eirik came back after Bjorn, and came to Seaheim just as Bjorn and his men were seated at table drinking. Eirik surrounded the house in which they were, but Bjorn with his men went out and fought. Bjorn, and many men with him, fell. Eirik, on the other hand, got a great booty, and proceeded northwards. But this work was taken very ill by the people of Viken, and Eirik was much disliked for it. And the report went that King Olaf would avenge his brother Bjorn, whenever opportunity offered. King Bjorn lies in the mound of Farmanshog at Seaheim. 39. Reconciliation of the kings. King Eirik went in winter northwards to Mor, and was at a feast in Solve, within the Point Agdanes, and when Halfdan the Black heard of it he set out with his men, and surrounded the house in which they were. Eirik slept in a room which stood detached by itself, and he escaped into the forest with 4 others, but Halfdan and his men burnt the main house, with all the people who were in it. With this news Eirik came to King Harald, who was very wroth at it, and assembled a great force against the Throndheim people. When Halfdan the Black heard this he levied ships and men, so that he had a great force, and proceeded with it to Stad, within Thorsbjerg. King Harald lay with his men at Riensletta. Now people went between them, and among others a clever man called GUTHORM'S Sindre, who was then in Halfdan the Black's army, but had been formerly in the service of King Harald, and was a great friend of both. Guthorm was a great skald, and had once composed a song both about the father and the son, for which they had offered him a reward. But he would take nothing. But only asked that, some day or other, they should grant him any request he should make, which they promised to do. Now he presented himself to King Harald, brought words of peace between them, and made the request to them both that they should be reconciled. So highly did the king esteem him, that in consequence of his request they were reconciled. Many other able men promoted this business as well as he, and it was so settled that Halfdan should retain the whole of his kingdom as he had it before, and should let his brother Eirik sit in peace. After this event Joran, the skald maid, composed some verses in Sendabit, the biting message. I know that Harald Fairhair knew the dark deed of Halfdan. To Harald Halfdan seemed angry and cruel. 40. Birth of Hakon the Good. Earl Hakon Jotgard son of Hladr had the whole rule over Throndheim when King Harald was anywhere away in the country, and Hakon stood higher with the king than any in the country of Throndheim. After Hakon's death his son Sigurd succeeded to his power in Throndheim, and was the earl, and had his mansion at Hladr. King Harald's sons, Halfdan the Black and Sigrad, who had been before in the house of his father Earl Hakon, continued to be brought up in his house. The sons of Harald and Sigurd were about the same age. Earl Sigurd was one of the wisest men of his time, and married Bergeljot, a daughter of Earl Thorir the Silent, and her mother was Alof Arbit, a daughter of Harald Harfager. When King Harald began to grow old he generally dwelt on some of his great farms in Hordaland, namely, Aurexstader or Seaheim, Fitjar, Utstein, or Ogvoldsons in the island Kormt. When Harald was 70 years of age he begot a son with a girl called Thora Mosterstang, because her family came from Moster. She was descended from good people, being connected with Care, a slack son, of Hordaland. And was moreover a very stout and remarkably handsome girl. She was called the king's servant girl, for at that time many were subject to service to the king who were of good birth, both men and women. Then it was the custom, with people of consideration, to choose with great care the man who should pour water over their children, and give them a name. Now when the time came that Thora, who was then at Moster, expected her confinement, she would to King Harald, who was then living at Seaheim, and she went northwards in a ship belonging to Earl Sigurd. They lay at night close to the land. And there Thora brought forth a child upon the land, up among the rocks, close to the ship's gangway, and it was a man-child. Earl Sigurd poured water over him, and called him Hakon, after his own father, Hakon Earl of Hladr. The boy soon grew handsome, large in size, and very like his father King Harald. King Harald let him follow his mother, and they were both in the king's house as long as he was an infant. 41. King Athelstan's message. At this time a king called Athelstan had taken the kingdom of England. He was called victorious and faithful. He sent men to Norway to King Harald, with the errand that the messengers should present him with a sword, with the hilt and handle gilt, and also the whole sheath adorned with gold and silver, and set with precious jewels. The ambassador presented the sword hilt to the king, saying, Here is a sword which King Athelstan sends thee, with the request that thou wilt accept it. The king took the sword by the handle. Whereupon the ambassador said, Now thou hast taken the sword according to our king's desire, and therefore art thou his subject as thou hast taken his sword. King Harald saw now that this was an insult, for he would be subject to no man. But he remembered it was his rule, whenever anything raised his anger, to collect himself, and let his passion run off, and then take the matter into consideration coolly. Now he did so, and consulted his friends, who all gave him the advice to let the ambassadors, in the first place, go home in safety. 42. HAKO'S journey to England. The following summer King Harald sent a ship westward to England, and gave the command of it to Hawk Habruk. He was a great warrior, and very dear to the king. Into his hands he gave his son Hakon. Henk proceeded westward in England, and found King Athelstan in London, where there was just at the time a great feast and entertainment. When they came to the hall, Hawk told his men how they should conduct themselves. Namely, that he who went first in should go last out, and all should stand in a row at the table, at equal distance from each other, and each should have his sword at his left side, but should fasten his cloak so that his sword should not be seen. Then they went into the hall, 30 in number. Hawk went up to the king and saluted him, and the king bade him welcome. Then Hawk took the child Hakon, and set it on the king's knee. The king looks at the boy, and asks Hawk what the meaning of this is. Hawk replies, "Harald the king bids thee foster his servant girl's child." The king was in great anger, and seized a sword which lay beside him, and drew it, as if he was going to kill the child. Hawk says, "Thou hast borne him on thy knee, and thou canst murder him if thou wilt. But thou wilt not make an end of all King Harald's sons by so doing." On that Hawk went out with all his men, and took the way direct to his ship, and put to sea, for they were ready, and came back to King Harald. The king was highly pleased with this, for it is the common observation of all people, that the man who fosters another's children is of less consideration than the other. From these transactions between the two kings, it appears that each wanted to be held greater than the other, but in truth there was no injury to the dignity of either, for each was the upper king in his own kingdom till his dying day. 43. Hakon, the foster son of Athelstan, is baptized. King Athelstan had Hakon baptized, and brought up in the right faith, and in good habits, and all sorts of good manners, and he loved Hakon above all his relations, and Hakon was beloved by all men. He was henceforth called Athelstan's foster son. He was an accomplished skald, and he was larger, stronger and more beautiful than other men. He was a man of understanding and eloquence, and also a good Christian. King Athelstan gave Hakon a sword, of which the hilt and handle were gold, and the blade still better, for with it Hakon cut down a millstone to the center eye, and the sword thereafter was called the Quernbite. 1. Better sword never came into Norway, and Hakon carried it to his dying day. Endnotes. 1. Quern is the name of the small hand millstone still found in use among the cotters in Orkney, Shetland, and the Hebrides. This sword is mentioned in the Younger Edda. There were many excellent swords in the olden time, and many of them had proper names. 44. Eirik brought to the sovereignty. When King Harald was 80 years of age, AD 930, he became very heavy, and unable to travel through the country, or do the business of a king. Then he brought his son Eirik to his high seat, and gave him the power and command over the whole land. Now when King Harald's other sons heard this, King Halfdan the Black also took a king's high seat, and took all Throndheim land, with the consent of all the people, under his rule as upper king. After the death of Bjorn the Chapman, his brother Olaf took the command over Vestfold, and took Bjorn's son, Gudrod, as his foster child. Olaf's son was called Tryggv, and the two foster brothers were about the same age, and were hopeful and clever. Tryggv, especially, was remarkable as a stout and strong man. Now when the people of Viken heard that those of Hordaland had taken Eirik as upper king, they did the same, and made Olaf the upper king in Viken, which kingdom he retained. Eirik did not like this at all. 2 years after this, Halfdan the Black died suddenly at a feast in Throndheim, and the general report was that Gunhild had bribed a witch to give him a death drink. Thereafter the Throndheim people took Sigurd to be their king. 45. King Harald's death. King Harald lived 3 years after he gave Eirik the supreme authority over his kingdom, and lived mostly on his great farms which he possessed, some in Rogaland, and some in Hordaland. Eirik and Gunhild had a son on whom King Harald poured water, and gave him his own name, and the promise that he should be king after his father Eirik. King Harald married most of his daughters within the country to his earls, and from them many great families are descended. Harald died on a bed of sickness in Haugaland, AD 933, and was buried under a mound at Hauger in Karmsund. In HJORT'S is a church, now standing, and not far from the churchyard, at the northwest side, is King Harald Harfagur's mound, but his gravestone stands west of the church, and is 13 feet and a half high, and 2 ells broad. One stone was set at head and one at the feet, on the top lay the slab, and below on both sides were laid small stones. The grave, mound, and stone, are there to the present day. Harald Harfagur was, according to the report of men of knowledge, or remarkably handsome appearance, great and strong, and very generous and affable to his men. He was a great warrior in his youth. And people think that this was foretold by his mother's dream before his birth, as the lowest part of the tree she dreamt of was red as blood. The stem again was green and beautiful, which betokened his flourishing kingdom. And that the tree was white at the top showed that he should reach a grey-haired old age. The branches and twigs showed forth his posterity, spread over the whole land, for of his race, ever since. Norway has always had kings. 46. The death of Olaf and of Sigurd. King Eirik took all the revenues, AD 934, which the king had in the middle of the country, the next winter after King Harald's decease. But Olaf took all the revenues eastward in Viken, and their brother Sigurd all that of the Throndheim country. Eirik was very ill pleased with this. And the report went that he would attempt with force to get the sole sovereignty over the country, in the same way as his father had given it to him. Now when Olaf and Sigurd heard this, messengers passed between them. And after appointing a meeting place, Sigurd went eastward in spring to Viken, and he and his brother Olaf met at Tunsberg, and remained there a while. The same spring, AD 934, King Eirik levied a great force, and ships, and steered towards Viken. He got such a strong steady gale that he sailed night and day, and came faster than the news of him. When he came to Tunsberg, Olaf and Sigurd, with their forces, went out of the town a little eastward to a ridge, where they drew up their men in battle order, but as Eirik had many more men he won the battle. Both brothers, Olaf and Sigurd, fell there, and both their grave mounds are upon the ridge where they fell. Then King Eirik went through Viken, and subdued it, and remained far into summer. Gudrod and Tryggve fled to the uplands. Eirik was a stout handsome man, strong, and very manly, a great and fortunate man of war, but bad-minded, gruff, unfriendly, and silent. Gunhild, his wife, was the most beautiful of women, clever, with much knowledge, and lively. But a very false person, and very cruel in disposition. The children of King Eirik and Gunhild were, Gamla, the oldest, then Guthorm, Harald, Ragnfrod, Ragnhild, Erling, Gudrod, and Sigurd Sleva. All were handsome, and of manly appearance. 1. Endnotes. 1. Of Eirik, his wife, and children, see the following sagas. Hakon the Good Saga. Preliminary remarks. Of Eirik Bloodaxe 5 years' reign Snor has no separate saga. He appears not to have been beloved by the people, and his queen Gunhild seems to have had a bad influence on him. Other accounts of Hakon may be found in Fagerskina, chaps. 25-34, Agrip, Historia, Norvegii, and in Hjodrek, chapter 4. The reader is also referred to Saxo, Egla, Laxdala, Cormac's saga, Giles Surson's saga, Halford's saga, Flamanna saga, Viga Glum's saga, and to Landnamabok. Skald mentioned in this saga are, Glum Girison, Dord Sherexon, Guthorm Sindre, Cormac Ogmundsson, and Ivan Skaldaspiller. In the Egla are found many poems belonging to this epoch by Egil Skallagrimson. In Fagerskina is found a poem, not given by Snor, which Gunhild, his wife, had made on King Eirik after his death, telling how Odin welcomed him to Valhall. The author or skald who composed it is not known, but it is considered to be one of the gems of Old Norse poetry, and we hear quoted in Vigfussen's translation in his Corpus Poeticum, Volume 1, pages 260, 261. Gudbrand Vigfussen has filled up a few gaps from Hakonarmut, the poem at the end of this saga. We have changed Vigfussen's orthography of names, and brought them into harmony with the spelling used in this work, ed. Odin wakes in the morning and cries, as he opens his eyes, with his dreams still fresh in his mind, "What dreams are these? I thought I arose before daybreak to make Valhall ready for a host of slain. I woke up the host of the chosen. I bade them ride up to strew the benches, and to till up the beer vats, and I bade Valkyries to bear the wine, as if a king were coming. I look for the coming of some noble chiefs from the earth, wherefore my heart is glad." Brage, Odin's counselor, now wakes, as a great din is heard without, and calls out, "What is that thundering?" As if 1,000 men or some great host were tramping on, the walls and the benches are creaking withal, as if Balder was coming back to the ball of Odin. Odin answers, "Surely thou speakest foolishly, good Brage, although thou art very wise. It thunders for Eirik the king, that is coming to the hall of Odin." Then turning to his heroes, he cries, "Sigmund and Sinfjotl, rise in haste and go forth to meet the prince. Bid him in if it be Eirik, for it is he whom I look for." Sigmund answers, "Why lookest thou more for Eirik, the king, to Odin's hall, than for other kings?" Odin answers, "Because he has reddened his brand, and borne his bloody sword in many a land." Quoth Sigmund, "Why didst thou rob him, the chosen king of victory then, seeing thou thoughtest him so brave?" Odin answered, "Because it is not surely to be known, when the grey wolf shall come upon the seat of the god." Second scene. Without Valhall. Sigmund and Sinfjotl go outside the hall and meet Eirik. Quoth Sigmund, "Hail to thee, Eirik, be welcome here, and come into the hall, thou gallant king. Now I will ask thee, what kings are these that follow thee from the clash of the sword edges?" Eirik answers, "They are 5 kings, I will tell thee all their names, I myself am the 6th, the names followed in the song, whereof the rest is lost." Fagerskinna says Hakonarmul was the model of this poem. 1. Hakon chosen king. Hakon, Athelstan's foster son, was in England at the time, AD 934, he heard of his father King Harald's death, and he immediately made himself ready to depart. King Athelstan gave him men, and a choice of good ships, and fitted him out for his journey most excellently. In harvest time he came to Norway, where he heard of the death of his brothers, and that King Eirik was then in Viken. Then Hakon sailed northwards to Trondheim, where he went to Sigurd Earl of Hladder, who was the ablest man in Norway. He gave Hakon a good reception, and they made a league with each other, by which Hakon promised great power to Sigurd if he was made king. They assembled then a numerous thing, and Sigurd the Earl recommended Hakon's cause to the thing, and proposed him to the bonds as king. Then Hakon himself stood up and spoke. And the people said to each other, 2 and 2, as they heard him, Harald Harfager is come again, grown and young. The beginning of Hakon's speech was, that he offered himself to the bonds as king, and desired from them the title of king, and aid and forces to defend the kingdom. He promised, on the other hand, to make all the bonds Udal holders, and give every man Udal rights to the land he lived on. This speech met such joyful applause, that the whole public cried and shouted that they would take him to be king. And so it was that the Trondheim people took Hakon, who was then 15 years old, for king, and he took a court or bodyguard, and servants, and proceeded through the country. The news reached the uplands that the people in Trondheim had taken to themselves a king, who in every respect was like King Harald Harfager, with the difference, that Harald had made all the people of the land vassals, and unfree. But this Hakon wished well to every man, and offered the bonds to give them their Udal rights again, which Harald had taken from them. All were rejoiced at this news, and it passed from mouth to mouth, it flew, like fire in dry grass, through the whole land, and eastward to the land's end. Many bonds came from the uplands to meet King Hakon. Some sent messengers, some tokens. And all to the same effect, that his men they would be, and the king received all thankfully. 2. King Hakon's progress through the country. Early in winter, 935, the king went to the uplands, and summoned the people to a thing. And there streamed all to him who could come. He was proclaimed king at every thing. And then he proceeded eastward to Viken, where his brother's sons, Tryggv and Gudrod, and many others, came unto him, and complained of the sorrow and evil his brother Eirik had wrought. The hatred to King Eirik grew more and more, the more liking all men took to King Hakon, and they got more boldness to say what they thought. King Hakon gave Tryggv and Gudrod the title of kings, and the dominions which King Harald had bestowed on their fathers. Tryggv got Ranrike and Vingulmark, and Gudrod, Vestfold. But as they were young, and in the years of childhood, he appointed able men to rule the land for them. He gave them the country on the same conditions as it had been given before, that they should have half of the scat and revenues with him. Toward spring King Hakon returned north, over the uplands, to Throndheim. 3. Eirik's departure from the country. King Hakon, early in spring, collected a great army at Throndheim, and fitted out ships. The people of Viken also had a great force on foot, and intended to join Hakon. King Eirik also levied people in the middle of the country, but it went badly with him to gather people, for the leading men left him, and went over to Hakon. As he saw himself not nearly strong enough to oppose Hakon, he sailed, AD 935, out to the West Sea with such men as would follow him. He first sailed to Orkney, and took many people with him from that country. And then went south towards England, plundering in Scotland, and in the north parts of England, wherever he could land. Athelstan, the king of England, sent a message to Eirik, offering him dominions under him in England. Saying that King Harald his father was a good friend of King Athelstan, and therefore he would do kindly towards his sons. Messengers passed between the two kings. And it came to an agreement that King Eirik should take Northumberland as a fief from King Athelstan, and which land he should defend against the Danes or other Vikings. Eirik should let himself be baptized, together with his wife and children, and all the people who had followed him. Eirik accepted this offer, and was baptized, and adopted the right faith. Northumberland is called a fifth part of England. Eirik had his residence at York, where Lodbrok's sons, it was said, had formerly been, and Northumberland was principally inhabited by Northmen. Since Lodbrok's sons had taken the country, Danes and Northmen often plundered there, when the power of the land was out of their hands. Many names of places in the country are Norwegian, as Grimsby, Hawkflyet, and many others. 4. Eirik's death. King Eirik had many people about him, for he kept many Northmen who had come with him from the east, and also many of his friends had joined him from Norway. But as he had little land, he went on a cruise every summer, and plundered in Scotland, the Hebrides, Ireland, and Bretland, by which he gathered property. King Athelstan died on a sick bed, after a reign of 14 years, 8 weeds, and 3 days. After him his brother Jatmund was king of England, and he was no friend to the Northmen. King Eirik, also, was in no great favour with him. And the word went about that King Jatmund would set another chief over Northumberland. Now when King Eirik heard this, he set off on a Viking cruise to the westward. And from the Orkneys took with him the Earls Arnkel and Erland, the sons of Earl Torfeinar. Then he sailed to the Hebrides, where there were many Vikings and troop kings, who joined their men to his. With all this force he steered to Ireland first, where he took with him all the men he could, and then to Bretland, and plundered, and sailed thereafter south to England, and marauded there as elsewhere. The people fled before him wherever he appeared. As King Eirik was a bold warrior, and had a great force, he trusted so much to his people that he penetrated far inland in the country, following and plundering the fugitives. King Jatmund had set a king, who was called Olaf, to defend the land, and he gathered an innumerable mass of people, with whom he marched against King Eirik. A dreadful battle ensued, in which many Englishmen fell. But for one who fell came three in his place out of the country behind, and when evening came on the loss of men turned on the side of the Northmen, and many people fell. Towards the end of the day, King Eirik and 5 kings with him fell. 3 of them were Guthorm and his 2 sons, Ivar and Herek. There fell, also, Sigurd and Ragnvald, and with them Torfeinar's 2 sons, Arnkell and Erland. Besides these, there was a great slaughter of Northmen. And those who escaped went to Northumberland, and brought the news to Gunhild and her sons, AD 941. 5. Gunhild and her sons. When Gunhild and her sons knew for certain that King Eirik had fallen, after having plundered the land of the King of England, they thought there was no peace to be expected for them. And they made themselves ready to depart from Northumberland, with all the ships King Eirik had left, and all the men who would go with them. They took also all the loose property, and goods which they had gathered partly as taxes in England, partly as booty on their expeditions. With their army they first steered northward to Orkney, where Thorfinn Hauk'S was Earl, a son of Torfeinar, and took up their station there for a time. Eirik's sons subdued these islands and Jaltland, took Skat for themselves, and stayed there all the winter, but went on Viking cruises in summer to the west, and plundered in Scotland and Ireland. About this Glum Garrison sings. The hero who knows well to ride. The seahorse o'er the foaming tide. He who in boyhood wild rode o'er the seaman's horse to Scania's shore, and showed the Danes his galley's bow. Right nobly scours the ocean now. On Scotland's coast he lights the brand of flaming war, with conquering hand. Drives many a Scottish warrior tall to the bright seats in Odin's hall. The fire spark, by the fiend of war, fanned to a flame, soon spreads afar. Crowds trembling fly, the southern foes fall thick beneath the hero's blows. The hero's blade drips red with gore, staining the green sward on the shore. 6. Battle in Jutland. When King Eirik had left the country, King Hakon, Athelstan's foster son, subdued the whole of Norway. The first winter, AD 936, he visited the western parts, and then went north, and settled in Trondheim. But as no peace could be reasonably looked for so long as King Eirik with his forces could come to Norway from the West Sea, he set himself with his men-at-arms in the middle of the country, in the Fjord district, or in Son, or Hordaland, or Rogaland. Hakon placed Sigurd Earl of Hladder over the whole Froragem district, as he and his father had before had it under Harald Harfager. When King Hakon heard of his brother Eirik's death, and also that his sons had no footing in England, he thought there was not much to fear from them, and he went with his troops one summer eastward to Viken. At that time the Danes plundered often in Viken, and wrought much evil there, but when they heard that King Hakon was come with a great army, they got out of the way, to Halland. And those who were nearest to King Hakon went out to sea, and over to Jutland. When the king heard of this, he sailed after them with all his army. On arriving in Jutland he plundered all round. And when the country people heard of it, they assembled in a great body, and determined to defend their land, and fight. There was a great battle. And King Hakon fought so boldly, that he went forward before his banner without helmet or coat of mail. King Hakon won the victory, and drove the fugitives far up the country. So says GUTHORM'S Sindre, in his Song of Hakon. Furrowing the deep blue sea with oars, the king pursues to Jutland's shores. They met. And in the battle storm of clashing shields, full many a form of goodly warrior on the plain, full many a corpse by Hakon slain, glutted the ravens, who from far, scenting the banquet feast of war, came in black flocks to Jutland's plains, to drink the blood wine from the veins. 7. Battle in Erarsund, the Sound. Then Hakon steered southwards with his fleet to seek the Vikings, and so on to Sealand. He rowed with 2 cutters into the Erarsund, where he found 11 Viking ships, and instantly attacked them. It ended in his gaining the victory, and clearing the Viking ships of all their men. So says GUTHORM'S Sindre. Hakon the brave, whose skill all know. To bend in battle storm the bow. Rushed o'er the waves to Sealand's tongue. His 2 warships with gilt shields hung. And cleared the decks with his blue sword. That rules the fate of war, on board 11 ships of the Vinland men. Famous is Hakon's name since then. 8. King Hakon's expedition to Denmark. Thereafter King Hakon carried war far and wide in Sealand. Plundering some, slaying others, taking some prisoners of war, taking ransom from others, and all without opposition. Then Hakon proceeded along the coast of Skane, pillaging everywhere, levying taxes and ransom from the country, and killing all Vikings, both Danish and Vindish. He then went eastwards to the district of Gotland, marauded there, and took great ransom from the country. So says GUTHORM'S Sindre. Hakon, who midst the battle shock stands like a firmly rooted oak, subdued all Sealand with the sword. From Vinland Vikings the seaboard of Scania swept, and, with the shield of Odin clad, made Gotland yield a ransom of the ruddy gold, which Hakon to his war men bold gave with free hand, who in his feud against the arrow storm had stood. King Hakon returned back in autumn with his army and an immense booty, and remained all the winter, AD 946, in Viken to defend it against the Danes and Gotlanders, if they should attack it. 9. Of King Tryggv. In the same winter King Tryggv Olafsson returned from a Viking cruise in the West Sea, having before ravaged in Ireland and Scotland. In spring, AD 946, King Hakon went north, and set his brother's son, King Tryggv, over Viken to defend that country against enemies. He gave him also in property all that he could reconquer of the country in Denmark, which the summer before King Hakon had subjected to payment of scat to him. So says Guthorm. King Hakon, whose sharp sword dyes red the bright steel cap on many a head, has set a warrior brave and stout, the foreign foeman to keep out, to keep that green land safe from war, which Black Knight bore to dwarf Anar, 1. For many a carle whose trades to wield the battle-axe, and swing the shield, on the Swan's ocean skates has come, in white-winged ships, across the foam, across the sea, from far Ireland, to war against the Norsemen's land. Endnotes. 1. The dwarf Anar was the husband of Night, and Earth was their daughter. L. 10. Of Gunhild's sons. King Harald Gormson ruled over Denmark at that time. He took it much amiss that King Hakon had made war in his dominions, and the report went that he would take revenge, but this did not take place so soon. When Gunhild and her sons heard there was enmity between Denmark and Norway, they began to turn their course from the west. They married King EIRIK'S daughter, RAGNHILD, to Arnfinn, a son of Thorfinn Hosakljufr. And as soon as EIRIK'S sons went away, Thorfinn took the earldom again over the Orkney Islands. Gamla Eiriksson was somewhat older than the other brothers, but still he was not a grown man. When Gunhild and her sons came from the westward to Denmark, they were well received by King Harald. He gave them great fiefs in his kingdom, so that they could maintain themselves and their men very well. He also took Harald Eiriksson to be his foster son, set him on his knee, and thereafter he was brought up at the Danish king's court. Some of Eirik's sons went out on Viking expeditions as soon as they were old enough, and gathered property, ravaging all around in the East Sea. They grew up quickly to be handsome men, and far beyond their years in strength and perfection. Glumgurison tells of one of them in the Grafeld song. I've heard that, on the Eastland coast, great victories were won and lost. The king, whose hand is ever graced with gift to Skald, his banner placed on, and still on, while, midst the play of swords, sung sharp his good sword sway. As strong in arm as free of gold, he thinned the ranks of warriors bold. Then Eirik's sons turned northwards with their troops to Viken and marauded there. But King Tryggv kept troops on foot with which he met them, and they had many a battle, in which the victory was sometimes on one side, and sometimes on the other. Sometimes EIRIK'S sons plundered in Viken, and sometimes Tryggv in Sealand and Halland. 11. King Hakon as a lawgiver. As long as Hakon was king in Norway, there was good peace between the bonds and merchants. So that none did harm either to the life or goods of the other. Good seasons also there were, both by sea and land. King Hakon was of a remarkably cheerful disposition, clever in words, and very condescending. He was a man of great understanding also, and bestowed attention on lawgiving. He gave out the GAUZKE'S laws on the advice of Thorleif Spake, the wise. Also the FROSTA-THING's laws on the advice of Earl Sigurd, and of other Throndheim men of wisdom. HJORT'S laws were first established in the country by Halfdan the Black, as has before been written. 12. The birth of Earl Hakon the Great. King Hakon kept Yule at Throndheim, and Earl Sigurd had made a feast for him at Hladr. The night of the first day of Yule the Earl's wife, Bergljot, was brought to bed of a boy-child, which afterwards King Hakon poured water over, and gave him his own name. The boy grew up, and became in his day a mighty and able man, and was Earl after his father, who was King Hakon's dearest friend. 13. Of Eystein the Bad. Eystein, a king of the uplands, whom some called the Great, and some the Bad, once on a time made war in Throndheim, and subdued Ina district and Sparbigia district, and set his own son Onund over them, but the Throndheim people killed him. Then King Eystein made another inroad into Throndheim, and ravaged the land far and wide, and subdued it. He then offered the people either his slave, who was called Thororfax, or his dog, whose name was Sor, to be their king. They preferred the dog, as they thought they would sooner get rid of him. Now the dog was, by witchcraft, gifted with 3 men's wisdom, and when he barked, he spoke 1 word and barked 2. A collar and chain of gold and silver were made for him, and his courtiers carried him on their shoulders when the weather or ways were foul. A throne was erected for him, and he sat upon a high place, as kings are used to sit. He dwelt on Iron Eider, Isle, and had his mansion in a place now called Sorshog. It is told that the occasion of his death was that the wolves one day broke into his fold, and his courtiers stirred him up to defend his cattle. But when he ran down from his mound, and attacked the wolves, they tore him into pieces. Many other extraordinary things were done by this King Eystein against the Throndheim people, and in consequence of this persecution and trouble, many chiefs and people fled and left their Udal properties. 14. Jamtland and Helsingjaland. Ketil Jamt, a son of Earl Onund of Sparabu, went eastward across the mountain ridge, and with him a great multitude, who took all their farm stock and goods with them. They cleared the woods, and established large farms, and settled the country afterwards called Jamtland. Thoror Helsing, Ketil's grandson, on account of a murder, ran away from Jamtland and fled eastward through the forest, and settled there. Many people followed, and that country, which extends eastward down to the seacoast, was called Helsingjaland, and its eastern parts are inhabited by Swedes. Now when Harald Harfager took possession of the whole country many people fled before him, both people of Throndheim and of Namudal districts, and thus new settlers came to Jamtland, and some all the way to Helsingjaland. The Helsingjaland people travelled into Svithiad for their merchandise, and thus became altogether subjects of that country. The Jamtland people, again, were in a manner between the two countries. And nobody cared about them, until Hakon entered into friendly intercourse with Jamtland, and made friends of the more powerful people. Then they resorted to him, and promised him obedience and payment of taxes, and became his subjects. For they saw nothing but what was good in him, and being of Norwegian race they would rather stand under his royal authority than under the king of Sweden, and he gave them laws, and rights to their land. All the people of Helsingjaland did the same, that is, all who were of Norwegian race, from the other side of the great mountain ridge. 15. Hakon spreads Christianity. King Hakon was a good Christian when he came to Norway. But as the whole country was heathen, with much heathenish sacrifice, and as many great people, as well as the favor of the common people, were to be conciliated, he resolved to practice his Christianity in private. But he kept Sundays, and the Friday fasts, and some token of the greatest holy days. He made a law that the festival of Yule should begin at the same time as Christian people held it, and that every man, under penalty, should brew a meal of malt into ale, and therewith keep the Yule holy as long as it lasted. Before him, the beginning of Yule, or the slaughter night, was the night of midwinter, December 14th, and Yule was kept for 3 days thereafter. It was his intent, as soon as he had set himself fast in the land, and had subjected the whole to his power, to introduce Christianity. He went to work first by enticing to Christianity the men who were dearest to him. And many, out of friendship to him, allowed themselves to be baptized, and some laid aside sacrifices. He dwelt long in the Trondheim district, for the strength of the country lay there. And when he thought that, by the support of some powerful people there, he could set up Christianity, he sent a message to England for a bishop and other teachers. And when they arrived in Norway, Hakon made it known that he would proclaim Christianity over all the land. The people of Mor and Romsdal referred the matter to the people of Trondheim. King Hakon then had several churches consecrated, and put priests into them, and when he came to Trondheim he summoned the bonds to a thing, and invited them to accept Christianity. They gave an answer to the effect that they would defer the matter until the FROSTA-THING, at which there would be men from every district of the Trondheim country, and then they would give their determination upon this difficult matter. 16. About sacrifices. Sigurd, Earl of Hladr, was one of the greatest men for sacrifices, and so had Hakon his father been, and Sigurd always presided on account of the king at all the festivals of sacrifice in the Trondheim country. It was an old custom, that when there was to be sacrifice all the bonds should come to the spot where the temple stood and bring with them all that they required while the festival of the sacrifice lasted. To this festival all the men brought ale with them, and all kinds of cattle, as well as horses, were slaughtered, and all the blood that came from them was called hlot, and the vessels in which it was collected were called hlot vessels. Hlot staves were made, like sprinkling brushes, with which the whole of the altars and the temple walls, both outside and inside, were sprinkled over, and also the people were sprinkled with the blood. But the flesh was boiled into savory meat for those present. The fire was in the middle of the floor of the temple, and over it hung the kettles, and the full goblets were handed across the fire. And he who made the feast, and was a chief, blessed the full goblets, and all the meat of the sacrifice. And first Odin's goblet was emptied for victory and power to his king, thereafter, Njord's and Freya's goblets for peace and a good season. Then it was the custom of many to empty the Bray goblet, one, and then the guests emptied a goblet to the memory of departed friends, called the remembrance goblet. Sigurd the Earl was an open-handed man, who did what was very much celebrated. Namely, he made a great sacrifice festival at Hladr of which he paid all the expenses. Cormac Agmundsson sings of it in his Ballad of Sigurd. Of cup or platter need has none. The guest who seeks the generous one. Sigurd the generous, who can trace his lineage from the giant race. For Sigurd's hand is bounteous, free. The guardian of the temples he. He loves the gods, his liberal hand scatters his sword's gains o'er the land. Endnotes. 1. The Bray goblet, over which vows were made. L. 17. The FROSTA-THING. King Hakon came to the FROSTA-THING, at which a vast multitude of people were assembled. And when the thing was seated, the king spoke to the people, and began his speech with saying, it was his message and entreaty to the bonds and householding men, both great and small, and to the whole public in general, young and old, rich and poor, women as well as men, that they should all allow themselves to be baptized, and should believe in one God, and in Christ the Son of Mary, and refrain from all sacrifices and heathen gods. And should keep holy the 7th day, and abstain from all work on it, and keep a fast on the 7th day. As soon as the king had proposed this to the bonds, great was the murmur and noise among the crowd. They complained that the king wanted to take their labor and their old faith from them, and the land could not be cultivated in that way. The laboring men and slaves thought that they could not work if they did not get meat. And they said it was the character of King Hakon, and his father, and all the family, to be generous enough with their money, but sparing with their diet. Asbjorn of Medelhus in the Galardal stood up, and answered thus to the king's proposal. We bonds, King Hakon, when we elected thee to be our king, and got back our Udal rights at the thing held in Throndheim, thought we had got into heaven. But now we don't know whether we have really got back our freedom. Or whether thou wishest to make vassals of us again by this extraordinary proposal that we should abandon the ancient faith which our fathers and forefathers have held from the oldest times, in the times when the dead were burnt. As well as since that they are laid under mounds, and which, although they were braver than the people of our days, has served us as a faith to the present time. We have also held thee so dear, that we have allowed thee to rule and give law and right to all the country. And even now we bonds will unanimously hold by the law which thou givest us here in the FROSTA-THING, and to which we have also given our assent. And we will follow thee, and have thee for our king, as long as there is a living man among us bonds here in this thing assembled. But thou, king, must use some moderation towards us, and only require from us such things as we can obey thee in, and are not impossible for us. If, however, thou wilt take up this matter with a high hand, and wilt try thy power and strength against us, we bonds have resolved among ourselves to part with thee, and to take to ourselves some other chief, who will so conduct himself towards us that we can freely and safely enjoy that faith that suits our own inclinations. Now, king, thou must choose one or other of these conditions before the thing is ended. The bonds gave loud applause to this speech, and said it expressed their will, and they would stand or fall by what had been spoken. When silence was again restored, Earl Sigurd said, It is King Hakon's will to give way to you, the bonds, and never to separate himself from your friendship. The bonds replied, that it was their desire that the king should offer a sacrifice for peace and a good year, as his father was wont to do, and thereupon the noise and tumult ceased, and the thing was concluded. Earl Sigurd spoke to the king afterwards, and advised him not to refuse altogether to do as the people desired, saying there was nothing else for it but to give way to the will of the bonds. For it is, as thou hast heard thyself, the will and earnest desire of the head people, as well as of the multitude. Hereafter we may find a good way to manage it. And in this resolution the king and earl agreed, AD 950. 18. King Hakon offers sacrifices. The harvest thereafter, towards the winter season, there was a festival of sacrifice at Hladr, and the king came to it. It had always been his custom before, when he was present at a place where there was sacrifice, to take his meals in a little house by himself, or with some few of his men. But the bonds grumbled that he did not seat himself in his high seat at these the most joyous of the meetings of the people. The earl said that the king should do so this time. The king accordingly sat upon his high seat. Now when the first full goblet was filled, Earl Sigurd spoke some words over it, blessed it in Odin's name, and drank to the king out of the horn, and the king then took it, and made the sign of the cross over it. Then said Kar of Griding, What does the king mean by doing so? Will he not sacrifice? Earl Sigurd replies, The king is doing what all of you do, who trust to your power and strength. He is blessing the full goblet in the name of Thor, by making the sign of his hammer over it before he drinks it. On this there was quietness for the evening. The next day, when the people sat down to table, the bonds pressed the king strongly to eat of horse flesh, and as he would on no account do so, they wanted him to drink of the soup. And as he would not do this, they insisted he should at least taste the gravy, and on his refusal they were going to lay hands on him. Earl Sigurd came and made peace among them, by asking the king to hold his mouth over the handle of the kettle, upon which the fat smoke of the boiled horseflesh had settled itself. And the king first laid a linen cloth over the handle, and then gaped over it, and returned to the high seat, but neither party was satisfied with this. Endnotes. 1. This eating of horseflesh at these religious festivals was considered the most direct proof of paganism in the following times, and was punished by death or mutilation by Saint Olaf. It was a ceremony apparently commemorative of their Asiatic origin and ancestors. 19. Feast of the Sacrifice at Mor. The winter thereafter the king prepared a Yule feast in Mor, and 8 chiefs resolved with each other to meet at it. 4 of them were from without the Throndheim district, namely, Kar of Griding, Asbjorn of Medalhus, Thorberg of Varnes, and Orm from Uljaxa. And from the Throndheim district, Botolf of Alveshag, Narf of Staff in Veridal, Thrand Hak from Egg, and Thorir Skegg from Huseby in Iron Eider. These 8 men bound themselves, the 4 first to root out Christianity in Norway, and the 4 others to oblige the king to offer sacrifice to the gods. The 4 first went in 4 ships southwards to Moor, and killed 3 priests, and burnt 3 churches, and then they returned. Now, when King Hakon and Earl Sigurd came to Moor with their court, the bonds assembled in great numbers. And immediately, on the first day of the feast, the bonds insisted hard with the king that he should offer sacrifice, and threatened him with violence if he refused. Earl Sigurd tried to make peace between them, and brought it so far that the king took some bits of horse liver, and emptied all the goblets the bonds filled for him without the sign of the cross. But as soon as the feast was over, the king and the earl returned to Hladr. The king was very ill pleased, and made himself ready to leave Throndheim forthwith with all his people, saying that the next time he came to Throndheim, he would come with such strength of men-at-arms that he would repay the bonds for their enmity towards him. Earl Sigurd entreated the king not to take it amiss of the bonds, adding, that it was not wise to threaten them, or to make war upon the people within the country, and especially in the Throndheim district, where the strength of the land lay. But the king was so enraged that he would not listen to a word from anybody. He went out from Throndheim, and proceeded south to Moor, where he remained the rest of the winter, and on to the spring season, AD 950. And when summer came he assembled men, and the report was that he intended with this army to attack the Throndheim people. 20. Battle at Ogvaldson's. But just as the king had embarked with a great force of troops, the news was brought him from the south of the country, that King Eirik's sons had come from Denmark to Viken and had driven King Tryggve Olafsson from his ships at Sotanes. And then had plundered far and wide around in Viken, and that many had submitted to them. Now when King Hakon heard this news, he thought that help was needed, and he sent word to Earl Sigurd, and to the other chiefs from whom he could expect help, to hasten to his assistance. Sigurd the Earl came accordingly with a great body of men, among whom were all the Throndheim people who had set upon him the hardest to offer sacrifice, and all made their peace with the king, by the Earl's persuasion. Now King Hakon sailed south along the coast, and when he came south as far as Stad, he heard that Eirik's sons were come to North Agder. Then they advanced against each other, and met at Kormt. Both parties left their ships there, and gave battle at Ogvaldson's. Both parties had a great force, and it was a great battle. King Hakon went forward bravely, and King Guthorm Eiriksson met him with his troop, and they exchanged blows with each other. Guthorm fell, and his standard was cut down. Many people fell around him. The army of Eirik's sons then took flight to their ships and rode away with the loss of many a man. So says Guthorm Sindre. The king's voice waked the silent host, who slept beside the wild sea-coast, and bade the song of spear and sword over the battle plain be heard, where heroes' shields the loudest rang, where loudest was the sword-blade's clang. By the seashore at Kormt sound, Hakon felled Guthorm to the ground. Now King Hakon returned to his ships, and pursued Gunhild's sons. And both parties sailed all they could sail, until they came to East Adgar, from whence Eirik's sons set out to sea, and southwards for Jutland, AD 950. Guthorm Sindre speaks of it in his song. And Guthorm's brothers too, who know so skillfully to bend the bow, the conquering hand must also feel. Of Hakon, god of the bright steel, the sun god, whose bright rays, that dart flame-like, are swords that pierce the heart. Well I remember how the king Hakon, the battle's life and spring, o'er the wide ocean cleared away Eirik's brave sons. They durst not stay, but round their ships' sides hung their shields, and fled across the blue sea fields. King Hakon returned then northwards to Norway, but Eirik's sons remained a long time in Denmark. 21. King Hakon's laws. King Hakon after this battle made a law, that all inhabited land over the whole country along the sea coast, and as far back from it as the salmon swims up in the rivers, should be divided into shipwraths according to the districts. And it was fixed by law how many ships there should be from each district, and how great each should be, when the whole people were called out on service. For this outfit the whole inhabitants should be bound whenever a foreign army came to the country. With this came also the order that beacons should be erected upon the hills, so that every man could see from the one to the other. And it is told that a war signal could thus be given in 7 days, from the most southerly beacon to the most northerly thing seat in Hålogaland. 22. Concerning EIRIK'S sons. EIRIK'S sons plundered much on the Baltic coasts and sometimes, as before related, in Norway, but so long as Hakon ruled over Norway there was in general good peace, and good seasons, and he was the most beloved of kings. When Hakon had reigned about 20 years in Norway, AD 954, EIRIK'S sons came from Denmark with a powerful army, of which a great part consisted of the people who had followed them on their expeditions. But a still greater army of Danes had been placed at their disposal by King Harald Gormson. They sailed with a fair wind from Vendel, and came to Agder, and then sailed northwards, night and day, along the coast. But the beacons were not fired, because it had been usual to look for them lighted from the east onwards, and nobody had observed them from the east coast. And besides King Hakon had set heavy penalties for giving false alarm, by lighting the beacons without occasion. The reason of this was, that ships of war and Vikings cruised about and plundered among the outlying islands, and the country people took them for EIRIK'S sons, and lighted the beacons, and set the whole country in trouble and dread of war. Sometimes, no doubt, the sons of EIRIK were there, but having only their own troops, and no Danish army with them, they returned to Denmark, and sometimes these were other Vikings. King Hakon was very angry at this, because it cost both trouble and money to no purpose. The bonds also suffered by these false alarms when they were given uselessly. And thus it happened that no news of this expedition of EIRIK'S sons circulated through the land until they had come as far north as Ulfasund, where they lay for 7 days. Then spies set off across Ede and northwards to Moor. King Hakon was at that time in the island Frid, in North Moor, at a place called Birkestrand, where he had a dwelling house, and had no troops with him, only his bodyguard or court, and the neighboring bonds he had invited to his house. 23. Of Egil Ulsirk. The spies came to King Hakon, and told him that EIRIK'S sons, with a great army, lay just to the south of Stad. Then he called together the most understanding of the men about him, and asked their opinion, whether he should fight with EIRIK'S sons, although they had such a great multitude with them, or should set off northwards to gather together more men. Now there was a bond there, by name Egil Ulsirk, who was a very old man, but in former days had been strong and stout beyond most men, and a hardy man at arms withal, having long carried King Harald Harfager's banner. Egil answered thus to the king's speech, I was in several battles with thy father Harald the king, and he gave battle sometimes with many, sometimes with few people, but he always came off with victory. Never did I hear him ask counsel of his friends whether he should fly, and neither shalt thou get any such counsel from us, king, but as we know we have a brave leader, thou shalt get a trusty following from us. Many others agreed with this speech, and the king himself declared he was most inclined to fight with such strength as they could gather. It was so determined. The king split up a war arrow, which he sent off in all directions, and by that token a number of men was collected in all haste. Then said Egil Ulsirk, at one time the peace had lasted so long I was afraid I might come to die the death of old age, within doors upon a bed of straw, although I would rather fall in battle following my chief. And now it may so turn out in the end as I wished it to be. Endnotes. 1. In all the sagas of this pagan time, the dying on a bed of sickness is mentioned as a kind of derogatory end of a man. Of any celebrity. L. 24. Battle at Frodarberg. EIRIK'S sons sailed northwards around Stad, as soon as the wind suited, and when they had passed it, and heard where King Hakon was, they sailed to meet him. King Hakon had 9 ships, with which he lay under Frodarberg in Feesund, and EIRIK'S sons had 20 ships, with which they brought up on the south side of the same cape, in Feesund. King Hakon sent them a message, asking them to go upon the land, and telling them that he had hedged in with hazel boughs a place of combat at Rasterkaf, where there is a flat large field, at the foot of a long and rather low ridge. Then EIRIK'S sons left their ships, and went northwards over the neck of land within Frodarberg, and onward to Rasterkaf. Then Egil asked King Hakon to give him 10 men with 10 banners, and the king did so. Then Egil went with his men under the ridge, but King Hakon went out upon the open field with his army, and set up his banner, and drew up his army, saying, Let us draw up in a long line, that they may not surround us, as they have the most men. And so it was done, and there was a severe battle, and a very sharp attack. Then Egil Ulsirk set up the 10 banners he had with him, and placed the men who carried them so that they should go as near the summit of the ridge as possible, and leaving a space between each of them. They went so near the summit that the banners could be seen over it, and moved on as if they were coming behind the army of EIRIK'S sons. Now when the men who stood uppermost in the line of the troops of EIRIK'S sons saw so many flying banners advancing high over the edge of the ridge, they supposed a great force must be following, who would come behind their army, and between them and their ships. They made each other acquainted with what was going on in a loud shout, and the whole took to flight, and when the king saw it, they fled with the rest. King Hakon now pushes on briskly with his people, pursuing the flying, and killing many. 25. Of King Gamla. When Gamla Eiriksson came up the ridge of the hill he turned round, and he observed that not more people were following than his men had been engaged with already, and he saw it was but a stratagem of war. So he ordered the war horns to be blown, his banner to be set up, and he put his men in battle order. On this, all his Northmen stood, and turned with him, but the Danes fled to the ships. And when King Hakon and his men came thither, there was again sharp conflict, but now Hakon had most people. At last the EIRIK'S sons' force fled, and took the road south about the hill. But a part of their army retreated upon the hill southwards, followed by King Hakon. There is a flat field east of the ridge which runs westward along the range of hills, and is bounded on its west side by a steep ridge. Gamla's men retreated towards this ground, but Hakon followed so closely that he killed some, and others ran west over the ridge, and were killed on that side of it. King Hakon did not part with them till the last man of them was killed. 26. King Gamla and Ulsirk fall. Gamla Eiriksson fled from the ridge down upon the plain to the south of the hill. There he turned himself again, and waited until more people gathered to him. All his brothers, and many troops of their men, assembled there. Egil Ulsirk was in front, and in advance of Hakon's men, and made a stout attack. He and King Gamla exchanged blows with each other, and King Gamla got a grievous wound. But Egil fell, and many people with him. Then came Hakon the king with the troops which had followed him, and a new battle began. King Hakon pushed on, cutting down men on both sides of him, and killing the one upon the top of the other. So sings GUTHORM'S Sindre. Scared by the sharp sword's singing sound. Brandished in air, the foe gave ground. The boldest warrior cannot stand before King Hakon's conquering hand. And the king's banner ever dies where the spear forests thickest rise. Although the king had gained of old enough of Freya's tears of gold, he spared himself no more than though he'd had no well-filled purse to show. When EIRIK'S sons saw their men falling all round, they turned and fled to their ships, but those who had sought the ships before had pushed off some of them from the land, while some of them were still hauled up and on the strand. Now the sons of EIRIK and their men plunged into the sea, and betook themselves to swimming. Gamla Eiriksson was drowned, but the other sons of EIRIK reached their ships, and set sail with what men remained. They steered southwards to Denmark, where they stopped a while, very ill satisfied with their expedition. Endnotes. 1. Freya's husband was Odin, and her tears, when she wept at the long absence of her husband, were tears of gold. Odin's wife's tears is the skald's expression here for gold. Understood, no doubt, as readily as any allusion to Plutus would convey the equivalent meaning in modern poetry. L. 27, Egil Ulsirk's burial ground. King Hakon took all the ships of the sons of Eirik that had been left upon the strand, and had them drawn quite up, and brought on the land. Then he ordered that Egil Ulsirk, and all the men of his army who had fallen, should be laid in the ships, and covered entirely over with earth and stones. King Hakon made many of the ships to be drawn up to the field of battle, and the hillocks over them are to be seen to the present day a little to the south of Frodarberg. At the time when King Hakon was killed, when Glum Girason, in his song, boasted of King Hakon's fall, Ivan Skaldespiller composed these verses on this battle. Our dauntless king with Gamla's gore sprinkled his bright sword o'er and o'er. Sprinkled the gag that holds the mouth of the fell demon Fenriswolf. 1. Proud swelled our warriors' hearts when he drove Eirik's sons out to the sea with all their Goatland host, but now our warriors weep, Hakon lies low. High-standing stones mark Egil Ulsirk's grave. Endnotes. 1. The Fenriswolf, one of the children of Lok, begotten with a giantess, was chained to a rock, and gagged by a sword placed in his mouth, to prevent him devouring mankind. Fenriswolf's gag is a skaldic expression for a sword. L. 28, News of war comes to King Hakon. When King Hakon, Athelstan's foster son, had been king for 26 years after his brother Eirik had left the country, it happened, AD 960, that he was at a feast in Hordaland in the house at Fitjar on the island Stord, and he had with him at the feast his court and many of the peasants. And just as the king was seated at the supper table, his watchmen who were outside observed many ships coming sailing along from the south, and not very far from the island. Now, said the one to the other, they should inform the king that they thought an armed force was coming against them. But none thought it advisable to be the bearer of an alarm of war to the king, as he had set heavy penalties on those who raised such alarms falsely, yet they thought it unsuitable that the king should remain in ignorance of what they saw. Then one of them went into the room and asked Ivan Finnsson to come out as fast as possible, for it was very needful. Ivan immediately came out and went to where he could see the ships, and saw directly that a great army was on the way. And he returned in all haste into the room, and, placing himself before the kind, said, Short is the hour for acting, and long the hour for feasting. The king cast his eyes upon him, and said, What now is in the way? Ivan said, Up, king! The avengers are at hand. Eirik's bold sons approach the land. The judgment of the sword they crave against their foe. Thy wrath I brave. Though, well I know 'tis no light thing to bring war tidings to the king, and tell him 'tis no time to rest. Up! Gird your armor to your breast. Thy honor's dearer than my life. Therefore I say, up to the strife. Then said the king, Thou art too brave a fellow, Ivan, to bring us any false alarm of war. The others all said it was a true report. The king ordered the tables to be removed, and then he went out to look at the ships. And when it could be clearly seen that these were ships of war, the king asked his men what resolution they should take, whether to give battle with the men they had, or go on board ship and sail away northwards along the land. For it is easy to see, said he, that we must now fight against a much greater force than we ever had against us before, although we thought just the same the last time we fought against Gunhild's sons. No one was in a hurry to give an answer to the king, but at last Ivan replied to the king's speech. Thou who in the battle plain hast often poured the sharp spear rain, ill it beseems our warriors brave to fly upon the ocean wave, to fly upon the blue wave north, when Harald from the south comes forth, with many a ship riding in pride upon the foaming ocean tide, with many a ship and southern Viking. Let us take shield in hand, brave king. The king replied, Thy counsel, Ivan, is manly, and after my own heart, but I will hear the opinion of others upon this matter. Now as the king's men thought they discerned what way the king was inclined to take, they answered that they would rather fall bravely and like men, than fly before the Danes. Adding, that they had often gained the victory against greater odds of numbers. The king thanked them for their resolution, and bade them arm themselves, and all the men did so. The king put on his armor, and girded on his sword Kvernbit, and put a gilt helmet upon his head, and took a spear, Kesha, in his hand, and a shield by his side. He then drew up his courtmen and the bonds in one body, and set up his banner. 29. The armament of EIRIK'S sons. After Gamla's death King Harald, Eirik's son, was the chief of the brothers, and he had a great army with him from Denmark. In their army were also their mother's brothers, Ivan Skraja, and Alf Askman, both strong and able men, and great man-slayers. The sons of Eirik brought up with their ships off the island, and it is said that their force was not less than 6-1, so much stronger in men were Eirik's sons. 30. King Hakon's battle array. When King Hakon had drawn up his men, it is told of him that he threw off his armor before the battle began. So sings Ivan Skaldaspiller, in Hökmarmel. They found Blorn's brother bold, under his banner as of old, ready for battle. Foes advance. The front rank raise the shining lance. And now begins the bloody fray. Now begins Hild's wild play. Our noble king, whose name strikes fear into each Danish heart, whose spear has single-handed spilt the blood of many a Danish noble, stood beneath his helmet's eagle wing, amidst his guards. But the brave king scorned to wear armor, while his men bared naked breasts against the rain of spear and arrow, his breastplate rung against the stones, and, blithe and gay, he rushed into the thickest fray. With golden helm, and naked breast, brave Hakon played at slaughter's feast. King Hakon selected willingly such men for his guard or courtmen as were distinguished for their strength and bravery, as his father King Harald also used to do. And among these was Thorolf Skolmson the Strong, who went on one side of the king. He had helmet and shield, spear and sword, and his sword was called by the name of Footbreadth. It was said that Thorolf and King Hakon were equal in strength. Thord Sherrickson speaks of it in the poem he composed concerning Thorolf. The king's men went with merry words to the sharp clash of shields and flame swords. When these wild rovers of the sea at Fitlar fought, stout Thorolf he next to the Northmen's hero came, scattering wide round the battle flame. For in the storm of shields not one ventured like him with brave Hakon. When both lines met there was a hard combat, and much bloodshed. The combatants threw their spears and then drew their swords. Then King Hakon, and Thorolf with him, went in advance of the banner, cutting down on both sides of them. So says Ivan Skaldaspiller. The body coats of naked steel, the woven iron coats of mail, like water fly before the swing of Hakon's sword, the champion king. About each Gotland warman's head helm splits, like ice beneath the tread, cloven by the axe or sharp sword blade. The brave king, foremost in the fight, dyes crimson red the spotless white of his bright shield with foeman's gore. Amidst the battle's wild uproar, wild pealing round from shore to shore. 31. Fall of Skraja and Askman. King Hakon was very conspicuous among other men, and also when the sun shone his helmet glanced, and thereby many weapons were directed at him. Then Ivan Finnsson took a hat and put it over the king's helmet. Now Ivan Skraja called out, "Does the king of the Norsemen hide himself, or has he fled? Where is now the golden helmet?" Then Ivan, and his brother Alf with him, pushed on like fools or madmen. King Hakon shouted to Ivan, "Come on as thou art coming, and thou shalt find the king of the Norsemen." So says Ivan Skaldaspiller. The raiser of the storm of shields, the conqueror in battle fields, Hakon the brave, the warrior's friend, Who scatters gold with liberal hand. Heard Skrage's taunt, and saw him rush amidst the sharp spear's thickest push. And loudly shouted in reply. If thou wilt for the victory try, the Norseman's king thou soon shall find. Hold onwards, friend. Hast thou a mind? It was also but a short space of time before Ivan did come up swinging his sword, and made a cut at the king, but Thorolf thrust his shield so hard against Ivan that he tottered with the shock. Now the king takes his sword Kvernbit with both hands, and hewed Ivan through helm and head, and clove him down to the shoulders. Thorolf also slew Alf Askman. So says Ivan Skaldespiller. With both his hands the gallant king swung round his sword, and to the chin clove Ivan down, his faithless mail. Against it could no more avail than the thin plank against the shock, when the ship's side beats on the rock. By his bright sword with golden haft, through helm, and head, and hair, was cleft the Danish champion, and amain with terror smitten, fled his men. After this fall of the two brothers, King Hakon pressed on so hard that all men gave way before his assault. Now fear came over the army of EIRIK'S sons, and the men began to fly. And King Hakon, who was at the head of his men, pressed on the flying, and hewed down oft and hard. Then flew an arrow, one of the kind called flame, into Hakon's arm, into the muscles below the shoulder. And it is said by many people that Gunhild's shoe-boy, whose name was Kisping, ran out and forwards amidst the confusion of arms, called out, "Make room for the king-killer," and shot King Hakon with the flame. Others again say that nobody could tell who shot the king, which is indeed the most likely, for spears, arrows, and all kinds of missiles flew as thick as a snowdrift. Many of the people of EIRIK'S sons were killed, both on the field of battle and on the way to the ships, and also on the strand, and many threw themselves into the water. Many also, among whom were EIRIK'S sons, got on board their ships, and rowed away as fast as they could, and Hakon's men after them. So says Thord Sherrickson. The wolf, the murderer, and the thief fled from before the people's chief. Few breakers of the peace grew old under the Northman's king so bold. When gallant Hakon lost his life, black was the day, and dire the strife. It was bad work for Gunhild's sons, leading their pack of hungry Danes from out the south, to have to fly, and many a bond leave to die, leaning his heavy wounded head on the oar bench for feather bed. Thorolf was nearest to the side of gallant Hakon in the tide of battle, his the sword that best carved out the raven's bloody feast. Amidst the heaps of foemen slain, he was named bravest on the plain. 32. Hakon's death. When King Hakon came out to his ship he had his wound bound up, but the blood ran from it so much and so constantly, that it could not be stopped, and when the day was drawing to an end his strength began to leave him. Then he told his men that he wanted to go northwards to his house at Alrekstader, but when he came north, as far as Hakonarhella hill, they put in towards the land, for by this time the king was almost lifeless. Then he called his friends around him, and told them what he wished to be done with regard to his kingdom. He had only one child, a daughter, called Thora, and had no son. Now he told them to send a message to EIRIK'S sons, that they should be kings over the country, but asked them to hold his friends in respect and honor. And if fate, added he, should prolong my life, I will, at any rate, leave the country, and go to a Christian land, and do penance for what I have done against God, but should I die in heathen land, give me any burial you think fit. Shortly afterwards Hakon expired, at the little hill on the shore side at which he was born. So great was the sorrow over Hakon's death, that he was lamented both by friends and enemies, and they said that never again would Norway see such a king. His friends removed his body to Seaheim, in North Hordaland, and made a great mound, in which they laid the king in full armor and in his best clothes, but with no other goods. They spoke over his grave, as heathen people are used to do, and wished him in Valhall. Ivan Skaldespiller composed a poem on the death of King Hakon, and on how well he was received in Valhall. The poem is called Hakonarmal. In Odin's hall an empty place stands for a king of Yngvi's race. Go, my Valkyries, Odin said. Go forth, my angels of the dead. Gondal and Skogul, to the plain, drenched with the battle's bloody rain. And to the dying Hakon tell, here in Valhall shall he dwell. At Stord, so late a lonely shore, was heard the battle's wild uproar. The lightning of the flashing sword burned fiercely at the shore of Stord. From levelled halberd and spearhead, life-blood was dropping fast and red. And the keen arrows biting sleet upon the shore at Stord fast beat. Upon the thundering cloud of shield flashed bright the sword storm o'er the field. And on the plate mail rattled loud the arrow showers rushing cloud. In Odin's tempest weather, there, swift whistling through the angry air. And the spear torrents swept away ranks of brave men from light of day. With battered shield, and blood-smeared sword, slits one beside the shore of Stord. With armor crushed and gashed sits he, a grim and ghastly sight to see. And round about in sorrow stand the warriors of his gallant band. Because the king of Dag's old race in Odin's hall must fill a place. Then up spake Gondal, standing near, resting upon her long ash spear. Hakon, the gods' cause prospers well, and thou in Odin's halls shalt dwell. The king beside the shore of Stord the speech of the Valkyrie heard, who sat there on his coal-black steed, with shield on arm and helm on head. Thoughtful, said Hakon, tell me why, ruler of battles, victory is so dealt out on Stord's red plain. Have we not well deserved to gain? And is it not as well dealt out? Said Gondal. Hearest thou not the shout? The field is cleared, the foemen run. The day is ours, the battle won. Then Skogul said, my coal-black steed, home to the gods I now must speed. To their green home, to tell the tiding, that Hakon's self is thither riding. To Hermod and to Brage then. Said Odin, here, the first of men. Brave Hakon comes, the Norsemen's king. Go forth, my welcome to him bring. Fresh from the battlefield came in, dripping with blood, the Norseman a king. Methinks, said he, great Odin's will is harsh, and bodes me further ill. Thy son from off the field today, from victory to snatch away. But Odin said, be thine the joy Valhall gives, my own brave boy. And Brage said, 8 brothers here welcome thee to Valhall's cheer, to drain the cup, or fights repeat, where Hakon EIRIK'S earls beat. Quoth the stout king, and shall my gear, helm, sword, and mail coat, axe and spear, be still at hand? 'Tis good to hold fast by our trusty friends of old. Well was it seen that Hakon still had saved the temples from all ill. 1. For the whole council of the gods welcomed the king to their abodes. Happy the day when men are born like Hakon, who all base things scorn. Win from the brave and honored name, and die amidst an endless fame. Sooner shall Fenris wolf devour the race of man from shore to shore, than such a grace to kingly crown, as gallant Hakon want renown. Life, land, friends, riches, all will fly, and we in slavery shall sigh. But Hakon in the blessed abodes forever lives with the bright gods. Endnotes. 1. Hakon, although a Christian, appears to have favored the old religion, and spared the temples of Odin, and therefore a place in Valhall is assigned him. L. Saga of King Harald Grafeld and of Earl Hakon son of Sigurd. Preliminary remarks. This saga might be called Gunhild's saga, as she is the chief person in it. The reign of King Harald and Earl Hakon is more fully described in the next saga, that is, Olaf Tryggvason's. Other literature on this epoch. A Grip, Chapter 8, Historia Norvegia, page 12, Hjordrek, Chapter 5, Saxo, pages 479 to 482, Egla, chaps. 81, 82, Flomana, Chapter 12, Ynglinga, chaps. 2, 4, 10, Halford's Saga, Chapter 2, Hord Grimkelson's Saga, chaps. 13, 18, Cormac, chaps. 19 to 27, Laxdala, chaps. 19 to 21, Njala, chaps, 3 to 6. The skalds of this saga are, Glum Girison, Cormac Agmundsson, Ivan Skaldaspiller, and Einar Helgason Skalaglam. 1. Government of the sons of Eirik. When King Hakon was killed, the sons of Eirik took the sovereignty of Norway. Harald, who was the oldest of the living brothers, was over them in dignity. Their mother Gunhild, who was called the King Mother, mixed herself much in the affairs of the country. There were many chiefs in the land at that time. There was Tryggv Olafsson in the Eastland, Gudrod Bjornsson in Vestfold, Sigurd Earl of Hladder in the Throndheim land, but Gunhild's sons held the middle of the country the first winter. There went messages and ambassadors between Gunhild's sons and Tryggv and Gudrod, and all was settled upon the footing that they should hold from Gunhild's sons the same part of the country which they formerly had held under King Hakon. A man called Glum Girison, who was King Harald's skald, and was a very brave man, made this song upon King Hakon's death. Gamla is avenged by Harald. Great is thy deed, thou champion bold. The rumor of it came to me. In distant lands beyond the sea. How Harald gave King Hakon's blood to Odin's ravens for their food. This song was much favored. When Ivan Finnsson heard of it he composed the song which was given before, viz. Our dauntless king with Gamla's gore sprinkled his bright sword o'er and o'er, and this song also was much favored, and was spread widely abroad, and when King Harald came to hear of it, he laid a charge against Eviand affecting his life. But friends made up the quarrel, on the condition that Ivan should in future be Harald's skald, as he had formerly been King Hakon's. There was also some relationship between them, as Gunhild, Ivan's mother, was a daughter of Earl Halfdan, and her mother was Ingjibjorg, a daughter of Harald Harfager. Thereafter Ivan made a song about King Harald. Guardian of Norway, well we know. Thy heart failed not when from the bow the piercing arrow hail sharp rang. On shield and breastplate, and the clang of sword resounded in the press of battle, like the splitting ice. For Harald, wild wolf of the wood, must drink his fill of foeman's blood. Gunhild's sons resided mostly in the middle of the country, for they did not think it safe for them to dwell among the people of Throndheim or of Viken, where King Hakon's best friends lived, and also in both places there were many powerful men. Proposals of agreement then passed between Gunhild's sons and Earl Sigurd, daughter they got no scat from the Throndheim country, and at last an agreement was concluded between the kings and the earl, and confirmed by oath. Earl Sigurd was to get the same power in the Throndheim land which he had possessed under King Hakon, and on that they considered themselves at peace. All Gunhild's sons had the character of being penurious. And it was said they hid their money in the ground. Ivan Skaldaspiller made a song about this. Mainmast of battle. Harald bold. In Hakon's days the skald wore gold. Upon his falcon's seat he wore Rolf Crake's seed, the yellow ore, sown by him as he fled away. The avenger Adil's speed to stay. The gold crop grows upon the plain. But Frode's girls so gay, one, in vain, grind out the golden meal, while those who rule o'er Norway's realm like foes in Mother Earth's old bosom hide the wealth which Hakon far and wide scattered with generous hand. The sun shone in the days of that great one on the gold band of Fulla's brow, too. On gold-ringed hands that bend the bow. On the skald's hand. But of the ray. Of bright gold, glancing like the spray. Of sunlit waves, no skald now sings. Buried are golden chains and rings. Now when King Harald heard this song, he sent a message to Ivan to come to him, and when Ivan came made a charge against him of being unfaithful. And it ill becomes thee, said the king, to be my enemy, as thou hast entered into my service. Ivan then made these verses. One lord I had before thee, Harald. One dear loved lord. Now am I old. And do not wish to change again. To that loved lord, through strife and pain. Faithful I stood. Still true to Hakon. To my good king, and him alone. But now I'm old and useless grown. My hands are empty, wealth is flown. I am but for a short space. In thy court hall to fill a place. But King Harald forced Ivan to submit himself to his clemency. Ivan had a great gold ring, which was called mold, that had been dug up out of the earth long since. This ring the king said he must have as the mulet for the offense. And there was no help for it. Then Ivan sang. I go across the ocean foam. Swift skating to my Iceland home. Upon the ocean skates, fast driven. By gales by thirsts which fire given. For from the falcon-bearing hand. Harald has plucked the gold snake band. My father wore, by lawless might. Has taken what is mine by right. Ivan went home, but it is not told that he ever came near the king again. Endnotes. 1. Menja and Fenja were strong girls of the giant race, whom Frode bought in Sweden to grind gold and good luck to him. And their meal means gold. L. 2. Fulla was one of Frigg's attendants, who wore a gold band on the forehead, and the figure means gold, that the sun shone on gold rings on the hands of the skalds in HAKON'S days. L. 2. Christianity of Gunhild's sons. Gunhild's sons embraced Christianity in England, as told before. But when they came to rule over Norway they made no progress in spreading Christianity, only they pulled down the temples of the idols, and cast away the sacrifices where they had it in their power, and raised great animosity by doing so. The good crops of the country were soon wasted in their days, because there were many kings, and each had his court about him. They had therefore great expenses, and were very greedy. Besides, they only observed those laws of King Hakon which suited themselves. They were, however, all of them remarkably handsome men, stout, strong, and expert in all exercises. So says Glum Girason, in the verses he composed about Harald, Gunhild's son. The foeman's terror, Harald bold, had gained enough of yellow gold. Had Heimdall's teeth, enough in store. And understood 12 arts or more. The brothers sometimes went out on expeditions together, and sometimes each on his own account. They were fierce, but brave and active, and great warriors, and very successful. Endnotes. 1. Heimdall was one of the gods, whose horse was called Gold Top, and the horse's teeth were of gold. 3. Counsels by Gunhild and her sons. Gunhild the king-mother, and her sons, often met, and talked together upon the government of the country. Once Gunhild asked her sons what they intended to do with their kingdom of Throndheim. Ye have the title of king, as your forefathers had before you, but ye have little land or people, and there are many to divide with. In the east, at Viken, there are Tryggv and Gudrod. And they have some right, from relationship, to their governments. There is besides Earl Sigurd ruling over the whole Throndheim country, and no reason can I see why ye let so large a kingdom be ruled by an earl, and not by yourselves. It appears wonderful to me that ye go every summer upon Viking cruises against other lands, and allow an earl within the country to take your father's heritage from you. Your grandfather, whose name you bear, King Harald, thought it but a small matter to take an earl's life and land when he subdued all Norway, and held it under him to old age. Harald replied, It is not so easy, mother, to cut off Earl Sigurd as to slay a kid or a calf. Earl Sigurd is of high birth, powerful in relations, popular, and prudent. And I think if the Throndheim people knew for certain there was enmity between us, they would all take his side, and we could expect only evil from them. I don't think it would be safe for any of us brothers to fall into the hands of the Throndheim people. Then said Gunhild, we shall go to work another way, and not put ourselves forward. Harald and Erling shall come in harvest to Northmoor, and there I shall meet you, and we shall consult together what is to be done. This was done. 4. Gunhild's sons and Gridjotgard. Earl Sigurd had a brother called Gridjotgard, who was much younger, and much less respected, in fact, was held in no title of honor. He had many people, however, about him, and in summer went on Viking cruises, and gathered to himself property. Now King Harald sent messengers to Throndheim with offers of friendship, and with presents. The messengers declared that King Harald was willing to be on the same friendly terms with the Earl that King Hakon had been. Adding, that they wished the Earl to come to King Harald, that their friendship might be put on a firm footing. The Earl Sigurd received well the king's messengers and friendly message, but said that on account of his many affairs he could not come to the king. He sent many friendly gifts, and many glad and grateful words to the king, in return for his friendship. With this reply the messengers set off, and went to Gridjotgard, for whom they had the same message, and brought him good presents, and offered him King Harald's friendship, and invited him to visit the king. Gridjotgard promised to come, and at the appointed time he paid a visit to King Harald and Gunhild, and was received in the most friendly manner. They treated him on the most intimate footing, so that Gridjotgard had access to their private consultations and secret councils. At last the conversation, by an understanding between the king and queen, was turned upon Earl Sigurd. And they spoke to Gridjotgard about the earl having kept him so long in obscurity, and asked him if he would not join the king's brothers in an attack on the earl. If he would join with them, the king promised Gridjotgard that he should be his earl, and have the same government that Sigurd had. It came so far that a secret agreement was made between them, that Gridjotgard should spy out the most favorable opportunity of attacking by surprise Earl Sigurd, and should give King Harald notice of it. After this agreement Gridjotgard returned home with many good presents from the king. 5. Sigurd burnt in a house in Stjørdal. Earl Sigurd went in harvest into Stjørdal to guest quarters, and from thence went to Oslo to a feast. The earl usually had many people about him, for he did not trust the king, but now, after friendly messages had passed between the king and him, he had no great following of people with him. Then Gridjotgard sent word to the king that he could never expect a better opportunity to fall upon Earl Sigurd, and immediately, that very evening, Harald and Erling sailed into Throndheim fjord with several ships and many people. They sailed all night by starlight, and Gridjotgard came out to meet them. Late in the night they came to Oslo, where Earl Sigurd was at the feast, and set fire to the house, and burnt the house, the earl, and all his men. As soon as it was daylight, they set out through the fjord, and south to Moor, where they remained a long time. 6. History of Hakon, Sigurd's son. Hakon, the son of Earl Sigurd, was up in the interior of the Throndheim country when he heard this news. Great was the tumult through all the Throndheim land, and every vessel that could swim was put into the water. And as soon as the people were gathered together they took Earl Sigurd's son Hakon to be their earl and the leader of the troops, and the whole body steered out of Throndheim fjord. When Gunhild's sons heard of this, they set off southwards to Romsdal and Southmoor, and both parties kept eye on each other by their spies. Earl Sigurd was killed 2 years after the fall of King Hakon, AD 962. So says Ivan Skaldespiller in the HALEG'S. At Oslo, as I've heard, Earl Sigurd was burnt to death by Norway's lord Sigurd, who once on Hadding's grave a feast to Odin's ravens gave. In Oglo's hall, amidst the feast, when bowls went round and ale flowed fast, he perished. Harald lit the fire, which burnt to death the son of Tyr. Earl Hakon, with the help of his friends, maintained himself in the Throndheim country for 3 years, and during that time, AD 963 to 965, Gunhild's sons got no revenues from it. Hakon had many a battle with Gunhild's sons, and many a man lost his life on both sides. Of this Einar Skallaglam speaks in his lay, called Valekla, which he composed about Earl Hakon. The sharp bow shooter on the sea spread wide his fleet, for well loved he the battle storm, well loved the Earl his battle banner to unfurl. O'er the well-trampled battlefield he raised the red moon of his shield. And often dared King Eirik's son to try the fray with the Earl Hakon. And he also says, who is the man who'll dare to say that Sigurd's son avoids the fray? He gluts the raven, he ne'er fears the arrow's song or flight of spears. With thundering sword he storms in war. As Odin dreadful, or from far he makes the arrow shower fly to swell the sail of victory. The victory was dearly bought, and many a Viking fight was fought before the swinger of the sword was of the eastern country lord. And Einar tells also how Earl Hakon avenged his father's murderer. I praise the man, my hero he, who in his good ship roves the sea, like bird of prey, intent to win red vengeance for his slaughtered kin. From his blue sword the iron rain that freezes life poured down amain on him who took his father's life, on him and his men in the strife. To Odin many a soul was driven, to Odin many a rich gift given. Loud raged the storm on battlefield, axe rang on helm, and sword on shield. The friends on both sides at last laid themselves between, and brought proposals of peace, for the bonds suffered by this strife and war in the land. At last it was brought to this, by the advice of prudent men, that Earl Hakon should have the same power in the Throndheim land which his father Earl Sigurd had enjoyed. And the kings, on the other hand, should have the same dominion as King Hakon had, and this agreement was settled with the fullest promises of fidelity to it. Afterwards a great friendship arose between Earl Hakon and Gunhild, although they sometimes attempted to deceive each other. And thus matters stood for 3 years longer, AD 966 to 968, in which time Earl Hakon sat quietly in his dominions. 7. Of Harald Grafeld. King Hakon had generally his seat in Hordaland and Rogaland, and also his brothers, but very often, also, they went to Hardanger. One summer it happened that a vessel came from Iceland belonging to Icelanders, and loaded with skins and peltry. They sailed to Hardanger, where they heard the greatest number of people assembled. But when the folks came to deal with them, nobody would buy their skins. Then the steersman went to King Harald, whom he had been acquainted with before, and complained of his ill luck. The king promised to visit him, and did so. King Harald was very condescending, and full of fun. He came with a fully manned boat, looked at the skins, and then said to the steersman, "Wilt thou give me a present of one of these grey skins?" "Willingly," said the steersman, "if it were ever so many." On this the king wrapped himself up in a grey skin, and went back to his boat. But before they rowed away from the ship, every man in his suite bought such another skin as the king wore for himself. In a few days so many people came to buy skins, that not half of them could be served with what they wanted. And thereafter the king was called Harald Grafeld, Greyskin. 8. Earl Eirik's birth. Earl Hakon came one winter to the uplands to a feast, and it so happened that he had intercourse with a girl of mean birth. Some time after the girl had to prepare for her confinement, and she bore a child, a boy, who had water poured on him, and was named Eirik. The mother carried the boy to Earl Hakon, and said that he was the father. The earl placed him to be brought up with a man called Thorleif the Wise, who dwelt in Meldal, and was a rich and powerful man, and a great friend of the earl. Eirik gave hopes very early that he would become an able man, was handsome in countenance, and stout and strong for a child, but the earl did not pay much attention to him. The earl himself was one of the handsomest men in countenance, not tall, but very strong, and well practiced in all kinds of exercises, and withal prudent, of good understanding, and a deadly man at arms. 9. King Tryggve Olafsson's murder. It happened one harvest, AD 962, that Earl Hakon, on a journey in the uplands, came to Hedmark, and King Tryggve Olafsson and King Gudrod Bjornsson met him there, and Dale Gudbrand also came to the meeting. They had agreed to meet, and they talked together long by themselves, but so much only was known of their business, that they were to be friends of each other. They parted, and each went home to his own kingdom. Gunhild and her sons came to hear of this meeting, and they suspected it must have been to lay a treasonable plot against the kings, and they often talked of this among themselves. When spring, AD 963, began to set in, King Harald and his brother King Gudrod proclaimed that they were to make a Viking cruise, as usual, either in the West Sea, or the Baltic. The people accordingly assembled, launched the ships into the sea, and made themselves ready to sail. When they were drinking the farewell ale, and they drank bravely, much and many things were talked over at the drink table, and, among other things, were comparisons between different men, and at last between the kings themselves. One said that King Harald excelled his brothers by far, and in every way. On this King Gudrod was very angry, and said that he was in no respect behind Harald, and was ready to prove it. Instantly both parties were so inflamed that they challenged each other to battle, and ran to their arms. But some of the guests who were less drunk, and had more understanding, came between them, and quieted them. And each went to his ship, but nobody expected that they would all sail together. Gudrod sailed eastward along the land, and Harald went out to sea, saying he would go to the westward. But when he came outside of the islands he steered east along the coast, outside of the rocks and isles. Gudrod, again, sailed inside, through the usual channel, to Viken, and eastwards to Folden. He then sent a message to King Tryggve to meet him, that they might make a cruise together in summer in the Baltic to plunder. Tryggve accepted willingly, and as a friend, the invitation. And as heard King Gudrod had but few people with him, he came to meet him with a single boat. They met at Vegen, to the east of Sotanes, but just as they were come to the meeting place, Gudrod's men ran up and killed King Tryggve and 12 men. He lies buried at a place called Tryggve's Cairn, AD 963. 10. King Gudrod's fall. King Harald sailed far outside of the rocks and isles, but set his course to Viken, and came in the night time to Tunsberg, and heard that Gudrod Bjornsson was at a feast a little way up the country. Then King Harald set out immediately with his followers, came in the night, and surrounded the house. King Gudrod Bjornsson went out with his people, but after a short resistance he fell, and many men with him. Then King Harald joined his brother King Gudrod, and they subdued all Viken. 11. Of Harald Grensk. King Gudrod Bjornsson had made a good and suitable marriage, and had by his wife a son called Harald, who had been sent to be fostered to Greenland to a lenderman called Hro the White. Hro's son, called Hrein Vidforel, the far-travelled, was Harald's foster brother, and about the same age. After his father Gudrod's fall, Harald, who was called Grensk, fled to the uplands, and with him his foster brother Hrein, and a few people. Harald stayed a while there among his relations, but as EIRIK'S sons sought after every man who interfered with them, and especially those who might oppose them, Harald Grensk's friends and relations advised him to leave the country. Harald therefore went eastward into Svithjod, and sought shipmates, that he might enter into company with those who went out a-cruising to gather property. Harald became in this way a remarkably able man. There was a man in Svithjod at that time called Tost, one of the most powerful and clever in the land among those who had no high name or dignity, and he was a great warrior, who had been often in battle, and was therefore called Skogler Tost. Harald Grensk came into his company, and cruised with Tost in summer, and wherever Harald came he was well thought of by every one. In the winter Harald, after passing 2 years in the uplands, took up his abode with Tost, and lived 5 years with him. Tost had a daughter, who was both young and handsome, but she was proud and high-minded. She was called Sigrid, and was afterwards married to the Swedish king, Eirik the Victorious, and had a son by him, called Olaf the Swede, who was afterwards king of Svithjod. King Eirik died in a sickbed at UPS 10 years after the death of Styrbjorn. 12. Earl Hakon's feuds. Gunhild's sons levied a great army in Viken, AD 963, and sailed along the land northwards, collecting people and ships on the way out of every district. They then made known their intent, to proceed northwards with their army against Earl Hakon in Trondheim. When Earl Hakon heard this news, he also collected men, and fitted out ships, and when he heard what an overwhelming force Gunhild's sons had with them, he steered south with his fleet to Moor, pillaging wherever he came, and killing many people. He then sent the whole of the Bond army back to Trondheim, but he himself, with his men at arms, proceeded by both the districts of Moor and Romsdal, and had his spies out to the south of Stad to spy the army of Gunhild's sons. And when he heard they were come into the fjords, and were waiting for a fair wind to sail northwards round Stad, Earl Hakon set out to sea from the north side of Stad, so far that his sails could not be seen from the land. And then sailed eastward on a line with the coast, and came to Denmark, from whence he sailed into the Baltic, and pillaged there during the summer. Gunhild's sons conducted their army north to Trondheim, and remained there the whole summer collecting the scat and duties. But when summer was advanced they left Sigurd Slifa and Gudrun behind. And the other brothers returned eastward with the levied army they had taken up in summer. 13. Of Earl Hakon and Gunhild's sons. Earl Hakon, towards harvest, AD 963, sailed into the Bothnian Gulf to Helsingjaland, drew his ships up there on the beach, and took the landways through Helsingjaland and Jamtaland, and so eastwards round the dividing ridge, the Gjol, or keel of the country, and down into the Trondheim district. Many people streamed towards him, and he fitted out ships. When the sons of Gunhild heard of this they got on board their ships, and sailed out of the fjord, and Earl Hakon came to his seat at Hladder, and remained there all winter. The sons of Gunhild, on the other hand, occupied Moor, and they and the earl attacked each other in turns, killing each other's people. Earl Hakon kept his dominions of Trondheim, and was there generally in the winter. But in summer he sometimes went to Helsingjaland, where he went on board of his ships and sailed with them down into the Baltic, and plundered there. And sometimes he remained in Trondheim, and kept an army on foot, so that Gunhild's sons could get no hold northwards of Stad. 14. Sigurd Slifa's murder. One summer Harald Greyskin with his troops went north to Bjarmaland, where he forayed, and fought a great battle with the inhabitants on the banks of the Vina, Dwina. King Harald gained the victory, killed many people, plundered and wasted and burned far and wide in the land, and made enormous booty. Glum Gurison tells of it thus. I saw the hero Harald chase. With bloody sword Bjarm's race. They fly before him through the night. All by their burning city's light. On Dwina's bank, at Harald's word, arose the storm of spear and sword. In such a wild war cruise as this, great would he be who could bring peace. King Sigurd Slifa came to the hearse Klyp's house. Klyp was a son of Thord, and a grandson of Hordekar, and was a man of power and great family. He was not at home. But his wife Alof gave a good reception to the king, and made a great feast at which there was much drinking. Alof was a daughter of Asbjorn, and sister to Jarnskeg, north in Urger. Asbjorn's brother was called Hreidar, who was father to Sturkr, whose son was Eindride, father of Einar Tambaskilfur. In the night the king went to bed to Alof against her will, and then set out on his journey. The harvest thereafter, King Harald and his brother King Sigurd Slifa went to Vors, and summoned the bonds to a thing. There the bonds fell on them, and would have killed them, but they escaped and took different roads. King Harald went to Hardanger, but King Sigurd to Alrekstadr. Now when the hearse Klyp heard of this, he and his relations assembled to attack the king, and Vemund Voljeberjot, one, was chief of their troop. Now when they came to the house they attacked the king, and hearse Klyp, it is said, ran him through with his sword and killed him, but instantly Klyp was killed on the spot by Erling Gamla, AD 965. Endnotes. 1. Voljeberjotr. Literally, the one who breaks the vala, that is, breaks the skulls of witches. 15. HJORT'S fall. King Harald Grafeld and his brother King Gudrod gathered together a great army in the East Country, with which they set out northwards to Trondheim, AD 968. When Earl Hakon heard of it he collected men, and set out to Moor, where he plundered. There his father's brother, HJORT'S, had the command and defence of the country on account of Gunhild's sons, and he assembled an army by order of the kings. Earl Hakon advanced to meet him, and gave him battle. And there fell HJORT'S and 2 other earls, and many a man besides. So says Einar Skallaglam. The helm-crowned Hakon, brave as stout, again has put his foes to rout. The bull runs o'er with Odin's mead, one that fires the scald when mighty deed has to be sung. Earl Hakon's sword. In single combat, as I've heard, 3 sons of earls from this one fray to dwell with Odin drove away. 2. Thereafter Earl Hakon went out to sea, and sailed outside the coast, and came to Denmark. He went to the Danish king, Harald Gormson, and was well received by him, and stayed with him all winter, AD 969. At that time there was also with the Danish king a man called Harald, a son of Canute Gormson, and a brother's son of King Harald. He was lately come home from a long Viking cruise, on which he had gathered great riches, and therefore he was called Gold Harald. He thought he had a good chance of coming to the Danish kingdom. Endnotes. 1. Odin's mead, called Baden, was the blood or mead the sons of Brage, the god of poets, drank to inspire them. L. 2. To dwell with Odin, viz. slew them. L. 16. King Erling's fall. King Harald Grafeld and his brothers proceeded northwards to Trondheim, where they met no opposition. They levied the scat duties, and all other revenues, and laid heavy penalties upon the bonds. For the kings had for a long time received but little income from Trondheim, because Earl Hakon was there with many troops, and was at variance with these kings. In autumn, AD 968, King Harald went south with the greater part of the men-at-arms, but King Erlend remained behind with his men. He raised great contributions from the bonds, and pressed severely on them. At which the bonds murmured greatly, and submitted to their losses with impatience. In winter they gathered together in a great force to go against King Erling, just as he was at a feast. And they gave battle to him, and he with the most of his men fell, AD 969. 17. The seasons in Norway at this time. While Gunhild's sons reigned in Norway the seasons were always bad, and the longer they reigned the worse were the crops. And the bonds laid the blame on them. They were very greedy, and used the bonds harshly. It came at length to be so bad that fish, as well as corn, were wanting. In Hålogaland there was the greatest famine and distress. For scarcely any corn grew, and even snow was lying, and the cattle were bound in the byres, all over the country until midsummer. Ivan Skaldespiller describes it in his poem, as he came outside of his house and found a thick snowdrift at that season. 'Tis midsummer, yet deep snows rest on Odin's mother's frozen breast. Like Laplanders, our cattle kind, in stall or stable we must bind. Endnotes. 1. Byres equals guards or farms. 18. The Icelanders and Ivan the Skald. Ivan composed a poem about the people of Iceland, for which they rewarded him by each bond giving him 3 silver pennies, of full weight and white in the fracture. And when the silver was brought together at the Althing, the people resolved to have it purified, and made into a row of clasps, and after the workmanship of the silver was paid, the row of clasps was valued at 50 marks. This they sent to Ivan. But Ivan was obliged to separate the clasps from each other, and sell them to buy food for his household. But the same spring a shoal of herrings set in upon the fishing ground beyond the coast side, and Ivan manned a ship's boat with his house servants and cotters, and rowed to where the herrings were come. And sang, "Now let the steed of ocean bound o'er the North Sea with dashing sound. Let nimble turn and screaming go. Fly round and round, our net is full. Fain would I know if fortune sends a like provision to my friends. Welcome provision 'tis, I wot, that the whale drives to our cook's pot. So entirely were his movable goods exhausted, that he was obliged to sell his arrows to buy herrings, or other meat for his table. Our arms and ornaments of gold, to buy us food we gladly sold. The arrows of the bow gave we, for the bright arrows of the sea. 1. Endnotes. 1. Herrings, from their swift darting along, are called the arrows of the sea. King Olaf Tryggvason's saga. Preliminary remarks. Hitherto the narrative has been more or less fragmentary. With Olaf Tryggvason's saga reliable history begins, and the narration is full and connected. The story of Hakon the Earl is incorporated in this saga. Accounts of Olaf Tryggvason may be found in Od the Monk's legendary saga, in parts of A Grip, Historia Norvegii, and in HJORT'S. Icelandic works on this epic are Egla, Irbygja, Finnboga, Flómana, Ynglinga, HALFDAN'S saga, HARALD'S saga, Ars Icelandingabok, Kristni saga, Laxdæla, Uljusvetninga, Njala, Orkneyinga, Vega Glum's saga, and Vega Styr's saga. The skalds quoted are Glum Girason, Ivan Finnsson, Skaldaspiller, Einar Skallaglam, Tind Håkelsson, Eyjolf Dataskald, Hallerstein, Hafred Vandradaskald, Halda Kristna, Skjol Thorsteinsson, and Thord Kolbeinsson. 1. Olaf Tryggvason's birth. King Tryggv Olafsson had married a wife who was called Astrid. She was a daughter of Eirik Jodeskal, a great man, who dwelt at Operastader. But after Tryggv's death, AD 963, Astrid fled, and privately took with her all the loose property she could. Her foster father, Thorolf Luzarskag, followed her, and never left her, and others of her faithful followers spied about to discover her enemies, and where they were. Astrid was pregnant with a child of King Tryggv, and she went to a lake, and concealed herself in a home or small island in it with a few men. Here her child was born, and it was a boy. And water was poured over it, and it was called Olaf after the grandfather. Astrid remained all summer here in concealment. But when the nights became dark, and the day began to shorten and the weather to be cold, she was obliged to take to the land, along with Thorolf and a few other men. They did not seek for houses unless in the night time, when they came to them secretly, and they spoke to nobody. One evening, towards dark, they came to Operastader, where Astrid's father Eirik dwelt, and privately sent a man to Eirik to tell him. And Eirik took them to an outhouse, and spread a table for them with the best of food. When Astrid had been here a short time her travelling attendants left her, and none remained behind with her but 2 servant girls, her child Olaf, Thorolf Luzarskag, and his son Thorgils, who was 6 years old, and they remained all winter, AD 964. 2. Of GANDALF'S sons. After Tryggv Olafsson's murder, Harald Grafeld and his brother Gudrod went to the farm which he owned, but Astrid was gone, and they could learn no tidings of her. A loose report came to their ears that she was pregnant to King Tryggv, but they soon went away northwards, as before related. As soon as they met their mother Gunhild they told her all that had taken place. She inquired particularly about Astrid, and they told her the report they had heard, but as Gunhild's sons the same harvest and winter after had bickerings with Earl Hakon, as before related, they did not seek after Astrid and her son that winter. 3. Astrid's journey. The spring after, AD 964, Gunhild sent spies to the uplands, and all the way down to Viken, to spy what they could about Astrid. And her men came back, and could only tell her that Astrid must be with her father Eirik, and it was probable was bringing up her infant, the son of Tryggv. Then Gunhild, without delay, sent off men well furnished with arms and horses, and in all a troop of 30, and as their leader she sent a particular friend of her own, a powerful man called Hakon. Her orders were to go to Operastader, to Eirik, and take King Tryggv's son from thence, and bring the child to her, and with these orders the men went out. Now when they were come to the neighborhood of Operastader, some of Eirik's friends observed the troop of travelers, and about the close of the day brought him word of their approach. Eirik immediately, in the night, made preparation for Astrid's flight, gave her good guides, and sent her away eastward to Svithjod, to his good friend Hakon Gamla, who was a powerful man there. Long before day they departed, and towards evening they reached a domain called Skåne. Here they saw a large mansion, towards which they went, and begged a night's lodging. For the sake of concealment they were clad in mean clothing. There dwelt here a bond called Bjorn Eidirkvise, who was very rich, but very inhospitable. He drove them away, and therefore, towards dark, they went to another domain close by that was called Vidar. Thorstein was the name of the bond. And he gave them lodging, and took good care of them, so that they slept well, and were well entertained. Early that morning Gunhild's men had come to Operastader, and inquired for Astrid and her son. As Eirik told them she was not there, they searched the whole house, and remained till late in the day before they got any news of Astrid. Then they rode after her the way she had taken, and late at night they came to Bjorn Eidirkvise in Skåne, and took up their quarters there. Hakon asked Bjorn if he knew anything about Astrid, and he said some people had been there in the evening wanting lodgings, but I drove them away, and I suppose they have gone to some of the neighboring houses. Thorstein's laborer was coming from the forest, having left his work at nightfall, and called in at Bjorn's house because it was in his way. And finding there were guests come to the house, and learning their business, he comes to Thorstein and tells him of it. As about a third part of the night was still remaining, Thorstein wakens his guests and orders them in an angry voice to go about their business. But as soon as they were out of the house upon the road, Thorstein tells them that Gunhild's messengers were at Bjorn's house, and are upon the trace of them. They entreat of him to help them, and he gave them a guide and some provisions. He conducted them through a forest to a lake, in which there was an islet overgrown with reeds. They waded out to the islet, and hid themselves among the reeds. Early in the morning Hakon rode away from Bjorn's into the township, and wherever he came he asked after Astrid, and when he came to Thorstein's he asked if she had been there. He said that some people had been there. But as soon as it was daylight they had set off again, eastwards, to the forest. Hakon made Thorstein go along with them, as he knew all the roads and hiding places. Thorstein went with them. But when they were come into the woods, he led them right across the way Astrid had taken. They went about and about the whole day to no purpose, as they could find no trace of her, so they turned back to tell Gunhild the end of their travel. Astrid and her friends proceeded on their journey, and came to Svithjod, to Hakon Gamla, the old, where she and her son remained a long time, and had friendly welcome. 4. Hakon's embassy to Sweden. When Gunhild, the mother of the kings, heard that Astrid and her son Olaf were in the kingdom of Svithjod, she again sent Hakon, with a good attendance, eastward, to Eirik king of Sweden, with presents and messages of friendship. The ambassadors were well received and well treated. Hakon, after a time, disclosed his errand to the king, saying that Gunhild had sent him with the request that the king would assist him in getting hold of Olaf Tryggvason, to conduct him to Norway, where Gunhild would bring him up. The king gave Hakon people with him, and he rode with them to Hakon the Old, where Hakon desired, with many friendly expressions, that Olaf should go with him. Hakon the Old returned a friendly answer, saying that it depended entirely upon Olaf's mother. But Astrid would on no account listen to the proposal, and the messengers had to return as they came, and to tell King Eirik how the matter stood. The ambassadors then prepared to return home, and asked the king for some assistance to take the boy, whether Hakon the Old would or not. The king gave them again some attendance. And when they came to Hakon the Old, they again asked for the boy, and on his refusal to deliver him they used high words and threatened violence. But one of the slaves, Bust by name, attacked Hakon, and was going to kill him. And they barely escaped from the thralls without a cudgeling, and proceeded home to Norway to tell Gunhild their ill success, and that they had only seen Olaf. 5. Of Sigurd Eiriksson. Astrid had a brother called Sigurd, a son of Eirik Jodaskal, who had long been abroad in Gardarike, Russia, with King Valdemar, and was there in great consideration. Astrid had now a great inclination to travel to her brother there. Hakon the Old gave her good attendance, and what was needful for the journey, and she set out with some merchants. She had then been 2 years, AD 965 to 966, with Hakon the Old, and Olaf was 3 years of age. As they sailed out into the Baltic, they were captured by Vikings of Iceland, who made booty both of the people and goods, killing some, and dividing others as slaves. Olaf was separated from his mother, and an Iceland man called Clerken got him as his share along with Thorolf and Thorgils. Clerken thought that Thorolf was too old for a slave, and that there was not much work to be got out of him, so he killed him, but took the boys with him, and sold them to a man called Clerk for a stout and good ram. A third man, called Rhys, bought Olaf for a good cloak. Rhys had a wife called Rikon, and a son by her whose name was Rikon. Olaf was long with them, was treated well, and was much beloved by the people. Olaf was 6 years in Iceland in this banishment, AD 987 to 972. 6. Olaf is set free in Iceland. Sigurd, the son of Eirik, Astrid's brother, came into Iceland from Novgorod, on King Valdemar's business to collect the king's taxes and rents. Sigurd came as a man of consequence, with many followers and great magnificence. In the marketplace he happened to observe a remarkably handsome boy, and as he could distinguish that he was a foreigner, he asked him his name and family. He answered him, that his name was Olaf, that he was a son of Tryggve Olafsson. And Astrid, a daughter of Eirik Jodeskal, was his mother. Then Sigurd knew that the boy was his sister's son, and asked him how he came there. Olaf told him minutely all his adventures, and Sigurd told him to follow him to the peasant Rhys. When he came there he bought both the boys, Olaf and Thorgils, and took them with him to Holmgard. But, for the first, he made nothing known of Olaf's relationship to him, but treated him well. 7. Clerken killed by Olaf. Olaf Tryggvason was one day in the marketplace, where there was a great number of people. He recognized Clerken again, who had killed his foster father Thorolf Luzerskeg. Olaf had a little axe in his hand, and with it he clove Clerken's skull down to the brain, and ran home to his lodging, and told his friend Sigurd what he had done. Sigurd immediately took Olaf to Queen Elogia's house, told her what had happened, and begged her to protect the boy. She replied, that the boy appeared far too comely to allow him to be slain, and she ordered her people to be drawn out fully armed. In Holmgard the sacredness of peace is so respected, that it is law there to slay whoever puts a man to death except by judgment of law, and, according to this law and usage, the whole people stormed and sought after the boy. It was reported that he was in the queen's house, and that there was a number of armed men there. When this was told to the king, he went there with his people, but would allow no bloodshed. It was settled at last in peace, that the king should name the fine for the murder, and the queen paid it. Olaf remained afterwards with the queen, and was much beloved. It is a law at Holmgard, that no man of royal descent shall stay there without the king's permission. Sigurd therefore told the queen of what family Olaf was, and for what reason he had come to Russia. Namely, that he could not remain with safety in his own country, and begged her to speak to the king about it. She did so, and begged the king to help a king's son whose fate had been so hard. And in consequence of her entreaty the king promised to assist him, and accordingly he received Olaf into his court, and treated him nobly, and as a king's son. Olaf was 9 years old when he came to Russia, and he remained 9 years more, AD 978 to 981, with King Valdemar. Olaf was the handsomest of men, very stout and strong, and in all bodily exercises he excelled every Northman that ever was heard of. 8. Of Hakon Earl of Hladder. Earl Hakon, Sigurd's son, was with the Danish king, Harald Gormson, the winter after he had fled from Norway before Gunhild's sons. During the winter, AD 969, the earl had so much care and sorrow that he took to bed, and passed many sleepless nights, and ate and drank no more than was needful to support his strength. Then he sent a private message to his friends north in Throndheim, and proposed to them that they should kill King Erling, if they had an opportunity, adding, that he would come to them in summer. The same winter the Throndheim people accordingly, as before related, killed King Erling. There was great friendship between Earl Hakon and Gold Harald, and Harald told Hakon all his intentions. He told him that he was tired of a ship life, and wanted to settle on the land, and asked Hakon if he thought his brother King Harald would agree to divide the kingdom with him if he asked it. "I think," replied Hakon, "that the Danish king would not deny thy right, but the best way to know is to speak to the king himself. I know for certain so much, that you will not get a kingdom if you don't ask for it." Soon after this conversation Gold Harald spoke to the king about the matter, in the presence of many great men who were friends to both. And Gold Harald asked King Harald to divide the kingdom with him in 2 equal parts, to which his royal birth and the custom of the Danish monarchy gave him right. The king was highly incensed at this demand, and said that no man had asked his father Gorm to be king over half of Denmark, nor yet his grandfather King Hordenat, or Sigurd Orm, or Ragnar Lodbrok. And he was so exasperated and angry, that nobody ventured to speak of it to him. 9. Of Gold Harald. Gold Harald was now worse off than before, for he had got no kingdom, and had got the king's anger by proposing it. He went as usual to his friend Hakon, and complained to him of his fate, and asked for good advice, and if he could help him to get his share of the kingdom, saying that he would rather try force, and the chance of war, than give it up. Hakon advised him not to speak to any man so that this should be known, for, said he, it concerns thy life, and rather consider with thyself what thou art man enough to undertake. For to accomplish such a purpose requires a bold and firm man, who will neither stick at good nor evil to do that which is intended, for to take up great resolutions, and then to lay them aside, would only end in dishonor. Gold Harald replies, "I will so carry on what I begin, that I will not hesitate to kill Harald with my own hands, if I can come thereby to the kingdom he denies me, and which is mine by right." And so they separated. Now King Harald comes also to Earl Hakon, and tells him the demand on his kingdom which Gold Harald had made, and also his answer, and that he would upon no account consent to diminish his kingdom. And if Gold Harald persists in his demand, I will have no hesitation in having him killed, for I will not trust him if he does not renounce it. The Earl answered, "My thoughts are, that Harald has carried his demand so far that he cannot now let it drop, and I expect nothing but war in the land, and that he will be able to gather a great force, because his father was so beloved. And then it would be a great enormity if you were to kill your relation, for, as things now stand, all men would say that he was innocent. But I am far from saying, or advising, that you should make yourself a smaller king than your father Gorm was, who in many ways enlarged, but never diminished his kingdom." The king replies, "What then is your advice, if I am neither to divide my kingdom, nor to get rid of my fright and danger?" "Let us meet again in a few days," said Earl Hakon, "and I will then have considered the matter well, and will give you my advice upon it." The king then went away with his people. 10. Councils held by Hakon and Harald. Earl Hakon had now great reflection, and many opinions to weigh, and he let only very few be in the house with him. In a few days King Harald came again to the Earl to speak with him, and ask if he had yet considered fully the matter they had been talking of. "I have," said the Earl, "considered it night and day ever since, and find it most advisable that you retain and rule over the whole of your kingdom just as your father left it. But that you obtain for your relation Harald another kingdom, that he also may enjoy honor and dignity." "What kind of kingdom is that," said the king, "which I can give to Harald, that I may possess Denmark entire?" "It is Norway," said the Earl. "The kings who are there are oppressive to the people of the country, so that every man is against them who has tax or service to pay." The king replies, "Norway is a large country, and the people fierce, and not good to attack with a foreign army. We found that sufficiently when Hakon defended that country, for we lost many people, and gained no victory. Besides, Harald the son of Eirik is my foster son, and has sat on my knee." The Earl answers, "I have long known that you have helped Gunhild's sons with your force, and a bad return you have got for it, but we shall get at Norway much more easily than by fighting for it with all the Danish force. Send a message to your foster son Harald, Eirik's son, and offer him the lands and fiefs which Gunhild's sons held before in Denmark. Appoint him a meeting, and Gold Harald will soon conquer for himself a kingdom in Norway from Harald Grafeld. The king replies, that it would be called a bad business to deceive his own foster son. The Danes, answered the earl, will rather say that it was better to kill a Norwegian Viking than a Danish, and your own brother's son. They spoke so long over the matter, that they agreed on it. 11. Harald Gormson's message to Norway. Thereafter Gold Harald had a conference with Earl Hakon. And the earl told him he had now advanced his business so far, that there was hope a kingdom might stand open for him in Norway. We can then continue, said he, our ancient friendship, and I can be of the greatest use to you in Norway. Take first that kingdom. King Harald is now very old, and has but one son, and cares but little about him, as he is but the son of a concubine. The earl talked so long to Gold Harald that the project pleased him well. And the king, the earl, and Gold Harald often talked over the business together. The Danish king then sent messengers north to Norway to Harald Grafeld, and fitted them out magnificently for their journey. They were well received by Harald. The messengers told him that Earl Hakon was in Denmark, but was lying dangerously sick, and almost out of his senses. They then delivered from Harald, the Danish king, the invitation to Harald Grafeld, his foster son, to come to him and receive investiture of the fiefs he and his brothers before him had formerly held in Denmark, and appointing a meeting in Jutland. Harald Grafeld laid the matter before his mother and other friends. Their opinions were divided. Some thought that the expedition was not without its danger, on account of the men with whom they had to deal. But the most were in haste to begin the journey, for at that time there was such a famine in Norway that the kings could scarcely feed their men at arms. And on this account the fjord, on which the kings resided, usually got the name of Hardanger, Hardacre. In Denmark, on the other hand, there had been tolerably good crops. So that people thought that if King Harald got fiefs, and something to rule over there they would get some assistance. It was therefore concluded, before the messengers returned, that Harald should travel to Denmark to the Danish king in summer, and accept the conditions King Harald offered. 12. Treachery of Harald and Hakon. Harald Grafeld went to Denmark in the summer, AD 969, with 3 long ships, and Herse Erenbjorn, from the fjord district, commanded one of them. King Harald sailed from Viken over to Limfjord in Jutland, and landed at the narrow neck of land where the Danish king was expected. Now when Gold Harald heard of this, he sailed there with 9 ships which he had fitted out before for a Viking cruise. Earl Hakon had also his war force on foot, namely, 12 large ships, all ready, with which he proposed to make an expedition. When Gold Harald had departed, Earl Hakon says to the king, "Now I don't know if we are not sailing on an expedition, and yet are to pay the penalty of not having joined it. Gold Harald may kill Harald Grafeld, and get the kingdom of Norway. But you must not think he will be true to you, although you do help him to so much power, for he told me in winter that he would take your life if he could find opportunity to do so. Now I will win Norway for you, and kill Gold Harald, if you will promise me a good condition under you. I will be your earl, swear an oath of fidelity to you, and, with your help, conquer all Norway for you, hold the country under your rule. Pay you the scat and taxes, and you will be a greater king than your father, as you will have 2 kingdoms under you." The king and the earl agreed upon this, and Hakon set off to seek Gold Harald. 13. Death of Harald Grafeld. Gold Harald came to the neck of land at Limfjord, and immediately challenged Harald Grafeld to battle, and although Harald had fewer men, he went immediately on the land, prepared for battle, and drew up his troops. Before the lines came together, Harald Grafeld urged on his men, and told them to draw their swords. He himself advanced the foremost of the troop, hewing down on each side. So says Glum Girason, in Grafeld's lay. "Brave were thy words in battlefield, thou stainer of the snow-white shield. Thou gallant war god, with thy voice, thou couldst the dying man rejoice. The cheer of Harald could impart courage and life to every heart, while swinging high the blood-smeared sword. By arm and voice we knew our lord. There fell Harald Grafeld. So says Glum Girison. On Limfjord's strand, by the tide's flow. Stern fate has laid King Harald low. The gallant Viking cruiser, he. Who loved the island-circling sea. The generous ruler of the land. Fell at the narrow Limfjord strand. Enticed by Hakon's cunning speech. To his deathbed on Limfjord's beach. The most of King Harald's men fell with him. There also fell Hers Arnjorn. This happened 15 years after the death of Hakon, Athelstan's foster son, and 13 years after that of Sigurd Earl of Hladder. The priest Frode says that Earl Hakon was 13 years earl over his father's dominions in Trondheim district before the fall of Harald Grafeld. But, for the last 6 years of Harald Grafeld's life, Frode says the Earl Hakon and Gunhild's sons fought against each other, and drove each other out of the land by turns. 14. Gold Harald's death. Soon after Harald Grafeld's fall, Earl Hakon came up to Gold Harald, and the Earl immediately gave battle to Harald. Hakon gained the victory, and Harald was made prisoner, but Hakon had him immediately hanged on a gallows. Hakon then went to the Danish king, and no doubt easily settled with him for the killing his relative Gold Harald. 15. Division of the country. Soon after King Harald Gormson ordered a levy of men over all his kingdom, and sailed with 600 ships. 1. There were with him Earl Hakon, Harald Grensk, a son of King Gudrod, and many other great men who had fled from their Udal estates in Norway on account of Gunhild's sons. The Danish king sailed with his fleet from the south to Viken, where all the people of the country surrendered to him. When he came to Tunsberg, swarms of people joined him. And King Harald gave to Earl Hakon the command of all the men who came to him in Norway, and gave him the government over Rogaland, Hordaland, Son, Fjord district, South Moor, Romsdal, and North Moor. These 7 districts gave King Harald to Earl Hakon to rule over, with the same rights as Harald Harfager gave with them to his sons. Only with the difference, that Hakon should there, as well as in Trondheim, have the king's land estates and land tax, and use the king's money and goods according to his necessities whenever there was war in the country. King Harald also gave Harald Grensk Vingelmark, Vestfold, and Agder all the way to Ledandisons, the Nays, together with the title of king. And let him have these dominions with the same rights as his family in former times had held them, and as Harald Harfager had given with them to his sons. Harald Grensk was then 18 years old, and he became afterwards a celebrated man. Harald King of Denmark returned home thereafter with all his army. Endnotes. 1, i.e., 720 ships, as they were counted by long hundreds. 100 is equal to 120. 16. Gunhild's sons leave the country. Earl Hakon proceeded northwards along the coast with his force, and when Gunhild and her sons got the tidings they proceeded to gather troops, but were ill off for men. Then they took the same resolution as before, to sail out to sea with such men as would follow them away to the westward, AD 969. They came first to the Orkney Islands, and remained there a while. There were in Orkney then the Earls Hlodver, Arnfrid, Uljot, and Skjul, the sons of Thorfinn Hosakljofr. Earl Hakon now brought all the country under him, and remained all winter, AD 970, in Trondheim. Einar Skallaglam speaks of his conquests in Valekla. Norway's great watchman, Harald, now may bind the silk snood on his brow. 7 provinces he seized. The realm prospers with Hakon at the helm. As Hakon the Earl proceeded this summer along the coast subjecting all the people to him, he ordered that over all his dominions the temples and sacrifices should be restored, and continued as of old. So it is said in the Valekla. Hakon the Earl, so good and wise. Let all the ancient temples rise. Thor's temples raised with fostering hand. That had been ruined through the land. His valiant champions, who were slain on battlefields across the main. To Thor, the thunder god, may tell how for the gods all turns out well. The hardy warrior now once more offers the sacrifice of gore. The shield-bearer in Loke's game invokes once more great Odin's name. The green earth gladly yields her store, as she was wont in days of yore. Since the brave breaker of the spears, the holy shrines again uprears. The Earl has conquered with strong hand all that lies north of Viking land. In battle storm, and iron rain, Hakon spreads wide his sword's domain. The first winter that Hakon ruled over Norway, the herrings set in everywhere through the fjords to the land, and the seasons ripened to a good crop all that had been sown. The people, therefore, laid in seed for the next year, and got their land sowed, and had hope of good times. 17. Hakon's battle with Ragnfred. King Ragnfred and King Gudrod, both sons of Gunhild and Eirik, were now the only sons of Gunhild remaining in life. So says Glum Gurison in Grafald's lay. When in the battle's bloody strife, the sword took noble Harald's life, half of my fortunes with him fell. But his two brothers, I know well, my loss would soon repair, should they again in Norway bear the sway, and to their promises should stand, if they return to rule the land. Ragnfred began his course in the spring after he had been a year in the Orkney Islands. He sailed from thence to Norway, and had with him fine troops, and large ships. When he came to Norway he learnt that Earl Hakon was in Trondheim. Therefore he steered northwards around Stad, and plundered in South Moor. Some people submitted to him. For it often happens, when parties of armed men scour over a country, that those who are nearest the danger seek help where they think it may be expected. As soon as Earl Hakon heard the news of disturbance in Moor, he fitted out ships, sent the war token through the land, made ready in all haste, and proceeded out of the fjord. He had no difficulty in assembling men. Ragnfred and Earl Hakon met at the north corner of Moor, and Hakon, who had most men, but fewer ships, began the battle. The combat was severe, but heaviest on Hakon's side. And as the custom then was, they fought bow to bow, and there was a current in the sound which drove all the ships in upon the land. The Earl ordered to row with the oars to the land where landing seemed easiest. When the ships were all grounded, the Earl with all his men left them, and drew them up so far that the enemy might not launch them down again, and then drew up his men on a grass field, and challenged Ragnfred to land. Ragnfred and his men laid their vessels in along the land, and they shot at each other a long time, but upon the land Ragnfred would not venture, and so they separated. Ragnfred sailed with his fleet southwards around Stad. For he was much afraid the whole forces of the country would swarm around Hakon. Hakon, on his part, was not inclined to try again a battle, for he thought the difference between their ships in size was too great. So in harvest he went north to Trondheim, and stayed there all winter, AD 971. King Ragnfred consequently had all the country south of Stad at his mercy, namely, Fjord District, Hordaland, Son, Rogaland. And he had many people about him all winter. When spring approached he ordered out the people and collected a large force. By going about the districts he got many men, ships, and warlike stores sent as he required. 18. Battle between Hakon and Ragnfred. Toward spring Earl Hakon ordered out all the men north in the country, and got many people from Hålogaland and Namudal, so that from Brida to Stad he had men from all the sea coast. People flocked to him from all the Trondheim district and from Romsdal. It was said for certain that he had men from 4 great districts, and that 7 earls followed him, and a matchless number of men. So it is said in the Tvalekla. Hakon, defender of the land. Armed in the north his warrior band. To Son's old shore his force he led. And from all quarters thither sped warships and men. And haste was made by the young god of the sword blade, the hero Viking of the wave, his wide domain from foes to save. With shining keels 7 kings sailed on to meet this raven-feeding one. When the clash came, the stunning sound was heard in Norway's farthest bound. And sea-borne corpses, floating far, brought round the news from the war. Earl Hakon sailed then with his fleet southwards around Stad. And when he heard that King Ragnfred with his army had gone toward Son, he turned there also with his men to meet him, and there Ragnfred and Hakon met. Hakon came to the land with his ships, marked out a battlefield with hazel branches for King Ragnfred, and took ground for his own men in it. So it is told in the Thuvallekla. In the fierce battle Ragnfred then met the grim foe of Vinland men. And many a hero of great name fell in the sharp sword's bloody game. The wielder of fell Narv's weapon, the conquering hero, valiant Hakon, had laid his warships on the strand, and ranged his warriors on the land. There was a great battle. But Earl Hakon, having by far the most people, gained the victory. It took place on the Thingvanes, where Son and Hordaland meet. King Ragnfred fled to his ships, after 300 of his men had fallen. So it is said in the Thuvallekla. Sharp was the battle strife, I ween. Deadly and close it must have been. Before, upon the bloody plain, 300 corpses of the slain were stretched for the black raven's prey. And when the conquerors took their way to the seashore, they had to tread o'er piled up heaps of foemen dead. After this battle King Ragnfred fled from Norway. But Earl Hakon restored peace to the country, and allowed the great army which had followed him in summer to return home to the north country, and he himself remained in the south that harvest and winter, AD 972. 19. Earl Hakon's marriage. Earl Hakon married a girl called Thora, a daughter of the powerful sage Sturlason, and very beautiful she was. They had 2 sons, Sven and Hemming, and a daughter called Bergeljot who was afterwards married to Einar Tambarskjolfr. Earl Hakon was much addicted to women, and had many children. Among others a daughter Ragnhild, whom he married to Skapti Skaggason, a brother of Thora. The Earl loved Thora so much that he held Thora's family in higher respect than any other people, and Skapti his brother-in-law in particular. And he gave him many great fiefs in more. Whenever they were on a cruise together, Skapti must lay his ship nearest to the Earl's, and no other ship was allowed to come in between. 20. Death of Skapti. One summer that Earl Hakon was on a cruise, there was a ship with him of which Thorleif spake, the wise, was steersman. In it was also Eirik, Earl Hakon's son, then about 10 or 11 years old. Now in the evenings, as they came into harbour, Eirik would not allow any ship but his to lie nearest to the Earl's. But when they came to the south, to moor, they met Skapti the Earl's brother-in-law, with a well-manned ship. And as they rowed towards the fleet, Skapti called out that Thorleif should move out of the harbour to make room for him, and should go to the roadstead. Eirik in haste took up the matter, and ordered Skapti to go himself to the roadstead. When Earl Hakon heard that his son thought himself too great to give place to Skapti, he called to them immediately that they should haul out from their berth, threatening them with chastisement if they did not. When Thorleif heard this, he ordered his men to slip their land cable, and they did so, and Skapti laid his vessel next to the Earl's as he used to do. When they came together, Skapti brought the Earl all the news he had gathered, and the Earl communicated to Skapti all the news he had heard, and Skapti was therefore called to Dindaskapti, the newsman Skapti. The winter after, A.D. 973, Eirik was with his foster-father Thorleif, and early in spring he gathered a crew of followers, and Thorleif gave him a boat of 15 benches of rowers, with ship furniture, tents, and ship provisions. And Eirik set out from the fjord, and southwards to moor. To Dindaskapti happened also to be going with a fully manned boat of 15 rowers' benches from one of his farms to another, and Eirik went against him to have a battle. Skapti was slain, but Eirik granted life to those of his men who were still on their legs. So says Eyjolf Dadaskald in the Bondalay. At eve the youth went out to meet the warrior stout. To meet stout Skapti, he whose warship roves the sea. Like force was on each side, but in the whirling tide the young wolf Eirik slew Skapti and all his crew. And he was a gallant one, dear to the Earl Hakon. Up, youth of steel-hard breast. No time hast thou to rest. Thy ocean wings spread wide. Speed o'er the foaming tide. Speed on thy way. For here thou canst not stay. Eirik sailed along the land and came to Denmark, and went to King Harald Gormson, and stayed with him all winter, AD 974. In spring the Danish king sent him north to Norway, and gave him an earldom, and the government of Vingulmark and Romerike, on the same terms as the small scat-paying kings had formerly held these domains. So says Eyjolf Dadaskald. South through ocean's spray. His dragon flew away. To Gormson's hall renowned. Where the bowl goes bravely round. And the Danish king did place this youth of noble race. Where, shield and sword in hand, he would defend his land. Eirik became afterwards a great chief. 21. Olaf Tryggvason's journey from Russia. All this time Olaf Tryggvason was in Gardarike, Russia, and highly esteemed by King Valdemar, and beloved by the queen. King Valdemar made him chief over the men-at-arms whom he sent out to defend the land. So says Hallerstide. The hater of the niggard band. The chief who loves the Northman's land. Was only 12 years old when he his Russian warships put to sea. The wain that plows the sea was then loaded with war gear by his men. With swords, and spears, and helms, and deep out to the sea his good ships sweep. Olaf had several battles, and was lucky as a leader of troops. He himself kept a great many men-at-arms at his own expense out of the pay the king gave him. Olaf was very generous to his men, and therefore very popular. But then it came to pass, what so often happens when a foreigner is raised to higher power and dignity than men of the country, that many envied him because he was so favored by the king, and also not less so by the queen. They hinted to the king that he should take care not to make Olaf too powerful, for such a man may be dangerous to you, if he were to allow himself to be used for the purpose of doing you or your kingdom harm. For he is extremely expert in all exercises and feats, and very popular. We do not, indeed, know what it is he can have to talk of so often with the queen. It was then the custom among great monarchs that the queen should have half of the court attendants, and she supported them at her own expense out of the scat and revenue provided for her for that purpose. It was so also at the court of King Valdemar that the queen had an attendance as large as the king, and they vied with each other about the finest men, each wanting to have such in their own service. It so fell out that the king listened to such speeches, and became somewhat silent and blunt towards Olaf. When Olaf observed this, he told it to the queen. And also that he had a great desire to travel to the northern land, where his family formerly had power and kingdoms, and where it was most likely he would advance himself. The queen wished him a prosperous journey, and said he would be found a brave man wherever he might be. Olaf then made ready, went on board, and set out to sea in the Baltic. As he was coming from the east he made the island of Bornholm, where he landed and plundered. The country people hastened down to the strand, and gave him battle, but Olaf gained the victory, and a large booty. 22. Olaf Tryggvason's marriage. While Olaf lay at Borgunderholm there came on bad weather, storm, and a heavy sea, so that his ships could not lie there, and he sailed southwards under Vinland, where they found a good harbour. They conducted themselves very peacefully, and remained some time. In Vinland there was then a king called Burisleif, who had 3 daughters, Gyra, Gunhild, and Astrid. The king's daughter Gyra had the power and government in that part where Olaf and his people landed, and Dixon was the name of the man who most usually advised Queen Gyra. Now when they heard that unknown people came to the country, who were of distinguished appearance, and conducted themselves peaceably, Dixon repaired to them with a message from Queen Gyra, inviting the strangers to take up their winter abode with her. For the summer was almost spent, and the weather was severe and stormy. Now when Dixon came to the place he soon saw that the leader was a distinguished man, both from family and personal appearance, and he told Olaf the queen's invitation with the most kindly message. Olaf willingly accepted the invitation, and went in harvest, AD 982, to Queen Gyra. They liked each other exceedingly, and Olaf courted Queen Geira. And it was so settled that Olaf married her the same winter, and was ruler, along with Queen Geira, over her dominions. Hafred Vandredeskald tells of these matters in the lay he composed about King Olaf. Why should the deeds the hero did? In Bornholm and the east he hid. His deadly weapon Olaf bold. Dyed red, why should not this be told? 23. Earl Hakon pays no scat. Earl Hakon ruled over Norway, and paid no scat, because the Danish king gave him all the scat revenue that belonged to the king in Norway, for the expense and trouble he had in defending the country against Gunhild's sons. 24. Harald opposes Christianity. The Emperor Otto, was at that time in the Saxon country, and sent a message to King Harald, the Danish king, that he must take on the true faith and be baptized, he and all his people whom he ruled. Otherwise, says the emperor, we will march against him with an army. The Danish king ordered the land defense to be fitted out, Danevirke, 1, the Danish wall, to be well fortified, and his ships of war rigged out. He sent a message also to Earl Hakon in Norway to come to him early in spring, and with as many men as he could possibly raise. In spring, A.D. 975, Earl Hakon levied an army over the whole country which was very numerous, and with it he sailed to meet the Danish king. The king received him in the most honorable manner. Many other chiefs also joined the Danish king with their men, so that he had gathered a very large army. Endnotes. 1. Danevirke. The Danish work was a wall of earth, stones, and wood, with a deep ditch in front, and a castle at every 100 fathoms, between the rivers Eider and Slien. Constructed by Harold Blatand, Bluetooth, to oppose the progress of Charlemagne. Some traces of it still exist. L. 25. Olaf Tryggvason's war expedition. Olaf Tryggvason had been all winter, A.D. 980, in Vinland, as before related, and went the same winter to the baronies in Vinland which had formerly been under Queen Geira, but had withdrawn themselves from obedience and payment of taxes. There Olaf made war, killed many people, burnt out others, took much property, and laid all of them under subjection to him, and then went back to his castle. Early in spring Olaf rigged out his ships and set off to sea. He sailed to Skane and made a landing. The people of the country assembled, and gave him battle, but King Olaf conquered, and made a great booty. He then sailed eastward to the island of Gotland, where he captured a merchant vessel belonging to the people of Janteland. They made a brave defense, but the end of it was that Olaf cleared the deck, killed many of the men, and took all the goods. He had a third battle in Gotland, in which he also gained the victory, and made a great booty. So says Hafred Vandredeskald. The king, so fierce in battle fray, first made the Vinland men give way. The Gotlanders must tremble next. And Skania's shores are sorely vexed by the sharp pelting arrow shower. The hero and his warriors pour. And then the Janteland men must fly, scared by his well-known battle cry. 26. Otta and Hakon in battle. The Emperor Otta assembled a great army from Saxland, Frackland, Frisland, and Vindland. King Burisleif followed him with a large army, and in it was his son-in-law, Olaf Tryggvason. The emperor had a great body of horsemen, and still greater of foot people, and a great army from Holstein. Harald, the Danish king, sent Earl Hakon with the army of Northmen that followed him southwards to Danevirke, to defend his kingdom on that side. So it is told in the Valekla. Over the foaming salt sea spray, the Norse seahorses took their way, racing across the ocean plain, southwards to Denmark's green domain. The gallant chief of Hordaland sat at the helm with steady hand, in casque and shield, his men to bring from Dovre to his friend the king. He steered his warships o'er the wave, to help the Danish king to save Mordaf, who, with a gallant band, was hastening from the Jute's wild land, across the forest frontier rude. with toil and pain through the thick wood. Glad was the Danish king, I trow, when he saw Hakon's galleys prow. The monarch straightway gave command to Hakon, with a steel-clad band, to man the Dane works rampart stout, and keep the foreign foemen out. The Emperor Otta came with his army from the south to Danavirk, but Earl Hakon defended the rampart with his men. The Danework, Danavirk, was constructed in this way: 2 fjords run into the land, 1 on each side. And in the farthest bight of these fjords the Danes had made a great wall of stone, turf, and timber, and dug a deep and broad ditch in front of it, and had also built a castle over each gate of it. There was a hard battle there, of which the Valekla speaks. Thick the storm of arrows flew. Loud was the din, black was the view. Of close array of shield and spear. Of Vind, and Frank, and Saxon there. But little recked our gallant men. And loud the cry might be heard then. Of Norway's brave sea-roving son. On, 'gainst the foe. On. Lead us on. Earl Hakon drew up his people in ranks upon all the gate towers of the wall, but the greater part of them he kept marching along the wall to make a defense wheresoever an attack was threatened. Many of the emperor's people fell without making any impression on the fortification, so the emperor turned back without farther attempt at an assault on it. So it is said in the Valekla. They who the eagle's feast provide, in ranked line fought side by side, 'gainst lines of war men under shields backslash, close packed together on the fields. Earl Hakon drive by daring deeds the Saxons to their ocean steeds, and the young hero saves from fall the Danavirk, the people's wall. After this battle Earl Hakon went back to his ships, and intended to sail home to Norway, but he did not get a favorable wind, and lay for some time outside at Limfjord. 27. Harald and Hakon are baptized. The Emperor Otta turned back with his troops to Schleswig, collected his ships of war, and crossed the fjord of Sle into Jutland. As soon as the Danish king heard of this he marched his army against him, and there was a battle, in which the emperor at last got the victory. The Danish king fled to Limfjord and took refuge in the island Mossy. By the help of mediators who went between the king and the emperor, a truce and a meeting between them were agreed on. The Emperor Otta and the Danish king met upon Mossy. Their bishop Popo instructed King Harald in the holy faith. He bore red-hot irons in his hands, and exhibited his unscorched hands to the king. Thereafter King Harald allowed himself to be baptized, and also the whole Danish army. King Harald, while he was in Mossy, had sent a message to Hakon that he should come to his succor, and the earl had just reached the island when the king had received baptism. The king sends word to the earl to come to him, and when they met the king forced the earl to allow himself also to be baptized. So Earl Hakon and all the men who were with him were baptized. And the king gave them priests and other learned men with them, and ordered that the earl should make all the people in Norway be baptized. On that they separated, and the earl went out to sea, there to wait for a wind. 28. Hakon renounces Christianity. When a wind came with which he thought he could get clear out to sea, he put all the learned men on shore again, and set off to the ocean. But as the wind came round to the southwest, and at last to west, he sailed eastward, out through Erarsund, ravaging the land on both sides. He then sailed eastward along Skane, plundering the country wherever he came. When he got east to the skerries of East Gotland, he ran in and landed, and made a great blood sacrifice. There came 2 ravens flying which croaked loudly. And now, thought the earl, the blood offering has been accepted by Odin, and he thought good luck would be with him any day he liked to go to battle. Then he set fire to his ships, landed his men, and went over all the country with armed hand. Earl Otter, who ruled over Gotland, came against him, and they held a great battle with each other, but Earl Hakon gained the day, and Earl Otter and a great part of his men were killed. Earl Hakon now drove with fire and sword over both the Gotlands, until he came into Norway, and then he proceeded by land all the way north to Trondheim. The Valekla tells about this. On the silent battlefield. In Viking garb, with axe and shield. The warrior, striding o'er the slain. Asks of the gods, what days will gain. Two ravens, flying from the east. Come croaking to the bloody feast. The warrior knows what they foreshow. The days when Gotland blood will flow. A Viking feast Earl Hakon kept. The land with Viking fury swept. Harrying the land far from the shore. Where foray ne'er was known before. Leaving the barren cold coast side. He raged through Gotland far and wide. Led many a gold-decked Viking shield. O'er many a peaceful inland field. Bodies on bodies Odin found. Heaped high upon each battleground. The moor, as if by witchcraft's power. Grows green, enriched by bloody shower. No wonder that the gods delight. To give such luck in every fight. To Hakon's men, for he restores. Their temples on our Norway shores. 29. The Emperor Otta returns home. The Emperor Otta went back to his kingdom in the Saxon land, and parted in friendship with the Danish king. It is said that the Emperor Otta stood godfather to Sven, King Harald's son, and gave him his name, so that he was baptized Otta Sven. King Harald held fast by his Christianity to his dying day. King Burisleif went to Vinland, and his son-in-law King Olaf went with him. This battle is related also by Hafred Vandredeskald in his song on Olaf. He who through the foaming surges his white-winged ocean coursers urges. Hewed from the Danes, in armor dressed. The iron bark off mail-clad breast. 30. Olaf's journey from Vinland. Olaf Tryggvason was 3 years in Vinland, AD 982 to 984, when Gyra his queen fell sick, and she died of her illness. Olaf felt his loss so great that he had no pleasure in Vinland after it. He provided himself, therefore, with warships, and went out again a-plundering, and plundered first in Friesland, next in Saxland, and then all the way to Flamingjaland, Flanders. So says Hafred Vandredeskald. Olaf's broad axe of shining steel. For the shy wolf left many a meal. The ill-shaped Saxon corpses lay. Heaped up, the witch-wife's horses, one, prey. She rides by night, at pools of blood. Where Friesland men in daylight stood. Her horses slake their thirst, and fly. On to the field where Flemings lie. The raven friend in Odin's dress. Olaf, who foes can well repress. Left Flemish flesh for many a meal. With his broad axe of shining steel. Endnotes, 1, ravens were the witches' horses. L. 31, King Olaf's forays. Thereafter Olaf Tryggvason sailed to England, and ravaged wide around in the land. He sailed all the way north to Northumberland, where he plundered, and thence to Scotland, where he marauded far and wide. Then he went to the Hebrides, where he fought some battles, and then southwards to Man, where he also fought. He ravaged far around in Ireland, and thence steered to Bretland, which he laid waste with fire and sword, and all the district called Cumberland. He sailed westward from thence to Valland, and marauded there. When he left the west, intending to sail to England, he came to the islands called the Scilly Isles, lying westward from England in the ocean. Thus tells Hafred Vandredeskald of these events. The brave young king, who ne'er retreats. The Englishman in England beats. Death through Northumberland is spread. From battle-axe and broad spearhead. Through Scotland with his spears he rides. To Man his glancing ships he guides. Feeding the wolves where'er he came. The young king drove a bloody game. The gallant bowmen in the isles slew foemen, who lay heaped in piles. The Irish fled at Olaf's name. Fled from a young king seeking fame. In Bretland, and in Cumberland. People against him could not stand. Thick on the fields their corpses lay. To ravens and howling wolves a prey. Olaf Tryggvason had been 4 years on this cruise, AD 985 to 988, from the time he left Vinland till he came to the Scilly Islands. 32. King Olaf is baptized. While Olaf Tryggvason lay in the Scilly Isles, he heard of a seer, or fortune-teller, on the islands, who could tell beforehand things not yet done, and what he foretold many believed was really fulfilled. Olaf became curious to try this man's gift of prophecy. He therefore sent one of his men, who was the handsomest and strongest, clothed him magnificently, and bade him say he was the king. For Olaf was known in all countries as handsomer, stronger, and braver than all others, although, after he had left Russia, he retained no more of his name than that he was called Ol, and was Russian. Now when the messenger came to the fortune-teller, and gave himself out for the king, he got the answer, "Thou art not the king, but I advise thee to be faithful to thy king." And more he would not say to that man. The man returned, and told Olaf, and his desire to meet the fortune-teller was increased, and now he had no doubt of his being really a fortune-teller. Olaf repaired himself to him, and, entering into conversation, asked him if he could foresee how it would go with him with regard to his kingdom, or of any other fortune he was to have. The hermit replies in a holy spirit of prophecy, "Thou wilt become a renowned king, and do celebrated deeds. Many men wilt thou bring to faith and baptism, and both to thy own and others' good. And that thou mayst have no doubt of the truth of this answer, listen to these tokens. When thou comest to thy ships, many of thy people will conspire against thee, and then a battle will follow in which many of thy men will fall. And thou wilt be wounded almost to death, and carried upon a shield to thy ship. Yet after 7 days thou shalt be well of thy wounds, and immediately thou shalt let thyself be baptized." Soon after Olaf went down to his ships, where he met some mutineers and people who would destroy him and his men. A fight took place, and the result was what the hermit had predicted, that Olaf was wounded, and carried upon a shield to his ship, and that his wound was healed in 7 days. Then Olaf perceived that the man had spoken truth, that he was a true fortune-teller, and had the gift of prophecy. Olaf went once more to the hermit, and asked particularly how he came to have such wisdom in foreseeing things to be. The hermit replied, that the Christian God himself let him know all that he desired, and he brought before Olaf many great proofs of the power of the Almighty. In consequence of this encouragement Olaf agreed to let himself be baptized, and he and all his followers were baptized forthwith. He remained here a long time, took the true faith, and got with him priests and other learned men. 33. Olaf marries Gyda. In autumn AD 988, Olaf sailed from Scilly to England, where he put into a harbour, but proceeded in a friendly way, for England was Christian, and he himself had become Christian. At this time a summons to a thing went through the country, that all men should come to hold a thing. Now when the thing was assembled, a queen called Gyda came to it, a sister of Olaf Kvaran, who was king of Dublin in Ireland. She had been married to a great earl in England, and after his death she was at the head of his dominions. In her territory there was a man called Alfine, who was a great champion in single combat man. He had paid his addresses to her. But she gave for answer, that she herself would choose whom of the men in her dominions she would take in marriage, and on that account the thing was assembled, that she might choose a husband. Alfine came there dressed out in his best clothes, and there were many well-dressed men at the meeting. Olaf had come there also, but had on his bad weather clothes, and a coarse overgarment, and stood with his people apart from the rest of the crowd. Gyda went round and looked at each, to see if any appeared to her a suitable man. Now when she came to where Olaf stood she looked at him straight in the face, and asked what sort of man he was. He said, "I am called Ol, and I am a stranger here." Gyda replies, "Wilt thou have me if I choose thee?" "I will not say no to that," answered he, and he asked what her name was, and her family, and descent. "I am called Gyda," said she, "and am daughter of the king of Ireland, and was married in this country to an earl who ruled over this territory. Since his death I have ruled over it, and many have courted me, but none to whom I would choose to be married." She was a young and handsome woman. They afterwards talked over the matter together, and agreed, and Olaf and Gyda were betrothed. 34. King Olaf and Alfine's duel. Alfheim was very ill pleased with this. It was the custom then in England, if two strove for anything, to settle the matter by single combat, 1. And now Alfheim challenges Olaf Tryggvason to fight about this business. The time and place for the combat were settled, and that each should have 12 men with him. When they met, Olaf told his men to do exactly as they saw him do. He had a large axe, and when Alfheim was going to cut at him with his sword he hewed away the sword out of his hand, and with the next blow struck down Alfheim himself. He then bound him fast. It went in the same way with all Alfheim's men. They were beaten down, bound, and carried to Olaf's lodging. Thereupon he ordered Alfheim to quit the country, and never appear in it again, and Olaf took all his property. Olaf in this way got Gyda in marriage, and lived sometimes in England, and sometimes in Ireland. Endnotes: 1. Holmgang, so called because the combatants went to a home or uninhabited isle to fight in Norway. L. 35. King Olaf gets his dog Vige. While Olaf was in Ireland he was once on an expedition which went by sea. As they required to make a foray for provisions on the coast, some of his men landed, and drove down a large herd of cattle to the strand. Now a peasant came up, and entreated Olaf to give him back the cows that belonged to him. Olaf told him to take his cows, if he could distinguish them, but don't delay our march. The peasant had with him a large house dog, which he put in among the herd of cattle, in which many hundred head of beasts were driven together. The dog ran into the herd, and drove out exactly the number which the peasant had said he wanted. And all were marked with the same mark, which showed that the dog knew the right beasts, and was very sagacious. Olaf then asked the peasant if he would sell him the dog. "I would rather give him to you," said the peasant. Olaf immediately presented him with a gold ring in return, and promised him his friendship in future. This dog was called Vige, and was the very best of dogs, and Olaf owned him long afterwards. 36. Harald Gormson sails against Iceland. The Danish king, Harald Gormson, heard that Earl Hakon had thrown off Christianity, and had plundered far and wide in the Danish land. The Danish king levied an army, with which he went to Norway. And when he came to the country which Earl Hakon had to rule over he laid waste the whole land, and came with his fleet to some islands called Solander. Only 5 houses were left standing in Laredal. But all the people fled up to the mountains, and into the forest, taking with them all the movable goods they could carry with them. Then the Danish king proposed to sail with his fleet to Iceland, to avenge the mockery and scorn all the Icelanders had shown towards him. For they had made a law in Iceland, that they should make as many lampoons against the Danish king as there were headlands in his country. And the reason was, because a vessel which belonged to certain Icelanders was stranded in Denmark, and the Danes took all the property, and called it wreck. One of the king's bailiffs called Berger was to blame for this. But the lampoons were made against both. In the lampoons were the following lines. The gallant herald in the field. Between his legs let's drop his shield. Into a pony he was changed. And kicked his shield, and safely ranged. And Berger, he who dwells in halls. For safety built with 4 stone walls. That these might be a worthy pair. Was changed into a pony mare. 37. Harald sends a warlock to Iceland. King Harald told a warlock to hie to Iceland in some altered shape, and to try what he could learn there to tell him, and he set out in the shape of a whale. And when he came near to the land he went to the west side of Iceland, north around the land, where he saw all the mountains and hills full of guardian spirits, some great, some small. When he came to Vapnafjord he went in towards the land, intending to go on shore, but a huge dragon rushed down the dale against him with a train of serpents, paddocks, and toads, that blew poison towards him. Then he turned to go westward around the land as far as Eyjafjord, and he went into the fjord. Then a bird flew against him, which was so great that its wings stretched over the mountains on either side of the fjord, and many birds, great and small, with it. Then he swam farther west, and then south into Breiðafjord. When he came into the fjord a large grey bull ran against him, wading into the sea, and bellowing fearfully, and he was followed by a crowd of land spirits. From thence he went round by RAGNHILD'S, and wanted to land at Vikarskid, but there came down a hill giant against him with an iron staff in his hands. He was a head higher than the mountains, and many other giants followed him. He then swam eastward along the land, and there was nothing to see, he said, but sand and vast deserts, and, without the skerries, high-breaking surf, and the ocean between the countries was so wide that a long ship could not cross it. At that time Brodhelge dwelt in Vapnafjord, Eyjolf Valgjerdsson in Eyjafjord, Thord Geller in Breidafjord, and Thorod Gode in Alfus. Then the Danish king turned about with his fleet, and sailed back to Denmark. Hakon the Earl settled habitations again in the country that had been laid waste, and paid no scat as long as he lived to Denmark. 38. Harald Gormson's death. Sven, King Harald's son, who afterwards was called Jugaskeg, Forked Beard, asked his father King Harald for a part of his kingdom, but now, as before, Harald would not listen to dividing the Danish dominions, and giving him a kingdom. Sven collected ships of war, and gave out that he was going on a Viking cruise. But when all his men were assembled, and the Jomsborg Viking Palnatok had come to his assistance, he ran into Sealand to Isafjord, where his father had been for some time with his ships ready to proceed on an expedition. Sven instantly gave battle, and the combat was severe. So many people flew to assist King Harald, that Sven was overpowered by numbers, and fled. But King Harald received a wound which ended in his death, and Sven was chosen king of Denmark. At this time Sigvald was earl over Jomsborg in Vinland. He was a son of King Strut-Harald, who had ruled over Skane. Hemming and Thorkel the Tall were Sigvald's brothers. Bu the Thick from Bornholm, and Sigurd his brother, were also chiefs among the Jomsborg Vikings, and also Van, a son of Ake and Thorgunna, and a sister's son of Bu and Sigurd. Earl Sigvald had taken King Sven prisoner, and carried him to Vinland, to Jomsborg, where he had forced him to make peace with Burisleif, the king of the Vinds, and to take him as the peacemaker between them. Earl Sigvald was married to Astrid, a daughter of King Burisleif, and told King Sven that if he did not accept of his terms, he would deliver him into the hands of the Vinds. The king knew that they would torture him to death, and therefore agreed to accept the earl's mediation. The earl delivered this judgment between them, that King Sven should marry Gunhild, King Burisleif's daughter. And King Burisleif again Thyre, a daughter of Harald, and King Sven's sister, but that each party should retain their own dominions, and there should be peace between the countries. Then King Sven returned home to Denmark with his wife Gunhild. Their sons were Harald and Canute, Canute the Great. At that time the Danes threatened much to bring an army into Norway against Earl Hakon. 39. Vow of the Jomsborg Vikings. King Sven made a magnificent feast, to which he invited all the chiefs in his dominions, for he would give the succession feast, or the heirship ale, after his father Harald. A short time before, Strut-Harald in Skane, and Vasit in Bornholm, father to Bu the Thick and to Sigurd, had died. And King Sven sent word to the Jomsborg Vikings that Earl Sigvald and Bu, and their brothers, should come to him, and drink the funeral ale for their fathers in the same feast the king was giving. The Jomsborg Vikings came to the festival with their bravest men, 40 ships of them from Vinland, and 20 ships from Skane. Great was the multitude of people assembled. The first day of the feast, before King Sven went up into his father's high seat, he drank the bowl to his father's memory, and made the solemn vow, that before 3 winters were past he would go over with his army to England. And either kill King Adelred, Ethelred, or chase him out of the country. This heirship bowl all who were at the feast drank. Thereafter for the chiefs of the Jomsborg Vikings was filled and drunk the largest horn to be found, and of the strongest drink. When that bowl was emptied, all men drank Christ's health. And again the fullest measure and the strongest drink were handed to the Jomsborg Vikings. The third bowl was to the memory of Saint Michael, which was drunk by all. Thereafter Earl Sigvald emptied a remembrance bowl to his father's honor, and made the solemn vow, that before 3 winters came to an end he would go to Norway, and either kill Earl Hakon, or chase him out of the country. Thereupon Thorkel the Tall, his brother, made a solemn vow to follow his brother Sigvald to Norway, and not flinch from the battle so long as Sigvald would fight there. Then Bu the Thick vowed to follow them to Norway, and not flinch so long as the other Jomsborg Vikings fought. At last Van Akesson vowed that he would go with them to Norway, and not return until he had slain Thorkel Lyra, and gone to bed to his daughter Ingjobjorg without her friend's consent. Many other chiefs made solemn vows about different things. Thus was the Airshipel drunk that day, but the next morning, when the Jomsborg Vikings had slept off their drink, they thought they had spoken more than enough. They held a meeting to consult how they should proceed with their undertaking, and they determined to fit out as speedily as possible for the expedition, and without delay ships and men-at-arms were prepared, and the news spread quickly. 40. Eirik and Hakon make a war levy. When Earl Eirik, the son of Hakon, who at that time was in Romerike, heard the tidings, he immediately gathered troops, and went to the uplands, and thence over the mountains to Throndheim, and joined his father Earl Hakon. Thord Kolbeinsson speaks of this in the Lay of Eirik. News from the south are flying round. The bond comes with look profound. Bad news of bloody battles bringing. Of steel-clad men, of weapons ringing. I hear that in the Danish land long-sided ships slide down the strand. And, floating with the rising tide, the ocean coursers soon will ride. The Earls Hakon and Eirik had war arrows split up and sent round the Throndheim country, and dispatched messages to both the Morays, North Moor and South Moor, and to Romsdal, and also north to Namudal and Halageland. They summoned all the country to provide both men and ships. So it is said in Eirik's lay. The skald must now a war song raise. The gallant active youth must praise, who o'er the ocean's field spreads forth ships, cutters, boats, from the far north. His mighty fleet comes sailing by. The people run to see them glide, mast after mast, by the coast side. Earl Hakon set out immediately to the south, to Moor, to reconnoiter and gather people. And Earl Eirik gathered an army from the north to follow. 41. Expedition of the Jomsborg Vikings. The Jomsborg Vikings assembled their fleet in Limofjord, from whence they went to sea with 60 sail of vessels. When they came under the coast of Agder, they steered northwards to Rogaland with their fleet, and began to plunder when they came into the Earl's territory, and so they sailed north along the coast, plundering and burning. A man, by name Geirmund, sailed in a light boat with a few men northwards to Moor, and there he fell in with Earl Hakon, stood before his dinner table, and told the Earl the tidings of an army from Denmark having come to the south end of the land. The Earl asked if he had any certainty of it. Then Geirmund stretched forth one arm, from which the hand was cut off, and said, "Here is the token that the enemy is in the land." Then the Earl questioned him particularly about this army. Geirmund says it consists of Jomsborg Vikings, who have killed many people, and plundered all around. And hastily and hotly they pushed on, says he, and I expect it will not be long before they are upon you. On this the Earl rode into every fjord, going in along the one side of the land and out at the other, collecting men, and thus he drove along night and day. He sent spies out upon the upper ridges, and also southwards into the fjords. And he proceeded north to meet Eirik with his men. This appears from Eirik's lay. The Earl, well skilled in war to speed, o'er the wild wave the Viking steed, now launched the high stems from the shore, which death to Sigvald's Vikings bore. Rollers beneath the ship's keels crash, oar blades loud in the grey sea splash. And they who give the ravens food row fearless through the curling flood. Eirik hastened southwards with his forces the shortest way he could. 42. Of the Jomsborg Vikings. Earl Sigvald steered with his fleet northwards around Stad, and came to the land at the Hiri Isles. Although the Vikings fell in with the country people, the people never told the truth about what the Earl was doing. And the Vikings went on pillaging and laying waste. They laid to their vessels at the outer end of Hot Island, landed, plundered, and drove both men and cattle down to the ships, killing all the men able to bear arms. As they were going back to their ships, came a bond, walking near to Bu's troop, who said to them, Ye are not doing like true warriors, to be driving cows and calves down to the strand, while ye should be giving chase to the bear. Since ye are coming near to the bear's den. What says the old man? Asked some. Can he tell us anything about Earl Hakon? The peasant replies, The Earl went yesterday into the Hjort'S with 1 or 2 ships, certainly not more than 3, and then he had no news about you. Bu ran now with his people in all haste down to the ships, leaving all the booty behind. Bu said, Let us avail ourselves now of this news we have got of the Earl, and be the first to the victory. When they came to their ships they rowed off from the land. Earl Sigvald called to them, and asked what they were about. They replied, The Earl is in the fjord. On which Earl Sigvald with the whole fleet set off, and rowed north about the island Hod. 43. Battle with the Jomsborg Vikings. The Earls Hakon and Eirik lay in Håkonsvik, where all their forces were assembled. They had 150 ships, and they had heard that the Jomsborg Vikings had come in from sea, and lay at the island Hod, and they, in consequence, rowed out to seek them. When they reached a place called Hjorungavag they met each other, and both sides drew up their ships in line for an attack. Earl Sigvald's banner was displayed in the midst of his army, and right against it Earl Hakon arranged his force for attack. Earl Sigvald himself had 20 ships, but Earl Hakon had 60. In Earl's army were these chiefs, Thorjort from Hålogaland, and Sturkr from Gimsar. In the wing of the opposite array of the Jomsborg Vikings was Bu the Thick, and his brother Sigurd, with 20 ships. Against him Earl Eirik laid himself with 60 ships. And with him were these chiefs, Gudbrand Veit from the uplands, and Thorkel Lyra from Viken. In the other wing of the Jomsborg Vikings' array was Van Akesson with 20 ships. And against him stood Sven the son of Hakon, in whose division was Skegg of Urger at Uphog, and Ragnvald of Ervik at Stad, with 60 ships. It is told in the EIRIK'S lay thus. The bond ships along the coast sailed on to meet the foeman's host. The stout Earl's ships, with eagle flight, rushed on the Danes in bloody fight. The Danish ships, of courtmen full, were cleared of men, and many a hull was driving empty on the main, with the warm corpses of the slain. Ivan Skaldespiller says also in the HALEG'S, 'Twas at the peep of day. Our brave Earl led the way. His ocean horses bounding, his war horns loudly sounding. No joyful morn arose for Yngvi Frey's base foes. These Christian island men wished themselves home again. Then the fleets came together, and one of the sharpest of conflicts began. Many fell on both sides, but the most by far on Hakon's side. For the Jomsborg Vikings fought desperately, sharply, and murderously, and shot right through the shields. So many spears were thrown against Earl Hakon that his armor was altogether split asunder, and he threw it off. So says Tind Håkelsson. The ring-linked coat of strongest mail could not withstand the iron hail, though sewed with care and elbow bent. By Norn, one, on its strength intent. The fire of battle raged around. Odin's steel shirt flew all unbound. The Earl his ring-mail from him flung. Its steel rings on the wet deck rung. Part of it fell into the sea. A part was kept, a proof to be. How sharp and thick the arrow flight among the sea steeds in this fight. Endnotes. 1. Norn, one of the fates, stands here for women, whose business it was to sew the rings of iron upon the cloth, which made these ring-mail coats or shirts. The needles, although some of them were of gold, appear to have been without eyes, and used like shoemakers' awls. L. 44. Earl Sigvald's flight. The Jomsborg Vikings had larger and higher-sided ships, and both parties fought desperately. Van Akesson laid his ship on board of Sven Earl Hakon's son's ship, and Sven allowed his ship to give way, and was on the point of flying. Then Earl Eirik came up, and laid his ship alongside of Van, and then Van gave way, and the ships came to lie in the same position as before. Thereupon Eirik goes to the other wing, which had gone back a little, and Bu had cut the ropes, intending to pursue them. Then Eirik laid himself, board to board, alongside of Bu's ship, and there was a severe combat hand to hand. 2 or 3 of Eirik's ships then laid themselves upon Bu's single vessel. A thunderstorm came on at this moment, and such a heavy hailstorm that every hailstone weighed a pennyweight. The Earl Sigvald cut his cable, turned his ship round, and took flight. Van Akesson called to him not to fly, but as Earl Sigvald paid no attention to what he said, Van threw his spear at him, and hit the man at the helm. Earl Sigvald rode away with 35 ships, leaving 25 of his fleet behind. 45. Bu throws himself overboard. Then Earl Hakon laid his ship on the other side of Bu's ship, and now came heavy blows on Bu's men. Vigfus, a son of Vigiglam, took up an anvil with a sharp end, which lay upon the deck, and on which a man had welded the hilt to his sword just before, and being a very strong man cast the anvil with both hands at the head of a slack holmskull. And the end of it went into his brains. Before this no weapon could wound this Aslak, who was Bu's foster brother, and forecastle commander, although he could wound right and left. Another man among the strongest and bravest was Havard Hogand. In this attack Eirik's men boarded Bu's ship, and went aft to the quarterdeck where Bu stood. There Thorstein Midlang cut at Bu across his nose, so that the nosepiece of his helmet was cut in 2, and he got a great wound. But Bu, in turn, cut at Thorstein's side, so that the sword cut the man through. Then Bu lifted up 2 chests full of gold, and called aloud, overboard all Bu's men, and threw himself overboard with his 2 chests. Many of his people sprang overboard with him. Some fell in the ship, for it was of no use to call for quarter. Bu's ship was cleared of people from stem to stern, and afterwards all the others, the one after the other. 46. Vikings bound together in one chain. Earl Eirik then laid himself alongside of Van's ship, and there was a brave defense, but at last this ship too was cleared, and Van and 30 men were taken prisoners, and bound, and brought to land. Then came up Thorkel Lyra, and said, Thou madest a solemn vow, Van, to kill me, but now it seems more likely that I will kill thee. Van and his men sat all upon a log of wood together. Thorkel had an axe in his hands, with which he cut at him who sat outmost on the log. Van and the other prisoners were bound so that a rope was fastened on their feet, but they had their hands free. One of them said, I will stick this cloak pin that I have in my hand into the earth, if it be so that I know anything, after my head is cut off. His head was cut off, but the cloak pin fell from his hand. There sat also a very handsome man with long hair, who twisted his hair over his head, put out his neck, and said, Don't make my hair bloody. A man took the hair in his hands and held it fast. Thorkel hewed with his axe. But the Viking twitched his head so strongly that he who was holding his hair fell forwards, and the axe cut off both his hands, and stuck fast in the earth. Then Earl Eirik came up, and asked, Who is that handsome man? He replies, I am called Sigurd, and am Bu's son. But are all the Jomsborg Vikings dead? Eirik says, Thou art certainly Bu's son. Wilt thou now take life and peace? That depends, says he, upon who it is that offers it. He offers who has the power to do it, Earl Eirik. That will I, says he, from his hands. And now the rope was loosened from him. Then said Thorkel Lyra, Although thou should give all these men life and peace, Earl, Van Akesson shall never come from this with life. And he ran at him with uplifted axe. But the Viking Skard swung himself in the rope, and let himself fall just before Thorkel's feet, so that Thorkel fell over him, and Van caught the axe and gave Thorkel a death wound. Then said the Earl, Van, wilt thou accept life? That I will, says he, if you give it to all of us. Loose them from the rope, said the Earl, and it was done. 18 were killed, and 12 got their lives. 47. Death of Gisser of Valders. Earl Hakon, and many with him, were sitting upon a piece of wood, and a bowstring twanged from Bu's ship, and the arrow struck Gissur from Valdur's, who was sitting next the earl, and was clothed splendidly. Thereupon the people went on board, and found Havard Hagen standing on his knees at the ship's railing, for his feet had been cut off, one, and he had a bow in his hand. When they came on board the ship, Havard asked, "Who fell by that shaft?" They answered, "A man called Gissur." "Then my luck was less than I thought," said he. "Great enough was the misfortune," replied they, "but thou shalt not make it greater." And they killed him on the spot. The dead were then ransacked, and the booty brought all together to be divided, and there were 25 ships of the Jomsborg Vikings in the booty. So says Tind. Many a Viking's body lay dead on the deck this bloody day, before they cut their sun-dried ropes, and in quick flight put all their hopes. He whom the ravens know afar cleared 25 ships of war, a proof that in the furious fight none can withstand the Norsemen's might. Then the army dispersed. Earl Hakon went to Trondheim, and was much displeased that Earl Eirik had given quarter to Van Akesson. It was said that at this battle Earl Hakon had sacrificed for victory his son, young Erling, to the gods. And instantly came the hailstorm, and the defeat and slaughter of the Jomsborg Vikings. Earl Eirik went to the uplands, and eastward by that route to his own kingdom, taking Van Akesson with him. Earl Eirik married Van to Ingjobjorg, a daughter of Thorkel Lyra, and gave him a good ship of war and all belonging to it, and a crew, and they parted the best of friends. Then Van went home south to Denmark, and became afterwards a man of great consideration, and many great people are descended from him. Endnotes. 1. This traditionary tale of a warrior fighting on his knees, after his legs were cut off, appears to have been a popular idea among the Northmen, and is related by their descendants. In the ballad O. Chevy Chase. L. 48. King Harald Grensk's death. Harald Grensk, as before related, was king in Vestfold, and was married to Asta, a daughter of Gudbrand Kula. One summer, A.D. 994, Harald Grensk made an expedition to the Baltic to gather property, and he came to Svithjod. Olaf the Swede was king there, a son of Eirik the Victorious, and Sigrid, a daughter of Skoglartost. Sigrid was then a widow, and had many and great estates in Svithjod. When she heard that her foster brother was come to the country a short distance from her, she sent men to him to invite him to a feast. He did not neglect the invitation, but came to her with a great attendance of his followers, and was received in the most friendly way. He and the queen sat in the high seat, and drank together towards the evening, and all his men were entertained in the most hospitable manner. At night, when the king went to rest, a bed was put up for him with a hanging of fine linen around it, and with costly bedclothes, but in the lodging-house there were few men. When the king was undressed, and had gone to bed, the queen came to him, filled a bowl herself for him to drink, and was very gay, and pressed to drink. The king was drunk above measure, and, indeed, so were they both. Then he slept, and the queen went away, and laid herself down also. Sigrid was a woman of the greatest understanding, and clever in many things. In the morning there was also the most excellent entertainment. But then it went on as usual when people have drunk too much, that next day they take care not to exceed. The queen was very gay, and she and the king talked of many things with each other. Among other things she valued her property, and the dominions she had in Svithjod, as nothing less than his property in Norway. With that observation the king was nowise pleased, and he found no pleasure in anything after that, but made himself ready for his journey in an ill humor. On the other hand, the queen was remarkably gay, and made him many presents, and followed him out to the road. Now Harald returned about harvest to Norway, and was at home all winter, but was very silent and cast down. In summer he went once more to the Baltic with his ships, and steered to Svithjod. He sent a message to Queen Sigrid that he wished to have a meeting with her, and she rode down to meet him. They talked together, and he soon brought out the proposal that she should marry him. She replied, that this was foolish talk for him, who was so well married already that he might think himself well off. Harald says, Asta is a good and clever woman, but she is not so well born as I am. Sigrid replies, it may be that thou art of higher birth, but I think she is now pregnant with both your fortunes. They exchanged but few words more before the queen rode away. King Harald was now depressed in mind, and prepared himself again to ride up the country to meet Queen Sigrid. Many of his people dissuaded him. But nevertheless he set off with a great attendance, and came to the house in which the queen dwelt. The same evening came another king, called Visivold, from Gardarike, Russia, likewise to pay his addresses to Queen Sigrid. Lodging was given to both the kings, and to all their people, in a great old room of an outbuilding, and all the furniture was of the same character. But there was no want of drink in the evening, and that so strong that all were drunk, and the watch, both inside and outside, fell fast asleep. Then Queen Sigrid ordered an attack on them in the night, both with fire and sword. The house was burnt, with all who were in it, and those who slipped out were put to the sword. Sigrid said that she would make these small kings tired of coming to court her. She was afterwards called Sigrid the Haughty, Storeda. 49. Birth of Olaf, son of Harald Grensk. This happened the winter after the battle of the Jomsborg Vikings at Hjörungavik. When Harald went up the country after Sigrid, he left Hrein behind with the ships to look after the men. Now when Hrein heard that Harald was cut off, he returned to Norway the shortest way he could, and told the news. He repaired first to Asta, and related to her all that had happened on the journey, and also on what errand Harald had visited Queen Sigrid. When Asta got these tidings she set off directly to her father in the uplands, who received her well. But both were enraged at the design which had been laid in Svithjod, and that King Harald had intended to set her in a single condition. In summer, A.D. 995, Asta, Gudbrand's daughter, was confined, and had a boy child, who had water poured over him, and was called Olaf. Hrein himself poured water over him, and the child was brought up at first in the house of Gudbrand and his mother Asta. 50. About Earl Hakon. Earl Hakon ruled over the whole outer part of Norway that lies on the sea, and had thus 16 districts under his sway. The arrangement introduced by Harald Harfager, that there should be an earl in each district, was afterward continued for a long time, and thus Earl Hakon had 16 earls under him. So says the Valekla. Who before has ever known 16 earls subdued by one? Who has seen all Norway's land conquered by one brave hero's hand? It will be long in memory held, how Hakon ruled by sword and shield. When tales at the Vikings' mast go round, his praise will every mouth resound. While Earl Hakon ruled over Norway there were good crops in the land, and peace was well preserved in the country among the bonds. The earl, for the greater part of his lifetime, was therefore much beloved by the bonds. But it happened, in the longer course of time, that the earl became very intemperate in his intercourse with women, and even carried it so far that he made the daughters of people of consideration be carried away and brought home to him. And after keeping them a week or two as concubines, he sent them home. He drew upon himself the indignation of me relations of these girls. And the bonds began to murmur loudly, as the Throngem people have the custom of doing when anything goes against their judgment. 51. Thororklaka's journey. Earl Hakon, in the meantime, hears some whisper that to the westward, over the North Sea, was a man called Ol, who was looked upon as a king. From the conversation of some people, he fell upon the suspicion that he must be of the royal race of Norway. It was, indeed, said that this Ol was from Russia. But the earl had heard that Tryggve Olafsson had had a son called Olaf, who in his infancy had gone east to Gardarike, and had been brought up by King Valdemar. The earl had carefully inquired about this man, and had his suspicion that he must be the same person who had now come to these western countries. The earl had a very good friend called Thororklaka, who had been long upon Viking expeditions, sometimes also upon merchant voyages, so that he was well acquainted all around. This Thoror Earl Hakon sends over the North Sea, and told him to make a merchant voyage to Dublin, many were in the habit of doing, and carefully to discover who this Ol was. Provided he got any certainty that he was Olaf Tryggvason, or any other of the Norwegian royal race, then Thor should endeavor to ensnare him by some deceit, and bring him into the Earl's power. 52. Olaf Tryggvason comes to Norway. On this Thor sails westward to Ireland, and hears that Ol is in Dublin with his wife's father King Olaf Kvaran. Thor, who was a plausible man, immediately got acquainted with Ol. And as they often met, and had long conversations together, Ol began to inquire about news from Norway, and above all of the upland kings and great people, which of them were in life, and what dominations they now had. He asked also about Earl Hakon, and if he was much liked in the country. Thor replies, that the Earl is such a powerful man that no one dares to speak otherwise than he would like. But that comes from there being nobody else in the country to look to. Yet, to say the truth, I know it to be the mind of many brave men, and of whole communities, that they would much rather see a king of Harald Harfager's race come to the kingdom. But we know of no one suited for this, especially now that it is proved how vain every attack on Earl Hakon must be. As they often talked together in the same strain, Olaf disclosed to Thor his name and family, and asked him his opinion, and whether he thought the bonds would take him for their king if he were to appear in Norway. Thor encouraged him very eagerly to the enterprise, and praised him and his talents highly. Then Olaf's inclination to go to the heritage of his ancestors became strong. Olaf sailed accordingly, accompanied by Thor, with 5 ships. First to the Hebrides, and from thence to the Orkneys. At that time Earl Sigurd, Hlodver's son, lay in Osmundswall, in the island South Ronaldsa, with a ship of war, on his way to Caithness. Just at the same time Olaf was sailing with his fleet from the westward to the islands, and ran into the same harbour, because Pentland Firth was not to be passed at that tide. When the king was informed that the earl was there, he made him be called. And when the earl came on board to speak with the king, after a few words only had passed between them, the king says the earl must allow himself to be baptized, and all the people of the country also, or he should be put to death directly. And he assured the earl he would lay waste the islands with fire and sword, if the people did not adopt Christianity. In the position the earl found himself, he preferred becoming Christian, and he and all who were with him were baptized. Afterwards the earl took an oath to the king, went into his service, and gave him his son, whose name was Hvelp, whelp, or hund, dog, as an hostage, and the king took Hvelp to Norway with him. Thereafter Olaf went out to sea to the eastward, and made the land at Morster Island, where he first touched the ground of Norway. He had high mass sung in a tent, and afterwards on the spot a church was built. Thorarklaka said now to the king, that the best plan for him would be not to make it known who he was, or to let any report about him get abroad, but to seek out Earl Hakon as fast as possible and fall upon him by surprise. King Olaf did so, sailing northward day and night, when wind permitted, and did not let the people of the country know who it was that was sailing in such haste. When he came north to HALFDAN'S, he heard that the earl was in the fjord, and was in discord with the bonds. On hearing this, Thorir saw that things were going in a very different way from what he expected. For after the battle with the Jomsborg Vikings all men in Norway were the most sincere friends of the earl on account of the victory he had gained, and of the peace and security he had given to the country. And now it unfortunately turns out that a great chief has come to the country at a time when the bonds are in arms against the earl. 53. Earl Hakon's flight. Earl Hakon was at a feast in Medalhus in Galardal and his ships lay out by Vigja. There was a powerful bond, by name Orm Lurgja, who dwelt in Boons, who had a wife called Gudrun, a daughter of Bergthor of Lundar. She was called the Lundasol. For she was the most beautiful of women. The earl sent his slaves to Orm, with the errand that they should bring Orm's wife, Gudrun, to the earl. The thralls tell their errand, and Orm bids them first seat themselves to supper. But before they had done eating, many people from the neighborhood, to whom Orm had sent notice, had gathered together, and now Orm declared he would not send Gudrun with the messengers. Gudrun told the thralls to tell the earl that she would not come to him, unless he sent Thora of Rimmel after her. Thora was a woman of great influence, and one of the earl's best beloved. The thralls say that they will come another time, and both the bond and his wife would be made to repent of it, and they departed with many threats. ORM, on the other hand, sent out a message token to all the neighboring country, and with it the message to attack Earl Hakon with weapons and kill him. He sent also a message to Haldr in Skirtingstedja, who also sent out his message token. A short time before, the Earl had taken away the wife of a man called Brynjolf, and there had very nearly been an insurrection about that business. Having now again got this message token, the people made a general revolt, and set out all to Medelhus. When the Earl heard of this, he left the house with his followers, and concealed himself in a deep glen, now called Jarlsdal, Earl's Dale. Later in the day, the Earl got news of the bond's army. They had beset all the roads, but believed the Earl had escaped to his ships, which his son Erland, a remarkably handsome and hopeful young man, had the command of. When night came the Earl dispersed his people, and ordered them to go through the forest roads into Orcadal, for nobody will molest you, said he, when I am not with you. Send a message to Erland to sail out of the fjord, and meet me in Moor. In the meantime I will conceal myself from the bonds. Then the Earl went his way with one thrall or slave, called Kark, attending him. There was ice upon the Gall, the river of Galardal, and the Earl drove his horse upon it, and left his coat lying upon the ice. They then went to a hole, since called Jarlshella, the Earl's hole, where they slept. When Kark awoke he told his dream, that a black threatening mad had come into the hole, and was angry that people should have entered it, and that the man had said, "All is dead." The Earl said that his son Erland must be killed. Kark slept again and was again disturbed in his sleep, and when he awoke he told his dream, that the same man had again appeared to him, and bade him tell the Earl that all the sounds were closed. From this dream the Earl began to suspect that it betokened a short life to him. They stood up, and went to the house of Rimmel. The Earl now sends Kark to Thora, and begs of her to come secretly to him. She did so and received the Earl kindly, and he begged her to conceal him for a few nights until the army of the bonds had dispersed. "Here about my house," said she, "you will be hunted after, both inside and outside. For many know that I would willingly help you if I can. There is but one place about the house where they could never expect to find such a man as you, and that is the swine sty." When they came there the Earl said, "Well, let it be made ready for us, as to save our life is the first and foremost concern." The slave dug a great hole in it, bore away the earth that he dug out, and laid wood over it. Thora brought the tidings to the Earl that Olaf Tryggvason had come from sea into the fjord, and had killed his son Erland. Then the Earl and Kark both went into the hole. Thora covered it with wood, and threw earth and dung over it, and drove the swine upon the top of it. The swine stile was under a great stone. 54. Erland's death. Olaf Tryggvason came from sea into the fjord with 5 long ships, and Erland, Hakon's son, rowed towards him with 3 ships. When the vessels came near to each other, Erland suspected they might be enemies, and turned towards the land. When Olaf and his followers saw long ships coming in haste out of the fjord, and rowing towards them, they thought Earl Hakon must be here, and they put out all oars to follow them. As soon as Erland and his ships got near the land they rowed aground instantly, jumped overboard, and took to the land, but at the same instant Olaf's ship came up with them. Olaf saw a remarkably handsome man swimming in the water, and laid hold of a tiller and threw it at him. The tiller struck Erland, the son of Hakon the Earl, on the head, and clove it to the brain, and there left Erland his life. Olaf and his people killed many, but some escaped, and some were made prisoners, and got life and freedom that they might go and tell what had happened. They learned then that the bonds had driven away Earl Hakon, and that he had fled, and his troops were all dispersed. 55. Earl Hakon's death. The bonds then met Olaf, to the joy of both, and they made an agreement together. The bonds took Olaf to be their king, and resolved, one and all, to seek out Earl Hakon. They went up Galardal. For it seemed to them likely that if the Earl was concealed in any house it must be at Rimmel, for Thora was his dearest friend in that valley. They come up, therefore, and search everywhere, outside and inside the house, but could not find him. Then Olaf held a house thing, trusting, or council out in the yard, and stood upon a great stone which lay beside the swine sty, and made a speech to the people, in which he promised to enrich the man with rewards and honors who should kill the earl. This speech was heard by the earl and the thrall Kark. They had a light in their room. "Why art thou so pale," says the earl, "and now again black as earth? Thou hast not the intention to betray me?" "By no means," replies Kark. "We were born on the same night," says the earl, "and the time will be short between our deaths." King Olaf went away in the evening. When night came the earl kept himself awake, but Kark slept, and was disturbed in his sleep. The earl woke him, and asked him what he was dreaming of. He answered, "I was at Hladr and Olaf Tryggvason was laying a gold ring about my neck." The earl says, "It will be a red ring Olaf will lay about thy neck if he catches thee. Take care of that. From me thou shalt enjoy all that is good, therefore betray me not." They then kept themselves awake both, the one, as it were, watching upon the other. But towards day the earl suddenly dropped asleep. But his sleep was so unquiet that he drew his heels under him, and raised his neck, as if going to rise, and screamed dreadfully high. On this Kark, dreadfully alarmed, drew a large knife out of his belt, stuck it in the earl's throat, and cut it across, and killed Earl Hakon. Then Kark cut off the earl's head, and ran away. Late in the day he came to Hladr, where he delivered the earl's head to King Olaf, and told all these circumstances of his own and Earl Hakon's doings. Olaf had him taken out and beheaded. 56. Earl Hakon's head. King Olaf, and a vast number of bonds with him, then went out to Nidarholm, and had with him the heads of Earl Hakon and Kark. This home was used then for a place of execution of thieves and ill-doers, and there stood a gallows on it. He had the heads of the earl and of Kark hung upon it, and the whole army of the bonds cast stones at them, screaming and shouting that the one worthless fellow had followed the other. They then sent up to Galardal for the earl's dead body. So great was the enmity of the Throngem people against Earl Hakon, that no man could venture to call him by any other name than Hakon the Bad, and he was so called long after those days. Yet, sooth to say of Earl Hakon, he was in many respects fitted to be a chief, first, because he was descended from a high race, then because he had understanding and knowledge to direct a government. Also manly courage in battle to gain victories, and good luck in killing his enemies. So says Thorleif Rodfeldtson. In Norway's land was never known a braver earl than the brave Hakon. At sea, beneath the clear moon's light, no braver man e'er sought to fight. 9 kings to Odin's wide domain were sent, by Hakon's right hand slain. So well the raven flocks were fed, so well the wolves were filled with dead. Earl Hakon was very generous. But the greatest misfortunes attended even such a chief at the end of his days, and the great cause of this was that the time was come when heathen sacrifices and idolatrous worship were doomed to fall, and the holy faith and good customs to come in their place. 57. Olaf Tryggvason elected king. Olaf Tryggvason was chosen at Throngem by the general thing to be the king over the whole country, as Harald Harfager had been. The whole public and the people throughout all the land would listen to nothing else than that Olaf Tryggvason should be king. Then Olaf went round the whole country, and brought it under his rule, and all the people of Norway gave in their submission. And also the chiefs in the uplands and in Viken, who before had held their lands as fiefs from the Danish king, now became King Olaf's men, and held their hands from him. He went thus through the whole country during the first winter, A.D. 996, and the following summer. Earl Eirik, the son of Earl Hakon, his brother Sven, and their friends and relations, fled out of the country, and went east to Sweden to King Olaf the Swede, who gave them a good reception. So says Thord Kolbeinsson. O thou whom bad men drove away, after the bonds by foul play, took Hakon's life. Fate will pursue these bloody wolves, and make them rue. When the host came from out the west, like some tall stately warship's mast, I saw the son of Tryggv stand, surveying proud his native land. And again. Eirik has more upon his mind. Against the new Norse king designed. Then by his words he seems to show. And truly it may well be so. Stubborn and stiff are Throndheim men. But Throndheim's Earl may come again. In Swedish land he knows no rest. Fierce wrath is gathering in his breast. 58. Lodin's marriage. Lodin was the name of a man from Viken who was rich and of good family. He went often on merchant voyages, and sometimes on Viking cruises. It happened one summer that he went on a merchant voyage with much merchandise in a ship of his own. He directed his course first to Iceland, and was there at a market in summer. To the place at which the market was held many merchant goods were brought, and also many thralls or slaves for sale. There Lodin saw a woman who was to be sold as a slave, and on looking at her he knew her to be Astrid Eirik's daughter, who had been married to King Tryggv. But now she was altogether unlike what she had been when he last saw her. For now she was pale, meagre in countenance, and ill-clad. He went up to her, and asked her how matters stood with her. She replied, "It is heavy to be told, for I have been sold as a slave, and now again I am brought here for sale." After speaking together a little Astrid knew him, and begged him to buy her, and bring her home to her friends. "On this condition," said he, "I will bring thee home to Norway, that thou wilt marry me." Now as Astrid stood in great need, and moreover knew that Lodin was a man of high birth, rich, and brave, she promised to do so for her ransom. Lodin accordingly bought Astrid, took her home to Norway with him, and married her with her friend's consent. Their children were Thorkel Nifia, Ingerid, and Ingigerd. Ingjobjorg and Astrid were daughters of Astrid by King Tryggv. Eirik Jodaskal's sons were Sigurd, Karlshafud, Jostian, and Thorkel Didril, who were all rich and brave people who had estates east in the country. In Viken in the east dwelt two brothers, rich and of good descent. One called Thorgir, and the other Hunning, and they married Lodin and Astrid's daughters, Ingerid and Ingigerd. 59. Olaf baptizes the country of Viken. When Harald Gormson, king of Denmark, had adopted Christianity, he sent a message over all his kingdom that all people should be baptized, and converted to the true faith. He himself followed his message, and used power and violence where nothing else would do. He sent two earls, Ergithurjot and Brimilskjar, with many people to Norway, to proclaim Christianity there. In Viken, which stood directly under the king's power, this succeeded, and many were baptized of the country folk. But when Sven Forkbeard, immediately after his father King Harald's death, went out on war expeditions in Saxland, Friesland, and at last in England, the Northmen who had taken up Christianity returned back to heathen sacrifices, just as before. And the people in the north of the country did the same. But now that Olaf Tryggvason was king of Norway, he remained long during the summer, AD 996, in Viken, where many of his relatives and some of his brothers-in-law were settled, and also many who had been great friends of his father, so that he was received with the greatest affection. Olaf called together his mother's brothers, his stepfather Lodin, and his brothers-in-law Thorgir and Hunning, to speak with them, and to disclose with the greatest care the business which he desired they themselves should approve of, and support with all their power. Namely, the proclaiming Christianity over all his kingdom. He would, he declared, either bring it to this, that all Norway should be Christian, or die. "I shall make you all," said he, "great and mighty men in promoting this work. For I trust to you most, as blood relations or brothers-in-law." All agreed to do what he asked, and to follow him in what he desired. King Olaf immediately made it known to the public that he recommended Christianity to all the people in his kingdom, which message was well received and approved of by those who had before given him their promise. And these being the most powerful among the people assembled, the others followed their example, and all the inhabitants of the east part of Viken allowed themselves to be baptized. The king then went to the north part of Viken and invited every man to accept Christianity, and those who opposed him he punished severely, killing some, mutilating others, and driving some into banishment. At length he brought it so far, that all the kingdom which his father King Trevi had ruled over, and also that of his relation Harald Grensk, accepted of Christianity, and during that summer, AD 996, and the following winter, AD 997, all Viken was made Christian. 60. Of the Hordaland people. Early in spring, AD 997, King Olaf set out from Viken with a great force northwards to Agder, and proclaimed that every man should be baptized. And thus the people received Christianity, for nobody dared oppose the king's will, wheresoever he came. In Hordaland, however, were many bold and great men of Hortiker's race. He, namely, had left 4 sons, the first Thorleif spake. The second, Ogmund, father of Thorolf Skilk, who was father of Erling of Sol. The third was Thord, father of the Hers Klyp, who killed King Sigurd Slifa, Gunhild's son, and lastly, Almud, father of Askell, whose son was Aslak Fitjaskal. And that family branch was the greatest and most considered in Hordaland. Now when this family heard the bad tidings, that the king was coming along the country from the eastward with a great force, and was breaking the ancient law of the people, and imposing punishment and hard conditions on all who opposed him, the relatives appointed a meeting to take counsel with each other, for they knew the king would come down upon them at once, and they all resolved to appear in force at the Gula-thing, there to hold a conference with King Olaf Tryggvason. 61. Rogaland baptized. When King Olaf came to Rogaland, he immediately summoned the people to a thing, and when the bonds received the message token for a thing, they assembled in great numbers well armed. After they had come together, they resolved to choose 3 men, the best speakers of the whole, who should answer King Olaf, and argue with the king. And especially should decline to accept of anything against the old law, even if the king should require it of them. Now when the bonds came to the thing, and the thing was formed, King Olaf arose, and at first spoke good-humoredly to the people. But they observed he wanted them to accept Christianity, with all his fine words, and in the conclusion he let them know that those who should speak against him, and not submit to his proposal, must expect his displeasure and punishment, and all the ill that it was in his power to inflict. When he had ended his speech, one of the bonds stood up, who was considered the most eloquent, and who had been chosen as the first who should reply to King Olaf. But when he would begin to speak, such a cough seized him, and such a difficulty of breathing, that he could not bring out a word, and had to sit down again. Then another bond stood up, resolved not to let an answer be wanting, although it had gone so ill with the former, but he stammered so that he could not get a word uttered, and all present set up a laughter, amid which the bond sat down again. And now the third stood up to make a speech against King Olaf's, but when he began he became so hoarse and husky in his throat, that nobody could hear a word he said, and he also had to sit down. There was none of the bonds now to speak against the king, and as nobody answered him there was no opposition, and it came to this, that all agreed to what the king had proposed. All the people of the thing accordingly were baptized before the thing was dissolved. 62. Erling Skjalgson's wooing. King Olaf went with his men-at-arms to the Gula-thing. For the bonds had sent him word that they would reply there to his speech. When both parties had come to the thing, the king desired first to have a conference with the chief people of the country. And when the meeting was numerous the king set forth his errand, that he desired them, according to his proposal, to allow themselves to be baptized. Then said Almud the Old, we relations have considered together this matter, and have come to one resolution. If thou thinkest, king, to force us who are related together to such things as to break our old law, or to bring us under thyself by any sort of violence, then will we stand against thee with all our might, and be the victory to him to whom fate ordains it. But if thou, king, wilt advance our relations' fortunes, then thou shalt have leave to do as thou desirest, and we will all serve thee with zeal in thy purpose. The king replies, what do you propose for obtaining this agreement? Then answers Almud, the first is, that thou wilt give thy sister Astrid in marriage to Erling Skjalgsson, our relation, whom we look upon as the most hopeful young man in all Norway. King Olaf replied, that this marriage appeared to him also very suitable, as Erling is a man of good birth, and a good-looking man in appearance, but Astrid herself must answer to this proposal. Thereupon the king spoke to his sister. She said, "It is but of little use that I am a king's sister, and a king's daughter, if I must marry a man who has no high dignity or office. I will rather wait a few years for a better match." Thus ended this conference. 63. HJORT'S baptized. King Olaf took a falcon that belonged to Astrid, plucked off all its feathers, and then sent it to her. Then said Astrid, "Angry is my brother." And she stood up, and went to the king, who received her kindly, and she said that she left it to the king to determine her marriage. "I think," said the king, "that I must have power enough in this land to raise any man I please to high dignity." Then the king ordered Almud and Erling to be called to a conference, and all their relations, and the marriage was determined upon, and Astrid betrothed to Erling. Thereafter the king held the thing, and recommended Christianity to the bonds. And as Almud, and Erling, and all their relations, took upon themselves the most active part in forwarding the king's desire, nobody dared to speak against it, and all the people were baptized, and adopted Christianity. 64. Erling Skjalgson's wedding. Erling Skjalgsson had his wedding in summer, and a great many people were assembled at it. King Olaf was also there, and offered Erling an earldom. Erling replied thus, "All my relations have been hers only, and I will take no higher title than they have, but this I will accept from thee, king, that thou makest me the greatest of that title in the country." The king consented. And at his departure the king invested his brother-in-law Erling with all the land north of the Sonefjord, and east to the Landandisons, on the same terms as Harald Harfager had given land to his sons, as before related. 65. Romsdal and Fjord districts baptized. The same harvest King Olaf summoned the bonds to a thing of the 4 districts at Dragseed, in Stad, and there the people from Son, the Fjord districts, South Moor, and Romsdal, were summoned to meet. King Olaf came there with a great many people who had followed him from the eastward, and also with those who had joined him from Rogaland and Hordaland. When the king came to the thing, he proposed to them there, as elsewhere, Christianity. And as the king had such a powerful host with him, they were frightened. The king offered them 2 conditions, either to accept Christianity, or to fight. But the bonds saw they were in no condition to fight the king, and resolved, therefore, that all the people should agree to be baptized. The king proceeded afterwards to North Moor, and baptized all that district. He then sailed to Hladr, in Thranjum, had the temple there razed to the ground, took all the ornaments and all property out of the temple, and from the gods in it. And among other things the great gold ring which Earl Hakon had ordered to be made, and which hung in the door of the temple, and then had the temple burnt. But when the bonds heard of this, they sent out a war arrow as a token through the whole district, ordering out a warlike force, and intended to meet the king with it. In the meantime King Olaf sailed with a war force out of the fjord along the coast northward, intending to proceed to Hålogaland, and baptize there. When he came north to Bjarnor, he heard from Hålogaland that a force was assembled there to defend the country against the king. The chiefs of this force were Herek of Thjada, Thorir Jort from Vagar, and Ivan Kenrifa. Now when King Olaf heard this, he turned about and sailed southwards along the land, and when he got south of Stad proceeded at his leisure, and came early in winter, AD 998, all the way east to Viken. 66. Olaf proposes marriage to Queen Sigrid. Queen Sigrid in Svithjod, who had for surname the Haughty, sat in her mansion, and during the same winter messengers went between King Olaf and Sigrid to propose his courtship to her, and she had no objection. And the matter was fully and fast resolved upon. Thereupon King Olaf sent to Queen Sigrid the great gold ring he had taken from the temple door of Hladr, which was considered a distinguished ornament. The meeting for concluding the business was appointed to be in spring on the frontier, at the Got River. Now the ring which King Olaf had sent Queen Sigrid was highly prized by all men. Yet the queen's goldsmiths, 2 brothers, who took the ring in their hands, and weighed it, spoke quietly to each other about it, and in a manner that made the queen call them to her, and ask what they smiled at. But they would not say a word, and she commanded them to say what it was they had discovered. Then they said the ring is false. Upon this she ordered the ring to be broken into pieces, and it was found to be copper inside. Then the queen was enraged, and said that Olaf would deceive her in more ways than this one. In the same year, AD 998, King Olaf went into Rinkenk, and there the people also were baptized. 67. Olaf Haraldsson baptized. Asta, the daughter of Gudbrand, soon after the fall of Harald Grensk married again a man who was called Sigurd Syr, who was a king in Ringerike. Sigurd was a son of Halfdan, and grandson of Sigurd Hreis, who was a son of Harald Harfager. Olaf, the son of Asta and Harald Grensk, lived with Asta, and was brought up from childhood in the house of his stepfather, Sigurd Syr. Now when King Olaf Tryggvason came to Ringerike to spread Christianity, Sigurd Syr and his wife allowed themselves to be baptized, along with Olaf her son, and Olaf Tryggvason was godfather to Olaf, the stepson of Harald Grensk. Olaf was then 3 years old. Olaf returned from thence to Viken, where he remained all winter. He had now been 3 years king in Norway, AD 998. 68. Meeting of Olaf and Sigrid. Early in spring, AD 998, King Olaf went eastwards to Konungahella to the meeting with Queen Sigrid, and when they met the business was considered about which the winter before they had held communication, namely, their marriage. And the business seemed likely to be concluded. But when Olaf insisted that Sigrid should let herself be baptized, she answered thus, I must not part from the faith which I have held, and my forefathers before me. And, on the other hand, I shall make no objection to your believing in the God that pleases you best. Then King Olaf was enraged, and answered in a passion, Why should I care to have thee, an old faded woman, and a heathen jade? And therewith struck her in the face with his glove which he held in his hands, rose up, and they parted. Sigrid said, This may some day be thy death. The king set off to Viken, the queen to Svithjod. 69. The burning of warlocks. Then the king proceeded to Tunsberg, and held a thing, at which he declared in a speech that all the men of whom it should be known to a certainty that they dealt with evil spirits, or in witchcraft, or were sorcerers, should be banished forth of the land. Thereafter the king had all the neighborhood ransacked after such people, and called them all before him. And when they were brought to the thing there was a man among them called Eyvind Kelde, a grandson of Ragnvald Redelbein, Harald Harfager's son. Eyvind was a sorcerer, and particularly knowing in witchcraft. The king let all these men be seated in one room, which was well adorned, and made a great feast for them, and gave them strong drink in plenty. Now when they were all very drunk, he ordered the house be set on fire, and it and all the people within it were consumed, all but Eyvind Kelde, who contrived to escape by the smoke hole in the roof. And when he had got a long way off, he met some people on the road going to the king, and he told them to tell the king that Eyvind Kelde had slipped away from the fire, and would never come again in King Olaf's power, but would carry on his arts of witchcraft as much as ever. When the people came to the king with such a message from Eyvind, the king was ill pleased that Eyvind had escaped death. 70. Eyvind Kelde's death. When spring, AD 998, came King Olaf went out to Viken, and was on visits to his great farms. He sent notice over all Viken that he would call out an army in summer, and proceed to the north parts of the country. Then he went north to Agder. And when Easter was approaching he took the road to Rogaland with 360 men, and came on Easter evening north to Ogvaldson's, in Kormt Island, where an Easter feast was prepared for him. That same night came Eyvind Kelde to the island with a well-manned longship, of which the whole crew consisted of sorcerers and other dealers with evil spirits. Eyvind went from his ship to the land with his followers, and there they played many of their pranks of witchcraft. Eyvind clothed them with caps of darkness, and so thick a mist that the king and his men could see nothing of them. But when they came near to the house at Ogvaldson's, it became clear day. Then it went differently from what Eyvind had intended, for now there came just such a darkness over him and his comrades in witchcraft as they had made before, so that they could see no more from their eyes than from the back of their heads, but went round and round in a circle upon the island. When the king's watchmen saw them going about, without knowing what people these were, they told the king. Thereupon he rose up with his people, put on his clothes, and when he saw Eyvind with his men wandering about he ordered his men to arm, and examine what folk these were. The king's men discovered it was Eyvind, took him and all his company prisoners, and brought them to the king. Eyvind now told all he had done on his journey. Then the king ordered these all to be taken out to a skerry which was under water in flood tide, and there to be left bound. Eyvind and all with him left their lives on this rock, and the skerry is still called Skrættaskr. 71. Olaf and Odin's apparition. It is related that once on a time King Olaf was at a feast at this HJORT'S, and one eventide there came to him an old man very gifted in words, and with a broad-brimmed hat upon his head. He was one-eyed, and had something to tell of every land. He entered into conversation with the king. And as the king found much pleasure in the guest's speech, he asked him concerning many things, to which the guest gave good answers, and the king sat up late in the evening. Among other things, the king asked him if he knew who the Ogvald had been who had given his name both to the ness and to the house. The guest replied, that this Ogvald was a king, and a very valiant man, and that he made great sacrifices to a cow which he had with him wherever he went, and considered it good for his health to drink her milk. This same King Ogvald had a battle with a king called Varin, in which battle Ogvald fell. He was buried under a mound close to the house, and there stands his stone over him, and close to it his cow also is laid. Such and many other things, and ancient events, the king inquired after. Now, when the king had sat late into the night, the bishop reminded him that it was time to go to bed, and the king did so. But after the king was undressed, and had laid himself in bed, the guest sat upon the footstool before the bed, and still spoke long with the king, for after one tale was ended, he still wanted a new one. Then the bishop observed to the king, it was time to go to sleep, and the king did so, and the guest went out. Soon after the king awoke, asked for the guest, and ordered him to be called, but the guest was not to be found. The morning after, the king ordered his cook and cellar-master to be called, and asked if any strange person had been with them. They said, that as they were making ready the meat a man came to them, and observed that they were cooking very poor meat for the king's table, whereupon he gave them 2 thick and fat pieces of beef, which they boiled with the rest of the meat. Then the king ordered that all the meat should be thrown away, and said this man can be no other than the Odin whom the heathens have so long worshipped, and added, but Odin shall not deceive us. 72. The Thing in Throndheim. King Olaf collected a great army in the east of the country toward summer, and sailed with it north to Nidaros in the Throndheim country. From thence he sent a message token over all the fjord, calling the people of 8 different districts to a thing, but the bonds changed the thing token into a war token, and called together all men, free and unfree, in all the Throndheim land. Now when the king met the thing, the whole people came fully armed. After the thing was seated, the king spoke, and invited them to adopt Christianity. But he had only spoken a short time when the bonds called out to him to be silent, or they would attack him and drive him away. We did so, said they, with Hakon foster son of Athelstan, when he brought us the same message, and we held him in quite as much respect as we hold thee. When King Olaf saw how incensed the bonds were, and that they had such a war force that he could make no resistance, he turned his speech as if he would give way to the bonds, and said, I wish only to be in a good understanding with you as of old. And I will come to where ye hold your greatest sacrifice festival, and see your customs, and thereafter we shall consider which to hold by. And in this all agreed. And as the king spoke mildly and friendly with the bonds, their answer was appeased, and their conference with the king went off peacefully. At the close of it a midsummer sacrifice was fixed to take place in Maren, and all chiefs and great bonds to attend it as usual. The king was to be at it. 73. Jarnskeg or Iron Beard. There was a great bond called Skeg, and sometimes Jarnskeg, or Iron Beard, who dwelt in Uphog in Urger. He spoke first at the thing to Olaf, and was the foremost man of the bonds in speaking against Christianity. The thing was concluded in this way for that time, the bonds returned home, and the king went to Hladr. 74. The Feast at Hladr. King Olaf lay with his ships in the river Nid, and had 30 vessels, which were manned with many brave people, but the king himself was often at Hladr, with his court attendants. As the time now was approaching at which the sacrifices should be made at Meren, the king prepared a great feast at Hladr, and sent a message to the districts of Strind, Galardal, and out to Orkadal, to invite the chiefs and other great bonds. When the feast was ready, and the chiefs assembled, there was a handsome entertainment the first evening, at which plenty of liquor went round, and the guests were made very drunk. The night after they all slept in peace. The following morning, when the king was dressed, he had the early mass sung before him, and when the mass was over, ordered to sound the trumpets for a house thing, upon which all his men left the ships to come up to the thing. When the thing was seated, the king stood up, and spoke thus: "We held a thing at Frosta, and there I invited the bonds to allow themselves to be baptized. But they, on the other hand, invited me to offer sacrifice to their gods, as King Hakon, Athelstan's foster son, had done, and thereafter it was agreed upon between us that we should meet at Meren, and there make a great sacrifice. Now if I, along with you, shall turn again to making sacrifice, then will I make the greatest of sacrifices that are in use, and I will sacrifice men. But I will not select slaves or malefactors for this, but will take the greatest men only to be offered to the gods. And for this I select Orm Ligra of Medalhus, Sturkr of Gimsar, Kar of Griding, Asbjorn Thorbergsson of Varns, Orm of Lixa, Haldr of Skirting Steja, and besides these he named 5 others of the principal men. All these, he said, he would offer in sacrifice to the gods for peace and a fruitful season, and ordered them to be laid hold of immediately. Now when the bonds saw that they were not strong enough to make head against the king, they asked for peace, and submitted wholly to the king's pleasure. So it was settled that all the bonds who had come there should be baptized, and should take an oath to the king to hold by the right faith, and to renounce sacrifice to the gods. The king then kept all these men as hostages who came to his feast, until they sent him their sons, brothers, or other near relations. 75. Of the thing in Throndheim. King Olaf went in with all his forces into the Throndheim country. And when he came to Meren, all among the chiefs of the Throndheim people who were most opposed to Christianity were assembled, and had with them all the great bonds who had before made sacrifice at that place. There was thus a greater multitude of bonds than there had been at the FROSTA-THING. Now the king let the people be summoned to the thing, where both parties met armed. And when the thing was seated, the king made a speech, in which he told the people to go over to Christianity. Jarnskeg replies on the part of the bonds, and says that the will of the bonds is now, as formerly, that the king should not break their laws. "We want, king," said he, "that thou shouldst offer sacrifice, as other kings before thee have done." All the bonds applauded his speech with a loud shout, and said they would have all things according to what Skeg said. Then the king said he would go into the temple of their gods with them, and see what the practices were when they sacrificed. The bonds thought well of this proceeding, and both parties went to the temple. 76. The Throndheim people baptized. Now King Olaf entered into the temple with some few of his men and a few bonds. And when the king came to where their gods were, Thor, as the most considered among their gods, sat there adorned with gold and silver. The king lifted up his golden-laid axe which he carried in his hands, and struck Thor so that the image rolled down from its seat. Then the king's men turned to and threw down all the gods from their seats. And while the king was in the temple, Jarnskeg was killed outside of the temple doors, and the king's men did it. When the king came forth out of the temple, he offered the bonds 2 conditions, that all should accept of Christianity forthwith, or that they should fight with him. But as Skeg was killed, there was no leader in the bonds' army to raise the banner against King Olaf, so they took the other condition, to surrender to the king's will and obey his order. Then King Olaf had all the people present baptized, and took hostages from them for their remaining true to Christianity. And he sent his men round to every district, and no man in the Throndheim country opposed Christianity, but all people took baptism. 77. A town in the Throndheim country. King Olaf with his people went out to Nidaros, and made houses on the flat side of the river Nid, which he raised to be a merchant town, and gave people ground to build houses upon. The king's house he had built just opposite Skipacrock. And he transported thither, in harvest, all that was necessary for his winter residence, and had many people about him there. 78. King Olaf's marriage. King Olaf appointed a meeting with the relations of Jarnskeg, and offered them the compensation or penalty for his bloodshed, for there were many bold men who had an interest in that business. Jarnskeg had a daughter called Gudrun. And at last it was agreed upon between the parties that the king should take her in marriage. When the wedding day came, King Olaf and Gudrun went to bed together. As soon as Gudrun, the first night they lay together, thought the king was asleep, she drew a knife, with which she intended to run him through. But the king saw it, took the knife from her, got out of bed, and went to his men, and told them what had happened. Gudrun also took her clothes, and went away along with all her men who had followed her thither. Gudrun never came into the king's bed again. 79. Building of the ship Crane. The same autumn, AD 998, King Olaf laid the keel of a great long ship out on the strand at the river Nid. It was a Snekja. And he employed many carpenters upon her, so that early in winter the vessel was ready. It had 30 benches for rowers, was high in stem and stern, but was not broad. The king called this ship Trainen, the Crane. After Jarnskeg's death his body was carried to Urger, and lies there in the Skeg mound on Ostrat. 80. Thangbrand the priest goes to Iceland. When King Olaf Tryggvason had been 2 years king of Norway, AD 997, there was a Saxon priest in his house who was called Thangbrand, a passionate, ungovernable man, and a great manslayer, but he was a good scholar, and a clever man. The king would not have him in his house upon account of his misdeeds, but gave him the errand to go to Iceland, and bring that land to the Christian faith. The king gave him a merchant vessel, and, as far as we know of this voyage of his, he landed first in Iceland at Ostfjord in the southern Alpfjord, and passed the winter in the house of Hal of Sida. Thangbrand proclaimed Christianity in Iceland, and on his persuasion Hal and all his house people, and many other chiefs, allowed themselves to be baptized, but there were many more who spoke against it. Thorvald Vaeln Veterlide the Skald composed a satire about Thangbrand, but he killed them both outright. Thangbrand was 2 years in Iceland, and was the death of 3 men before he left it. 81. Of Sigurd and Hawk. There was a man called Sigurd, and another called Hawk, both of Halagoland, who often made merchant voyages. One summer, AD 998, they had made a voyage westward to England. And when they came back to Norway they sailed northwards along the coast, and at Northmoor they met King Olaf's people. When it was told the king that some Halagoland people were come who were heathen, he ordered the steersmen to be brought to him, and he asked them if they would consent to be baptized, to which they replied, no. The king spoke with them in many ways, but to no purpose. He then threatened them with death and torture, but they would not allow themselves to be moved. He then had them laid in irons, and kept them in chains in his house for some time, and often conversed with them, but in vain. At last one night they disappeared, without any man being able to conjecture how they got away. But about harvest they came north to Herek of Thjada, who received them kindly, and with whom they stopped all winter, AD 999, and were hospitably entertained. 82. Of Herek of Thjada. It happened one good weather day in spring, AD 999, that Herek was at home in his house with only few people, and time hung heavy on his hands. Sigurd asked him if he would row a little for amusement. Herek was willing, and they went to the shore, and drew down a 6-oared skiff. And Sigurd took the mast and rigging belonging to the boat out of the boathouse, for they often used to sail when they went for amusement on the water. Herek went out into the boat to hang the rudder. The brothers Sigurd and Hawk, who were very strong men, were fully armed, as they were used to go about at home among the peasants. Before they went out to the boat they threw into her some butter kits and a bread chest, and carried between them a great keg of ale. When they had rowed a short way from the island the brothers hoisted the sail, while Herek was seated at the helm. And they sailed away from the island. Then the 2 brothers went aft to where Herek the bond was sitting, and Sigurd says to him, now thou must choose one of these conditions: first, that we brothers direct this voyage. Or, if not, that we bind thee fast and take the command, or, third, that we kill thee. Herek saw how matters stood with him. As a single man, he was not better than one of those brothers, even if he had been as well armed. So it appeared to him wisest to let them determine the course to steer, and bound himself by oath to abide by this condition. On this Sigurd took the helm, and steered south along the land, the brothers taking particular care that they did not encounter people. The wind was very favorable. And they held on sailing along until they came south to Throndheim and to Nidaros, where they found the king. Then the king called Herek to him, and in a conference desired him to be baptized. Herek made objections. And although the king and Herek talked over it many times, sometimes in the presence of other people, and sometimes alone, they could not agree upon it. At last the king says to Herek, "Now thou mayst return home, and I will do thee no injury. Partly because we are related together, and partly that thou mayst not have it to say that I caught thee by a trick, but know for certain that I intend to come north next summer to visit you HALEG'S. And ye shall then see if I am not able to punish those who reject Christianity." Herek was well pleased to get away as fast as he could. King Olaf gave Herek a good boat of 10 or 12 pair of oars, and let it be fitted out with the best of everything needful. And besides he gave Herek 30 men, all lads of mettle, and well appointed. 83. Eyvind Kenrifa's death. Herek of Thjada went away from the town as fast as he could, but Hawk and Sigurd remained in the king's house, and both took baptism. Herek pursued his voyage until he came to Thjada. He sent immediately a message to his friend Eyvind Kenrifa, with the word that he had been with King Olaf, but would not let himself be cowed down to accept Christianity. The message at the same time informed him that King Olaf intended coming to the north in summer against them, and they must be at their posts to defend themselves. It also begged Eyvind to come and visit him, the sooner the better. When this message was delivered to Eyvind, he saw how very necessary it was to devise some counsel to avoid falling into the king's hands. He set out, therefore, in a light vessel with a few hands as fast as he could. When he came to Thjada he was received by Herek in the most friendly way, and they immediately entered into conversation with each other behind the house. When they had spoken together but a short time, King Olaf's men, who had secretly followed Herek to the north, came up, and took Eyvind prisoner, and carried him away to their ship. They did not halt on their voyage until they came to Throndheim, and presented themselves to King Olaf at Nidaros. Then Eyvind was brought up to a conference with the king, who asked him to allow himself to be baptized, like other people. But Eyvind decidedly answered he would not. The king still, with persuasive words, urged him to accept Christianity, and both he and the bishop used many suitable arguments, but Eyvind would not allow himself to be moved. The king offered him gifts and great fiefs, but Eyvind refused all. Then the king threatened him with tortures and death, but Eyvind was steadfast. Then the king ordered a pan of glowing coals to be placed upon Eyvind's belly, which burst asunder. Eyvind cried, "Take away the pan, and I will say something before I die," which also was done. The king said, "Wilt thou now, Eyvind, believe in Christ?" "No," said Eyvind, "I can take no baptism. For I am an evil spirit put into a man's body by the sorcery of Finns, because in no other way could my father and mother have a child." With that died Eyvind, who had been one of the greatest sorcerers. 84. Hålogaland made Christian. The spring after, AD 999, King Olaf fitted out and manned his ships, and commanded himself his ship the Crane. He had many and smart people with him, and when he was ready, he sailed northwards with his fleet past Brida, and to Hålogaland. Wheresoever he came to the land, or to the islands, he held a thing, and told the people to accept the right faith, and to be baptized. No man dared to say anything against it, and the whole country he passed through was made Christian. King Olaf was a guest in the house of Herek of Thjada, who was baptized with all his people. At parting the king gave Herek good presents, and he entered into the king's service, and got fiefs, and the privileges of lensman from the king. 85. HJORT'S death. There was a bond, by name Raud the Strong, who dwelt in Godi in Salten Fjord. Raud was a very rich man, who had many house servants. And likewise was a powerful man, who had many Finns in his service when he wanted them. Raud was a great idolater, and very skillful in witchcraft, and was a great friend of HJORT, before spoken of. Both were great chiefs. Now when they heard that King Olaf was coming with a great force from the south to Halagoland, they gathered together an army, ordered out ships, and they too had a great force on foot. Raud had a large ship with a gilded head formed like a dragon, which ship had 30 rowing benches, and even for that kind of ship was very large. HJORT had also a large ship. These men sailed southwards with their ships against King Olaf, and as soon as they met gave battle. A great battle there was, and a great fall of men. But principally on the side of the Halagolanders, whose ships were cleared of men, so that a great terror came upon them. Raud rowed with his dragon out to sea, and set sail. Raud had always a fair wind wheresoever he wished to sail, which came from his arts of witchcraft, and, to make a short story, he came home to Godi. HJORT fled from the ships up to the land, but King Olaf landed people, followed those who fled, and killed them. Usually the king was the foremost in such skirmishes, and was so now. When the king saw where HJORT, who was quicker on foot than any man, was running to, he ran after him with his dog Vige. The king said, Vige! Vige! Catch the deer! Vige ran straight in upon him. On which Thor halted, and the king threw a spear at him. Thor struck with his sword at the dog, and gave him a great wound. But at the same moment the king's spear flew under Thor's arm, and went through him, and came out at his other side. There Thor left his life, but Vige was carried to the ships. 86. King Olaf's voyage to Godi. King Olaf gave life and freedom to all the men who asked it and agreed to become Christian. King Olaf sailed with his fleet northwards along the coast, and baptized all the people among whom he came. And when he came north to Salten Fjord, he intended to sail into it to look for Raud, but a dreadful tempest and storm was raging in the fjord. They lay there a whole week, in which the same weather was raging within the fjord, while without there was a fine brisk wind only, fair for proceeding north along the land. Then the king continued his voyage north to Omd, where all the people submitted to Christianity. Then the king turned about and sailed to the south again. But when he came to the north side of Salten Fjord, the same tempest was blowing, and the sea ran high out from the fjord, and the same kind of storm prevailed for several days while the king was lying there. Then the king applied to Bishop Sigurd, and asked him if he knew any counsel about it, and the bishop said he would try if God would give him power to conquer these arts of the devil. 87. Of Raud's being tortured. Bishop Sigurd took all his mass robes and went forward to the bow of the king's ship, ordered tapers to be lighted, and incense to be brought out. Then he set the crucifix upon the stem of the vessel, read the evangelist and many prayers, besprinkled the whole ship with holy water, and then ordered the ship tent to be stowed away, and to row into the fjord. The king ordered all the other ships to follow him. Now when all was ready on board the crane to row, she went into the fjord without the rowers finding any wind. And the sea was curled about their keel track like as in a calm, so quiet and still was the water, yet on each side of them the waves were lashing up so high that they hid the sight of the mountains. And so the one ship followed the other in the smooth sea track, and they proceeded this way the whole day and night, until they reached Godi. Now when they came to Raud's house his great ship, the dragon, was afloat close to the land. King Olaf went up to the house immediately with his people, made an attack on the loft in which Raud was sleeping, and broke it open. The men rushed in, Raud was taken and bound, and of the people with him some were killed and some made prisoners. Then the king's men went to a lodging in which Raud's house servants slept, and killed some, bound others, and beat others. Then the king ordered Raud to be brought before him, and offered him baptism. And, says the king, I will not take thy property from thee, but rather be thy friend, if thou wilt make thyself worthy to be so. Raud exclaimed with all his might against the proposal, saying he would never believe in Christ, and making his scoff of God. Then the king was wroth, and said Raud should die the worst of deaths. And the king ordered him to be bound to a beam of wood, with his face uppermost, and a round pin of wood set between his teeth to force his mouth open. Then the king ordered an adder to be stuck into the mouth of him. But the serpent would not go into his mouth, but shrunk back when Raud breathed against it. Now the king ordered a hollow branch of an angelica root to be stuck into Raud's mouth. Others say the king put his horn into his mouth, and forced the serpent to go in by holding a red-hot iron before the opening. So the serpent crept into the mouth of Raud and down his throat, and gnawed its way out of his side. And thus Raud perished. King Olaf took here much gold and silver, and other property of weapons, and many sorts of precious effects, and all the men who were with Raud he either had baptized, or if they refused had them killed or tortured. Then the king took the dragon ship which Raud had owned, and steered it himself, for it was a much larger and handsomer vessel than the crane. In front it had a dragon's head, and aft a crook, which turned up, and ended with the figure of the dragon's tail. The carved work on each side of the stem and stern was gilded. This ship the king called the Serpent. When the sails were hoisted they represented, as it were, the dragon's wings, and the ship was the handsomest in all Norway. The islands on which Raud dwelt were called Gilling and Haring. But the whole islands together were called Godi Isles, and the current between the isles and the mainland the Godi stream. King Olaf baptized the whole people of the fjord, and then sailed southwards along the land. And on this voyage happened much and various things, which are set down in tales and sagas, namely, how witches and evil spirits tormented his men, and sometimes himself. But we will rather write about what occurred when King Olaf made Norway Christian, or in the other countries in which he advanced Christianity. The same autumn Olaf with his fleet returned to Throndheim, and landed at Nidaros, where he took up his winter abode. What I am now going to write about concerns the Icelanders. 88, of the Icelanders. Bjarni Olafsson, a son of Höskuld, and a daughter's son of Egil Skallagrimsson, came the same autumn, AD 999, from Iceland to Nidaros, and he was considered to be the most agreeable and hopeful man of any born in Iceland. There was also Halder, a son of Gudmund of Modraveller, and Kolbein, a son of Thord, Frey's goad, and a brother's son of Brynjaflos, together with Sverding, a son of the god Runolf. All these were heathens. And besides them there were many more, some men of power, others common men of no property. There came also from Iceland considerable people, who, by Thangbrand's help, had been made Christians, namely, Gissur the White, a son of Tight-Kettle Bjornsson. And his mother was Alof, daughter of Hurs Bodvar, who was the son of Vikingakær. Bodvar's brother was Sigurd, father of Eirik Jodaskal, whose daughter Astrid was King Olaf's mother. Hjalt Skegjesson was the name of another Iceland man, who was married to Vilborg, Gissur the White's daughter. Hjalt was also a Christian, and King Olaf was very friendly to his relations Gissur and Hjalt, who live with him. But the Iceland men who directed the ships, and were heathens, tried to sail away as soon as the king came to the town of Nidaros, for they were told the king forced all men to become Christians. But the wind came stiff against them, and drove them back to Nidarholm. They who directed the ships were Thorin Nefjolsson, the skald Hafred Odd Brand the Generous, and Thorleik, Brand's son. It was told the king that there were Icelanders with ships there, and all were heathen, and wanted to fly from a meeting with the king. Then the king sent them a message forbidding them to sail, and ordering them to bring their ships up to the town, which they did, but without discharging the cargoes. They carried on their dealings and held a market at the king's pier. In spring they tried 3 times to slip away, but never succeeded, so they continued lying at the king's pier. It happened one fine day that many set out to swim for amusement, and among them was a man who distinguished himself above the others in all bodily exercises. Bjarni challenged Hafred Vandredeskald to try himself in swimming against this man, but he declined it. Then will I make a trial, said Bjarni, casting off his clothes, and springing into the water. Then he said after the man, seizes hold of his foot, and dives with him under water. They come up again, and without speaking a word dive again, and are much longer under water than the first time. They come up again, and without saying a word dive a third time, until Kjartan thought it was time to come up again, which, however, he could in no way accomplish, which showed sufficiently the difference in their strength. They were under water so long that Kjartan was almost drowned. They then came up, and swam to land. This Northman asked what the Icelander's name was. Kjartan tells his name. He says, "Thou art a good swimmer. But art thou expert also in other exercises?" Kjartan replied, that such expertness was of no great value. The Northman asks, "Why dost thou not inquire of me such things as I have asked thee about?" Kjartan replies, "It is all one to me who thou art, or what thy name is. Then will I," says he, "tell thee, I am Olaf Tryggvason." He asked Kjartan much about Iceland, which he answered generally, and wanted to withdraw as hastily as he could. But the king said, "Here is a cloak which I will give thee, Kjartan." And Kjartan took the cloak with many thanks. 1. Endnotes. 1. The part included in parenthesis is not found in the original text of Heimskringla, but taken from Codex Frisianus. 89. Baptism of the Icelanders. When Michaelmas came, the king had high mass sung with great splendor. The Icelanders went there, listening to the fine singing and the sound of the bells. And when they came back to their ships every man told his opinion of the Christian man's worship. Kjartan expressed his pleasure at it, but most of the others scoffed at it. And it went according to the proverb, "The king had many ears," for this was told to the king. He sent immediately that very day a message to Kjartan to come to him. Kjartan went with some men, and the king received him kindly. Kjartan was a very stout and handsome man, and of ready and agreeable speech. After the king and Kjartan had conversed a little, the king asked him to adopt Christianity. Kjartan replies, that he would not say no to that, if he thereby obtained the king's friendship, and as the king promised him the fullest friendship, they were soon agreed. The next day Kjartan was baptized, together with his relation Ball Thorlaxon, and all their fellow travelers. Kjartan and Ball were the king's guests as long as they were in their white baptismal clothes, and the king had much kindness for them. Wherever they came they were looked upon as people of distinction. 90. Halfred Vandredeskald baptized. As King Olaf one day was walking in the street some men met him, and he who went the foremost saluted the king. The king asked the man his name, and he called himself Halfred. "Art thou the skald?" said the king. "I can compose poetry," replied he. "Wilt thou then adopt Christianity, and come into my service?" asked the king. "If I am baptized," replies he, "it must be on one condition, that thou thyself art my godfather, for no other will I have." The king replies, "That I will do." And Halfred was baptized, the king holding him during the baptism. Afterwards the king said, "Wilt thou enter into my service?" Halfred replied, "I was formerly in Earl Hakon's court. But now I will neither enter into thine nor into any other service, unless thou promise me it shall never be my lot to be driven away from thee." "It has been reported to me," said the king, "that thou art neither so prudent nor so obedient as to fulfill my commands." "In that case," replied Halfred, "put me to death." "Thou art a skald who composes difficulties," says the king. "But into my service, Halfred, thou shalt be received." Halfred says, "If I am to be named the composer of difficulties, what cost thou give me, king, on my name day?" The king gave him a sword without a scabbard, and said, "Now compose me a song upon this sword, and let the word sword be in every line of the strophe." Halfred sang thus. "This sword of swords is my reward for him who knows to wield a sword, and with his sword to serve his lord. Yet wants a sword, his lot is hard. I would I had my good lord's leave for this good sword a sheath to choose. I'm worth 3 swords when men use, but for the sword sheath now I grieve." Then the king gave him the scabbard, observing that the word sword was wanting in one line of his strophe. But there instead are 3 swords in one of the lines, says Halfred. That is true, replies the king. Out of Halfred's lays we have taken the most of the true and faithful accounts that are here related about Olaf Tryggvason. 91. Thangbrand returns from Iceland. The same harvest, AD. 999, Thangbrand the priest came back from Iceland to King Olaf, and told the ill success of his journey, namely, that the Icelanders had made lampoons about him. And that some even sought to kill him, and there was little hope of that country ever being made Christian. King Olaf was so enraged at this, that he ordered all the Icelanders to be assembled by sound of horn, and was going to kill all who were in the town, but Kjartan, Gissur, and Jolt, with the other Icelanders who had become Christians, went to him. And said, King, thou must not fail from thy word, that however much any man may irritate thee, thou wilt forgive him if he turn from heathenism and become Christian. All the Icelanders here are willing to be baptized, and through them we may find means to bring Christianity into Iceland, for there are many amongst them, sons of considerable people in Iceland, whose friends can advance the cause. But the priest Thangbrand proceeded there as he did here in the court, with violence and manslaughter, and such conduct the people there would not submit to. The king hearkened to those remonstrances. And all the Iceland men who were there were baptized. 92. Of King Olaf's feats. King Olaf was more expert in all exercises than any man in Norway whose memory is preserved to us in sagas. And he was stronger and more agile than most men, and many stories are written down about it. One is that he ascended the Smalserhorn, and fixed his shield upon the very peak. Another is, that one of his followers had climbed up the peak after him, until he came to where he could neither get up nor down, but the king came to his help, climbed up to him, took him under his arm, and bore him to the flat ground. King Olaf could run across the oars outside of the vessel while his men were rowing the serpent. He could play with 3 daggers, so that one was always in the air, and he took the one falling by the handle. He could walk all round upon the ship's rails, could strike and cut equally well with both hands, and could cast 2 spears at once. King Olaf was a very merry frolicsome man, gay and social, was very violent in all respects, was very generous. Was very finical in his dress, but in battle he exceeded all in bravery. He was distinguished for cruelty when he was enraged, and tortured many of his enemies. Some he burnt in fire, some he had torn in pieces by mad dogs. Some he had mutilated, or cast down from high precipices. On this account his friends were attached to him warmly, and his enemies feared him greatly. And thus he made such a fortunate advance in his undertakings, for some obeyed his will out of the friendliest zeal, and others out of dread. 93. Baptism of Leif Eiriksson. Leif, a son of Eirik the Red, who first settled in Greenland, came this summer, AD 999, from Greenland to Norway, and as he met King Olaf he adopted Christianity, and passed the winter, AD 1000, with the king. 94. Fall of King Gudrod. Gudrod, a son of Eirik Bloodaxe and Gunhild, had been ravaging in the west countries ever since he fled from Norway before the Earl Hakon. But the summer before mentioned, AD 999, where King Olaf Tryggvason had ruled 4 years over Norway, Gudrod came to the country, and had many ships of war with him. He had sailed from England. And when he thought himself near to the Norway coast, he steered south along the land, to the quarter where it was least likely King Olaf would be. Gudrod sailed in this way south to Viken. And as soon as he came to the land he began to plunder, to subject the people to him, and to demand that they should accept of him as king. Now as the country people saw that a great army was come upon them, they desired peace and terms. They offered King Gudrod to send a thing message over all the country, and to accept of him at the thing as king, rather than suffer from his army. But they desired delay until a fixed day, while the token of the thing's assembling was going round through the land. The king demanded maintenance during the time this delay lasted. The bonds preferred entertaining the king as a guest, by turns, as long as he required it. And the king accepted of the proposal to go about with some of his men as a guest from place to place in the land, while others of his men remained to guard the ships. When King Olaf's relations, Herning and Thorgir, heard of this, they gathered men, fitted out ships, and went northwards to Viking. They came in the night with their men to a place at which King Gudrod was living as a guest, and attacked him with fire and weapons, and there King Gudrod fell, and most of his followers. Of those who were with his ship some were killed, some slipped away and fled to great distances, and now were all the sons of Eirik and Gunhild dead. 95. Building of the ship Long Serpent. The winter after, King Olaf came from Hålogaland, AD 1000, he had a great vessel built at Hlaðheimar, which was larger than any ship in the country, and of which the beam knees are still to be seen. The length of keel that rested upon the grass was 74 ells. Thorberg Skafhog was the man's name who was the master builder of the ship. But there were many others besides, some to fell wood, some to shape it, some to make nails, some to carry timber, and all that was used was of the best. The ship was both long and broad and high-sided, and strongly timbered. While they were planking the ship, it happened that Thorberg had to go home to his farm upon some urgent business, and as he remained there a long time, the ship was planked up on both sides when he came back. In the evening the king went out, and Thorberg with him, to see how the vessel looked, and everybody said that never was seen so large and so beautiful a ship of war. Then the king returned to the town. Early next morning the king returns again to the ship, and Thorberg with him. The carpenters were there before them, but all were standing idle with their arms across. The king asked, what was the matter? They said the ship was destroyed. For somebody had gone from stem to stern, and cut one deep notch after the other down the one side of the planking. When the king came nearer he saw it was so, and said, with an oath, the man shall die who has thus destroyed the vessel out of envy, if he can be discovered, and I shall bestow a great reward on whoever finds him out. I can tell you, king, said Thorberg, who has done this piece of work. I don't think, replies the king, that anyone is so likely to find it out as thou art. Thorberg says, I will tell you, king, who did it. I did it myself. The king says, thou must restore it all to the same condition as before, or thy life shall pay for it. Then Thorberg went and chipped the planks until the deep notches were all smoothed and made even with the rest. And the king and all present declared that the ship was much handsomer on the side of the hull which Thorberg had chipped, and bade him shape the other side in the same way, and gave him great thanks for the improvement. Afterwards Thorberg was the master builder of the ship until she was entirely finished. The ship was a dragon, built after the one the king had captured in Hålogaland, but this ship was far larger, and more carefully put together in all her parts. The king called this ship Serpent the Long, and the other Serpent the Short. The Long Serpent had 34 benches for rowers. The head and the arched tail were both gilt, and the bulwarks were as high as in sea-going ships. This ship was the best and most costly ship ever made in Norway. 96. Earl Eirik, the son of Hakon. Earl Eirik, the son of Earl Hakon, and his brothers, with many other valiant men their relations, had left the country after Earl Hakon's fall. Earl Eirik went eastwards to Svithjod, to Olaf, the Swedish king, and he and his people were well received. King Olaf gave the earl peace and freedom in the land, and great fiefs, so that he could support himself and his men well. Thord Kolbeinsson speaks of this in the verses before given. Many people who fled from the country on account of King Olaf Tryggvason came out of Norway to Earl Eirik. And the earl resolved to fit out ships and go a-cruising, in order to get property for himself and his people. First he steered to Gotland, and lay there long in summer watching for merchant vessels sailing towards the land, or for Vikings. Sometimes he landed and ravaged all round upon the sea-coasts. So it is told in the Bondedrapa. Eirik, as we have lately heard, has waked the song of shield and sword. Has waked the slumbering storm of shields. Upon the Vikings' water fields. From Gotland's lonely shore has gone. Far up the land. And battles won. And o'er the sea his name is spread. To friends a shield, to foes a dread. Afterwards Earl Eirik sailed south to Vinland, and at Storen found some Viking ships, and gave them battle. Eirik gained the victory, and slew the Vikings. So it is told in the Bondedrapa. Earl Eirik, he who stoutly wields the battle-axe in storm of shields, with his long ships surprised the foe at Storen, and their strength laid low. Many a corpse floats round the shore. The strand with dead is studded o'er. The raven tears their sea-bleached skins. The land thrives well when Eirik wins. 97. Eirik's foray on the Baltic coasts. Earl Eirik sailed back to Sweden in autumn, and stayed there all winter, AD 997, but in the spring fitted out his war force again, and sailed up the Baltic. When he came to Valdemar's dominions he began to plunder and kill the inhabitants, and burn the dwellings everywhere as he came along, and to lay waste the country. He came to Aldegiaburg, and besieged it until he took the castle, and he killed many people, broke down and burned the castle, and then carried destruction all around far and wide in Gardarike. So it is told in the Bondedrapa. The generous earl, brave and bold, who scatters his bright shining gold. Eirik with fire-scattering hand wasted the Russian monarch's land. With arrow shower, and storm of war, wasted the land of Valdemar. Aldega burns, and Eirik's might scours through all Russia by its light. Earl Eirik was 5 years in all on this foray. And when he returned from Gardarike he ravaged all Adalcisla and Icisla, and took their 4 Viking ships from the Danes and killed every man on board. So it is told in the Bondedrapa. Among the isles flies round the word that Eirik's blood-devouring sword has flashed like fire in the sound, and wasted all the land around. And Eirik too, the bold in fight, has broken down the robber might of 4 great Vikings, and has slain all of the crew, nor spared one Dane. In Gotland he has seized the town. In Sicils harried up and down. And all the people in dismay fled to the forests far away. By land or sea, in field or wave. What can withstand this earl brave? All fly before his fiery hand. God save the earl, and keep the land. When Eirik had been a year in Sweden he went over to Denmark, AD 996, to King Sven Jugaskag, the Danish king, and courted his daughter Gyda. The proposal was accepted, and Earl Eirik married Gyda, and a year after, AD 997, they had a son, who was called Hakon. Earl Eirik was in the winter in Denmark or sometimes in Sweden, but in summer he went a-cruising. 98. King Sven's marriage. The Danish king, Sven Jugaskag, was married to Gunhild, a daughter of Burisleif, king of the Vinds. But in the times we have just been speaking of it happened that Queen Gunhild fell sick and died. Soon after King Sven married Sigrid the Haughty, a daughter of Skoglertost, and mother of the Swedish king Olaf, and by means of this relationship there was great friendship between the kings and Earl Eirik, Hakon's son. 99. King Burisleif's marriage. Burisleif, the king of the Vinds, complained to his relation Earl Sigvald, that the agreement was broken which Sigvald had made between King Sven and King Burisleif, by which Burisleif was to get in marriage Thyre, Harald's daughter, a sister of King Sven, but that marriage had not proceeded, for Thyre had given positive no to the proposal to marry her to an old and heathen king. Now, said King Burisleif to Earl Sigvald, I must have the promise fulfilled. And he told Earl Sigvald to go to Denmark, and bring him Thyre as his queen. Earl Sigvald loses no time, but goes to King Sven of Denmark, explains to him the case, and brings it so far by his persuasion, that the king delivered his sister Thyre into his hands. With her went some female attendants, and her foster father, by name Ozer Agason, a man of great power, and some other people. In the agreement between the king and the earl, it was settled that Thyre should have in property the possessions which Queen Gunhild had enjoyed in Vinland, besides other great properties as bride gifts. Thyre wept sorely, and went very unwillingly. When the earl came to Vinland, Björnsleif held his wedding with Queen Thyre, and received her in marriage. Thus as long as she was among heathens she would neither eat nor drink with them, and this lasted for 7 days. 100. Olaf gets Thyre in marriage. It happened one night that Queen Thyre and Ozer ran away in the dark, and into the woods, and, to be short in our story, came at last to Denmark. But here Thyre did not dare to remain, knowing that if her brother King Sven heard of her, he would send her back directly to Vinland. She went on, therefore, secretly to Norway, and never stayed her journey until she fell in with King Olaf, by whom she was kindly received. Thyre related to the king her sorrows, and entreated his advice in her need, and protection in his kingdom. Thyre was a well-spoken woman, and the king had pleasure in her conversation. He saw she was a handsome woman, and it came into his mind that she would be a good match, so he turns the conversation that way, and asks if she will marry him. Now, as she saw that her situation was such that she could not help herself, and considered what a luck it was for her to marry so celebrated a man, she bade him to dispose himself of her hand and fate. And, after nearer conversation, King Olaf took Thyre in marriage. This wedding was held in harvest after the king returned from Halagaland, AD 999, and King Olaf and Queen Thyre remained all winter, AD 1000, at Nidaros. The following spring Queen Thyre complained often to King Olaf, and wept bitterly over it, that she who had so great property in Vinland had no goods or possessions here in the country that were suitable for a queen. And sometimes she would entreat the king with fine words to get her property restored to her, and saying that King Björnsleif was so great a friend of King Olaf that he would not deny King Olaf anything if they were to meet. But when King Olaf's friends heard of such speeches, they dissuaded him from any such expedition. It is related that the king one day early in spring was walking in the street, and met a man in the market with many, and, for that early season, remarkably large angelica roots. The king took a great stalk of the angelica in his hand, and went home to Queen Thyre's lodging. Thyre sat in her room weeping as the king came in. The king said, "Set here, Queen, is a great angelica stalk, which I give thee." She threw it away, and said, "A greater present Harald Gormson gave to my mother, and he was not afraid to go out of the land and take his own. That was shown when he came here to Norway, and laid waste the greater part of the land, and seized on all the scat and revenues, and thou darest not go across the Danish dominions for this brother of mine, King Sven." As she spoke thus, King Olaf sprang up, and answered with loud oath, "Never did I fear thy brother King Sven, and if we meet he shall give way before me." 101. Olaf's levy for war. Soon after the king convoked a thing in the town, and proclaimed to all the public, that in summer would go abroad upon an expedition out of the country, and would raise both ships and men from every district. And at the same time fixed how many ships would have from the whole Throngheim fjord. Then he sent his message tokens south and north, both along the sea coast and up in the interior of the country, to let an army be gathered. The king ordered the Long Serpent to be put into the water, along with all his other ships both small and great. He himself steered the Long Serpent. When the crews were taken out for the ships, they were so carefully selected that no man on board the Long Serpent was older than 60 or younger than 20 years, and all were men distinguished for strength and courage. Those who were Olaf's bodyguard were in particular chosen men, both of the natives and of foreigners, and the boldest and strongest. 102. Crew on board of the Long Serpent. Ulf the Red was the name of the man who bore King Olaf's banner, and was in the forecastle of the Long Serpent, and with him was Kolbjorn the Marshal, Thorstein Ugsafot, and Vicar of Tyundaland, a brother of Arnli at Gelline. By the bulkhead next the forecastle were Vak Romason from Got River, Burst the Strong, and Skype from Jamtaland, Thran the Strong from Thelamork, and his brother Euthermer. Besides these were, of Halagaland men, Thran Skjalg and Ogmund Sandy, Hlodver Lang from Saltvik, and Herek Vass, together with these Throngheim men, Kettle the High, Thorfinn Isle, Havard and his brothers from Orkadal. The following were in the forehold, Bjorn from Studla, Bork from the fjords. Thorgrim Jodolfsson from Vin, Aspjorn and Orm, Thord from Jarderlog, Thorstein the White from Aprustadar, Arnar from Moor, Holstein and Hawk from the Fjord district, Ivan Snack, Bergthor Bastille, Hakon from Fieler, Olaf Drang, Arnfinn from Son. Sigurd Bild, Einar from Hordaland, and Finn, and Kettle from Rogaland and Gridjotgard the Brisk. The following were in the hold next the mast: Einar Tambaskelfer, who was not reckoned as fully experienced, being only 18 years old, Thorstein Hlifferson, Thorolf, Ivar Smedda, and Orm Skogarnef. Many other valiant men were in the Serpent, although we cannot tell all their names. In every half-division of the hold were 8 men, and each and all chosen men, and in the forehold were 30 men. It was a common saying among people, that the Long Serpent's crew was as distinguished for bravery, strength, and daring, among other men, as the Long Serpent was distinguished among other ships. Thorkel Nefja, the king's brother, commanded the Short Serpent, and Thorkel Didril and Jostian, the king's mother's brothers, had the Crane, and both these ships were well manned. King Olaf had 11 large ships from Throndheim, besides vessels with 20 rowers' benches, smaller vessels, and provision vessels. 103, Iceland baptized. When King Olaf had nearly rigged out his fleet in Nidaros, he appointed men over the Throndheim country in all districts and communities. He also sent to Iceland Gizur the White and Jalt Skegjesson, to proclaim Christianity there. And sent with them a priest called Thormod, along with several men in holy orders. But he retained with him, as hostages, 4 Icelanders whom he thought the most important. Namely, Bjartan Olafsson, Halder Gudmundsson, Kolbein Thordsson, and Sverding Ranulfsson. Of Gizur and Jalt's progress, it is related that they came to Iceland before the Althing, and went to the Thing. And in that Thing Christianity was introduced by law into Iceland, and in the course of the summer all the people were baptized, AD 1000. 104, Greenland baptized. The same spring King Olaf also sent Leif Eiriksson, AD 1000, to Greenland to proclaim Christianity there, and Leif went there that summer. In the ocean he took up the crew of a ship which had been lost, and who were clinging to the wreck. He also found Vinland the Good. Arrived about harvest in Greenland, and had with him for it a priest and other teachers, with whom he went to Brattahlid to lodge with his father Eirik. People called him afterwards Leif the Lucky, but his father Eirik said that his luck and ill luck balanced each other, for if Leif had saved a wreck in the ocean, he had brought a hurtful person with him to Greenland, and that was the priest. 105, Ragnvald sends messengers to Olaf. The winter after King Olaf had baptized Hålogaland, he and Queen Thyr were in Nidaros. And the summer before Queen Thyr had brought King Olaf a boy child, which was both stout and promising, and was called Harald, after its mother's father. The king and queen loved the infant exceedingly, and rejoiced in the hope that it would grow up and inherit after its father, but it lived barely a year after its birth, which both took much to heart. In that winter were many Icelanders and other clever men in King Olaf's house, as before related. His sister Ingjobjorg, Tryggv's daughter, King Olaf's sister, was also at the court at that time. She was beautiful in appearance, modest and frank with the people, had a steady manly judgment, and was beloved of all. She was very fond of the Icelanders who were there, but most of Bjartan Olafsson, for he had been longer than the others in the king's house, and he found it always amusing to converse with her, for she had both understanding and cleverness in talk. The king was always gay and full of mirth in his intercourse with people, and often asked about the manners of the great men and chiefs in the neighboring countries, when strangers from Denmark or Sweden came to see him. The summer before Hafred Vandretaskald had come from Gotland, where he had been with Earl Ragnvald, Ulf's son, who had lately come to the government of West Gotland. Ulf, Ragnvald's father, was a brother of Sigurd the Haughty. So that King Olaf the Swede and Earl Ragnvald were brothers and sisters' children. Hafred told Olaf many things about the earl. He said he was an able chief, excellently fitted for governing, generous with money, brave and steady in friendship. Hafred said also the earl desired much the friendship of King Olaf, and had spoken of making court Ingjobjorg, Tryggv's daughter. The same winter came ambassadors from Gotland, and fell in with King Olaf in the north, in Nidaros, and brought the message which Hafred had spoken of, that the earl desired to be King Olaf's entire friend. and wished to become his brother-in-law by obtaining his sister Ingjobjorg in marriage. Therewith the ambassadors laid before the king sufficient tokens and proof that in reality they came from the earl on this errand. The king listened with approbation to their speech, but said that Ingjobjorg must determine on his assent to the marriage. The king then talked to his sister about the matter, and asked her opinion about it. She answered to this effect, "I have been with you for some time, and you have shown brotherly care and tender respect for me ever since you came to the country. I will agree therefore to your proposal about my marriage, provided that you do not marry me to a heathen man." The king said it should be as she wished. The king then spoke to the ambassadors, and it was settled before they departed that in summer Earl Ragnvald should meet the king in the east parts of the country, to enter into the fullest friendship with each other, and when they met they would settle about the marriage. With this reply the earl's messengers went westward, and King Olaf remained all winter in Nidaros in great splendor, and with many people about him. 106. Olaf sends expedition to Vinland. King Olaf proceeded in summer with his ships and men southwards along the land, and past Stad. With him were Queen Thyre and Ingjobjorg, Tryggvi's daughter, the king's sister. Many of his friends also joined him, and other persons of consequence who had prepared themselves to travel with the king. The first man among these was his brother-in-law, Erling Skjalgsson, who had with him a large ship of 30 benches of rowers, and which was in every respect well equipped. His brothers-in-law Herning and Thorgir also joined him, each of whom for himself steered a large vessel, and many other powerful men besides followed him. With all this war force he sailed southwards along the land. But when he came south as far as Rogaland he stopped there, for Erling Skjalgsson had prepared for him a splendid feast at Sol. There Earl Ragnvald, Ulf's son, from Gotland, came to meet the king, and to settle the business which had been proposed in winter in the messages between them, namely, the marriage with Ingjobjorg the king's sister. Olaf received him kindly. And when the matter came to be spoken of, the king said he would keep his word, and marry his sister Ingjobjorg to him, provided he would accept the true faith, and make all his subjects he ruled over in his land be baptized. The earl agreed to this, and he and all his followers were baptized. Now was the feast enlarged that Erling had prepared, for the earl held his wedding there with Ingjobjorg the king's sister. King Olaf had now married off all his sisters. The earl, with Ingjobjorg, set out on his way home, and the king sent learned men with him to baptize the people in Gotland, and to teach them the right faith and morals. The king and the earl parted in the greatest friendship. 107. Olaf's expedition Vinland. After his sister Ingjobjorg's wedding, the king made ready in all haste to leave the country with his army, which was both great and made up of fine men. When he left the land and sailed southwards he had 60 ships of war, with which he sailed past Denmark, and in through the Sound, and on to Vinland. He appointed a meeting with King Burisleif. And when the kings met, they spoke about the property which King Olaf demanded, and the conference went off peaceably, as a good account was given of the properties which King Olaf thought himself entitled to there. He passed here much of the summer, and found many of his old friends. 108. Conspiracy against King Olaf. The Danish king, Sven Tjugaskeg, was married, as before related, to Sigrid the Haughty. Sigrid was King Olaf Tryggvason's greatest enemy, the cause of which, as before said, was that King Olaf had broken off with her, and had struck her in the face. She urged King Sven much to give battle to King Olaf Tryggvason, saying that he had reason enough, as Olaf had married his sister Thyre without his leave, and that your predecessors would not have submitted to such persuasion Sigrid had often in her mouth. And at last she brought it so far that Sven resolved firmly on doing so. Early in spring King Sven sent messengers eastward into Svithjod, to his son-in-law Olaf, the Swedish king, and to Earl Eirik, and informed them that King Olaf of Norway was levying men for an expedition, and intended in summer to go to Vinland. To this news the Danish king added an invitation to the Swedish king and Earl Eirik to meet King Sven with an army, so that all together they might make an attack on King Olaf Tryggvason. The Swedish king and Earl Eirik were ready enough for this, and immediately assembled a great fleet and an army through all Svithjod, with which they sailed southwards to Denmark. And arrived there after King Olaf Tryggvason had sailed to the eastward. Halldr the Unchristian tells of this in his lay on Earl Eirik. The king subduer raised a host of warriors on the Swedish coast. The brave went southwards to the fight, who love the sword storm's gleaming light. The brave, who fill the wild wolf's mouth, followed bold Eirik to the south. The brave, who sport in blood, each one with the bold earl to sea is gone. The Swedish king and Earl Eirik sailed to meet the Danish king, and they had all, when together, an immense force. 109, Earl Sigvald's treacherous plans. At the same time that King Sven sent a message to Svithjod for an army, he sent Earl Sigvald to Vinland to spy out King Olaf Tryggvason's proceedings, and to bring it about by cunning devices that King Sven and King Olaf should fall in with each other. So Sigvald sets out to go to Vinland. First, he came to Jomsborg, and then he sought out King Olaf Tryggvason. There was much friendship in their conversation, and the earl got himself into great favour with the king. Astrid, the earl's wife, King Bjorslev's daughter, was a great friend of King Olaf Tryggvason, particularly on account of the connection which had been between them when Olaf was married to her sister Gyra. Earl Sigvald was a prudent, ready-minded man, and as he had got a voice in King Olaf's council, he put him off much from sailing homewards, finding various reasons for delay. Olaf's people were in the highest degree dissatisfied with this, for the men were anxious to get home, and they lay ready to sail, waiting only for a wind. At last Earl Sigvald got a secret message from Denmark that the Swedish king's army was arrived from the east, and that Earl Eirik's also was ready, and that all these chiefs had resolved to sail eastwards to Vinland, and wait for King Olaf at an island which is called Svold. They also desired the earl to contrive matters so that they should meet King Olaf there. 110. King Olaf's voyage from Vinland. There came first a flying report to Vinland that the Danish king, Sven, had fitted out an army, and it was soon whispered that he intended to attack King Olaf. But Earl Sigvald says to King Olaf, "It never can be King Sven's intention to venture with the Danish force alone, to give battle to thee with such a powerful army. But if thou hast any suspicion that evil is on foot, I will follow thee with my force." At that time it was considered a great matter to have Jomsborg Vikings with an army, and I will give thee 11 well-manned ships. The king accepted this offer, and as the light breeze of wind that came was favourable, he ordered the ships to get under way, and the war horns to sound the departure. The sails were hoisted and all the small vessels, sailing fastest, got out to sea before the others. The earl, who sailed nearest to the king's ship, called to those on board to tell the king to sail in his keel track, "For I know where the water is deepest between the islands and in the sounds, and these large ships require the deepest." Then the earl sailed first with his 11 ships, and the king followed with his large ships, also 11 in number, but the whole of the rest of the fleet sailed out to sea. Now when Earl Sigvald came sailing close under the island Svold, a skiff rowed out to inform the earl that the Danish king's army was lying in the harbour before them. Then the earl ordered the sails of his vessels to be struck, and they rowed in under the island. Halldr the Unchristian says, "From out the south bold Tryggv's son, with 170 ships came on, to die his sword in bloody fight, against the Danish foeman's might. But the false earl the king betrayed, and treacherous Sigvald, it is said, deserted from King Olaf's fleet, and basely fled, the Danes to meet." It is said here that King Olaf and Earl Sigvald had 70 sail of vessels, and one more, when they sailed from the south. 111. Consultation of the kings. The Danish king Sven, the Swedish king Olaf, and Earl Eirik, were there with all their forces, 1,000. The weather being fine and clear sunshine, all these chiefs, with a great suite, went out on the isle to see the vessels sailing out at sea, and many of them crowded together, and they saw among them one large and glancing ship. The two kings said, "That is a large and very beautiful vessel, that will be the long serpent. Earl Eirik replied, that is not the long serpent. And he was right, for it was the ship belonging to Eindrid of Gimsar. Soon after they saw another vessel coming sailing along much larger than the first. Then says King Sven, Olaf Tryggvason must be afraid, for he does not venture to sail with the figurehead of the dragon upon his ship. Says Earl Eirik, that is not the king's ship yet, for I know that ship by the colored stripes of cloth in her sail. That is Erling Skjalgson's. Let him sail. For it is the better for us that the ship is away from Olaf's fleet, so well equipped as she is. Soon after they saw and knew Earl Sigvald's ships, which turned in and laid themselves under the island. Then they saw 3 ships coming along under sail, and one of them very large. King Sven ordered his men to go to their ships, for there comes the long serpent. Earl Eirik says, many other great and stately vessels have they besides the long serpent. Let us wait a little. Then said many, Earl Eirik will not fight and avenge his father. And it is a great shame that it should be told that we lay here with so great a force, and allowed King Olaf to sail out to sea before our eyes. But when they had spoken thus for a short time, they saw 4 ships coming sailing along, of which one had a large dragon head richly gilt. Then King Sven stood up and said, that dragon shall carry me this evening high, for I shall steer it. Then said many, the long serpent is indeed a wonderfully large and beautiful vessel, and it shows a great mind to have built such a ship. Earl Eirik said so loud that several persons heard him, if King Olaf had no ether vessels but only that one, King Sven would never take it from him with the Danish force alone. Thereafter all the people rushed on board their ships, took down the tents, and in all haste made ready for battle. While the chiefs were speaking among themselves as above related, they saw 3 very large ships coming sailing along, and at last after them a 4th, and that was the long serpent. Of the large ships which had gone before, and which they had taken for the long serpent, the first was the crane, the one after that was the short serpent. And when they really saw the long serpent, all knew, and nobody had a word to say against it, that it must be Olaf Tryggvason who was sailing in such a vessel, and they went to their ships to arm for the fight. An agreement had been concluded among the chiefs, King Sven, King Olaf the Swede, and Earl Eirik, that they should divide Norway among them in 3 parts, in case they succeeded against Olaf Tryggvason. But that he of the chiefs who should first board the serpent should have her, and all the booty found in her, and each should have the ships he cleared for himself. Earl Eirik had a large ship of war which he used upon his Viking expeditions. And there was an iron beard or comb above on both sides of the stem, and below it a thick iron plate as broad as the combs, which went down quite to the gunwale. 112, of King Olaf's people. When Earl Sigvald with his vessels rode in under the island, Thorkel Didril of the Crane, and the other ship commanders who sailed with him, saw that he turned his ships towards the isle, and thereupon let fall the sails, and rowed after him, calling out, and asking why he sailed that way. The earl answered, that he was waiting for King Olaf, as he feared there were enemies in the water. They lay upon their oars until Thorkel Nifia came up with the short serpent and the 3 ships which followed him. When they told them the same they too struck sail, and let the ships drive, waiting for King Olaf. But when the king sailed in towards the isle, the whole enemy's fleet came rowing within them out to the sound. When they saw this they begged the king to hold on his way, and not risk battle with so great a force. The king replied, high on the quarterdeck where he stood, strike the sails, never shall men of mine think of flight. I never fled from battle. Let God dispose of my life, but flight I shall never take. It was done as the king commanded. Halfred tells of it thus. And far and wide the saying bold of the brave warrior shall be told. The king, in many a fray well tried, to his brave champions round him cried, my men shall never learn from me, from the dark weapon cloud to flee. Nor were the brave words spoken then forgotten by his faithful men. 113. Olaf's ships prepared for battle. King Olaf ordered the war horns to sound for all his ships to close up to each other. The king's ship lay in the middle of the line, and on one side lay the little serpent, and on the other the crane. And as they made fast the stems together, the long serpent's stem and the short serpents were made fast together. But when the king saw it, he called out to his men, and ordered them to lay the larger ship more in advance, so that its stern should not lie so far behind in the fleet. Then says Ulf the Red, if the long serpent is to lie as much more ahead of the other ships as she is longer than them, we shall have hard work of it here on the forecastle. The king replies, I did not think I had a forecastle man afraid as well as Red. Says Ulf, defend thou the quarterdeck as I shall the forecastle. The king had a bow in his hands, and laid an arrow on the string, and aimed at Ulf. Ulf said, shoot another way, king, where it is more needful, my work is thy gain. Endnotes. 1. The mode of fighting in sea battles appears, from this end. Many other descriptions, to have been for each party to bind together the stems and sterns of their own ships, forming them thus into a compact body as soon as the fleets came within fighting distance, or within spear's throw. They appear to have fought principally from the forecastles, and to have used grappling irons for dragging a vessel out of the line, or within boarding distance. L. 114, of King Olaf. King Olaf stood on the serpent's quarterdeck, high over the others. He had a gilt shield, and a helmet inlaid with gold, over his armor he had a short red coat, and was easy to be distinguished from other men. When King Olaf saw that the scattered forces of the enemy gathered themselves together under the banners of their ships, he asked, who is the chief of the force right opposite to us? He was answered, that it was King Sven with the Danish army. The king replies, we are not afraid of these soft Danes, for there is no bravery in them, but who are the troops on the right of the Danes? He was answered, that it was King Olaf with the Swedish forces. Better it were, says King Olaf, for these Swedes to be sitting at home killing their sacrifices, than to be venturing under our weapons from the long serpent. But who owns the large ships on the larboard side of the Danes? That is Earl Eirik Hakonsson, say they. The king replies, he, methinks, has good reason for meeting us, and we may expect the sharpest conflict with these men, for they are Norsemen like ourselves. 115, the battle begins. The kings now laid out their oars, and prepared to attack, AD 1000. King Sven laid his ship against the long serpent. Outside of him Olaf the Swede laid himself, and set his ship stern against the outermost ship of King Olaf's line. And on the other side lay Earl Eirik. Then a hard combat began. Earl Sigvald held back with the oars on his ships, and did not join the fray. So says Skjol Thorsteinsson, who at that time was with Earl Eirik. I followed Sigvald in my youth. And gallant Eirik, and in truth. But now I am grown stiff and old. In the spear song I once was bold. Where arrows whistled on the shore. Of Svold fjord my shield I bore. And stood amidst the loudest clash. When swords on shields made fearful crash. And Hafred also sings thus. In truth I think the gallant king, midst such a foeman's gathering, would be the better of some score of his tight Throngem lads, or more. For many a chief has run away, and left our brave king in the fray. Two great kings' power to withstand, and one great earl's with his small band. The king who dares such mighty deed, a hero for his skald would need. 116. Flight of Sven and Olaf the Swede. This battle was one of the severest told of, and many were the people slain. The forecastle men of the long serpent, the little serpent, and the crane, threw grapplings and stem chains into King Sven's ship, and used their weapons well against the people standing below them. For they cleared the decks of all the ships they could lay fast hold of. And King Sven, and all the men who escaped, fled to other vessels, and laid themselves out of bowshot. It went with this force just as King Olaf Tryggvason had foreseen. Then King Olaf the Swede laid himself in their place. But when he came near the great ships it went with him as with them, for he lost many men in some ships, and was obliged to get away. But Earl Eirik laid his ship side by side with the outermost of King Olaf's ships, thinned it of men, cut the cables, and let it drive. Then he laid alongside of the next, and fought until he had cleared it of men also. Now all the people who were in the smaller ships began to run into the larger, and the earl cut them loose as fast as he cleared them of men. The Danes and Swedes laid themselves now out of shooting distance all around Olaf's ship. But Earl Eirik lay always close alongside of the ships, and used his swords and battle-axes, and as fast as people fell in his vessel others, Danes and Swedes, came in their place. So says Haldr, the unchristian. Sharp was the clang of shield and sword, and shrill the song of spears on board, and whistling arrows thickly flew against the serpent's gallant crew. And still fresh foemen, it is said, Earl Eirik to her long side led whole armies of his Danes and Swedes, wielding on high their blue sword blades. Then the fight became most severe, and many people fell. But at last it came to this, that all King Olaf Tryggvason's ships were cleared of men except the Long Serpent, on board of which all who could still carry their arms were gathered. Then Earl Eirik lay with his ship by the side of the Serpent, and the fight went on with battle-axe and sword. So says Haldr. Hard pressed on every side by foes, the Serpent reels beneath the blows. Crash go the shields around the bow. Breastplates and breasts pierced through and through. In the sword storm the home beside, the Earl's ship lay alongside the King's Long Serpent of the sea. Fate gave the Earl the victory. 117, of Earl Eirik. Earl Eirik was in the forehold of his ship, where a cover of shields, had been set up. In the fight, both hewing weapons, sword, and axe, and the thrust of spears had been used, and all that could be used as weapon for casting was cast. Some used bows, some threw spears with the hand. So many weapons were cast into the Serpent, and so thick flew spears and arrows, that the shields could scarcely receive them, for on all sides the Serpent was surrounded by warships. Then King Olaf's men became so mad with rage, that they ran on board of the enemy's ships, to get at the people with stroke of sword and kill them. But many did not lay themselves so near the Serpent, in order to escape the close encounter with battle-axe or sword, and thus the most of Olaf's men went overboard and sank under their weapons, thinking they were fighting on plain ground. So says Hafred. The daring lads shrink not from death. Overboard they leap, and sink beneath the Serpent's keel, all armed they leap, and down they sink 5 fathoms deep. The foe was daunted at the cheers. The king, who still the Serpent steers, in such a strait, beset with foes, wanted but some more lads like those. Endnotes. 1. Both in land and sea fights the commanders appear to have been protected from missile weapons, stones, arrows, spears, by a shieldberg, that is, by a party of men bearing shields surrounding them in such a way that the shields were a parapet, covering those within the circle. The Romans had a similar military arrangement of shields in sieges, the testudo.l. 118, of Einar Tamberskelver. Einar Tamberskelver, one of the sharpest of bow shooters, stood by the mast, and shot with his bow. Einar shot an arrow at Earl Eirik, which hit the tiller end just above the Earl's head so hard that it entered the wood up to the arrow shaft. The Earl looked that way, and asked if they knew who had shot. And at the same moment another arrow flew between his hand and his side, and into the stuffing of the chief's stool, so that the barb stood far out on the other side. Then said the Earl to a man called Finn, but some say he was of Finn, Laplander, race, and was a superior archer, shoot that tall man by the mast. Finn shot. And the arrow hit the middle of Einar's bow just at the moment that Einar was drawing it, and the bow was split in 2 parts. What is that, cried King Olaf, that broke with such a noise? Norway, king, from thy hands, cried Einar. No. Not quite so much as that, says the king, take my bow, and shoot, flinging the bow to him. Einar took the bow, and drew it over the head of the arrow. Too weak, said he, for the bow of a mighty king. And, throwing the bow aside, he took sword and shield, and fought valiantly. 119. Olaf gives his men sharp swords. The king stood on the gangways of the long serpent, and shot the greater part of the day. Sometimes with the bow, sometimes with the spear, and always throwing 2 spears at once. He looked down over the ship's sides, and saw that his men struck briskly with their swords, and yet wounded but seldom. Then he called aloud, Why do ye strike so gently that ye seldom cut? One among the people answered, The swords are blunt and full of notches. Then the king went down into the forehold, opened the chest under the throne, and took out many sharp swords, which he handed to his men. But as he stretched down his right hand with them, some observed that blood was running down under his steel glove, but no one knew where he was wounded. 120. The serpent boarded. Desperate was the defense in the serpent, and there was the heaviest destruction of men done by the forecastle crew, and those of the forehold, for in both places the men were chosen men, and the ship was highest. But in the middle of the ship the people were thinned. Now when Earl Eirik saw there were but few people remaining beside the ship's mast, he determined to board, and he entered the serpent with 4 others. Then came Herning, the king's brother-in-law, and some others against him, and there was the most severe combat. And at last the earl was forced to leap back on board his own ship again, and some who had accompanied him were killed, and others wounded. Thord Kolbeinsson alludes to this. On Odin's deck, all wet with blood, the helm-adorned hero stood, and gallant Herning honor gained, clearing all round with sword deep stained. The high mountain peaks shall fall, ere men forget this to recall. Now the fight became hot indeed, and many men fell on board the serpent. And the men on board of her began to be thinned off, and the defense to be weaker. The earl resolved to board the serpent again, and again he met with a warm reception. When the forecastle men of the serpent saw what he was doing, they went aft and made a desperate fight, but so many men of the serpent had fallen, that the ship's sides were in many places quite bare of defenders. And the earl's men poured in all around into the vessel, and all the men who were still able to defend the ship crowded aft to the king, and arrayed themselves for his defense. So says Haldr the unchristian. Eirik cheers on his men. On to the charge again. The gallant few of Olaf's crew must refuge take on the quarter-deck. Around the king they stand in ring, their shields enclose the king from foes, and the few who still remain fight madly, but in vain. Eirik cheers on his men. On to the charge again. 121. The serpent's decks cleared. Kolbjorn the marshal, who had on clothes and arms like the king's, and was a remarkably stout and handsome man, went up to king on the quarter-deck. The battle was still going on fiercely even in the forehold. 1. But as many of the earl's men had now got into the serpent as could find room, and his ships lay all round her, and few were the people left in the serpent for defense against so great a force. And in a short time most of the serpent's men fell, brave and stout though they were. King Olaf and Kolbjorn the marshal both sprang overboard, each on his own side of the ship. But the earl's men had laid out boats around the serpent, and killed those who leaped overboard. Now when the king had sprung overboard, they tried to seize him with their hands, and bring him to Earl Eirik. But King Olaf threw his shield over his head, and sank beneath the waters. Kolbjorn held his shield behind him to protect himself from the spears cast at him from the ships which lay round the serpent, and he fell so upon his shield that it came under him, so that he could not sink so quickly. He was thus taken and brought into a boat, and they supposed he was the king. He was brought before the earl, and when the earl saw it was Kolbjorn, and not the king, he gave him his life. At the same moment all of King Olaf's men who were in life sprang overboard from the serpent, and Thorkel Nefia, the king's brother, was the last of all the men who sprang overboard. It is thus told concerning the king by Hafred. The serpent and the crane. Lay Rex upon the main. On his sword he cast a glance. With it he saw no chance. To his marshal, who of yore many a war chance had come o'er. He spoke a word, then drew in breath, and sprang to his deep-sea death. Endnotes. 1. From the occasional descriptions of vessels in this and other battles, it may be inferred that even the long serpent, described in the 95th chapter as of 150 feet of keel was only docked fore and aft. The 34 benches for rowers occupying the open area in the middle, and probably gangways running along the side for communicating from the quarter-deck to the forecastle. L. 122, Report among the people. Earl Sigvald, as before related, came from Vinland, in company with King Olaf, with 10 ships, but the 11th ship was manned with the men of Astrid, the king's daughter, the wife of Earl Sigvald. Now when King Olaf sprang overboard, the whole army raised a shout of victory, and then Earl Sigvald and his men put their oars in the water and rowed towards the battle. Halder the unchristian tells of it thus. Then first the Vinland vessels came into the fight with little fame. The fight still lingered on the wave, though hope was gone with Olaf brave. War, like a full-fed ravenous beast, still oped her grim jaws for the feast. The few who stood now quickly fled, when the shout told, Olaf is dead. But the Vinland cutter, in which Astrid's men were, rowed back to Vinland. And the report went immediately abroad and was told by many, that King Olaf had cast off his coat of mail under water, and had swum, diving under the longships, until he came to the Vinland cutter. And that Astrid's men had conveyed him to Vinland, and many tales have been made since about the adventures of Olaf the king. Hafred speaks thus about it. Does Olaf live? Or is he dead? Has he the hungry ravens fed? I scarcely know what I should say, for many tell the tale each way. This I can say, nor fear to lie, that he was wounded grievously. So wounded in this bloody strife, he scarce could come away with life. But however this may have been, King Olaf Tryggvason never came back again to his kingdom of Norway. Hafred Vandredeskald speaks also thus about it. The witness who reports this thing of Tryggvason, our gallant king, once served the king, and truth should tell. For Olaf hated lies like hell. If Olaf 'scaped from this sword thing, worse fate, I fear, befell our king than people guess, or e'er can know. For he was hemmed in by the foe. From the far east some news is rife of king sore wounded saving life. His death, too sure, leaves me no care for cobweb rumors in the air. It never was the will of fate that Olaf from such perilous strait should 'scape with life. This truth may grieve what people wish they soon believe. 123. Of Earl Eirik, the son of Hakon. By this victory Earl Eirik Hakansson became owner of the Long Serpent, and made a great booty besides, and he steered the serpent from the battle. So says Halder. Olaf, with glittering helmet crowned, had steered the serpent through the sound. And people dressed their boats, and cheered, as Olaf's fleet in splendor steered. But the descendant of great Hemming, whose race tells many a gallant sea king, his blue sword in red lifeblood stained, and bravely Olaf's long ship gained. Sven, a son of Earl Hakon, and Earl Eirik's brother, was engaged at this time to marry Holmfrid, a daughter of King Olaf the Swedish king. Now when Sven the Danish king, Olaf the Swedish king, and Earl Eirik divided the kingdom of Norway between them, King Olaf got 4 districts in the Trondheim country, and also the districts of Mor and Romsdal. And in the east part of the land he got Ranrike, from the Got River to Svinesund. Olaf gave these dominions into Earl Sven's hands, on the same conditions as the sub-kings or earls had held them formerly from the upper king of the country. Earl Eirik got 4 districts in the Trondheim country, and Hålogaland, Namudal, the fjord districts, Son, Hordaland, Rogaland, and North Agder, all the way to the Naze. So says Thord Kolbeinsson. All chiefs within our land on EIRIK'S side now stand. Erling alone, I know, remains Earl EIRIK'S foe. All praise our generous Earl. He gives, and is no churl. All men are well content. Fate such a chief has sent. From Vega to Agder they, well pleased, the Earl obey. And all will by him stand, to guard the Norsemen's land. And now the news is spread, that mighty Sven is dead. And luck is gone from those who were the Norsemen's foes. The Danish king Sven retained Viken as he had held it before, but he gave Romerike and Heidmark to Earl Eirik. Sven Hakonsson got the title of Earl from Olaf the Swedish king. Sven was one of the handsomest men ever seen. The Earls Eirik and Sven both allowed themselves to be baptized, and took up the true faith, but as long as they ruled in Norway they allowed everyone to do as he pleased in holding by his Christianity. But, on the other hand, they held fast by the old laws, and all the old rights and customs of the land, and were excellent men and good rulers. Earl Eirik had most to say of the two brothers in all matters of government. Saga of Olaf Haraldsson. 1. Preliminary remarks. Olaf Haraldsson the Saint's saga is the longest, the most important, and the most finished of all the sagas in Heimskringla. The life of Olaf will be found treated more or less freely in A Grip, in Historia Norvegii, in Hjodrek the Monk, in the legendary saga, and in Fagerskinna. Other Old Norse literature relating to this epoch. Ars Islendingabok, Landnama, Kristni saga, Biskupasogur, Njala, Gunnlaug's saga, Ormstungu, Jarnir saga Hittalakappa, Hallfridr that Vandradaskald, Erbigia. Viga Styr's saga, Laxdala, Fastbridra, Gretla, Lyosvetninga, Feriinga, Orkneyinga. Olaf Haraldsson was born 995, went as a Viking at the age of 12, 1007, visited England, 1 summer and 3 winters, 1009 to 1012, in France 2 summers and 1 winter, 1012 to 1013, spent the winter in Normandy, 1014. Returned to Norway and was recognized as king, April 3, 1015, fled from Norway the winter of 1028 to 1029, fell at Stiklestad, July 29, or August 31, 1030. Skalds quoted in this saga are, Otter Svart, Sigvat Skald, Thord Kolbeinsson, Burs Torfason, Brynjolf, Arnar Jarlaskald, Thord Sirexson, Herek, Thorin Loftunga, Halvard Herexblees, Jarn Gulberskald, Jokul Bardson, Thormod Kalbrunarskald. Gis Thorfinn Munn, Hofgarderif. Endnotes. 1. King Olaf the Saint reigned from about the year 1015 to 1030, the death of King Olaf Tryggvason was in the year 1000, and Earl Eirik held the government for the Danish and Swedish kings about 15 years. L. 1. Of Saint Olaf's bringing up. Olaf, Harald Grensk's son, was brought up by his stepfather Sigurd Syr and his mother Asta. Hrain the far-travelled lived in the house of Asta, and fostered this Olaf Haraldsson. Olaf came early to manhood, was handsome in countenance, middle-sized in growth, and was even when very young of good understanding and ready speech. Sigurd his stepfather was a careful householder, who kept his people closely to their work, and often went about himself to inspect his corn rigs and meadowland, the cattle, and also the smith work, or whatsoever his people had on hand to do. 2. Of Olaf and King Sigurd Syr. It happened one day that King Sigurd wanted to ride from home, but there was nobody about the house, so he told his stepson Olaf to saddle his horse. Olaf went to the goat's pen, took out the he-goat that was the largest, led him forth, and put the king's saddle on him, and then went in and told King Sigurd he had saddled his riding horse. Now when King Sigurd came out and saw what Olaf had done, he said, "It is easy to see that thou wilt little regard my orders, and thy mother will think it right that I order thee to do nothing that is against thy own inclination. I see well enough that we are of different dispositions, and that thou art far more proud than I am. Olaf answered little, but went his way laughing. 3. Of Ring Olaf's accomplishments. When Olaf Haraldsson grew up he was not tall, but middle-sized in height, although very thick, and of good strength. He had light brown hair, and a broad face, which was white and red. He had particularly fine eyes, which were beautiful and piercing, so that one was afraid to look him in the face when he was angry. Olaf was very expert in all bodily exercises, understood well to handle his bow, and was distinguished particularly in throwing his spear by hand. He was a great swimmer, and very handy, and very exact and knowing in all kinds of smith work. Whether he himself or others made the thing. He was distinct and acute in conversation, and was soon perfect in understanding and strength. He was beloved by his friends and acquaintances, eager in his amusements, and one who always liked to be the first, as it was suitable he should be from his birth and dignity. He was called Olaf the Great. 4. King Olaf's War Expedition. Olaf Haraldsson was 12 years old when he, for the first time, went on board a ship of war, AD 1007. His mother Asta got Hrein, who was called the foster father of kings, to command a ship of war and take Olaf under his charge. For Hrein had often been on war expeditions. When Olaf in this way got a ship and men, the crew gave him the title of king. For it was the custom that those commanders of troops who were of kingly descent, on going out upon a Viking cruise, received the title of king immediately although they had no land or kingdom. Hrein sat at the helm. And some say that Olaf himself was but a common rower, although he was king of the men-at-arms. They steered east along the land, and came first to Denmark. So says Otter Svart, in his lay which he made about King Olaf. Young was the king when from his home he first began in ships to roam, his ocean steed to ride, to Denmark o'er the tide. Well exercised art thou in truth, in manhood's earnest work, brave youth. Out from the distant north, mighty hast thou come forth. Towards autumn he sailed eastward to the Swedish dominions, and there harried and burnt all the country round. For he thought he had good cause of hostility against the Swedes, as they killed his father Harald. Otter Svart says distinctly that he came from the east, out by way of Denmark. Thy ship from shore to shore, with many a well-plied car, across the Baltic foam is dancing dot. Shields, and spears, and helms glancing. Hoist high the swelling sail, to catch the freshening gale. There's food for the raven flight, where thy sail-winged ship shall light. Thy landing tread, the people dread, and the wolf howls for a feast, on the shore side in the east. 5. Olaf's first battle. The same autumn Olaf had his first battle at Sotasker, which lies in the Swedish Scary Circle. He fought there with some Vikings, whose leader was Sot. Olaf had much fewer men, but his ships were larger, and he had his ships between some blind rocks, which made it difficult for the Vikings to get alongside. And Olaf's men threw grappling irons into the ships which came nearest, drew them up to their own vessels, and cleared them of men. The Vikings took to flight after losing many men. Sigvat the Skald tells of this fight in the lay in which he reckons up King Olaf's battles. They launch his ship where waves are foaming, to the sea shore, both mast and oar, and sent his o'er the seas a-roaming. Where did the sea king first draw blood? In the battle shock, at Sot's rock. The wolves howl over their fresh food. 6. Foray in Svithjod. King Olaf steered thereafter eastwards to Svithjod, and into the Lag, the Malar Lake, and ravaged the land on both sides. He sailed all the way up to Sigtuna, and laid his ships close to the old Sigtuna. The Swedes say the stone heaps are still to be seen which Olaf had laid under the ends of the gangways from the shore to the ships. When autumn was advanced, Olaf Haraldsson heard that Olaf the Swedish king was assembling an army, and also that he had laid iron chains across Stocksund, the channel between the Malar Lake and the sea, and had laid troops there. For the Swedish king thought that Olaf Haraldsson would be kept in there till frost came, and he thought little of Olaf's force, knowing he had but few people. Now when King Olaf Haraldsson came to Stocksund he could not get through, as there was a castle west of the Sound, and men-at-arms lay on the south, and he heard that the Swedish king was come there with a great army and many ships. He therefore dug a canal across the flat land Agnefit out to the sea. Over all Svithjod all the running waters fall into the Malar lake. But the only outlet of it to the sea is so small that many rivers are wider, and when much rain or snow falls the water rushes in a great cataract out by Stocksund, and the lake rises high and floods the land. It fell heavy rain just at this time. And as the canal was dug out to the sea, the water and stream rushed into it. Then Olaf had all the rudders unshipped and hoisted all sail aloft. It was blowing a strong breeze astern, and they steered with their oars, and the ships came in a rush over all the shallows, and got into the sea without any damage. Now went the Swedes to their king, Olaf, and told him that Olaf the Great had slipped out to sea, on which the king was enraged against those who should have watched that Olaf did not get away. This passage has since been called King's Sound. But large vessels cannot pass through it, unless the waters are very high. Some relate that the Swedes were aware that Olaf had cut across the tongue of land, and that the water was falling out that way. And they flocked to it with the intention to hinder Olaf from getting away, but the water undermined the banks on each side so that they fell in with the people, and many were drowned, but the Swedes contradict this as a false report. And deny the loss of people. The king sailed to Gotland in harvest, and prepared to plunder, but the Gotlanders assembled, and sent men to the king, offering him a scat. The king found this would suit him, and he received the scat, and remained there all winter. So says Otter Svart. Thou seaman prince. Thy men are paid. The scat on Gotlanders is laid. Young man or old. To our seaman bold. Must pay, to save his head. The Yngling princes fled. Icefsel people bled. Who can't defend the wealth they have. Must die, or share with the rover brave. 7. The Second Battle. It is related here that King Olaf, when spring set in, sailed east to Icesel, and landed and plundered. The Icesel men came down to the strand and gave him battle. King Olaf gained the victory, pursued those who fled, and laid waste the land with fire and sword. It is told that when King Olaf first came to Icesel they offered him scat, and when the scat was to be brought down to the strand the king came to meet it with an armed force, and that was not what the bonds there expected. For they had brought no scat, but only their weapons with which they fought against the king, as before related. So says Sigvat the Skald. With much deceit and bustle. To the heath of Icesel. The bonds brought the king. To get scat at their weapon thing. But Olaf was too wise. To be taken by surprise. Their legs scarce bore them off. O'er the common test enough. 8. The Third Battle. After this they sailed to Finland and plundered there, and went up the country. All the people fled to the forest, and they had emptied their houses of all household goods. The king went far up the country, and through some woods, and came to some dwellings in a valley called Hurdler, where, however, they made but small booty, and saw no people, and as it was getting late in the day, the king turned back to his ships. Now when they came into the woods again people rushed upon them from all quarters, and made a severe attack. The king told his men to cover themselves with their shields, but before they got out of the woods he lost many people, and many were wounded, but at last, late in the evening, he got to the ships. The Finlanders conjured up in the night, by their witchcraft, a dreadful storm and bad weather on the sea, but the king ordered the anchors to be weighed and sail hoisted, and beat off all night to the outside of the land. The king's luck prevailed more than the Finlanders' witchcraft, for he had the luck to beat round the Balagard's side in the night, and so got out to sea. But the Finnish army proceeded on land, making the same progress as the king made with his ships. So says Sigvat. The third fight was at Hurdler, where the men of Finland met in war. The hero of the royal race. with ringing sword blades face to face. Off Balagard's shore the waves ran hollow. But the Sea King saves his hard-pressed ship, and gains the lee of the east coast through the wild sea. 9. The fourth battle in Suttervik. King Olaf sailed from thence to Denmark, where he met Thorkel the Tall, brother of Earl Sigvald, and went into partnership with him, for he was just ready to set out on a cruise. They sailed southwards to the Jutland coast, to a place called Suttervik, where they overcame many Viking ships. The Vikings, who usually have many people to command, give themselves the title of kings, although they have no lands to rule over. King Olaf went into battle with them, and it was severe, but King Olaf gained the victory, and a great booty. So says Sigvat. Hark! Hark! The war shout through Suttervik rings. And the Vikings bring out to fight the two kings. Great honor, I'm told, won these Vikings so bold. But their bold fight was vain, for the two brave kings gain. 10. The fifth battle in Friesland. King Olaf sailed from thence south to Friesland, and lay under the strand of Kinlima in dreadful weather. The king landed with his men, but the people of the country rode down to the strand against them, and he fought them. So says Sigvat. Under Kinlima's cliff. This battle is the fifth. The brave sea rovers stand all on the glittering sand, and down the horsemen ride to the edge of the rippling tide. But Olaf taught the peasant band to know the weight of a Viking's hand. 11. Death of King Sven Forked Beard. The king sailed from thence westward to England. It was then the case that the Danish king, Sven Forked Beard, was at that time in England with a Danish army, and had been fixed there for some time, and had seized upon King Ethelred's kingdom. The Danes had spread themselves so widely over England, that it was come so far that King Ethelred had departed from the country, and had gone south to Valland. The same autumn that King Olaf came to England, it happened that King Sven died suddenly in the night in his bed, and it is said by Englishmen that Edmund the Saint killed him, in the same way that the holy Mercurius had killed the apostate Julian. When Ethelred, the king of the English, heard this in Flanders, he returned directly to England, and no sooner was he come back, than he sent an invitation to all the men who would enter into his pay, to join him in recovering the country. Then many people flocked to him, and among others, came King Olaf with a great troop of Northmen to his aid. They steered first to London, and sailed into the Thames with their fleet, but the Danes had a castle within. On the other side of the river is a great trading place, which is called Sudverk. There the Danes had raised a great work, dug large ditches, and within had built a bulwark of stone, timber, and turf, where they had stationed a strong army. King Ethelred ordered a great assault. But the Danes defended themselves bravely, and King Ethelred could make nothing of it. Between the castle and Sudverk, there was a bridge, so broad that 2 wagons could pass each other upon it. On the bridge were raised barricades, both towers and wooden parapets, in the direction of the river, which were nearly breast high, and under the bridge were piles driven into the bottom of the river. Now when the attack was made, the troops stood on the bridge everywhere, and defended themselves. King Ethelred was very anxious to get possession of the bridge, and he called together all the chiefs to consult how they should get the bridge broken down. Then said King Olaf he would attempt to lay his fleet alongside of it, if the other ships would do the same. It was then determined in this council that they should lay their war forces under the bridge. And each made himself ready with ships and men. 12. The sixth battle. King Olaf ordered great platforms of floating wood to be tied together with hazel bands, and for this he took down old houses. And with these, as a roof, he covered over his ship so widely, that it reached over the ship's sides. Under this screen he set pillars so high and stout, that there both was room for swinging their swords, and the roofs were strong enough to withstand the stones cast down upon them. Now when the fleet and men were ready, they rowed up along the river. But when they came near the bridge, there were cast down upon them so many stones and missile weapons, such as arrows and spears, that neither helmet nor shield could hold out against it. And the ships themselves were so greatly damaged, that many retreated out of it. But King Olaf, and the Northmen's fleet with him, rowed quite up under the bridge, laid their cables around the piles which supported it, and then rowed off with all the ships as hard as they could down the stream. The piles were thus shaken in the bottom, and were loosened under the bridge. Now as the armed troops stood thick of men upon the bridge, and there were likewise many heaps of stones and other weapons upon it, and the piles under it being loosened and broken, the bridge gave way. And a great part of the men upon it fell into the river, and all the Ethers fled, some into the castle, some into Southwark. Thereafter Southwark was stormed and taken. Now when the people in the castle saw that the river Thames was mastered, and that they could not hinder the passage of ships up into the country, they became afraid, surrendered the tower, and took Ethelred to be their king. So says Otter Svart. London Bridge is broken down. Gold is won, and bright renown. Shields resounding. War horns sounding. Hild is shouting in the din. Arrows singing. Mailcoats ringing. Odin makes our Olaf win. And he also composed these. King Ethelred has found a friend. Brave Olaf will his throne defend. In bloody fight. Maintain his right. Win back his land. With blood-red hand. And Edmund's son upon his throne replace. Edmund. The star of every royal race. Sigvat also relates as follows. At London Bridge stout Olaf gave Odin's law to his war men brave. To win or die. And their foemen fly. Some by the dike side refuge gain. Some in their tents on Southwark plain. The sixth attack brought victory back. 13. The seventh battle. King Olaf passed all the winter with King Ethelred, and had a great battle at Hringmere Heath in Ulfkill's land, the domain which Ulfkill Snilling at that time held. And here again the king was victorious. So says Sigvat the Skald. To Ulfkill's land came Olaf bold. A seventh sword thing he would hold. The race of Ella filled the plain. Few of them slept at home again. Hringmere Heath was a bed of death. Harfagers air dealt slaughter there. And Otter sings of this battle thus. From Hringmere field. The chime of war. Sword striking shield. Rings from afar. The living fly. The dead piled high. The moor enrich. Red runs the ditch. The country far around was then brought in subjection to King Ethelred, but the Thingmen won, and the Danes held many castles, besides a great part of the country. Endnotes. 1. Thingmen were hired men-at-arms, called Thingmen. Probably from being men above the class of thralls or unfree men. And entitled to appear at things, as being Udalborn to land at home. 14. 8th and 9th battles of Olaf. King Olaf was commander of all the forces when they went against Canterbury, and they fought there until they took the town, killing many people and burning the castle. So says Otter Svart. All in the grey of morn. Broad Canterbury's forced. Black smoke from house roofs born. Hides fire that does its worst. And many a man laid low. By the battle-axe blow. Waked by the Norsemen's cries. Scarce had time to rub his eyes. Sigvat reckons this King Olaf's 8th battle. Of this 8th battle I can tell. How it was fought, and what befell. The castle tower. With all his power. He could not take. Nor would forsake. The Perth men fought. Nor quarter sought. By death or flight. They left the fight. Olaf could not this earl stout. From Canterbury quite drive out. At this time King Olaf was entrusted with the whole land defence of England, and he sailed round the land with his ships of war. He laid his ships at land at Nijamoda, where the troops of the Thingmen were, and gave them battle and gained the victory. So says Sigvat the Skald. The youthful king stained red the hair of angel men, and dyed his spear at Newport in their heart's dark blood. And where the Danes the thickest stood, where the shrill storm round Olaf's head of spear and arrow thickest fled, there thickest lay the Thingmen dead. 9 battles now of Olaf bold, battle by battle, I have told. King Olaf then scoured all over the country, taking scat of the people and plundering where it was refused. So says Otter. The English race could not resist thee. With money thou madest them assist thee. Unsparingly thou madest them pay a scat to thee in every way. Money, if money could be got. Goods, cattle, household gear, if not. Thy gathered spoil, borne to the strand, was the best wealth of English land. Olaf remained here for 3 years, AD 1010 to 1012. 15. The 10th battle. The 3rd year King Ethelred died, and his sons Edmund and Edward took the government, AD 1012. Then Olaf sailed southwards out to sea, and had a battle at Ringsfjord, and took a castle situated at Holar, where Vikings resorted, and burnt the castle. So says Sigvat the Skald. Of the 10th battle now I tell, where it was fought, and what befell. Up on the hill in Ringsfjord fair, a robber nest hung in the air. The people followed our brave chief, and raised the tower of the Viking thief. Such rock and tower, such roosting place, was ne'er since held by the roving race. 16, 11th, 12th and 13th battles. Then King Olaf proceeded westwards to Grislepalar, and fought there with Vikings at Williamsby. And there also King Olaf gained the victory. So says Sigvat. The 11th battle now I tell, where it was fought, and what befell. At Grislepalar young fir's name o'ertopped the forest trees in fame. Brave Olaf's name, not else was heard, but Olaf's name, and arm, and sword. Of 3 great earls, I have heard say, his sword crushed helm and head that day. Next he fought westward on Fetlafjord, as Sigvat tells. The 12th fight was at Fetlafjord, where Olaf's honor-seeking sword gave the wild wolf's devouring teeth a feast of warriors doomed to death. From thence King Olaf sailed southwards to Seljapalar, where he had a battle. He took there a castle called Gunvaldsborg, which was very large and old. He also made prisoner the earl who ruled over the castle and who was called Geirfinn. After a conference with the men of the castle, he laid a scat upon the town and earl, as ransom, of 12,000 gold shillings, which was also paid by those on whom it was imposed. So says Sigvat. The 13th battle now I tell, where it was fought, and what befell. In Seljapal was fought the fray, and many did not survive the day. The king went early to the shore, to Gunvaldsborg's old castle tower, and a rich earl was taken there, whose name was Geridin, I am sure. 17, 14th battle and Olaf's dream. Thereafter King Olaf steered with his fleet westward to Karlsar, and tarried there and had a fight. And while King Olaf was lying in Karlsar river waiting a wind, and intending to sail up to Norvasund, and then on to the land of Jerusalem, he dreamt a remarkable dream, that there came to him a great and important man, but of a terrible appearance withal, who spoke to him, and told him to give up his purpose of proceeding to that land. Return back to thy Udal, for thou shalt be king over Norway for ever. He interpreted this dream to mean that he should be king over the country, and his posterity after him for a long time. 18, 15th battle. After this appearance to him he turned about, and came to Poitou, where he plundered and burnt a merchant town called Varand. Of this Otter speaks. Our young king, blithe and gay, is foremost in the fray. Poitou he plunders, Tuskland burns. He fights and wins where'er he turns. And also Sigvat says, the Norseman's king is on his cruise. his blue steel staining, rich booty gaining, and all men trembling at the news. The Norsemen's kings up on the lawyer, rich Partheny, in ashes lay. Far inland reached the Norsemen's spear. 19. Of the Earls of Rouen. King Olaf had been 2 summers and 1 winter in the west in Vowland on this cruise, and 13 years had now passed since the fall of King Olaf Tryggvason. During this time earls had ruled over Norway, first Hakon's sons Eirik and Sven, and afterwards Eirik's sons Hakon and Sven. Hakon was a sister's son of King Canute, the son of Sven. During this time there were 2 earls in Vowland, William and Robert. Their father was Richard Earl of Rouen. They ruled over Normandy. Their sister was Queen Emma, whom the English King Ethelred had married. And their sons were Edmund, Edward the Good, Edwy, and Edgar. Richard the Earl of Rouen was a son of Richard the son of William Longspear, who was the son of Rolf Ganger, the earl who first conquered Normandy. And he again was a son of Ragnvald the Mighty, Earl of More, as before related. From Rolf Ganger are descended the Earls of Rouen, who have long reckoned themselves of kin to the chiefs in Norway, and hold them in such respect that they always were the greatest friends of the Northmen. And every Northman found a friendly country in Normandy, if he required it. To Normandy King Olaf came in autumn, AD 1013, and remained all winter, AD 1014, in the river Seine in good peace and quiet. 20. Of Einar Tambuskelfur. After Olaf Tryggvason's fall, Earl Eirik gave peace to Einar Tambuskelfur, the son of Eindrid Sturkarson, and Einar went north with the earl to Norway. It is said that Einar was the strongest man and the best archer that ever was in Norway. His shooting was sharp beyond all others, for with a blunt arrow he shot through a raw, soft ox hide, hanging over a beam. He was better than any man at running on snowshoes, was a great man at all exercises, was of high family, and rich. The earls Eirik and Sven married their sister Bergliot to Einar. Their son was named Eindrid. The earls gave Einar great fiefs in Orkadal, so that he was one of the most powerful and able men in the Throndheim country, and was also a great friend of the earls, and a great support and aid to them. 21. Of Erling Skjalgsson. When Olaf Tryggvason ruled over Norway, he gave his brother-in-law Erling half of the land scat, and royal revenues between the Naze and Son. His other sister he married to the Earl Ragnvald Ulfson, who long ruled over West Gotland. Ragnvald's father, Ulf, was a brother of Sigrid the Haughty, the mother of Olaf the Swedish king. Earl Eirik was ill-pleased that Erling Skjalgsson had so large a dominion, and he took to himself all the king's estates, which King Olaf had given to Erling. But Erling levied, as before, all the land scat in Rogaland. And thus the inhabitants had often to pay him the land scat, otherwise he laid waste their land. The earl made little of the business, for no bailiff of his could live there, and the earl could only come there in guest quarters, when he had a great many people with him. So says Sigvat. Olaf the king thought the bond Erling a man who would grace his own royal race. One sister the king gave the bond Erling, and one to an earl, and she saved him in peril. Earl Eirik did not venture to fight with Erling, because he had very powerful and very many friends, and was himself rich and popular, and kept always as many retainers about him as if he held a king's court. Erling was often out in summer on plundering expeditions, and procured for himself means of living. For he continued his usual way of high and splendid living, although now he had fewer and less convenient fiefs than in the time of his brother-in-law King Olaf Tryggvason. Erling was one of the handsomest, largest, and strongest men. A better warrior than any other, and in all exercises he was like King Olaf himself. He was, besides, a man of understanding, jealous in everything he undertook, and a deadly man at arms. Sigvat talks thus of him. No earl or baron, young or old, match with this bond brave can hold. Mild was brave Erling, all men say, when not engaged in bloody fray. His courage he kept hid until the fight began, then foremost still. Erling was seen in war's wild game. And famous still is Erling's name. It was a common saying among the people, that Erling had been the most valiant who ever held lands under a king in Norway. Erling's and Astrid's children were these, Aslak, Skilg, Sigurd, Lodin, Thorir, and Ragnhild, who was married to Thorberg Arneson. Erling had always with him 90 freeborn men or more, and both winter and summer it was the custom in his house to drink at the midday meal according to a measure, but at the night meal there was no measure in drinking. When the earl was in the neighborhood he had 200 men or more. He never went to sea with less than a fully manned ship of 20 benches of rowers. Erling had also a ship of 32 benches of rowers, which was besides very large for that size, and which he used in Viking cruises, or on an expedition, and in it there were 200 men at the very least. Endnotes. 1. There were silver studs in a row from the rim to the bottom of the drinking bourne or cup, and as it went round each drank, till the stud appeared above the liquor. This was drinking. By measure. L. 2, i.e., 240. 22. Of the Hers Erling Skilgsson. Erling had always at home on his farm 30 slaves, besides other serving people. He gave his slaves a certain day's work. But after it he gave them leisure, and leave that each should work in the twilight and at night for himself, and as he pleased. He gave them arable land to sow corn in, and let them apply their crops to their own use. He laid upon each a certain quantity of labor to work themselves free by doing it, and there were many who bought their freedom in this way in 1 year, or in the 2nd year, and all who had any luck could make themselves free within 3 years. With this money he bought other slaves, and to some of his freed people he showed how to work in the herring fishery, to others he showed some useful handicraft, and some cleared his outfields and set up houses. He helped all to prosperity. 23. Of Earl Eirik. When Earl Eirik had ruled over Norway for 12 years, there came a message to him from his brother-in-law King Canute, the Danish king, that he should go with him on an expedition westward to England. For Eirik was very celebrated for his campaigns, as he had gained the victory in the 2 hardest engagements which had ever been fought in the North countries. The one was that in which the Earls Hakon and Eirik fought with the Jomsborg Vikings. The other that in which Earl Eirik fought with King Olaf Tryggvason. Thord Kolbeinsson speaks of this. A song of praise. Again I raise. To the Earl bold. The word is told. That Canute the brave. His aid would crave. The Earl, I knew. To friend stands true. The Earl would not sleep upon the message of the king, but sailed immediately out of the country, leaving behind his son Earl Hakon to take care of Norway. And, as he was but 17 years of age, Einar Tambaskelfer was to be at his hand to rule the country for him. Eirik met King Canute in England, and was with him when he took the castle of London. Earl Eirik had a battle also to the westward of the castle of London, and killed Ulfkil Snilling. So says Thord Kolbeinsson. West of London town we passed. And our ocean steeds made fast. And a bloody fight begin. England's lands to lose or win. Blue sword and shining spear. Laid Ulfkil's dead corpse there. Our Thing men hear the war shower sounding. Our grey arrows from their shields rebounding. Earl Eirik was a winter in England, and had many battles there. The following autumn he intended to make a pilgrimage to Rome, but he died in England of a bloody flux. 24. The murder of Edmund. King Canute came to England the summer that King Ethelred died, and had many battles with Ethelred's sons, in which the victory was sometimes on one side, sometimes on the other. Then King Canute took Queen Emma in marriage. And their children were Harald, Hardicanute, and Gunhild. King Canute then made an agreement with King Edmund, that each of them should have a half of England. In the same month Henry Strian murdered King Edmund. King Canute then drove all Ethelred's sons out of England. So says Sig that. Now all the sons of Ethelred were either fallen, or had fled. Some slain by Canute, some they say to save their lives had run away. 25. Olaf and Ethelred's sons. King Ethelred's sons came to Rouen in Valland from England, to their mother's brother, the same summer that King Olaf Haraldsson came from the west from his Viking cruise, and they were all during the winter in Normandy together. They made an agreement with each other that King Olaf should have Northumberland, if they could succeed in taking England from the Danes. Therefore about harvest, Olaf sent his foster father Hrain to England to collect men-at-arms. And Ethelred's sons sent tokens to their friends and relations with him. King Olaf, besides, gave him much money with him to attract people to them. Hrain was all winter in England, and got promises from many powerful men of fidelity, as the people of the country would rather have native kings over them. But the Danish power had become so great in England, that all the people were brought under their dominion. 26. Battle of King Olaf. In spring, A.D. 1014, King Olaf and King Ethelred's sons set out together to the west, and came to a place in England called Jungaferda, where they landed with their army and moved forward against the castle. Many men were there who had promised them their aid. They took the castle, and killed many people. Now when King Canute's men heard of this they assembled an army, and were soon in such force that Ethelred's sons could not stand against it, and they saw no other way left but to return to Rouen. Then King Olaf separated from them, and would not go back to Valland, but sailed northwards along England, all the way to Northumberland, where he put into a haven at a place called Vald. And in a battle there with the townspeople and merchants he gained the victory, and a great booty. 27. Olaf's expedition to Norway. King Olaf left his long ships there behind, but made ready 2 ships of burden. And had with him 220 men in them, well armed, and chosen people. He sailed out to sea northwards in harvest, but encountered a tremendous storm and they were in danger of being lost. But as they had a chosen crew, and the king's luck with them, all went on well. So says Otter. Olaf, great stem of kings, is brave. Bold in the fight, bold on the wave. No thought of fear. Thy heart comes near. Undaunted, midst the roaring flood. Firm at his post each shipman stood. And thy 2 ships stout. The gale stood out. And further he says. Thou able chief. With thy fearless crew. Thou meetest, with skill and courage true. The wild sea's wrath. On thy ocean path. Though waves mast high were breaking round. Thou findest the middle of Norway's ground. With helm in hand. On Sela's strand. It is related here that King Olaf came from the sea to the very middle of Norway, and the isle is called Sela where they landed, and is outside of Stad. King Olaf said he thought it must be a lucky day for them, since they had landed at Sela in Norway, and observed it was a good omen that it so happened. As they were going up in the isle, the king slipped with 1 foot in a place where there was clay, but supported himself with the other foot. Then said he, the king falls. Nay, replies Hrain, thou didst not fall, king, but set fast foot in the soil. The king laughed thereat, and said, it may be so if God will. They went down again thereafter to their ships, and sailed to Ulfasund, where they heard that Earl Hakon was south in Son, and was expected north as soon as wind allowed with a single ship. 28. Hakon taken prisoner by Olaf. King Olaf steered his ships within the ordinary ship's course when he came abreast of Faler district, and ran into Soddungsund. There he laid his 2 vessels one on each side of the sound with a thick cable between them. At the same moment Hakon, Earl EIRIK'S son, came rowing into the sound with a manned ship, and as they thought these were but 2 merchant vessels that were lying in the sound, they rowed between them. Then Olaf and his men draw the cable up right under Hakon's ship's keel and wind it up with the capstan. As soon as the vessel's course was stopped her stern was lifted up, and her bow plunged down. So that the water came in at her fore end and over both sides, and she upset. King Olaf's people took Earl Hakon and all his men whom they could get hold of out of the water, and made them prisoners. But some they killed with stones and other weapons, and some were drowned. So says Otter. The black ravens wade in the blood from thy blade. Young Hakon so gay, with his ship, is thy prey. His ship, with its gear, thou hast ta'en, and art here. Thy forefathers' land, from the Earl to demand. Earl Hakon was led up to the king's ship. He was the handsomest man that could be seen. He had long hair, as fine as silk, bound about his bead with a gold ornament. When he sat down in the forehold, the king said to him, It is not false what is said of your family, that ye are handsome people to look at, but now your luck has deserted you. Hakon the earl replied, It has always been the case that success is changeable, and there is no luck in the matter. It has gone with your family as with mine, to have by turns the better lot. I am little beyond childhood in years. And at any rate we could not have defended ourselves, as we did not expect any attack on the way. It may turn out better with us another time. Then said King Olaf, Dost thou not apprehend that thou art in that condition that, hereafter, there can be neither victory nor defeat for thee? The earl replies, That is what thou only canst determine, king, according to thy pleasure. Olaf says, What wilt thou give me, earl, if for this time I let thee go, whole and unhurt? The earl asks what he would take. Nothing, says the king, except that thou shalt leave the country, give up thy kingdom, and take an oath that thou shalt never go into battle against me. The earl answered, that he would do so. And now Earl Hakon took the oath that he would never fight against Olaf, or seek to defend Norway against him, or attack him, and King Olaf thereupon gave him and all his men life and peace. The earl got back the ship which had brought him there, and he and his men rode their way. Thus says Sigvad of him. In old Sodung Sound, the king Earl Hakon found, who little thought that there a foeman was so near. The best and fairest youth Earl Hakon was in truth. That speaks the Danish tongue. And of the race of great Hakon. 29. Hakon's departure from Norway. After this, A.D. 1014, the earl made ready as fast as possible to leave the country and sail over to England. He met King Canute, his mother's brother, there, and told him all that had taken place between him and King Olaf. King Canute received him remarkably well, placed him in his court in his own house, and gave him great power in his kingdom. Earl Hakon dwelt a long time with King Canute. During the time Sven and Hakon ruled over Norway, a reconciliation with Erling Skjalgsson was effected, and secured by Aslak, Erling's son, marrying Gunhild, Earl Sven's daughter. And the father and son, Erling and Aslak, retained all the fiefs which King Olaf Tryggvason had given to Erling. Thus Erling became a firm friend of the earls, and their mutual friendship was confirmed by oath. 30. Asta receives her son Olaf. King Olaf went now eastward along the land, holding things with the bonds all over the country. Many went willingly with him, but some, who were Earl Sven's friends or relations, spoke against him. Therefore King Olaf sailed in all haste eastward to Viken, went in there with his ships, set them on the land, and proceeded up the country, in order to meet his stepfather, Sigurd Syr. When he came to Vestfold he was received in a friendly way by many who had been his father's friends or acquaintances, and also there and in Folden were many of his family. In autumn, A.D. 1014, he proceeded up the country to his stepfather King Sigurd's, and came there one day very early. As Olaf was coming near to the house, some of the servants ran beforehand to the house, and into the room. Olaf's mother, Asta, was sitting in the room, and around her some of her girls. When the servants told her of King Olaf's approach, and that he might soon be expected, Asta stood up directly, and ordered the men and girls to put everything in the best order. She ordered 4 girls to bring out all that belonged to the decoration of the room and put it in order with hangings and benches. 2 fellows brought straw for the floor, 2 brought forward 4 corner tables and the drinking jugs, 2 bore out victuals and placed the meat on the table, 2 she sent away from the house to procure in the greatest haste all that was needed. And 2 carried in the ale. And all the other serving men and girls went outside of the house. Messengers went to seek King Sigurd wherever he might be, and brought to him his dress clothes, and his horse with gilt saddle, and his bridle, which was gilt and set with precious stones. For men she sent off to the 4 quarters of the country to invite all the great people to a feast, which she prepared as a rejoicing for her son's return. All who were before in the house she made to dress themselves with the best they had, and lent clothes to those who had none suitable. 31. King Sigurd's dress. King Sigurd Syr was standing in his cornfield when the messengers came to him and brought him the news, and also told him all that Asta was doing at home in the house. He had many people on his farm. Some were then shearing corn, some bound it together, some drove it to the building, some unloaded it and put it in stack or barn. But the king, and 2 men with him, went sometimes into the field, sometimes to the place where the corn was put into the barn. His dress, it is told, was this: he had a blue kirtle and blue breeches, shoes which were laced about the legs, a grey cloak, and a grey wide-brimmed hat, a veil before his face, a staff in his hand with a gilt silver head on it and a silver ring around it. Of Sigurd's living and disposition it is related that he was a very gain-making man who attended carefully to his cattle and husbandry, and managed his housekeeping himself. He was nowise given to pomp, and was rather taciturn. But he was a man of the best understanding in Norway, and also excessively wealthy in movable property. Peaceful he was, and nowise haughty. His wife Asta was generous and high-minded. Their children were, Guthorm, the eldest, then Gunhild. The next Halfdan, Ingerid, and Harald. The messengers said to Sigurd, Asta told us to bring thee word how much it lay at her heart that thou shouldst on this occasion comport thyself in the fashion of great men, and show a disposition more akin to Harald Harfager's race than to thy mother's fathers, Hrain Thin-Nose, or Earl Nereid the Old, although they too were very wise men. The king replies, The news ye bring me is weighty, and ye bring it forward in great heat. Already before now Asta has been taken up much with people who were not so near to her, and I see she is still of the same disposition. She takes this up with great warmth, but can she lead her son out of the business with the same splendor she is leading him into it? If it is to proceed so, methinks they who mix themselves up in it regard little property or life. For this man, King Olaf, goes against a great superiority of power, and the wrath of the Danish and Swedish kings lies at the foot of his determination, if he ventures to go against them. 32. Of the feast. When the king had said this he sat down, and made them take off his shoes, and put Cordovan boots on, to which he bound his gold spurs. Then he put off his cloak and coat, and dressed himself in his finest clothes, with a scarlet cloak over all. Girded on his sword, set a gilded helmet upon his head, and mounted his horse. He sent his laboring people out to the neighborhood, and gathered to him 30 well-clothed men, and rode home with them. As they rode up to the house, and were near the room, they saw on the other side of the house the banners of Olaf coming waving, and there was he himself, with about 100 men all well equipped. People were gathered over all upon the housetops. King Sigurd immediately saluted his stepson from horseback in a friendly way, and invited him and his men to come in and drink a cup with him. Asta, on the contrary, went up and kissed her son, and invited him to stay with her. And land, and people, and all the good she could do for him stood at his service. King Olaf thanked her kindly for her invitation. Then she took him by the hand, and led him into the room to the high seat. King Sigurd got men to take charge of their clothes, and give their horses corn, and then he himself went to his high seat, and the feast was made with the greatest splendor. 33. Conversation of Olaf and Sigurd. King Olaf had not been long here before he one day called his stepfather King Sigurd, his mother Asta, and his foster father Hrain to a conference and consultation. Olaf began thus, It has so happened, said he, as is well known to you, that I have returned to this country after a very long sojourn in foreign parts. During all which time I and my men have had nothing for our support but what we captured in war, for which we have often hazarded both life and soul, for many an innocent man have we deprived of his property, and some of their lives. And foreigners are now sitting in the possessions which my father, his father, and their forefathers for a long series of generations owned, and to which I have udal right. They have not been content with this, but have taken to themselves also the properties of all our relations who are descended from Harald Harfager. To some they have left little, to others nothing at all. Now I will disclose to you what I have long concealed in my own mind, that I intend to take the heritage of my forefathers. But I will not wait upon the Danish or Swedish king to supplicate the least thing from them, although they for the time called that their property which was Harald Harfager's heritage. To say the truth, I intend rather to seek my patrimony with battle-axe and sword, and that with the help of all my friends and relations, and of those who in this business will take my side. And in this matter I will so lay hand to the work that one of two things shall happen: either I shall lay all this kingdom under my rule which they got into their hands by the slaughter of my kinsman Olaf Tryggvason, or I shall fall here upon my inheritance in the land of my fathers. Now I expect of thee, Sigurd, my stepfather, as well as other men here in the country who have feudal right of succession to the kingdom, according to the law made by King Harald Harfager, that nothing shall be of such importance to you as to prevent you from throwing off the disgrace from our family of being slow at supporting the man who comes forward to raise up again our race. But whether ye show any manhood in this affair or not, I know the inclination of the people well, that all want to be free from the slavery of foreign masters, and will give aid and strength to the attempt. I have not proposed this matter to any before thee, because I know thou art a man of understanding, and can best judge how this my purpose shall be brought forward in the beginning, and whether we shall, in all quietness, talk about it to a few persons, or instantly declare it to the people at large. I have already shown my teeth by taking prisoner the Earl Hakon, who has now left the country, and given me, under oath, the part of the kingdom which he had before. And I think it will be easier to have Earl Sven alone to deal with, than if both were defending the country against us. King Sigurd answers, It is no small affair, King Olaf, thou hast in thy mind. And thy purpose comes more, methinks, from hasty pride than from prudence. But it may be there is a wide difference between my humble ways and the high thoughts thou hast. For whilst yet in thy childhood thou wast full always of ambition and desire of command, and now thou art experienced in battles, and hast formed thyself upon the manner of foreign chiefs. I know therefore well, that as thou hast taken this into thy head, it is useless to dissuade thee from it. And also it is not to be denied that it goes to the heart of all who have courage in them, that the whole Harfager race and kingdom should go to the ground. But I will not bind myself by any promise, before I know the views and intentions of other upland kings, but thou hast done well in letting me know thy purpose, before declaring it publicly to the people. I will promise thee, however, my interest with the kings, and other chiefs, and country people, and also, King Olaf, all my property stands to thy aid, and to strengthen thee. But we will only produce the matter to the community so soon as we see some progress, and expect some strength to this undertaking. For thou canst easily perceive that it is a daring measure to enter into strife with Olaf the Swedish king, and Canute, who is king both of Denmark and England, and thou requirest great support under thee, if it is to succeed. It is not unlikely, in my opinion, that thou wilt get good support from the people, as the commonalty always loves what is new. And it went so before, when Olaf Tryggvason came here to the country, that all rejoiced at it, although he did not long enjoy the kingdom. When the consultation had proceeded so far, Asta took up the word. For my part, my son, I am rejoiced at thy arrival, but much more at thy advancing thy honor. I will spare nothing for that purpose that stands in my power, although it be but little help that can be expected from me. But if a choice could be made, I would rather that thou shouldst be the supreme king of Norway, even if thou shouldst not sit longer in thy kingdom than Olaf Tryggvason did, than that thou shouldst not be a greater king than Sigurd is, and die the death of old age. With this the conference closed. King Olaf remained here a while with all his men. King Sigurd entertained them, day about, the one day with fish and milk, the other day with flesh meat and ale. 34. Kings in the upland districts. At that time there were many kings in the uplands who had districts to rule over, and the most of them were descended from Harald Harfager. In Hedmark 2 brothers ruled, Hrorek and Ring, in Gudbrandsdal, Gudrod. And there was also a king in Romerike, and one had HALFDAN'S and though 10, and in Valdres also there was a king. With these district kings Sigurd had a meeting up in HALFDAN'S, and Olaf Haraldsson also met with them. To these district kings whom Sigurd had assembled he set forth his stepson Olaf's purpose, and asked their aid, both of men and in counsel and consent. And represented to them how necessary it was to cast off the yoke which the Danes and Swedes had laid upon them. He said that there was now a man before them who could head such an enterprise. And he recounted the many brave actions which Olaf had achieved upon his war expeditions. Then King Hrorek says, "True it is that Harald Harfager's kingdom has gone to decay, none of his race being supreme king over Norway. But the people here in the country have experienced many things. When King Hakon, Athelstan's foster son, was king, all were content. But when Gunhild's sons ruled over the country, all were so weary of their tyranny and injustice that they would rather have foreign men as kings, and be themselves more their own rulers. For the foreign kings were usually abroad and cared little about the customs of the people if the scat they laid on the country was paid. When enmity arose between the Danish king Harald and Earl Hakon, the Jomsborg Vikings made an expedition against Norway, then the whole people arose, and threw the hostilities from themselves. And thereafter the people encouraged Earl Hakon to keep the country, and defend it with sword and spear against the Danish king. But when he had set himself fast in the kingdom with the help of the people, he became so hard and overbearing towards the country folks, that they would no longer suffer him. The Throngim people killed him, and raised to the kingly power Olaf Tryggvason, who was of the Udal succession to the kingdom, and in all respects well fitted to be a chief. The whole country's desire was to make him supreme king, and raise again the kingdom which Harald Harfager had made for himself. But when King Olaf thought himself quite firmly seated in his kingdom, no man could rule his own concerns for him. With us small kings he was so unreasonable, as to take to himself not only all the scat and duties which Harald Harfager had levied from us, but a great deal more. The people at last had so little freedom under him, that it was not allowed to every man to believe in what God he pleased. Now since he has been taken away we have kept friendly with the Danish king. Have received great help from him when we have had any occasion for it. And have been allowed to rule ourselves, and live in peace and quiet in the inland country, and without any overburden. I am therefore content that things be as they are, for I do not see what better rights I am to enjoy by one of my relations ruling over the country, and if I am to be no better off, I will take no part in the affair." Then said King Ring, his brother, "I will also declare my opinion that it is better for me, if I hold the same power and property as now, that my relative is king over Norway, rather than a foreign chief. So that our family may again raise its head in the land. It is, besides, my opinion about this man Olaf, that his fate and luck must determine whether he is to obtain the kingdom or not, and if he succeed in making himself supreme king, then he will be the best off who has best deserved his friendship. At present he has in no respect greater power than any of us, nay, indeed, he has less, as we have lands and kingdoms to rule over, and he has nothing, and we are equally entitled by the Udal right to the kingdom as he is himself. Now, if we will be his men, give him our aid, allow him to take the highest dignity in the country, and stand by him with our strength, how should he not reward us well, and hold it in remembrance to our great advantage? If he be the honorable man I believe him to be, and all say he is. Therefore let us join the adventure, say I, and bind ourselves in friendship with him." Then the others, one after the other, stood up and spoke, and the conclusion was, that the most of them determined to enter into a league with King Olaf. He promised them his perfect friendship, and that he would hold by and improve the country's laws and rights, if he became supreme king of Norway. This league was confirmed by oath. 35. Olaf gets the title of king from the thing. Thereafter the king summoned a thing, and their king Olaf set forth this determination to all the people, and his demand on the kingly power. He desires that the bonds should receive him as king. And promises, on the other hand, to allow them to retain their ancient laws, and to defend the land from foreign masters and chiefs. On this point he spoke well, and long, and he got great praise for his speech. Then the kings rose and spoke, the one after the other, and supported his cause, and this message to the people. At last it came to this, that King Olaf was proclaimed king over the whole country, and the kingdom adjudged to him according to law in the uplands, AD 1014. 36. King Olaf travels in the uplands. King Olaf began immediately his progress through the country, appointing feasts before him wherever there were royal farms. First he travelled round in Hadaland, and then he proceeded north to Gudbrandsdal. And now it went as King Sigurd Syr had foretold, that people streamed to him from all quarters, and he did not appear to have need for half of them, for he had nearly 300 men. But the entertainments bespoken did not half serve. For it had been the custom that kings went about in guest quarters in the uplands with 60 or 70 men only, and never with more than 100 men. The king therefore hastened over the country, only stopping one night at the same place. When he came north to Dovrefield, he arranged his journey so that he came over the mountain and down upon the north side of it, and then came to Opdal, where he remained all night. Afterwards he proceeded through Opdal forest, and came out at Meldal, where he proclaimed a thing, and summoned the bonds to meet him at it. The king made a speech to the thing, and asked the bonds to accept him as king. And promised, on his part, the laws and rights which King Olaf Tryggvason had offered them. The bonds had no strength to make opposition to the king. So the result was that they received him as king, and confirmed it by oath, but they sent word to Orkadal and Skåne of all that they knew concerning Olaf's proceedings. 37. Levy against Olaf in Trondheim. Einar Tambaskelfer had a farm and house at Huseby in Skåne. And now when he got news of Olaf's proceedings, he immediately split up a war arrow, and sent it out as a token to the four quarters, north, south, east, west, to call together all free and unfree men in full equipment of war, therewith the message that they were to defend the land against King Olaf. The message stick went to Orkadal, and thence to Galardal, where the whole war force was to assemble. 38. Olaf's progress in Trondheim. King Olaf proceeded with his men down into Orkadal, and advanced in peace and with all gentleness. But when he came to Gryatar he met the assembled bonds, amounting to more than 700 men. Then the king arrayed his army, for he thought the bonds were to give battle. When the bonds saw this, they also began to put their men in order. But it went on very slowly, for they had not agreed beforehand who among them should be commander. Now when King Olaf saw there was confusion among the bonds, he sent to them Thorir Gudbrandsson. And when he came he told them King Olaf did not want to fight them, but named 12 of the ablest men in their flock of people, who were desired to come to King Olaf. The bonds agreed to this. And the 12 men went over a rising ground which is there, and came to the place where the king's army stood in array. The king said to them, Ye bonds have done well to give me an opportunity to speak with you, for now I will explain to you my errand here to the Trondheim country. First I must tell you, what ye already must have heard, that Earl Hakon and I met in summer. And the issue of our meeting was, that he gave me the whole kingdom he possessed in the Trondheim country, which, as ye know, consists of Orkadal, Galardal, Strind, and Ina district. As a proof of this, I have here with me the very men who were present, and saw the earls and my own hands given upon it, and heard the word and oath, and witnessed the agreement the earl made with me. Now I offer you peace and law, the same as King Olaf Tryggvason offered before me. The king spoke well, and long, and ended by proposing to the bonds 2 conditions, either to go into his service and be subject to him, or to fight him. Thereupon the 12 bonds went back to their people, and told the issue of their errand, and considered with the people what they should resolve upon. Although they discussed the matter backwards and forwards for a while, they preferred at last to submit to the king, and it was confirmed by the oath of the bonds. The king now proceeded on his journey, and the bonds made feasts for him. The king then proceeded to the sea coast, and got ships, and among others he got a long ship of 20 benches of rowers from Gunnar of Gelmin, another ship of 20 benches he got from Lodin of Vigia. And 3 ships of 20 benches from the farm of Angrer on the Ness which farm Earl Hakon had possessed, but a steward managed it for him, by name Bard White. The king had, besides, 4 or 5 boats. And with these vessels he went in all haste into the fjord of Trondheim. 39. Of Earl Sven's Proceedings. Earl Sven was at that time far up in the Throndheim fjord at Steinkjer, which at that time was a merchant town, and was there preparing for the Yule festival, AD 1015. When Einar Tambaskelfer heard that the Orkadal people had submitted to King Olaf, he sent men to Earl Sven to bring him the tidings. They went first to Nidaros, and took a rowing boat which belonged to Einar, with which they went out into the fjord, and came one day late in the evening to Steinkjer, where they brought to the Earl the news about all King Olaf's proceedings. The Earl owned a long ship, which was lying afloat and rigged just outside the town, and immediately, in the evening, he ordered all his movable goods, his people's clothes, and also meat and drink, as much as the vessel could carry, to be put on board, rowed immediately out in the night time, and came with daybreak to Skarnsund. There he saw King Olaf rowing in with his fleet into the fjord. The Earl turned towards the land within Masarvik, where there was a thick wood, and lay so near the rocks that the leaves and branches hung over the vessel. They cut down some large trees, which they laid over the quarter on the seaside, so that the ship could not be seen for leaves, especially as it was scarcely clear daylight when the king came rowing past them. The weather was calm, and the king rowed in among the islands, and when the king's fleet was out of sight the Earl rowed out of the fjord, and on to Frosta, where his kingdom lay, and there he landed. 40. Earl Sven's and Einar's Consultations. Earl Sven sent men out to Galardal to his brother-in-law, Einar Tambaskelfer. And when Einar came the Earl told him how it had been with him and King Olaf, and that now he would assemble men to go out against King Olaf, and fight him. Einar answers, we should go to work cautiously, and find out what King Olaf intends doing. And not let him hear anything concerning us but that we are quiet. It may happen that if he hears nothing about our assembling people, he may sit quietly where he is in Steinkjer all the Yule. For there is plenty prepared for him for the Yule feast, but if he hears we are assembling men, he will set right out of the fjord with his vessels, and we shall not get hold of him. Einar's advice was taken. And the Earl went to Stjørdal, into guest quarters among the bonds. When King Olaf came to Steinkjer he collected all the meat prepared for the Yule feast, and made it be put on board, procured some transport vessels, took meat and drink with him, and got ready to sail as fast as possible. And went out all the way to Nidaros. Here King Olaf Tryggvason had laid the foundation of a merchant town, and had built a king's house, but before that Nidaros was only a single house, as before related. When Earl Eirik came to the country, he applied all his attention to his house of Lade, where his father had had his main residence, and he neglected the houses which Olaf had erected at the Nid. So that some were fallen down, and those which stood were scarcely habitable. King Olaf went now with his ships up the Nid, made all the houses to be put in order directly that were still standing, and built anew those that had fallen down, and employed in this work a great many people. Then he had all the meat and drink brought on shore to the houses, and prepared to hold Yule there, so Earl Sven and Einar had to fall upon some other plan. 41. Of Sigvat the Skald. There was an Iceland man called Thord Sigvaldaskald, who had been long with Earl Sigvald, and afterwards with the Earl's brother, Thorkel the Tall, but after the Earl's death Thord had become a merchant. He met King Olaf on his Viking cruise in the west, and entered into his service, and followed him afterwards. He was with the king when the incidents above related took place. Thord had a son called Sigvat fostered in the house of Thorkel at Apavatn, in Iceland. When he was nearly a grown man he went out of the country with some merchants. And the ship came in autumn to the Throndheim country, and the crew lodged in the Hird district. The same winter King Olaf came to Throndheim, as just now related by us. Now when Sigvat heard that his father Thord was with the king, he went to him, and stayed a while with him. Sigvat was a good skald at an early age. He made a lay in honor of King Olaf, and asked the king to listen to it. The king said he did not want poems composed about him, and said he did not understand the skald's craft. Then Sigvat sang. Rider of dark blue ocean steeds. Allow one skald to sing thy deeds. And listen to the song of one who can sing well, if any can. For should the king despise all others? And show no favour to my brothers. Yet I may all men's favour claim, who sing, still of our great king's fame. King Olaf gave Sigvat as a reward for his verse a gold ring that weighed half a mark, and Sigvat was made one of King Olaf's courtmen. Then Sigvat sang, I willingly receive this sword. By land or sea, on shore, on board. I trust that I shall ever be worthy the sword received from thee. A faithful follower thou hast bound. A generous master I have found. Master and servant both have made just what best suits them by this trade. Earl Sven had, according to custom, taken 1/2 of the harbor dues from the Iceland ship traders about autumn, AD 1014. For the Earls Eirik and Hakon had always taken 1/2 of these and all other revenues in the Throndheim country. Now when King Olaf came there, he sent his men to demand that half of the tax from the Iceland traders. And they went up to the king's house and asked Sigvat to help them. He went to the king, and sang. My prayer, I trust, will not be vain. No gold by it have I to gain. All that the king himself here wins is not red gold, but a few skins. It is not right that these poor men their harbor dues should pay again. That they paid once I know is true. Remit, great king, what scarce is due. 42, of Earl Sven. Earl Sven and Einar Tambarskjálfr gathered a large armed force, with which they came by the upper road into Galardal, and so down to Nidaros, with nearly 2,000 men. King Olaf's men were out upon the Galar ridge, and had a guard on horseback. They became aware that a force was coming down the Galardal, and they brought word of it to the king about midnight. The king got up immediately, ordered the people to be wakened, and they went on board of the ships, bearing all their clothes and arms on board, and all that they could take with them, and then rowed out of the river. Then came the earl's men to the town at the same moment, took all the Christmas provision, and set fire to the houses. King Olaf went out of the fjord down to Orkadal, and there landed the men from their ships. From Orkadal they went up to the mountains, and over the mountains eastwards into Gudbrandsdal. In the lines composed about Klangbrusesen, it is said that Earl Eirik burned the town of Nidaros. The king's half-finished hall, rafters, root, and all, is burned down by the river's side. The flame spreads o'er the city wide. 43. Of King Olaf. King Olaf went southwards through Gudbrandsdal, and thence out to Hedmark. In the depth of winter, AD 1015, he went about in guest quarters, but when spring returned he collected men, and went to Viken. He had with him many people from Hedmark, whom the kings had given him, and also many powerful people from among the bonds joined him, among whom Ketilkaf from Ringanes. He had also people from Romerike. His stepfather, Sigurd Syr, gave him the help also of a great body of men. They went down from thence to the coast, and made ready to put to sea from Viken. The fleet, which was manned with many fine fellows, went out then to Tunsberg. 44. Of Earl Sven's forces. After Yule, AD 1015, Earl Sven gathers all the men of the Throndheim country, proclaims a levy for an expedition, and fits out ships. At that time there were in the Throndheim country a great number of lendermen. And many of them were so powerful and well-born, that they descended from earls, or even from the royal race, which in a short course of generations reckoned to Harald Harfager, and they were also very rich. These lendermen were of great help to the kings or earls who ruled the land, for it was as if the lenderman had the bond people of each district in his power. Earl Sven being a good friend of the lendermen, it was easy for him to collect people. His brother-in-law, Einar Tambarskjálfr, was on his side, and with him many other lendermen, and among them many, both lendermen and bonds, who the winter before had taken the oath of fidelity to King Olaf. When they were ready for sea they went directly out of the fjord, steering south along the land, and drawing men from every district. When they came farther south, abreast of Rogaland, Erling Skjalgsson came to meet them, with many people and many lendermen with him. Now they steered eastward with their whole fleet to Viken, and Earl Sven ran in there towards the end of Easter. The Earl steered his fleet to Grenmer, and ran into Nestur, AD 1015. 45. King Olaf's forces. King Olaf steered his fleet out from Viken, until the two fleets were not far from each other, and they got news of each other the Saturday before Palm Sunday. King Olaf himself had a ship called the Carl's Head, on the bow of which a king's head was carved out, and he himself had carved it. This head was used long after in Norway on ships which kings steered themselves. 46. King Olaf's speech. As soon as day dawned on Sunday morning, King Olaf got up, put on his clothes, went to the land, and ordered to sound the signal for the whole army to come on shore. Then he made a speech to the troops, and told the whole assembly that he had heard there was but a short distance between them and Earl Sven. Now, said he, we shall make ready, for it can be but a short time until we meet. Let the people arm, and every man be at the post that has been appointed him, so that all may be ready when I order the signal to sound for casting off from the land. Then let us row off at once. And so that none go on before the rest of the ships, and none lag behind when I row out of the harbor, for we cannot tell if we shall find the Earl where he was lying, or if he has come out to meet us. When we do meet, and the battle begins, let people be alert to bring all our ships in close order, and ready to bind them together. Let us spare ourselves in the beginning, and take care of our weapons, that we do not cast them into the sea, or shoot them away in the air to no purpose. But when the fight becomes hot and the ships are bound together, then let each man show what is in him of manly spirit. 47. Of the battle at Nestur. King Olaf had in his ship 100 men armed in coats of ringmail, and in foreign helmets. The most of his men had white shields, on which the Holy Cross was gilt, but some had painted it in blue or red. He had also had the cross painted in front on all the helmets, in a pale color. He had a white banner on which was a serpent figured. He ordered a mass to be read before him, went on board ship, and ordered his people to refresh themselves with meat and drink. He then ordered the war horns to sound to battle, to leave the harbor, and row off to seek the Earl. Now when they came to the harbor where the Earl had lain, the Earl's men were armed, and beginning to row out of the harbor. But when they saw the king's fleet coming they began to bind the ships together, to set up their banners, and to make ready for the fight. When King Olaf saw this he hastened the rowing, laid his ship alongside the Earl's, and the battle began. So says Sigvat the Skald. Boldly the king did then pursue Earl Sven, nor let him out of view. The blood ran down the reindeer's flank. Of each sea king, his vessel's plank. Nor did the Earl's stout warriors spare. In battle brunt the sword and spear. Earl Sven his ships of war pushed on, and lashed their stout stems one to one. It is said that King Olaf brought his ships into battle while Sven was still lying in the harbor. Sigvat the Skald was himself in the fight. And in summer, just after the battle, he composed a lay, which is called the Nestur song, in which he tells particularly the circumstances. In the fierce fight, 'tis known how near the scorner of the ice-cold spear laid the Charles's head the Earl on board, all eastward of the Agder fjord. Then was the conflict exceedingly sharp, and it was long before it could be seen how it was to go in the end. Many fell on both sides, and many were the wounded. So says Sigvat. No urging did the Earl require. Midst spear and sword, the battle's fire. No urging did the brave king need. The ravens in this shield storm to feed. Of limb-lopping enough was there, and ghastly wounds of sword and spear. Never, I think, was rougher play than both the armies had that day. The Earl had most men, but the king had a chosen crew in his ship, who had followed him in all his wars. And, besides, they were so excellently equipped, as before related, that each man had a coat of ringmail, so that he could not be wounded. So says Sigvat. Our lads, broad-shouldered, tall, and hale, drew on their cold shirts of ringmail. Soon sword on sword was shrilly ringing, and in the air the spears were singing. Under our helms we hid our hair. for thick flew arrows through the air. Right glad was I our gallant crew, steel-clad from head to foot, to view. 48. Earl Sven's flight. When the men began to fall on board the Earl's ships, and many appeared wounded, so that the sides of the vessels were but thinly beset with men, the crew of King Olaf prepared to board. Their banner was brought up to the ship that was nearest the Earl's, and the king himself followed the banner. So says Sigvat. On with the king, his banners waving. On with the king, the spears he's braving. On, steel-clad men. And storm the deck. Slippery with blood and strewed with wreck. A different work ye have to share. His banner in war storm to bear. From your fair girls, who round the hall brings the full mead bowl to us all. Now was the severest fighting. Many of Sven's men fell, and some sprang overboard. So says Sigvat. Into the ship our brave lads spring. On shield and helm their red blades ring. The air resounds with stroke on stroke. The shields are cleft, the helms are broke. The wounded bond o'er the side falls shrieking in the blood-stained tide. The deck is cleared with wild uproar. The dead crew float about the shore. And also these lines. The shields we brought from home were white. Now they are red-stained in the fight. This work was fit for those who wore ringed coats of mail their breasts before. Wherefore the foe blunted the best sword. I saw our young king climb on board. He stormed the first, we followed him. The warbirds now in blood may swim. Now defeat began to come down upon the Earl's men. The king's men pressed upon the Earl's ship and entered it, but when the Earl saw how it was going, he called out to his forecastlemen to cut the cables and cast the ship loose, which they did. Then the king's men threw grapplings over the timber heads of the ship, and so held her fast to their own, but the Earl ordered the timber heads to be cut away, which was done. So says Sigvat. The Earl, his noble ship to save, to cut the posts loud order gave. The ship escaped, our greedy eyes had looked on her as a clear prize. The Earl escaped. But ere he fled, we feasted Odin's fowls with dead. With many a goodly corpse that floated. Round our ship's stern his birds were bloated. Einar Tambarskjálfr had laid his ship right alongside the Earl's. They threw an anchor over the bows of the Earl's ship, and thus towed her away, and they slipped out of the fjord together. Thereafter the whole of the Earl's fleet took to flight, and rowed out of the fjord. The skald Burst Torfason was on the forecastle of the Earl's ship. And as it was gliding past the king's fleet, King Olaf called out to him, for he knew Burs, who was distinguished as a remarkably handsome man, always well equipped in clothes and arms, "Farewell, Burs." He replied, "Farewell, king." So says Burs himself, in a poem he composed when he fell into King Olaf's power, and was laid in prison and in fetters on board a ship. Olaf the Brave a farewell gave. No time was there to parley long. To me who knows the art of song, the skald was fain. Farewell, again. In the same terms back to send the rule in arms to foe or friend. Earl Sven's distress I well can guess. When flight he was compelled to take, his fortunes I will ne'er forsake. Though I lie here in chains a year, in thy great vessel all forlorn, to crouch to thee I still will scorn. I still will say, no milder sway than from thy foe this land e'er knew. To him, my early friend, I'm true. 49. Earl Sven leaves the country. Now some of the Earl's men fled up the country, some surrendered at discretion. But Sven and his followers rowed out of the fjord, and the chiefs laid their vessels together to talk with each other, for the Earl wanted counsel from his lendermen. Erling Skjalgsson advised that they should sail north, collect people, and fight King Olaf again. But as they had lost many people, the most were of opinion that the Earl should leave the country, and repair to his brother-in-law the Swedish king, and strengthen himself there with men. Einar Tambarskjálfr approved also of that advice, as they had no power to hold battle against Olaf. So they discharged their fleet. The earls sailed across Folden, and with him Einar Tambarskjálfr. Erling Skjalgsson again, and likewise many other lendermen who would not abandon their Udal possessions, went north to their homes, and Erling had many people that summer about him. 50. Olaf's and Sigurd's consultation. When King Olaf and his men saw that the earl had gathered his ships together, Sigurd Syr was in haste for pursuing the earl, and letting steel decide their cause. But King Olaf replies, that he would first see what the earl intended doing, whether he would keep his force together or discharge his fleet. Sigurd Syr said, "It is for thee, king, to command. But," he adds, "I fear, from thy disposition and wilfulness, that thou wilt some day be betrayed by trusting to those great people, for they are accustomed of old to bid defiance to their sovereigns." There was no attack made, for it was soon seen that the earl's fleet was dispersing. Then King Olaf ransacked the slain, and remained there some days to divide the booty. At that time Sigvat made these verses. The tale I tell is true. To their homes returned but few of Sven's men who came to meet King Olaf's gallant fleet. From the north these war men came to try the bloody game. On the waves their corpses borne show the game that Sunday morn. The Throndheim girls so fair their jeers, I think, will spare. For the king's force was but small that emptied Throndheim's hall. But if they will have their jeer, they may ask their sweethearts dear why they have returned shorn, who went to shear that Sunday morn. And also these. Now will the king's power rise, for the upland men still prize the king who o'er the sea steers to bloody victory. Earl Sven, thou now wilt know that our lads can make blood flow, that the Heidmarkers hail can do more than tap good ale. King Olaf gave his stepfather King Sigurd Syr, and the other chiefs who had assisted him, handsome presents at parting. He gave Kettle of Ringanes a yacht of 15 benches of rowers, which Kettle brought up the Rom River and into the Mjosen Lake. 51. Of King Olaf. King Olaf sent spies out to trace the earl's doings, AD 1015. And when he found that the earl had left the country he sailed out west, and to Viken, where many people came to him. At the thing there he was taken as king, and so he proceeded all the way to the Naze. And when he heard that Erling Skjalgsson had gathered a large force, he did not tarry in North Agder, but sailed with a steady fair wind to the Throndheim country. For there it appeared to him was the greatest strength of the land, if he could subdue it for himself while the earl was abroad. When Olaf came to Throndheim there was no opposition, and he was elected there to be king. In harvest, AD 1015, he took his seat in the town of Nidaros, and collected the needful winter provision, AD 1016. He built a king's house, and raised Clement's church on the spot on which it now stands. He parcelled out building ground, which he gave to bonds, merchants or others who he thought would build. There he sat down with many men-at-arms around him. For he put no great confidence in the Throndheim people, if the earl should return to the country. The people of the interior of the Throndheim country showed this clearly, for he got no land scat from them. 52. Plan of Sven and the Swedish king. Earl Sven went first to Svithjod to his brother-in-law Olaf the Swedish king, told him all that had happened between him and Olaf the Thick, and asked his advice about what he should now undertake. The king said that the earl should stay with him if he liked, and get such a portion of his kingdom to rule over as should seem to him sufficient, or otherwise, says he, I will give thee help of forces to conquer the country again from Olaf. The earl chose the latter, for all those among his men who had great possessions in Norway, which was the case with many who were with him, were anxious to get back. And in the council they held about this, it was resolved that in winter they should take the landway over Helsingjaland and Jamteland, and so down into the Throndheim land. For the earl reckoned most upon the faithful help and strength of the Throndheim people of the interior as soon as he should appear there. In the meantime, however, it was determined to take a cruise in summer in the Baltic to gather property. 53. Earl Sven's death. Earl Sven went eastward with his forces to Russia, and passed the summer, AD 1015, in marauding there, but on the approach of autumn returned with his ships to Svithjod. There he fell into a sickness, which proved fatal. After the earl's death some of the people who had followed him remained in Svithjod. Others went to Helsingjaland, thence to Jamtaland, and so from the east over the dividing ridge of the country to the Throndheim district, where they told all that had happened upon their journey, and thus the truth of Earl Sven's death was known, A.D. 1016. 54. Of the Throndheim people. Einar Tambaskelfer, and the people who had followed him went in winter to the Swedish king, and were received in a friendly manner. There were also among them many who had followed the earl. The Swedish king took it much amiss that Olaf the Thick had set himself down in his scatlands, and driven the earl out of them, and therefore he threatened the king with his heaviest vengeance when opportunity offered. He said that Olaf ought not to have had the presumption to take the dominions which the earl had held of him, and all the Swedish king's men agreed with him. But the Throndheim people, when they heard for certain that the earl was dead, and could not be expected back to Norway, turned all to obedience to King Olaf. Many came from the interior of the Throndheim country, and became King Olaf's men, others sent word and tokens that they would service him. Then, in autumn, he went into the interior of Throndheim, and held things with the bonds, and was received as king in each district. He returned to Nidaros, and brought there all the king's scat and revenue, and had his winter seat provided there, AD 1016. 55. Of King Olaf's household. King Olaf built a king's house in Nidaros, and in it was a large room for his court, with doors at both ends. The king's high seat was in the middle of the room, and within sat his court bishop, Grimkel, and next him his other priests. Without them sat his councillors, and in the other high seat opposite to the king sat his marshal, Bjorn, and next to him his pursuivants. When people of importance came to him, they also had a seat of honor. The ale was drunk by the firelight. He divided the service among his men after the fashion of other kings. He had in his house 60 courtmen and 30 pursuivants, and to them he gave pay and certain regulations. He had also 30 house servants to do the needful work about the house, and procure what was required. He had, besides, many slaves. At the house were many outbuildings, in which the courtmen slept. There was also a large room, in which the king held his court meetings. 56. Of King Olaf's habits. It was King Olaf's custom to rise betimes in the morning, put on his clothes, wash his hands, and then go to the church and hear the matins and morning mass. Thereafter he went to the Thing meeting, to bring people to agreement with each other, or to talk of one or the other matter that appeared to him necessary. He invited to him great and small who were known to be men of understanding. He often made them recite to him the laws which Hakon Athelstan's foster son had made for Throndheim, and after considering them with those men of understanding, he ordered laws adding to or taking from those established before. But Christian privileges he settled according to the advice of Bishop Grimbell and other learned priests, and bent his whole mind to uprooting heathenism, and old customs which he thought contrary to Christianity. And he succeeded so far that the bonds accepted of the laws which the king proposed. So says Sigvat. The king, who at the helm guides his warlike ship through clashing tides, now gives one law for all the land, a heavenly law which long will stand. King Olaf was a good and very gentle man, of little speech, and open-handed although greedy of money. Sigvat the Skald, as before related, was in King Olaf's house, and several Iceland men. The king asked particularly how Christianity was observed in Iceland, and it appeared to him to be very far from where it ought to be. For, as to observing Christian practices, it was told the king that it was permitted there to eat horse flesh, to expose infants as heathens do, besides many other things contrary to Christianity. They also told the king about many principal men who were then in Iceland. Skapti Thoridsson was then the lagman of the country. He inquired also of those who were best acquainted with it about the state of people in other distant countries. And his inquiries turned principally on how Christianity was observed in the Orkney, Shetland, and Faroe Islands, and, as far as he could learn, it was far from being as he could have wished. Such conversation was usually carried on by him. Or else he spoke about the laws and rights of the country. 57. King Olaf's Messengers. The same winter, A.D. 1016, came messengers from the Swedish king, Olaf the Swede, out of Svithjod, and their leaders were two brothers, Thorgaut Skard and Escott the bailiff. And they had 24 men with them. When they came from the eastward, over the ridge of the country down into Veridau, they summoned a thing of the bonds, talked to them, and demanded of them scat and duties upon account of the king of Sweden. But the bonds, after consulting with each other, determined only to pay the scat which the Swedish king required in so far as King Olaf required none upon his account, but refused to pay scat to both. The messengers proceeded farther down the valley, but received at everything they held the same answer, and no money. They went forward to Skåne, held a thing there, and demanded scat, but it went there as before. Then they came to CHRONICLE, and summoned a thing, but the bonds would not come to it. Now the messengers saw that their business was a failure, and Thorgaut proposed that they should turn about, and go eastward again. I do not think, says Escott, that we have performed the king's errand unless we go to King Olaf the Thick, since the bonds refer the matter to him. He was their commander, so they proceeded to the town, Nidaros, and took lodging there. The day after they presented themselves to the king, just as he was seated at table, saluted him, and said they came with a message of the Swedish king. The king told them to come to him next day. Next day the king, having heard mass, went to his thing house, ordered the messengers of the Swedish king to be called, and told them to produce their message. Then Thorgaut spoke, and told first what his errand was, and next how the Throngem people of the interior had replied to it, and asked the king's decision on the business, that they might know what result their errand there was to have. The king answers, while the earls ruled over the country, it was not to be wondered at if the country people thought themselves bound to obey them, as they were at least of the royal race of the kingdom. But it would have been more just if those earls had given assistance and service to the kings who had a right to the country, rather than to foreign kings, or to stir up opposition to their lawful kings, depriving them of their land and kingdom. With regard to Olaf the Swede, who calls himself entitled to the kingdom of Norway, I, who in fact am so entitled, can see no ground for his claim, but well remember the scathe and damage we have suffered from him and his relations. Then says Escott, it is not wonderful that thou art called Olaf the Thick, seeing thou answerest so haughtily to such a prince's message, and canst not see clearly how heavy the king's wrath will be for thee to support. As many have experienced who had greater strength than thou appearest to have. But if thou wishest to keep hold of thy kingdom, it will be best for thee to come to the king, and be his man, and we shall beg him to give thee this kingdom in fief under him. The king replies with all gentleness, I will give thee an advice, Escott, in return. Go back to the east again to thy king, and tell him that early in spring I will make myself ready, and will proceed eastward to the ancient frontier that divided formerly the kingdom of the kings of Norway from Sweden. There he may come if he likes, that we may conclude a peace with each other, and each of us will retain the kingdom to which he is born. Now the messengers turned back to their lodging, and prepared for their departure, and the king went to table. The messengers came back soon after to the king's house, but the doorkeepers saw it, and reported it to the king, who told them not to let the messengers in. I will not speak with them, said he. Then the messengers went off, and Thorgaut said he would now return home with his men, but Escott insisted still that he would go forward with the king's errand, so they separated. Thorgaut proceeded accordingly through Strind. But Escott went into Galardal and Orkadal, and intended proceeding southwards to Mor, to deliver his king's message. When King Olaf came to the knowledge of this he sent out his pursuivants after them, who found them at the Ness in Stein, bound their hands behind their backs, and led them down to the point called Gaularas, where they raised a gallows. And hanged them so that they could be seen by those who travelled the usual seaway out of the fjord. Thorgaud heard this news before he had travelled far on his way home through the Throngem country, and he hastened on his journey until he came to the Swedish king, and told him how it had gone with them. The king was highly enraged when he heard the account of it, and he had no lack of high words. 58. Olaf and Erling reconciled. The spring thereafter, A.D. 1016, King Olaf Haraldsson calls out an army from the Throngem land, and makes ready to proceed eastward. Some of the Iceland traders were then ready to sail from Norway. With them King Olaf sent word and token to HJORT'S, and summoned him to come to him, and at the same time sent a verbal message to Skapti the Lagman, and other men who principally took part in the lawgiving of Iceland, to take out of the law whatever appeared contrary to Christianity. He sent, besides, a message of friendship to the people in general. The king then proceeded southwards himself along the coast, stopping at every district, and holding things with the bonds. And in each thing he ordered the Christian law to be read, together with the message of salvation thereunto belonging. And with which many ill customs and much heathenism were swept away at once among the common people, for the earls had kept well the old laws and rights of the country. But with respect to keeping Christianity, they had allowed every man to do as he liked. It was thus come so far that the people were baptized in the most places on the sea coast, but the most of them were ignorant of Christian law. In the upper ends of the valleys, and in the habitations among the mountains, the greater part of the people were heathen. For when the common man is left to himself, the faith he has been taught in his childhood is that which has the strongest hold over his inclination. But the king threatened the most violent proceedings against great or small, who, after the king's message, would not adopt Christianity. In the meantime Olaf was proclaimed king in every law thing in the country, and no man spoke against him. While he lay in Karmsund messengers went between him and Erling Skjalgsson, who endeavoured to make peace between them, and the meeting was appointed in Whiting's Isle. When they met they spoke with each other about agreement together. But Erling found something else than he expected in the conversation, for when he insisted on having all the fiefs which Olaf Tryggvason, and afterwards the Earls Sven and Hakon, had given him, and on that condition would be his man and dutiful friend, the king answered, "It appears to me, Erling, that it would be no bad bargain for thee to get as great fiefs from me for thy aid and friendship as thou hadst from Earl Eirik, a man who had done thee the greatest injury by the bloodshed of thy men. But even if I let thee remain the greatest lenderman in Norway, I will bestow my fiefs according to my own will, and not act as if ye lendermen had udal right to my ancestors' heritage, and I was obliged to buy your services with manifold rewards." Erling had no disposition to sue for even the smallest thing, and he saw that the king was not easily dealt with. He saw also that he had only two conditions before him: the one was to make no agreement with the king, and stand by the consequences. The other to leave it entirely to the king's pleasure. Although it was much against his inclination, he chose the latter, and merely said to the king, "The service will be the most useful to thee which I give with a free will." And thus their conference ended. Erling's relations and friends came to him afterwards, and advised him to give way, and proceed with more prudence and less pride. "Thou wilt still," they said, "be the most important and most respected lenderman in Norway, both on account of thy own and thy relations' abilities and great wealth." Erling found that this was prudent advice, and that they who gave it did so with a good intention, and he followed it accordingly. Erling went into the king's service on such conditions as the king himself should determine and please. Thereafter they separated in some shape reconciled, and Olaf went his way eastward along the coast, AD 1016. 59. Eilif of Gotland's murder. As soon as it was reported that Olaf had come to Viken, the Danes who had offices under the Danish king set off for Denmark, without waiting for King Olaf. But King Olaf sailed in along Viken, holding things with the bonds. All the people of the country submitted to him, and thereafter he took all the king's taxes, and remained the summer, AD 1016, in Viken. He then sailed east from Tunsberg across the fjord, and all the way east to Svinesund. There the Swedish king's dominions begin, and he had set officers over this country, namely, Eilif Gotsk over the north part, and Hroskjalg over the east part, all the way to the Got river. Hro had family friends on both sides of the river, and also great farms on Hising Island, and was besides a mighty and very rich man. Eilif was also of great family, and very wealthy. Now when King Olaf came to Ranrike he summoned the people to a thing, and all who dwelt on the sea-coast or in the out-islands came to him. Now when the thing was seated the king's marshal, Bjorn, held a speech to them, in which he told the bonds to receive Olaf as their king, in the same way as had been done in all other parts of Norway. Then stood up a bold bond by name Brynjolf Ulfold, and said, We bonds know where the division boundaries between the Norway and Danish and Swedish kings' lands have stood by rights in old times. Namely, that the Got River divided their lands between the Venner Lake and the sea, but towards the north the forests until Ede Forest, and from thence the ridge of the country all north to Finnmark. We know, also, that by turns they have made inroads upon each other's territories, and that the Swedes have long had power all the way to Svinesund. But, sooth to say, I know that it is the inclination of many rather to serve the king of Norway, but they dare not, for the Swedish king's dominions surround us, both eastward, southwards, and also up the country. And besides, it may be expected that the king of Norway must soon go to the north, where the strength of his kingdom lies, and then we have no power to withstand the Gotlanders. Now it is for the king to give us good counsel, for we have great desire to be his men. After the thing, in the evening, Brynjolf was in the king's tent, and the day after likewise, and they had much private conversation together. Then the king proceeded eastwards along Viken. Now when Eilif heard of his arrival, he sent out spies to discover what he was about. But he himself, with 30 men, kept himself high up in the habitations among the hills, where he had gathered together bonds. Many of the bonds came to King Olaf, but some sent friendly messages to him. People went between King Olaf and Eilif, and they entreated each separately to hold a thing meeting between themselves, and make peace in one way or another. They told Eilif that they might expect violent treatment from King Olaf if they opposed his orders, but promised Eilif he should not want men. It was determined that they should come down from the high country, and hold a thing with the bonds and the king. King Olaf thereupon sent the chief of his pursuivants, Thorlang, with 6 men, to Brynjolf. They were equipped with their coats of mail under their cloaks, and their hats over their helmets. The following day the bonds came in crowds down with Eilif, and in his suite was Brynjolf, and with him Thor. The king laid his ships close to a rocky knoll that stuck out into the sea, and upon it the king went with his people, and sat down. Below was a flat field, on which the bonds' force was. But Eilif's men were drawn up, forming a shield fence before him. Bjorn the marshal spoke long and cleverly upon the king's account, and when he sat down Eilif arose to speak. But at the same moment Thorlang rose, drew his sword, and struck Eilif on the neck, so that his head flew off. Then the whole bond force started up, but the Gotland men set off in full flight and Thor with his people killed several of them. Now when the crowd was settled again, and the noise over the king stood up, and told the bonds to seat themselves. They did so, and then much was spoken. The end of it was that they submitted to the king, and promised fidelity to him. And he, on the other hand, promised not to desert them, but to remain at hand until the discord between him and the Swedish Olaf was settled in one way or other. King Olaf then brought the whole northern district under his power, and went in summer eastward as far as the Got River, and got all the king's scat among the islands. But when summer, A.D. 1016, was drawing towards an end he returned north to Viken, and sailed up the Rom River to a waterfall called Sarp. On the north side of the fall, a point of land juts out into the river. There the king ordered a rampart to be built right across the ness, of stone, turf, and wood, and a ditch to be dug in front of it, so that it was a large earthen fort or burg, which he made a merchant town of. He had a king's house put up, and ordered the building of Mary Church. He also laid out plans for other houses, and got people to build on them. In harvest, AD 1016, he let everything be gathered there that was useful for his winter residence, A.D. 1017, and sat there with a great many people, and the rest he quartered in the neighboring districts. The king prohibited all exports from Viken to Gotland of herrings and salt, which the Gotland people could ill do without. This year the king held a great Yule feast, to which he invited many great bonds. 60. The history of Eyvind Urahorn. There was a man called Eyvind Urahorn, who was a great man, of high birth, who had his descent from the East Agder country. Every summer he went out on a Viking cruise, sometimes to the West Sea, sometimes to the Baltic, sometimes south to Flanders, and had a well-armed cutter, Snekia, of 20 benches of rowers. He had been also at Nestjor, and given his aid to the king, and when they separated the king promised him his favor, and Eyvind, again, promised to come to the king's aid whenever he was required. This winter, A.D. 1017, Eyvind was at the Yule feast of the king, and received goodly gifts from him. Brynjolf Ulfold was also with the king, and he received a Yule present from the king of a gold-mounted sword, and also a farm called Veteland, which is a very large head farm of the district. Brynjolf composed a song about these gifts, of which the refrain was: "The song famed hero to my hand gave a good sword, and Veteland." The king afterwards gave him the title of Lenderman, and Brynjolf was ever after the king's greatest friend. 61. Thrand White's murder. This winter, AD 1017, Thrand White from Throndheim went east to Jamteland, to take up scat upon account of King Olaf. But when he had collected the scat he was surprised by men of the Swedish king, who killed him and his men, 12 in all, and brought the scat to the Swedish king. King Olaf was very ill pleased when he heard this news. 62. Christianity proclaimed in Viken. King Olaf made Christian law to be proclaimed in Viken, in the same way as in the North country. It succeeded well, because the people of Viken were better acquainted with the Christian customs than the people in the north, for, both winter and summer, there were many merchants in Viken, both Danish and Saxon. The people of Viken, also, had much trading intercourse with England, and Saxony, and Flanders, and Denmark, and some had been on Viking expeditions, and had had their winter abode in Christian lands. 63. HROE's fall. About springtime, A.D. 1017, King Olaf sent a message that Eyvind Urahorn should come to him, and they spake together in private for a long time. Thereafter Eyvind made himself ready for a Viking cruise. He sailed south towards Viken, and brought up at the Eikri's Isles without Hysing Isle. There he heard that Hroskjalj had gone northwards towards Ordost, and had there made a levy of men and goods on account of the Swedish king, and was expected from the north. Eyvind rowed in by Haugesund, and Hro came rowing from the north, and they met in the Sound and fought. Hro fell there, with nearly 30 men, and Eyvind took all the goods Hro had with him. Eyvind then proceeded to the Baltic, and was all summer on a Viking cruise. 64. Fall of Gudleik and Thorgout. There was a man called Gudleik Jursk, who came originally from Agder. He was a great merchant, who went far and wide by sea, was very rich, and drove a trade with various countries. He often went east to Gardarike, Russia, and therefore was called Gudleik Jursk, the Russian. This spring, A.D. 1017, Gudleik fitted out his ship, and intended to go east in summer to Russia. King Olaf sent a message to him that he wanted to speak to him. And when Gudleik came to the king he told him he would go in partnership with him, and told him to purchase some costly articles which were difficult to be had in this country. Gudleik said that it should be according to the king's desire. The king ordered as much money to be delivered to Gudleik as he thought sufficient, and then Gudleik set out for the Baltic. They lay in a sound in Gotland. And there it happened, as it often does, that people cannot keep their own secrets, and the people of the country came to know that in this ship was Olaf the Thick's partner. Gudleik went in summer eastwards to Novgorod, where he bought fine and costly clothes, which he intended for the king as a state dress, and also precious furs, and remarkably splendid table utensils. In autumn, A.D. 1017, as Gudleik was returning from the east, he met a contrary wind, and lay for a long time at the island Aland. There came Thorgout Skard, who in autumn had heard of Gudleik's course, in a long ship against him, and gave him battle. They fought long, and Gudlike and his people defended themselves for a long time, but the numbers against them were great, and Gudlike and many of his ship's crew fell, and a great many of them were wounded. Thorgout took all their goods, and King Olaf's, and he and his comrades divided the booty among them equally. But he said the Swedish king ought to have the precious articles of King Olaf, as these, he said, should be considered as part of the scat due to him from Norway. Thereafter Thorgout proceeded east to Svithjod. These tidings were soon known. And as Eyvind Urahorn came soon after to Aland, he heard the news, and sailed east after Thorgout and his troop, and overtook them among the Swedish isles on the coast, and gave battle. There Thorgout and the most of his men were killed, and the rest sprang overboard. Eyvind took all the goods and all the costly articles of King Olaf which they had captured from Gudlike, and went with these back to Norway in autumn, and delivered to King Olaf his precious wares. The king thanked him in the most friendly way for his proceeding, and promised him anew his favour and friendship. At this time Olaf had been 3 years king over Norway, AD 1015 to 1017. 65. Meeting of Olaf and Ragnvald. The same summer, AD 1017, King Olaf ordered a levy, and went out eastwards to the Got River, where he lay a great part of the summer. Messages were passing between King Olaf, Earl Ragnvald, and the earl's wife, Ingjobjorg, the daughter of Tryggv. She was very zealous about giving King Olaf of Norway every kind of help, and made it a matter of her deepest interest. For this there were 2 causes. She had a great friendship for King Olaf. And also she could never forget that the Swedish king had been won at the death of her brother, Olaf Tryggvason, and also that he, on that account only, had any presence to rule over Norway. The earl, by her persuasion, turned much towards friendship with King Olaf, and it proceeded so far that the earl and the king appointed a meeting, and met at the Got River. They talked together of many things, but especially of the Norwegian and Swedish kings' relations with each other. Both agreeing, as was the truth also, that it was the greatest loss, both to the people of Viken and of Gotland, that there was no peace for trade between the 2 countries. And at last both agreed upon a peace, and still stand of arms between them until next summer, and they parted with mutual gifts and friendly speeches. 66. King Olaf the Swede. The king thereupon returned north to Viken, and had all the royal revenues up to the Got River, and all the people of the country there had submitted to him. King Olaf the Swede had so great a hatred of Olaf Haraldsson, that no man dared to call him by his right name in the king's hearing. They called him the Thick Man, and never named him without some hard-by name. 67. Account of their reconciliation. The bonds and Viken spoke with each other about there being nothing for it but that the kings should make peace and a league with each other, and insisted upon it that they were badly used by the kings going to war. But nobody was so bold as to bring these murmurs before the king. At last they begged Bjorn the Marshal to bring this matter before the king, and entreat him to send messengers to the Swedish king to offer peace on his side. Bjorn was disinclined to do this, and put it off from himself with excuses, but on the entreaties of many of his friends, he promised at last to speak of it to the king. But declared, at the same time, that he knew it would be taken very ill by the king to propose that he should give way in anything to the Swedish king. The same summer, AD 1017, Hjolt Skegjesson came over to Norway from Iceland, according to the message sent him by King Olaf, and went directly to the king. He was well received by the king, who told him to lodge in his house, and gave him a seat beside Bjorn the Marshal, and Hjolt became his comrade at table. There was good fellowship immediately between them. Once, when King Olaf had assembled the people and bonds to consult upon the good of the country, Bjorn the Marshal said, "What think you, king, of the strife that is between the Swedish king and you? Many people have fallen on both sides, without its being at all more determined than before what each of you shall have of the kingdom. You have now been sitting in Viken 1 winter and 2 summers, and the whole country to the north is lying behind your back unseen, and the men who have property or udal rights in the north are weary of sitting here. Now it is the wish of the lendermen, of your other people, and of the bonds that this should come to an end. There is now a truce, agreement, and peace with the Earl, and the West Gotland people who are nearest to us. And it appears to the people it would be best that you sent messengers to the Swedish king to offer a reconciliation on your side. And, without doubt, many who are about the Swedish king will support the proposal, for it is a common gain for those who dwell in both countries, both here and there. This speech of Bjorn's received great applause. Then the king said, It is fair, Bjorn, that the advice thou hast given should be carried out by thyself. Thou shalt undertake this embassy thyself, and enjoy the good of it, if thou hast advised well. And if it involve any man in danger, thou hast involved thyself in it. Moreover, it belongs to thy office to declare to the multitude what I wish to have told. Then the king stood up, went to the church, and had high mass sung before him. And thereafter went to table. The following day Hjolt said to Bjorn, Why art thou so melancholy, man? Art thou sick, or art thou angry at any one? Bjorn tells Hjolt his conversation with the king, and says it is a very dangerous errand. Hjolt says, It is their lot who follow kings that they enjoy high honors, and are more respected than other men, but stand often in danger of their lives, and they must understand how to bear both parts of their lot. The king's luck is great. And much honor will be gained by this business, if it succeed. Bjorn answered, Since thou makest so light of this business in thy speech, wilt thou go with me? The king has promised that I shall have companions with me on the journey. Certainly, says Hjolt, I will follow thee, if thou wilt, for never again shall I fall in with such a comrade if we part. 68. Journey of Bjorn the Marshal. A few days afterwards, when the king was at a thing meeting, Bjorn came with 11 others. He says to the king that they were now ready to proceed on their mission, and that their horses stood saddled at the door. And now, says he, I would know with what errand I am to go, or what orders thou givest us. The king replies, Ye shall carry these my words to the Swedish king, that I will establish peace between our countries up to the frontier which Olaf Tryggvason had before me, and each shall bind himself faithfully not to trespass over it. But with regard to the loss of people, no man must mention it if peace there is to be, for the Swedish king cannot with money pay for the men the Swedes have deprived us of. Thereupon the king rose, and went out with Bjorn and his followers. And he took a gold-mounted sword and a gold ring, and said, In handing over the sword to Bjorn, This I give thee, it was given to me in summer by Earl Ragnvald. To him ye shall go. And bring him word from me to advance your errand with his counsel and strength. This thy errand I will think well fulfilled if thou hearest the Swedish king's own words, be they yea or nay, and this gold ring thou shalt give Earl Ragnvald. These are tokens. 1. He must know well. Hjolt went up to the king, saluted him, and said, We need much, king, that thy luck attend us, and wished that they might meet again in good health. The king asked where Hjolt was going. With Bjorn, said he. The king said, It will assist much to the good success of the journey that thou goest to, for thy good fortune has often been proved. And be assured that I shall wish that all my luck, if that be of any weight, may attend thee in thy company. Bjorn and his followers rode their way, and came to Earl Ragnvald's court, where they were well received. Bjorn was a celebrated and generally known man, known by sight and speech to all who had ever seen King Olaf, for at everything, Bjorn stood up and told the king's message. Ingjibjorg, the earl's wife, went up to Hjolt and looked at him. She recognized him, for she was living with her brother Olaf Tryggvason when Hjolt was there, and she knew how to reckon up the relationship between King Olaf and Vilborg, the wife of Hjolt. For Eirik Jodeskal, father of Astrid, King Olaf Tryggvason's mother, and Bodvar, father of Olaf, mother of Gisur White, the father of Vilborg, were brothers, sons of the lenderman Vikingakare of Vors. They enjoyed here good entertainment. One day Bjorn entered into conversation with the earl and Ingjibjorg, in which he set forth his errand, and produced to the earl his tokens. The earl replies, What hast thou done, Bjorn, that the king wishes thy death? For, so far from thy errand having any success, I do not think a man can be found who could speak these words to the Swedish king without incurring wrath and punishment. King Olaf, king of Sweden, is too proud for any man to speak to him on anything he is angry at. Then Bjorn says, nothing has happened to me that King Olaf is offended at. But many of his disposition act both for themselves and others, in a way that only men who are daring can succeed in. But as yet all his plans have had good success, and I think this will turn out well too. So I assure you, Earl, that I will actually travel to the Swedish king, and not turn back before I have brought to his ears every word that King Olaf told me to say to him, unless death prevent me, or that I am in bonds, and cannot perform my errand. And this I must do, whether you give any aid or no aid to me in fulfilling the king's wishes. Then said Ingebjorg, I will soon declare my opinion. I think, Earl, thou must turn all thy attention to supporting King Olaf the King of Norway's desire that this message be laid before the Swedish king, in whatever way he may answer it. Although the Swedish king's anger should be incurred, and our power and property be at stake, yet will I rather run the risk, than that it should be said the message of King Olaf was neglected from fear of the Swedish king. Thou hast that birth, strength of relations, and other means, that here in the Swedish land it is free to thee to tell thy mind, if it be right and worthy of being heard, whether it be listened to by few or many, great or little people, or by the king himself. The earl replies, it is known to every one how thou urgest me, it may be, according to thy counsel, that I should promise the king's men to follow them, so that they may get their errand laid before the Swedish king. Whether he take it ill or take it well. But I will have my own counsel followed, and will not run hastily into Bjorn's or any other man's measures, in such a highly important matter. It is my will that ye all remain here with me, so long as I think it necessary for the purpose of rightly forwarding this mission. Now as the earl had thus given them to understand that he would support them in the business, Bjorn thanked him most kindly, and with the assurance that his advice should rule them altogether. Thereafter Bjorn and his fellow travelers remained very long in the earl's house. Endnotes. 1. Before writing was a common accomplishment in courts, the only way of accrediting a special messenger between kings and great men was by giving the messenger a token, that is, some article well known by the person receiving the message, to be the property of and valued by the person sending it. 69. Conversation of Bjorn and Ingebjorg. Ingebjorg was particularly kind to them. And Bjorn often spoke with her about the matter, and was ill at ease that their journey was so long delayed. Hjolt and the others often spoke together also about the matter, and Hjolt said, I will go to the king if ye like. For I am not a man of Norway, and the Swedes can have nothing to say to me. I have heard that there are Iceland men in the king's house who are my acquaintances, and are well treated, namely, the Skalds Geesir Black and Otter Black. From them I shall get out what I can about the Swedish king, and if the business will really be so difficult as it now appears, or if there be any other way of promoting it, I can easily devise some errand that may appear suitable for me. This counsel appeared to Bjorn and Ingebjorg to be the wisest, and they resolved upon it among themselves. Ingebjorg put Hjolt in a position to travel, gave him 2 Gotland men with him, and ordered them to follow him, and assist him with their service, and also to go wherever he might have occasion to send them. Besides, Ingebjorg gave him 20 marks of weighed silver money for travelling expenses, and sent word and token by him to the Swedish King Olaf's daughter, Ingigerd, that she should give all her assistance to Hjolt's business, whenever he should find himself under the necessity of craving her help. Hjolt set off as soon as he was ready. When he came to King Olaf he soon found the Skalds Geesir and Otter, and they were very glad at his coming. Without delay they went to the king, and told him that a man was come who was their countryman, and one of the most considerable in their native land, and requested the king to receive him well. The king told them to take Hjolt and his fellow travelers into their company and quarters. Now when Hjolt had resided there a short time, and got acquainted with people, he was much respected by everybody. The Skalds were often in the king's house, for they were well-spoken men, and often in the daytime they sat in front of the king's high seat, and Hjolt, to whom they paid the highest respect in all things, by their side. He became thus known to the king, who willingly entered into conversation with him, and heard from him news about Iceland. 70. Of Sigvat the Skald. It happened that before Bjorn set out from home he asked Sigvat the Skald, who at that time was with King Olaf, to accompany him on his journey. It was a journey for which people had no great inclination. There was, however, great friendship between Bjorn and Sigvat. Then Sigvat sang. With the king's marshals all have I, in days gone by, lived joyously, with all who on the king attend, and knee before him humbly bend. Bjorn, thou oft hast ta'en my part, pleaded with art, and touched the heart. Bjorn, brave stainer of the sword, thou art my friend, I trust thy word. While they were riding up to Gotland, Sigvat made these verses. Down the fjord sweep wind and rain. Our stout ship's sails and tackle strain. Wet to the skin. We're sound within. And gaily o'er the waves are dancing. Our sea steed o'er the waves high prancing. Through Lister sea. Flying all free. Off from the wind with swelling sail. We merrily scud before the gale. And reached the sound. Where we were bound. And now our ship, so gay and grand, glides past the green and lovely land. And at the isle moors for a while. Our horse hoofs now leave hasty print. We ride, of ease there's scanty stint. In heat and haste. O'er Gotland's waste. Though in a hurry to be married. The king can't say that we have tarried. One evening late they were riding through Gotland, and Sigvat made these verses. The weary horse will at nightfall gallop right well to reach his stall. When night meets day, with hasty hoof, he plies the road to reach a roof. Far from the Danes, we now may ride safely by stream or mountainside. But, in this twilight, in some ditch, the horse and rider both may pitch. They rode through the merchant town of Skara, and down the street to the earl's house. He sang. The shy sweet girls, from window high, in wonder peep at the sparks that fly from our horses' heels, as down the street of the earl's town we ride so fleet. Spur on, that every pretty lass may hear our horse hoofs as we pass clatter upon the stones so hard, and echo round the paved courtyard. 71. Hjolt Skegjesson while he was in Svithiad. One day Hjolt, and the Skalds with him, went before the king, and he began thus, It has so happened, king, as is known to you, that I have come here after a long and difficult journey. But when I had once crossed the ocean and heard of your greatness, it appeared to me unwise to go back without having seen you in your splendor and glory. Now it is a law between Iceland and Norway, that Iceland men pay landing due when they come into Norway, but while I was coming across the sea I took myself all the landing dues from my ship's people. But knowing that thou have the greatest right to all the power in Norway, I hastened hither to deliver to you the landing dues. With this he showed the silver to the king, and laid 10 marks of silver in Gizur Black's lap. The king replies, Few have brought us any such dues from Norway for some time, and now, Hjolt, I will return you my warmest thanks for having given yourself so much trouble to bring us the landing dues, rather than pay them to our enemies. But I will that thou shouldst take this money from me as a gift, and with it my friendship. Hjolt thanked the king with many words, and from that day set himself in great favor with the king, and often spoke with him. For the king thought, what was true, that he was a man of much understanding and eloquence. Now Hjolt told Gizur and Otter that he was sent with tokens to the king's daughter Ingigerd, to obtain her protection and friendship. And he begged of them to procure him some opportunity to speak with her. They answered, that this was an easy thing to do, and went one day to her house, where she sat at the drinking table with many men. She received the Skalds in a friendly manner, for they were known to her. Hjolt brought her a salutation from the earl's wife, Ingjobjorg, and said she had sent him here to obtain friendly help and succor from her, and in proof whereof produced his tokens. The king's daughter received him also kindly, and said he should be welcome to her friendship. They sat there till late in the day drinking. The king's daughter made Hjolt tell her much news, and invited him to come often and converse with her. He did so, came there often, and spoke with the king's daughter. And at last entrusted her with the purpose of Bjorn's and his comrades' journey, and asked her how she thought the Swedish king would receive the proposal that there should be a reconciliation between the kings. The king's daughter replied, that, in her opinion, it would be a useless attempt to propose to the king any reconciliation with Olaf the Thick, for the king was so enraged against him, that he would not suffer his name to be mentioned before him. It happened one day that Hjolt was sitting with the king and talking to him, and the king was very merry and drunk. Then Hjolt said, "Manifold splendor and grandeur have I seen here. And I have now witnessed with my eyes what I have often heard of, that no monarch in the north is so magnificent, but it is very vexatious that we who come so far to visit it have a road so long and troublesome, both on account of the great ocean, but more especially because it is not safe to travel through Norway for those who are coming here in a friendly disposition. But why is there no one to bring proposals for a peace between you and King Olaf the Thick? I heard much in Norway, and in West Gotland, of the general desire that this peace should have taken place. And it has been told me for truth, as the Norway king's words, that he earnestly desires to be reconciled to you, and the reason I know is, that he feels how much less his power is than yours. It is even said that he intends to pay his court to your daughter Ingigerd, and that would lead to a useful peace, for I have heard from people of credit that he is a remarkably distinguished man." The king answers, "Thou must not speak thus, Hjolt, but for this time I will not take it amiss of thee, as thou dost not know what people have to avoid here. That fat fellow shall not be called king in my court, and there is by no means the stuff in him that people talk of, and thou must see thyself that such a connection is not suitable. For I am the 10th king in UPS who, relation after relation, has been sole monarch over the Swedish, and many other great lands, and all have been the superior kings over other kings in the northern countries. But Norway is little inhabited, and the inhabitants are scattered. There have only been small kings there. And although Harald Harfager was the greatest king in that country, and strove against the small kings, and subdued them, yet he knew so well his position that he did not covet the Swedish dominions. And therefore the Swedish kings let him sit in peace, especially as there was relationship between them. Thereafter, while Hakon Athelstan's foster son was in Norway he sat in peace, until he began to maraud in Gotland and Denmark, on which a war force came upon him, and took from him both life and land. Gunhild's sons also were cut off when they became disobedient to the Danish kings, and Harald Gormson joined Norway to his own dominions, and made it subject to scat to him. And we reckon Harald Gormson to be of less power and consideration than the UPS kings, for our relation Styrbjorn subdued him, and Harald became his man. And yet Eirik the Victorious, my father, rose over Styrbjorn's head when it came to a trial between them. When Olaf Tryggvason came to Norway and proclaimed himself king, we would not permit it, but we went with King Sven, and cut him off. And thus we have appropriated Norway, as thou hast not heard, and with no less right than if I had gained it in battle, and by conquering the kings who ruled it before. Now thou canst well suppose, as a man of sense, that I will not let slip the kingdom of Norway for this thick fellow. It is wonderful he does not remember how narrowly he made his escape, when we had penned him in the Maelar Lake. Although he slipped away with life from thence, he ought, methinks, to have something else in his mind than to hold out against us Swedes. Now, Hjolt, thou must never again open thy mouth in my presence on such a subject." Hjolt saw sufficiently that there was no hope of the king's listening to any proposal of a peace, and desisted from speaking of it, and turned the conversation to something else. When Hjolt, afterwards, came into discourse with the king's daughter Ingigerd, he tells her his conversation with the king. She told him she expected such an answer from the king. Hjolt begged of her to say a good word to the king about the matter, but she thought the king would listen as little to what she said, but speak about it I will, if thou requirest it. Hjolt assured her he would be thankful for the attempt. One day the king's daughter Ingigerd had a conversation with her father Olaf, and as she found her father was in a particularly good humor, she said, "What is now thy intention with regard to the strife with Olaf the Thick?" There are many who complain about it, having lost their property by it, others have lost their relations by the Northmen, and all their peace and quiet, so that none of your men see any harm that can be done to Norway. It would be a bad counsel if thou sought the dominion over Norway, for it is a poor country, difficult to come at, and the people dangerous, for the men there will rather have any other for their king than thee. If I might advise, thou wouldst let go all thoughts about Norway, and not desire Olaf's heritage. And rather turn thyself to the kingdoms in the east country, which thy forefathers the former Swedish kings had, and which our relation Styrbjorn lately subdued. And let the thick Olaf possess the heritage of his forefathers and make peace with him. The king replies in a rage, It is thy counsel, Ingigerd, that I should let slip the kingdom of Norway, and give thee in marriage to this thick Olaf. No, says he, something else shall first take place. Rather than that, I shall, at the HJORT'S in winter, issue a proclamation to all Swedes, that the whole people shall assemble for an expedition, and go to their ships before the ice is off the waters. And I will proceed to Norway, and lay waste the land with fire and sword, and burn everything, to punish them for their want of fidelity. The king was so mad with rage that nobody ventured to say a word, and she went away. Hjolt, who was watching for her, immediately went to her and asked how her errand to the king had turned out. She answered, it turned out as she had expected, that none could venture to put in a word with the king. But, on the contrary, he had used threats, and she begged Hjolt never to speak of the matter again before the king. As Hjolt and Ingigerd spoke together often, Olaf the Thick was often the subject, and he told her about him and his manners. And Hjolt praised the king of Norway what he could, but said no more than was the truth, and she could well perceive it. Once, in a conversation, Hjolt said to her, May I be permitted, daughter of the king, to tell thee what lies in my mind? Speak freely, says she, but so that I alone can hear it. Then, said Hjolt, what would be thy answer, if the Norway king Olaf sent messengers to thee with the errand to propose marriage to thee? She blushed, and answered slowly but gently, I have not made up my mind to answer to that, but if Olaf be in all respects so perfect as thou tellest me, I could wish for no other husband. Unless, indeed, thou hast gilded him over with thy praise more than sufficiently. Hjolt replied, that he had in no respect spoken better of the king than was true. They often spoke together on the same subject. Ingigerd begged Hjolt to be cautious not to mention it to any other person, for the king would be enraged against him if it came to his knowledge. Hjolt only spoke of it to the skalds Gissur and Otter, who thought it was the most happy plan, if it could but be carried into effect. Otter, who was a man of great power of conversation, and much beloved in the court, soon brought up the subject before the king's daughter, and recounted to her, as Hjolt had done, all King Olaf's excellent qualities. Often spoke Hjolt and the others about him. And now that Hjolt knew the result of his mission, he sent those Gotland men away who had accompanied him, and let them return to the earl with letters, one, which the king's daughter Ingigerd sent to the earl and Ingjbjorg. Hjolt also let them give a hint to the earl about the conversation he had had with Ingigerd, and her answer thereto, and the messengers came with it to the earl a little before Yule. Endnotes. 1. This seems the first notice we have in the sagas of written letters being sent instead of tokens and verbal messages. L. 72. Olaf's journey to the uplands. When King Olaf had dispatched Bjorn and his followers to Gotland, he sent other people also to the uplands, with the errand that they should have guest quarters prepared for him, as he intended that winter, A.D. 1018, to live as guest in the uplands, for it had been the custom of former kings to make a progress in guest quarters every third year in the uplands. In autumn he began his progress from Sarpsborg, and went first to Vingulmark. He ordered his progress so that he came first to lodge in the neighborhood of the forest habitations, and summoned to him all the men of the habitations who dwelt at the greatest distance from the head habitations of the district. And he inquired particularly how it stood with their Christianity, and, where improvement was needful, he taught them the right customs. If any there were who would not renounce heathen ways, he took the matter so zealously that he drove some out of the country, mutilated others of hands or feet, or stung their eyes out, hung up some, cut down some with the sword. But let none go unpunished who would not serve God. He went thus through the whole district, sparing neither great nor small. He gave them teachers, and placed these as thickly in the country as he saw needful. In this manner he went about in that district, and had 300 deadly men at arms with him, and then proceeded to Romerike. He soon perceived that Christianity was thriving less the farther he proceeded into the interior of the country. He went forward everywhere in the same way, converting all the people to the right faith, and severely punishing all who would not listen to his word. 73. Treachery of the Upland Kings. Now when the king who at that time ruled in Romerike heard of this, he thought it was a very bad affair, for every day came men to him, both great and small, who told him what was doing. Therefore this king resolved to go up to Heidmark, and consult King Hrorek, who was the most eminent for understanding of the kings who at that time were in the country. Now when these kings spoke with each other, they agreed to send a message to Gudrod, the valley king north in the Gudbrandsdal, and likewise to the king who was in Hadaland, and bid them to come to Heidmark, to meet Hrorek and the other kings there. They did not spare their travelling, for 5 kings met in Heidmark, at a place called Ringsaker. Ring, King Hrorek's brother, was the 5th of these kings. The kings had first a private conference together, in which he who came from Romerike first took up the word, and told of King Olaf's proceedings, and of the disturbance he was causing both by killing and mutilating people. Some he drove out of the country, some he deprived of their offices or property if they spoke anything against him. And, besides, he was travelling over the country with a great army, not with the number of people fixed by law for a royal progress in guest quarters. He added, that he had fled hither upon account of this disturbance, and many powerful people with him had fled from their Udal properties in Romerike. But although as yet the evil is nearest to us, it will be but a short time before ye will also be exposed to it, therefore it is best that we all consider together what resolution we shall take. When he had ended his speech, Hrorek was desired to speak, and he said, Now is the day come that I foretold when we had had our meeting at Hadaland, and ye were all so eager to raise Olaf over our heads. Namely, that as soon as he was the supreme master of the country we would find it hard to hold him by the horns. We have but 2 things now to do, the one is, to go all of us to him, and let him do with us as he likes, which I think is the best thing we can do, or the other is, to rise against him before he has gone farther through the country. Although he has 300 or 400 men, that is not too great a force for us to meet, if we are only all in movement together, but, in general, there is less success and advantage to be gained when several of equal strength are joined together, than when one alone stands at the head of his own force. Therefore it is my advice, that we do not venture to try our luck against Olaf Haraldsson. Thereafter each of the kings spoke according to his own mind, some dissuading from going out against King Olaf, others urging it. And no determination was come to, as each had his own reasons to produce. Then Gudrod, the valley king, took up the word, and spoke, It appears wonderful to me, that ye make such a long roundabout in coming to a resolution. And probably ye are frightened for him. We are here 5 kings, and none of less high birth than Olaf. We gave him the strength to fight with Earl Sven, and with our forces he has brought the country under his power. But if he grudges each of us the little kingdom he had before, and threatens us with tortures, or gives us ill words, then, say I for myself, that I will withdraw myself from the king's slavery. And I do not call him a man among you who is afraid to cut him off, if he come into your hands here up in Heidmark. And this I can tell you, that we shall never bear our heads in safety while Olaf is in life. After this encouragement they all agreed to his determination. Then said Hrorek, with regard to this determination, it appears to me necessary to make our agreement so strong that no one shall fail in his promise to the other. Therefore, if ye determine upon attacking Olaf at a fixed time, when he comes here to Heidmark, I will not trust much to you if some are north in the valleys, others up in Heidmark. But if our resolution is to come to anything, we must remain here assembled together day and night. This the kings agreed to, and kept themselves there all assembled, ordering a feast to be provided for them at Ringsaker, and drank there a cup to success. Sending out spies to Romerike, and when one set came in sending out others, so that day and night they had intelligence of Olaf's proceedings, and of the numbers of his men. King Olaf went about in Romerike in guest quarters, and altogether in the way before related. But as the provision of the guest quarter was not always sufficient, upon account of his numerous followers, he laid it upon the bonds to give additional contributions wherever he found it necessary to stay. In some places he stayed longer, in others, shorter than was fixed, and his journey down to the Lake Mysen was shorter than had been fixed on. The kings, after taking their resolution, sent out message tokens, and summoned all the lendermen and powerful bonds from all the districts thereabout. And when they had assembled, the kings had a private meeting with them, and made their determination known, setting a day for gathering together and carrying it into effect. And it was settled among them that each of the kings should have 301 men. Then they sent away the lendermen to gather the people, and meet all at the appointed place. The most approved of the measure. But it happened here, as it usually does, that every one has some friend even among his enemies. Endnotes 1, i.e., 360. 74, Mutilating of the Upland Kings. Kettle of Ringanes was at this meeting. Now when he came home in the evening he took his supper, put on his clothes, and went down with his house servants to the lake, took a light vessel which he had, the same that King Olaf had made him a present of, and launched it on the water. They found in the boathouse everything ready to their hands, betook themselves to their oars, and rowed out into the lake. Kettle had 40 well-armed men with him, and came early in the morning to the end of the lake. He set off immediately with 20 men, leaving the other 20 to look after the ship. King Olaf was at that time at Ede, in the upper end of Romerike. Thither Kettle arrived just as the king was coming from matins. The king received Kettle kindly. He said he must speak with the king in all haste, and they had a private conference together. There Kettle tells the king the resolution which the kings had taken, and their agreement, which he had come to the certain knowledge of. When the king learnt this he called his people together, and sent some out to collect riding horses in the country, others he sent down to the lake to take all the rowing vessels they could lay hold of, and keep them for his use. Thereafter he went to the church, had mass sung before him, and then sat down to table. After his meal he got ready, and hastened down to the lake, where the vessels were coming to meet him. He himself went on board the light vessel, and as many men with him as it could stow, and all the rest of his followers took such boats as they could get hold of. And when it was getting late in the evening they set out from the land, in still and calm weather. He rowed up the water with 400 men, and came with them to Ringsaker before day dawned. And the watchmen were not aware of the army before they were come into the very court. Kettle knew well in what houses the king slept, and the king had all these houses surrounded and guarded, so that nobody could get out. And so they stood till daylight. The kings had not people enough to make resistance, but were all taken prisoners, and led before the king. Hrorek was an able but obstinate man, whose fidelity the king could not trust to if he made peace with him. Therefore he ordered both his eyes to be punched out, and took him in that condition about with him. He ordered Gudrod's tongue to be cut out, but Ring and 2 others he banished from Norway, under oath never to return. Of the lendermen and bonds who had actually taken part in the traitorous design, some he drove out of the country, some he mutilated, and with others he made peace. Otter Black tells of this. The giver of rings of gold. The army leader bold. In vengeance springs. On the Heidmark kings. Olaf the bold and great. Repays their foul deceit. In full repays. Their treacherous ways. He drives with steel-clad hand. The small kings from the land. Greater by far. In deed of war. The king who dwelt most north. Tongueless must wander forth. All fly away. In great dismay. King Olaf now rules o'er. What 5 kings ruled before. To Ede's old bound. Extends his ground. No kings in days of yore. E'er won so much before. That this is so. All Norsemen know. King Olaf took possession of the land these 5 kings had possessed, and took hostages from the lendermen and bonds in it. He took money instead of guest quarters from the country north of the valley district, and from Hedmark. And then returned to Romerike, and so west to Hadaland. This winter, AD 1018, his stepfather Sigurd Syr died, and King Olaf went to Ringerike, where his mother Asta made a great feast for him. Olaf alone bore the title of king now in Norway. 75. King Olaf's half-brothers. It is told that when King Olaf was on his visit to his mother Asta, she brought out her children, and showed them to him. The king took his brother Guthorm on the one knee, and his brother Halfdan on the other. The king looked at Guthorm, made a wry face, and pretended to be angry at them, at which the boys were afraid. Then Asta brought her youngest son, called Harald, who was 3 years old, to him. The king made a wry face at him also. But he looked the king in the face without regarding it. The king took the boy by the hair, and plucked it, but the boy seized the king's whiskers, and gave them a tug. Then, said the king, "Thou wilt be revengeful, my friend, some day." The following day the king was walking with his mother about the farm, and they came to a playground, where Asta's sons, Guthorm and Halfdan, were amusing themselves. They were building great houses and barns in their play, and were supposing them full of cattle and sheep, and close beside them, in a clay pool, Harald was busy with chips of wood, sailing them, in his sport along the edge. The king asked him what these were, and he answered, these were his ships of war. The king laughed, and said, "The time may come, friend, when thou wilt command ships." Then the king called to him Halfdan and Guthorm. And first he asked Guthorm, "What wouldst thou like best to have?" "Corn land," replied he. "And how great wouldst thou like thy corn land to be?" "I would have the whole nest that goes out into the lake sown with corn every summer. On that nest there are 10 farms. The king replies, "There would be a great deal of corn there." And, turning to Halfdan, he asked, "And what wouldst thou like best to have?" "Cows," he replied. "How many wouldst thou like to have?" "When they went to the lake to be watered I would have so many, that they stood as tight round the lake as they could stand." "That would be a great housekeeping," said the king, "and therein ye take after your father." Then the king says to Harald, "And what wouldst thou like best to have?" "House servants." "And how many wouldst thou have?" "Oh, so many I would like to have as would eat up my brother Halfdan's cows at a single meal." The king laughed, and said to Asta, "Here, mother, thou art bringing up a king. And more is not related of them on this occasion." 76. The division of the country. In Svithjod it was the old custom, as long as heathenism prevailed, that the chief sacrifice took place in Go month at Ups. Then sacrifice was offered for peace, and victory to the king, and thither came people from all parts of Svithjod. All the things of the Swedes, also, were held there, and markets, and meetings for buying, which continued for a week, and after Christianity was introduced into Svithjod, the things and fairs were held there as before. After Christianity had taken root in Svithjod, and the kings would no longer dwell in Ups, the market time was moved to Candlemas, and it has since continued so, and it lasts only 3 days. There is then the Swedish thing also, and people from all quarters come there. Svithjod is divided into many parts. One part is West Gotland, Vermeland, and the Marks, with what belongs to them. And this part of the kingdom is so large, that the bishop who is set over it has 1,100 churches under him. The other part is East Gotland, where there is also a bishop's seat, to which the islands of Gotland and Åland belong. And forming all together a still greater bishopric. In Svithjod itself there is a part of the country called Södermanland, where there is also a bishopric. Then comes Westmanland, or Fiathrundaland, which is also a bishopric. The third portion of Svithjod proper is called Tyundaland, the fourth Atandaland, the fifth Siland, and what belongs to it lies eastward along the coast. Tyundaland is the best and most inhabited part of Svithjod, under which the other kingdoms stand. There Ups is situated, the seat of the king and archbishop, and from it Upsodr, or the domain of the Swedish kings, takes its name. Each of these divisions of the country has its lagthing, and its own laws in many parts. Over each is a lagman, who rules principally in affairs of the bonds, for that becomes law which he, by his speech, determines them to make law, and if king, earl, or bishop goes through the country, and holds a thing with the bonds, the lagmen reply on account of the bonds, and they all follow their lagmen. So that even the most powerful men scarcely dare to come to their althing without regarding the bonds and lagmen's law. And in all matters in which the laws differ from each other, UP's law is the directing law. And the other lagmen are under the lagman who dwells in Tyundaland. 77. Of the lagman Thorgni. In Tyundaland there was a lagman who was called Thorgni, whose father was called Thorgni Thorgnisson. His forefathers had for a long course of years, and during many kings' times, been lagmen of Tyundaland. At this time Thorgni was old, and had a great court about him. He was considered one of the wisest men in Sweden, and was Earl Ragnvald's relation and foster father. 78. Meeting of Ragnvald and Ingegerd. Now we must go back in our story to the time when the men whom the king's daughter Ingigerd and Hjolt had sent from the east came to Earl Ragnvald. They relate their errand to the earl and his wife Ingebjorg, and tell how the king's daughter had oft spoken to the Swedish king about a peace between him and King Olaf the Thick, and that she was a great friend of King Olaf. But that the Swedish king flew into a passion every time she named Olaf, so that she had no hopes of any peace. The earl told Bjorn the news he had received from the east. But Bjorn gave the same reply, that he would not turn back until he had met the Swedish king, and said the earl had promised to go with him. Now the winter was passing fast, and immediately after Yule the earl made himself ready to travel with 60 men, among whom were the marshal Bjorn and his companions. The earl proceeded eastward all the way to Svithjod. But when he came a little way into the country he sent his men before him to UP's with a message to Ingigerd the king's daughter to come out to meet him at Ullerakr, where she had a large farm. When the king's daughter got the earl's message she made herself ready immediately to travel with a large attendance, and Hjolt accompanied her. But before he took his departure he went to King Olaf, and said, "Continue always to be the most fortunate of monarchs. Such splendor as I have seen about thee I have in truth never witnessed elsewhere, and wheresoever I come it shall not be concealed. Now, king, may I entreat thy favor and friendship in time to come?" The king replies, "Why art thou in so great a haste, and where art thou going?" Hjolt replies, "I am to ride out to Ullerakr with Ingigerd thy daughter." The king says, "Farewell, then, a man thou art of understanding and politeness, and well suited to live with people of rank." Thereupon Hjolt withdrew. The king's daughter Ingigerd rode to her farm in Ullerakr, and ordered a great feast to be prepared for the earl. When the earl arrived he was welcomed with gladness, and he remained there several days. The earl and the king's daughter talked much, and of many things, but most about the Swedish and Norwegian kings, and she told the earl that in her opinion there was no hope of peace between them. Then said the earl, "How wouldst thou like it, my cousin, if Olaf king of Norway were to pay his addresses to thee? It appears to us that it would contribute most towards a settled peace if there was relationship established between the kings. But I would not support such a matter if it were against thy inclination." She replies, "My father disposes of my hand, but among all my other relations thou art he whose advice I would rather follow in weighty affairs. Dost thou think it would be advisable?" The earl recommended it to her strongly, and reckoned up many excellent achievements of King Olaf's. He told her, in particular, about what had lately been done. That King Olaf in an hour's time one morning had taken 5 kings prisoners, deprived them all of their governments, and laid their kingdoms and properties under his own power. Much they talked about the business, and in all their conversations they perfectly agreed with each other. When the earl was ready he took leave, and proceeded on his way, taking Hjolt with him. 79. Ragnvald and Thorgni. Earl Ragnvald came towards evening one day to the house of Lagman Thorgni. It was a great and stately mansion, and many people stood outside, who received the earl kindly, and took care of the horses and baggage. The earl went into the room, where there was a number of people. In the high seat sat an old man, and never had Bjorn or his companions seen a man so stout. His beard was so long that it lay upon his knee, and was spread over his whole breast. And the man, moreover, was handsome and stately in appearance. The earl went forward and saluted him. Thorgny received him joyfully and kindly, and bade him go to the seat he was accustomed to take. The earl seated himself on the other side, opposite Thorgny. They remained there some days before the earl disclosed his errand, and then he asked Thorgny to go with him into the conversing room. Bjorn and his followers went there with the earl. Then the earl began, and told how Olaf king of Norway had sent these men hither to conclude a peaceful agreement. He showed at great length what injury it was of to the West Gotland people, that there was hostility between their country and Norway. He further related that Olaf the king of Norway had sent ambassadors, who were here present, and to whom he had promised he would attend them to the Swedish king. But he added, the Swedish king takes the matter so grievously, that he has uttered menaces against those who entertain it. Now so it is, my foster father, that I do not trust to myself in this matter. But am come on a visit to thee to get good counsel and help from thee in the matter. Now when the earl had done speaking, Thorgny sat silent for a while, and then took up the word. Ye have curious dispositions who are so ambitious of honor and renown, and yet have no prudence or counsel in you when you get into any mischief. Why did you not consider, before you gave your promise to this adventure, that you had no power to stand against King Olaf? In my opinion it is not a less honorable condition to be in the number of bonds and have one's words free, and be able to say what one will, even if the king be present. But I must go to the HJORT'S, and give thee such help that without fear thou canst speak before the king what thou findest good. The earl thanked him for the promise, remained with Thorgny, and rode with him to the HJORT'S. There was a great assemblage of people at the thing, and King Olaf was there with his court. 80. Of the HJORT'S. The first day the thing sat, King Olaf was seated on a stool, and his court stood in a circle around him. Right opposite to him sat Earl Ragnvald and Thorgny in the thing upon one stool, and before them the earl's court and Thorgny's housepeople. Behind their stool stood the bond community, all in a circle around them. Some stood upon hillocks and heights, in order to hear the better. Now when the king's messages, which are usually handled in the things, were produced and settled, the Marshal Bjorn rose beside the earl's stool, and said aloud, King Olaf sends me here with the message that he will offer to the Swedish king peace. And the frontiers that in old times were fixed between Norway and Svithjod. He spoke so loud that the Swedish king could distinctly hear him, but at first, when he heard King Olaf's name spoken, he thought the speaker had some message or business of his own to execute. But when he heard of peace, and the frontiers between Norway and Svithjod, he saw from what root it came, and sprang up, and called out that the man should be silent, for that such speeches were useless. Thereupon Bjorn sat down. And when the noise had ceased, Earl Ragnvald stood up and made a speech. He spoke of Olaf the Thick's message, and proposal of peace to Olaf the Swedish king. And that all the West Gotland people sent their entreaty to Olaf that he would make peace with the king of Norway. He recounted all the evils the West Gotlanders were suffering under. That they must go without all the things from Norway which were necessary in their households, and, on the other hand, were exposed to attack and hostility whenever the king of Norway gathered an army and made an inroad on them. The earl added, that Olaf the Norway king had sent men hither with the intent to obtain Ingigerd the king's daughter in marriage. When the earl had done speaking, Olaf the Swedish king stood up and replied, and was altogether against listening to any proposals of peace. And made many and heavy reproaches against the earl for his impudence in entering into a peaceful truce with the thick fellow, and making up a peaceful friendship with him, and which in truth he considered treason against himself. He added, that it would be well deserved if Earl Ragnvald were driven out of the kingdom. The earl had, in his opinion, the influence of his wife Ingjobjorg to thank for what might happen. And it was the most imprudent fancy he could have fallen upon to take up with such a wife. The king spoke long and bitterly, turning his speech always against Olaf the Thick. When he sat down not a sound was to be heard at first. 81. Thorgny's speech. Then Thorgny stood up, and when he arose all the bonds stood up who had before been sitting, and rushed together from all parts to listen to what Lagman Thorgny would say. At first there was a great din of people and weapons. But when the noise was settled into silent listening, Thorgny made his speech. The disposition of Swedish kings is different now from what it has been formerly. My grandfather Thorgny could well remember the UPS King Eirik Eymundsson, and used to say of him that when he was in his best years he went out every summer on expeditions to different countries, and conquered for himself Finland, Kerjaland, Kurland, Estonia, and the eastern countries all around. And at the present day the earth bulwarks, ramparts, and other great works which he made are to be seen. And, moreover, he was not so proud that he would not listen to people who had anything to say to him. My father, again, was a long time with King Bjorn, and was well acquainted with his ways and manners. In Bjorn's lifetime his kingdom stood in great power, and no kind of want was felt, and he was gay and sociable with his friends. I also remember King Eirik the Victorious, and was with him on many a war expedition. He enlarged the Swedish dominion, and defended it manfully, and it was also easy and agreeable to communicate our opinions to him. But the king we have now got allows no man to presume to talk with him, unless it be what he desires to hear. On this alone he applies all his power, while he allows his scatlands in other countries to go from him through laziness and weakness. He wants to have the Norway kingdom laid under him, which no Swedish king before him ever desired, and therewith brings war and distress on many a man. Now it is our will, we bonds, that thou King Olaf make peace with the Norway king, Olaf the Thick, and marry thy daughter Ingigerd to him. Wilt thou, however, reconquer the kingdoms in the east countries which thy relations and forefathers had there, we will all for that purpose follow thee to the war. But if thou wilt not do as we desire, we will now attack thee, and put thee to death, for we will no longer suffer law and peace to be disturbed. So our forefathers went to work when they drowned 5 kings in a morass at the Mula-thing, and they were filled with the same insupportable pride thou hast shown towards us. Now tell us, in all haste, what resolution thou wilt take. Then the whole public approved, with clash of arms and shouts, the Lagman's speech. The king stands up and says he will let things go according to the desire of the bonds. All Swedish kings, he said, have done so, and have allowed the bonds to rule in all according to their will. The murmur among the bonds then came to an end, and the chiefs, the king, the earl, and Thorgny talked together, and concluded a truce and reconciliation, on the part of the Swedish king, according to the terms which the king of Norway had proposed by his ambassadors. And it was resolved at the thing that Ingigerd, the king's daughter, should be married to Olaf Haraldsson. The king left it to the earl to make the contract feast, and gave him full powers to conclude this marriage affair. And after this was settled at the thing, they separated. When the earl returned homewards, he and the king's daughter Ingigerd had a meeting, at which they talked between themselves over this matter. She sent Olaf a long cloak of fine linen richly embroidered with gold, and with silk points. The earl returned to Gotland, and Bjorn with him, and after staying with him a short time, Bjorn and his company returned to Norway. When he came to King Olaf he told him the result of his errand, and the king returned him many thanks for his conduct, and said Bjorn had had great success in bringing his errand to so favorable a conclusion against such animosity. 82. Of King Hrorek's treachery. On the approach of spring, AD 1018, King Olaf went down to the coast, had his ships rigged out, summoned troops to him, and proceeded in spring out from Viken to the Naze, and so north to Hordaland. He then sent messages to all the lendermen, selected the most considerable men in each district, and made the most splendid preparations to meet his bride. The wedding feast was to be in autumn, at the Got River, on the frontiers of the two countries. King Olaf had with him the blind King Hrorek. When his wound was healed, the king gave him 2 men to serve him, let him sit in the high seat by his side, and kept him in meat and clothes in no respect norse than he had kept himself before. Hrorek was taciturn, and answered short and cross when any one spoke to him. It was his custom to make his footboy, when he went out in the daytime, lead him away from people, and then to beat the lad until he ran away. He would then complain to King Olaf that the lad would not serve him. The king changed his servants, but it was as before, no servant would hold it out with King Hrorek. Then the king appointed a man called Sven to wait upon and serve King Hrorek. He was Hrorek's relation, and had formerly been in his service. Hrorek continued with his habits of moroseness, and of solitary walks, but when he and Sven were alone together, he was merry and talkative. He used to bring up many things which had happened in former days when he was king. He alluded, too, to the man who had, in his former days, torn him from his kingdom and happiness, and made him live on alms. It is hardest of all, says he, that thou and my other relations, who ought to be men of bravery, are so degenerated that thou wilt not avenge the shame and disgrace brought upon our race. Such discourse he often brought out. Sven said, they had too great a power to deal with, while they themselves had but little means. Hrorek said, why should we live longer as mutilated men with disgrace? I, a blind man, may conquer them as well as they conquered me when I was asleep. Come then, let us kill this thick Olaf. He is not afraid for himself at present. I will lay the plan, and would not spare my hands if I could use them, but that I cannot by reason of my blindness. Therefore thou must use the weapons against him, and as soon as Olaf is killed I can see well enough that his power must come into the hands of his enemies, and it may well be that I shall be king, and thou shalt be my earl. So much persuasion he used that Sven at last agreed to join in the deed. The plan was so laid that when the king was ready to go to vespers, Sven stood on the threshold with a drawn dagger under his cloak. Now when the king came out of the room, it so happened that he walked quicker than Sven expected, and when he looked the king in the face he grew pale, and then white as a corpse, and his hand sank down. The king observed his terror and said, What is this, Sven? Wilt thou betray me? Sven threw down his cloak and dagger, and fell at the king's feet, saying, All is in God's hands and thine, king. The king ordered his men to seize Sven, and he was put in irons. The king ordered Hrorek's seat to be moved to another bench. He gave Sven his life, and he left the country. The king appointed a different lodging for Hrorek to sleep in from that in which he slept himself, and in which many of his court people slept. He set 2 of his court men, who had been long with him, and whose fidelity he had proof of, to attend Hrorek day and night, but it is not said whether they were people of high birth or not. King Hrorek's mood was very different at different times. Sometimes he would sit silent for days together, so that no man could get a word out of him, and sometimes he was so merry and gay, that people found a joke in every word he said. Sometimes his words were very bitter. He was sometimes in a mood that he would drink them all under the benches, and made all his neighbors drunk, but in general he drank but little. King Olaf gave him plenty of pocket money. When he went to his lodgings he would often, before going to bed, have some stoups of mead brought in, which he gave to all the men in the house to drink, so that he was much liked. 83. Of Little Finn. There was a man from the uplands called Finn the Little, and some said of him that he was of Finnish, race. He was a remarkable little man, but so swift of foot that no horse could overtake him. He was a particularly well-exercised runner with snowshoes, and shooter with the bow. He had long been in the service of King Hrorek, and often employed in errands of trust. He knew the roads in all the upland hills, and was well known to all the great people. Now when King Hrorek was set under guards on the journey Finn would often slip in among the men of the guard, and followed, in general, with the lads and serving men. But as often as he could he waited upon Hrorek, and entered into conversation with him. The king, however, only spoke a word or two with him at a time, to prevent suspicion. In spring, when they came a little way beyond Viken, Finn disappeared from the army for some days, but came back, and stayed with them a while. This happened often, without anyone observing it particularly. For there were many such hangers-on with the army. Endnotes. 1. The Laplanders are called Finns in Norway and Sweden. L. 84. Murder of Olaf's courtmen. King Olaf came to Tunsberg before Easter, AD. 1018, and remained there late in spring. Many merchant vessels came to the town, both from Saxonland and Denmark, and from Viken, and from the north parts of the country. There was a great assemblage of people. And as the times were good, there was many a drinking meeting. It happened one evening that King Hrorek came rather late to his lodging, and as he had drunk a great deal, he was remarkably merry. Little Finn came to him with a stoup of mead with herbs in it, and very strong. The king made every one in the house drunk, until they fell asleep each in his berth. Finn had gone away, and a light was burning in the lodging. Hrorek waked the men who usually followed him, and told them he wanted to go out into the yard. They had a lantern with them, for outside it was pitch dark. Out in the yard there was a large privy standing upon pillars, and a stair to go up to it. While Hrorek and his guards were in the yard they heard a man say, "Cut down that devil," and presently a crash, as if somebody fell. Hrorek said, "These fellows must be dead drunk to be fighting with each other so, run and separate them." They rushed out, but when they came out upon the steps both of them were killed. The man who went out the last was the first killed. There were 12 of Hrorek's men there, and among them Sigurd Hit, who had been his bannerman, and also little Finn. They drew the dead bodies up between the houses, took the king with them, ran out to a boat they had in readiness, and rowed away. Sigvat the Skald slept in King Olaf's lodgings. He got up in the night, and his footboy with him, and went to the privy. But as they were returning, on going down the stairs Sigvat's foot slipped, and he fell on his knee. And when he put out his hands he felt the stairs wet. "I think," said he, laughing, "the king must have given many of us tottering legs tonight." When they came into the house in which light was burning the footboy said, "Have you hurt yourself that you are all over so bloody?" He replied, "I am not wounded, but something must have happened here." Thereupon he wakened Thord Falason, who was standard-bearer, and his bedfellow. They went out with a light, and soon found the blood. They traced it, and found the corpses, and knew them. They saw also a great stump of a tree in which clearly a gash had been cut, which, as was afterwards known, had been done as a stratagem to entice those out who had been killed. Sigvat and Thord spoke together and agreed it was highly necessary to let the king know of this without delay. They immediately sent a lad to the lodging where Hrorek had been. All the men in it were asleep, but the king was gone. He wakened the men who were in the house, and told them what had happened. The men arose, and ran out to the yard where the bodies were, but, however needful it appeared to be that the king should know it, nobody dared to waken him. Then said Sigvat to Thord, "What wilt thou rather do, comrade, waken the king, or tell him the tidings?" Thord replies, "I do not dare to waken him, and I would rather tell him the news." Then said Sigvat, "There is Minch of the night still to pass, and before morning Hrorek may get himself concealed in such a way that it may be difficult to find him, but as yet he cannot be very far off, for the bodies are still warm. We must never let the disgrace rest upon us of concealing this treason from the king. Go thou, up to the lodging, and wait for me there." Sigvat then went to the church, and told the bell-ringer to toll for the souls of the king's court men, naming the men who were killed. The bell-ringer did as he was told. The king awoke at the ringing, sat up in his bed, and asked if it was already the hours of matins. Thord replies, "It is worse than that, for there has occurred a very important affair. Hrorek is fled, and 2 of the court men are killed." The king asked how this had taken place, and Thord told him all he knew. The king got up immediately, ordered to sound the call for a meeting of the court, and when the people were assembled he named men to go out to every quarter from the town, by sea and land, to search for Hrorek. Thor Erlang took a boat, and set off with 30 men, and when day dawned they saw 2 small boats before them in the channel, and when they saw each other both parties rowed as hard as they could. King Hrorek was there with 30 men. When they came quite close to each other Hrorek and his men turned towards the land, and all sprang on shore except the king, who sat on the aft seat. He bade them farewell, and wished they might meet each other again in better luck. At the same moment Thor with his company rowed to the land. Finn the Little shot off an arrow, which hit Thor in the middle of the body, and was his death, and Sigurd hit, with his men, ran up into the forest. Thor's men took his body, and transported it, together with Hrorek, to Tunsberg. King Olaf undertook himself thereafter to look after King Hrorek, made him be carefully guarded, and took good care of his treason, for which reason he had a watch over him night and day. King Hrorek thereafter was very gay, and nobody could observe but that he was in every way well satisfied. 85. Of Hrorek's assault. It happened on Ascension Day that King Olaf went to High Mass, and the bishop went in procession around the church, and conducted the king, and when they came back to the church the bishop led the king to his seat on the north side of the choir. There Hrorek sat next to the king, and concealed his countenance in his upper cloak. When Olaf had seated himself Hrorek laid his hand on the king's shoulder, and felt it. "Thou hast fine clothes on, cousin, today," said he. King Olaf replies, "It is a festival today, in remembrance that Jesus Christ ascended to heaven from earth." King Hrorek says, "I understand nothing about it so as to hold in my mind what ye tell me about Christ. Much of what ye tell me appears to me incredible, although many wonderful things may have come to pass in old times." When the mass was finished Olaf stood up, held his hands up over his head, and bowed down before the altar, so that his cloak hung down behind his shoulders. Then King Hrorek started up hastily and sharply, and struck at the king with a long knife of the kind called writing, but the blow was received in the upper cloak at the shoulder, because the king was bending himself forwards. The clothes were much cut, but the king was not wounded. When the king perceived the attack he sprang upon the floor, and Hrorek struck at him again with the knife, but did not reach him, and said, "Art thou flying, Olaf, from me, a blind man?" The king ordered his men to seize him and lead him out of the church, which was done. After this attempt many hastened to King Olaf, and advised that King Hrorek should be killed. "It is," said they, "tempting your luck in the highest degree, king, to keep him with you, and protect him, whatever mischief he may undertake, for night and day he thinks upon taking your life. And if you send him away, we know no one who can watch him so that he will not in all probability escape, and if once he gets loose he will assemble a great multitude, and do much evil." The king replies, "You say truly that many a one has suffered death for less offense than Hrorek's. But willingly I would not darken the victory I gained over the upland kings, when in one morning hour I took 5 kings prisoners, and got all their kingdoms, but yet, as they were my relations, I should not be their murderer but upon need. As yet I can scarcely see whether Hrorek puts me in the necessity of killing him or not." It was to feel if King Olaf had armor on or not that Hrorek had laid his hand on the king's shoulder. 86. King Hrorek's journey to Iceland. There was an Iceland man, by name Thorin Nefjolfsson, who had his relations in the north of the country. He was not of high birth, but particularly prudent, eloquent, and agreeable in conversation with people of distinction. He was also a far-travelled man, who had been long in foreign parts. Thorin was a remarkably ugly man, principally because he had very ungainly limbs. He had great ugly hands, and his feet were still uglier. Thorin was in Tunsberg when this event happened which has just been related, and he was known to King Olaf by their having had conversations together. Thorin was just then done with rigging out a merchant vessel which he owned, and with which he intended to go to Iceland in summer. King Olaf had Thorin with him as a guest for some days, and conversed much with him. And Thorin even slept in the king's lodgings. One morning early the king awoke while the others were still sleeping. The sun had newly risen in the sky, and there was much light within. The king saw that Thorin had stretched out one of his feet from under the bedclothes, and he looked at the foot a while. In the meantime the others in the lodging awoke. And the king said to Thorin, "I have been awake for a while, and have seen a sight which was worth seeing, and that is a man's foot so ugly that I do not think an uglier can be found in this merchant town." Thereupon he told the others to look at it, and see if it was not so, and all agreed with the king. When Thorin observed what they were talking about, he said, "There are few things for which you cannot find a match, and that may be the case here." The king says, "I would rather say that such another ugly foot cannot be found in the town, and I would lay any wager upon it." Then said Thorin, I am willing to bet that I shall find an uglier foot still in the town. The king, then he who wins shall have the right to get any demand from the other he chooses to make. Be it so, said Thorin. Thereupon he stretches out his other foot from under the bedclothes, and it was in no way handsomer than the other, and moreover, wanted the little toe. There, said Thorin, see now, king, my other foot, which is so much uglier. And, besides, has no little toe. Now I have one. The king replies, that other foot was so much uglier than this one by having 5 ugly toes upon it, and this has only 4, and now I have won the choice of asking something from thee. The sovereign's decision must be right, says Thorin, but what does the king require of me? To take Hrorek, said the king, to Greenland, and deliver him to Leif Erik'S. Thorin replies, I have never been in Greenland. The king, thou, who art a far-travelled man, wilt now have an opportunity of seeing Greenland, if thou hast never been there before. At first Thorin did not say much about it. But as the king insisted on his wish he did not entirely decline, but said, I will let you hear, king, what my desire would have been had I gained the wager. It would have been to be received into your body of courtmen. And if you will grant me that, I will be the more zealous now in fulfilling your pleasure. The king gave his consent, and Thorin was made one of the courtmen. Then Thorin rigged out his vessel, and when he was ready he took on board King Hrorek. When Thorin took leave of King Olaf, he said, should it now turn out, king, as is not improbable, and often happens, that we cannot effect the voyage to Greenland, but must run for Iceland or other countries. How shall I get rid of this king in a way that will be satisfactory to you? The king, if thou comest to Iceland, deliver him into the hands of Gudmund Eyjolfsson, or of Skapti, the Lagman, or of some other chief who will receive my tokens and message of friendship. But if thou comest to other countries nearer to this, do so with him that thou canst know with certainty that King Hrorek never again shall appear in Norway, but do so only when thou sayest no other way of doing whatsoever. When Thorin was ready for sea, and got a wind, he sailed outside of all the rocks and islands, and when he was to the north of the Naze set right out into the ocean. He did not immediately get a good wind, but he avoided coming near the land. He sailed until he made land which he knew, in the south part of Iceland, and sailed west around the land out into the Greenland Ocean. There he encountered heavy storms, and drove long about upon the ocean. But when summer was coming to an end he landed again in Iceland in Breiðafjord. Thorgils Arason, 1, was the first man of any consequence who came to him. Thorin brings him the king's salutation, message, and tokens, with which was the desire about King Hrorek's reception. Thorgils received these in a friendly way, and invited King Hrorek to his house, where he stayed all winter. But he did not like being there, and begged that Thorgils would let him go to Gudmund. Saying he had heard some time or other that there in Gudmund's house, was the most sumptuous way of living in Iceland, and that it was intended he should be in Gudmund's hands. Thorgils let him have his desire, and conducted him with some men to Gudmund at Modrvellir. Gudmund received Hrorek kindly on account of the king's message, and he stayed there the next winter. He did not like being there either. And then Gudmund gave him a habitation upon a small farm called Kafskin, where there were but few neighbors. There Hrorek passed the 3rd winter, and said that since he had laid down his kingdom he thought himself most comfortably situated here. For here he was most respected by all. The summer after Hrorek fell sick, and died, and it is said he is the only king whose bones rest in Iceland. Thorin Nefjolfsson was afterwards for a long time upon voyages, but sometimes he was with King Olaf. Endnotes. 1. Thorgils was the son of Armarsson, who visited America. Vinland. Thorgils, who was still alive in the year 1024. Was noted for his kindness toward all persecuted persons. 87. Battle in Ulfrexfjord. The summer that Thorin went with Hrorek to Iceland, Hjalt Skegjesson went also to Iceland, and King Olaf gave him many friendly gifts with him when they parted. The same summer Eyvind Urahorn went on an expedition to the West Sea, and came in autumn to Ireland, to the Irish King Cnofagor, 1. In autumn Einar Earl of Orkney and this Irish king met in Ulfrexfjord, and there was a great battle, in which Knaefagor gained the victory, having many more people. The earl fled with a single ship and came back about autumn to Orkney, after losing most of his men and all the booty they had made. The earl was much displeased with his expedition, and threw the blame upon the Northmen, who had been in the battle on the side of the Irish king, for making him lose the victory. Endnotes. 1. Knaefagor's Irish name was Connor. 88. Olaf prepares for his bridal journey. Now we begin again our story where we let it slip, at King Olaf's travelling to his bridal, to receive his betrothed Ingigerd the king's daughter. The king had a great body of men with him, and so chosen a body that all the great people he could lay hold of followed him, and every man of consequence had a chosen band of men with him distinguished by birth or other qualifications. The whole were well appointed, and equipped in ships, weapons, and clothes. They steered the fleet eastwards to Konungahella, but when they arrived there they heard nothing of the Swedish king and none of his men had come there. King Olaf remained a long time in summer, AD 1018, at Konungahella, and endeavored carefully to make out what people said of the Swedish king's movements, or what were his designs, but no person could tell him anything for certain about it. Then he sent men up to Gotland to Earl Ragnvald, to ask him if he knew how it came to pass that the Swedish king did not come to the meeting agreed on. The earl replies, that he did not know. But as soon, said he, as I hear, I shall send some of my men to King Olaf, to let him know if there be any other cause for the delay than the multitude of affairs. As it often happens that the Swedish king's movements are delayed by this more than he could have expected. 89. Of the Swedish king's children. This Swedish king, Olaf Eiriksson, had first a concubine who was called Edla, a daughter of an earl of Vinland, who had been captured in war, and therefore was called the king's slave girl. Their children were Emund, Astrid, Holmfrid. They had, besides, a son, who was born the day before St. Jacob's Day. When the boy was to be christened the bishop called him Jacob, which the Swedes did not like, as there never had been a Swedish king called Jacob. All King Olaf's children were handsome in appearance, and clever from childhood. The queen was proud, and did not behave well towards her stepchildren. Therefore the king sent his son Emund to Vinland, to be fostered by his mother's relations, where he for a long time neglected his Christianity. The king's daughter, Astrid, was brought up in West Gotland, in the house of a worthy man called Egil. She was a very lovely girl, her words came well into her conversation, she was merry, but modest, and very generous. When she was grown up she was often in her father's house, and every man thought well of her. King Olaf was haughty and harsh in his speech. He took very ill the uproar and clamour the country people had raised against him at the HJORT'S, as they had threatened him with violence, for which he laid the chief blame on Earl Ragnvald. He made no preparation for the bridal, according to the agreement to marry his daughter Ingigerd to Olaf the king of Norway, and to meet him on the borders for that purpose. As the summer advanced many of his men were anxious to know what the king's intentions were, whether to keep to the agreement with King Olaf, or break his word, and with it the peace of the country. But no one was so bold as to ask the king, although they complained of it to Ingigerd, and besought her to find out what the king intended. She replied, I have no inclination to speak to the king again about the matters between him and King Olaf. For he answered me ill enough once before when I brought forward Olaf's name. In the meantime Ingigerd, the king's daughter, took it to heart, became melancholy and sorrowful and yet very curious to know what the king intended. She had much suspicion that he would not keep his word and promise to King Olaf, for he appeared quite enraged whenever Olaf the Thick's name was in any way mentioned. 90. Of the Swedish King Olaf's hunting. One morning early the king rode out with his dogs and falcons, and his men around him. When they let slip the falcons the king's falcon killed 2 blackcocks in one flight, and 3 in another. The dogs ran and brought the birds when they had fallen to the ground. The king ran after them, took the game from them himself, was delighted with his sport, and said, It will be long before the most of you have such success. They agreed in this, adding, that in their opinion no king had such luck in hunting as he had. Then the king rode home with his followers in high spirits. Ingigerd, the king's daughter, was just going out of her lodging when the king came riding into the yard, and she turned round and saluted him. He saluted her in return, laughing, produced the birds, and told her the success of his chase. "Dost thou know of any king," said he, "who made so great a capture in so short a time?" "It is indeed," replied she, "a good morning's hunting, to have got 5 blackcocks." But it was a still better when, in one morning, the king of Norway, Olaf, took 5 kings, and subdued all their kingdoms. When the king heard this he sprang from his horse, turned to Ingigerd, and said, "Thou shalt know, Ingigerd, that however great thy love may be for this man, thou shalt never get him, nor he get thee. I will marry thee to some chief with whom I can be in friendship, but never can I be a friend of the man who has robbed me of my kingdom, and done me great mischief by marauding and killing through the land." With that their conversation broke off, and each went away. 91. Olaf the Norway King's Counsels. Ingigerd, the king's daughter, had now full certainty of King Olaf's intention, and immediately sent men to West Gotland to Earl Ragnvald, and let him know how it stood with the Swedish king. And that the agreement made with the king of Norway was broken. And advising the earl and people of West Gotland to be upon their guard, as no peace from the people of Norway was to be expected. When the earl got this news he sent a message through all his kingdom, and told the people to be cautious, and prepared in case of war or pillage from the side of Norway. He also sent men to King Olaf the Thick, and let him know the message he had received, and likewise that he wished for himself to hold peace and friendship with King Olaf, and therefore he begged him not to pillage in his kingdom. When this message came to King Olaf it made him both angry and sorry, and for some days nobody got a word from him. He then held a house thing with his men, and in it Bjorn arose, and first took the word. He began his speech by telling that he had proceeded eastward last winter to establish a peace, and he told how kindly Earl Ragnvald had received him, and, on the other hand, how crossly and heavily the Swedish king had accepted the proposal. And the agreement, said he, which was made more by means of the strength of the people, the power of Thorgny, and the aid of the earl, than by the king's goodwill. Now, on these grounds, we know for certain that it is the king who has caused the breach of the agreement, therefore we ought by no means to make the earl suffer, for it is proved that he is King Olaf's firm friend. The king wished now to hear from the chiefs and other leaders of troops what course he should adopt. "Whether shall we go against Gotland, and maraud there with such men as we have got? Or is there any other course that appears to you more advisable?" He spoke both long and well. Thereafter many powerful men spoke, and all were at last agreed in dissuading from hostilities. They argued thus: "Although we are a numerous body of men who are assembled here, yet they are all only people of weight and power, but, for a war expedition, young men who are in quest of property and consideration are more suitable. It is also the custom of people of weight and power, when they go into battle or strife, to have many people with them whom they can send out before them for their defense. For the men do not fight worse who have little property, but even better than those who are brought up in the midst of wealth." After these considerations the king resolved to dismiss this army from any expedition, and to give every man leave to return home. But proclaimed, at the same time, that next summer the people over the whole country would be called out in a general levy, to march immediately against the Swedish king, and punish him for his want of faith. All thought well of this plan. Then the king returned northwards to Viken, and took his abode at Sarpsborg in autumn, and ordered all things necessary for winter provision to be collected there, and he remained there all winter, AD 1019, with a great retinue. 92. Sigvat the Skald's journey eastwards. People talked variously about Earl Ragnvald. Some said he was King Olaf's sincere friend. Others did not think this likely, and thought it stood in his power to warn the Swedish king to keep his word, and the agreement concluded on between him and King Olaf. Sigvat the poet often expressed himself in conversation as Earl Ragnvald's great friend, and often spoke of him to King Olaf. And he offered to the king to travel to Earl Ragnvald's and spy after the Swedish king's doings, and to attempt, if possible, to get the settlement of the agreement. The king thought well of this plan. For he oft, and with pleasure, spoke to his confidential friends about Ingigerd, the king's daughter. Early in winter, AD 1019, Sigvat the Skald, with 2 companions, left Sarpsborg, and proceeded eastwards over the moors to Gotland. Before Sigvat and King Olaf parted he composed these verses. Sit happy in thy hall, O king, till I come back, and good news bring. The Skald will bid thee now farewell, till he brings news well worth to tell. He wishes to the helmed hero health, and long life, and a full flow of honor, riches, and success. And, parting, ends his psalm with this. The farewell word is spoken now __. The word that to the heart lies nearest. And yet, O king, before I go, one word on what I hold the dearest. I fain would say, oh, may God save to thee the bravest of the brave, the land, which is thy right by birth. This is my dearest with on earth. Then they proceeded eastwards towards Ede, and had difficulty in crossing the river in a little cobble, but they escaped, though with danger, and Sigvat sang. On shore the crazy boat I drew, wet to the skin, and frightened too. For truly there was danger then. The mocking hill elves laughed again, to see us in this cobble sailing, and all our sea skill unavailing. But better did it end, you see, than any of us could foresee. Then they went through the Ede forest, and Sigvat sang 100 miles through Ede's old wood, and devil and alehouse, bad or good. 100 miles, and tree and sky were all that met the weary eye. With many a grumble, many a groan, 100 miles we trudged right on, and every king's man of us bore on each footsole a bleeding sore. They came then through Gotland, and in the evening reached a farmhouse called Hof. The door was bolted so that they could not come in, and the servants told them it was a fast day, and they could not get admittance. Sigvat sang, now up to Hof in haste I hie, and round the house and yard I pry. Doors are fast locked, but yet within, methinks, I hear some stir and din. I peep, with nose close to the ground, below the door, but small cheer found. My trouble with few words was paid. 'Tis holy time, the housefolk said. Heathens, to shove me thus away. Aye, the foul fiend's claws may you all lay. Then they came to another farm, where the goodwife was standing at the door, and told them not to come in, for they were busy with a sacrifice to the elves. Sigvat sang of it thus. My poor lad, enter not, I pray. Thus to me did the old wife say. For all of us are heathens here, and I for Odin's wrath do fear. The ugly witch drove me away, like scared wolf sneaking from his prey, when she told me that there within was sacrifice to foul Odin. Another evening, they came to 3 bonds, all of them of the name of Olver, who drove them away. Sigvat sang, 3 of one name, to their great shame. The traveller late drove from their gate. Travellers may come from our Viking home, unbidden guests, at these Olver's feasts. They went on farther that evening, and came to a 4th bond, who was considered the most hospitable man in the country, but he drove them away also. Then Sigvat sang. Then on I went to seek night's rest, from one who was said to be the best, the kindest host in the land around. And there I hoped to have quarters found. But, faith, 'twas little use to try, for not so much as raise an eye would this huge wielder of the spade. If he's the hest, it must be said, bad is the best, and the skald's praise cannot be given to churls like these. I almost wish that Asta's son in the Ede forest had been one, when we, his men, were even put lodging to crave in a heathen's hut. I knew not where the earl to find, For times driven off by men unkind. I wandered now the whole night o'er. Driven like a dog from door to door. Now when they came to Earl Ragnvald's, the Earl said they must have had a severe journey. Then Sigvat sang. The message bearers of the king. From Norway came his words to bring. And truly for their master they hard work have done before today. We did not loiter on the road. But on we pushed for thy abode. Thy folk, in sooth, were not so kind. That we cared much to lag behind. But ede to rest safe we found. From robbers free to the eastern bound. This praise to thee, great Earl, is due. The skald says only what is true. Earl Ragnvald gave Sigvat a gold arm ring, and a woman said, he had not made the journey with his black eyes for nothing. Sigvat sang. My coal-black eyes. Dost thou despise? They have lighted me. Across the sea. To gain this golden prize. They have lighted me. Thy eyes to see. O'er Iceland's main. O'er hill and plain. Where Nanna's lad would fear to be. They have lighted me. Sigvat was long entertained kindly and well in the house of Earl Ragnvald. The Earl heard by letters, sent by Ingigerd the king's daughter, that ambassadors from King Jaroslaf were come from Russia to King Olaf of Svithjod to ask his daughter Ingigerd in marriage. And that King Olaf had given them hopes that he would agree to it. About the same time King Olaf's daughter Astrid came to Earl Ragnvald's court, and a great feast was made for her. Sigvat soon became acquainted by conversation with the king's daughter, and she knew him by name and family, for Otter the Skald, Sigvat's sister's son, had long intimate acquaintance with King Olaf, the Swedish king. Among other things talked of, Earl Ragnvald asked Sigvat if the king of Norway would not marry the king's daughter Astrid. If he would do that, said he, I think we need not ask the Swedish king for his consent. Astrid, the king's daughter, said exactly the same. Soon after Sigvat returns home, and comes to King Olaf at Sarpsborg a little before Yule. When Sigvat came home to King Olaf he went into the hall, and, looking around on the walls, he sang. When our men their arms are taking. The raven's wings with greed are shaking. When they come back to drink in hall. Brave spoil they bring to deck the wall. Shield, helms, and panzers, one, all in row. Stripped in the field from lifeless foe. In truth no royal nail comes near. Thy splendid hall in precious gear. Afterwards Sigvat told of his journey, and sang these verses. The king's courtguards desire to hear. About our journey in our cheer. Our ships in autumn reach the sound. But long the way to Swedish ground. With joyless weather, wind and rain. And pinching cold, and feet in pain. With sleep, fatigue, and want oppressed. No songs had we scarce had rest. And when he came into conversation with the king he sang. When first I met the earl I told. How our king loved a friend so bold. How in his heart he loved a man. With hand to do, and head to plan. Thou generous king. With zeal and care. I sought to advance thy great affair. For messengers from Russian land. Had come to ask in Jedred's hand. The earl, thy friend, bids thee, who art. So mild and generous of heart. His servants all who here may come. To cherish in thy royal home. And thine who may come to the east. In Ragnvald's hall shall find a feast. In Ragnvald's house shall find a home. At Ragnvald's court be still welcome. When first I came the people's mind. Incensed by EIRIK'S son I find. And he refused the wish to meet. Alleging treachery and deceit. But I explained how it was here. For earl and king, advantage clear. With thee to hold the strictest peace. And make all force and foray cease. The earl is wise, and understands the need of peace for both the lands. And he entreats thee not to break the present peace for vengeance's sake. He immediately tells King Olaf the news he had heard. And at first the king was much cast down when he heard of King Jaroslev's suit, and he said he expected nothing but evil from King Olaf, but wished he might be able to return it in such a way as Olaf should remember. A while afterwards the king asked Sigvat about various news from Gotland. Sigvat spoke a great deal about Astrid, the king's daughter, how beautiful she was, how agreeable in her conversation. And that all declared she was in no respect behind her sister Ingigerd. The king listened with pleasure to this. Then Sigvat told him the conversation he and Astrid had had between themselves, and the king was delighted at the idea. The Swedish king, said he, will scarcely think that I will dare to marry a daughter of his without his consent. But this speech of his was not known generally. King Olaf and Sigvat the Skald often spoke about it. The king inquired particularly of Sigvat what he knew about Earl Ragnvald, and, if he be truly our friend, said the king. Sigvat said that the earl was King Olaf's best friend, and sang these verses. The mighty Olaf should not cease. With him to hold good terms and peace. For this good earl unwearied shows. He is thy friend where all are foes. Of all who dwell by the East Sea. So friendly no man is as he. At all their things he takes thy part. And is thy firm friend, hand and heart. Endnotes. 1. The Panzer, a complete suit of plate armor. 93. Ragnvald and Astra's journey. After Yule, AD 1019, Thord Skotokol, a sister's son of Sigvat, attended by one of Sigvat's footboys, who had been with Sigvat the autumn before in Gotland, went quite secretly from the court, and proceeded to Gotland. When they came to Earl Ragnvald's court, they produced the tokens which Olaf himself had sent to the earl, that he might place confidence in Thord. Without delay the earl made himself ready for a journey, as did Astrid, the king's daughter. And the earl took with him 120 men, who were chosen both from among his courtmen the sons of great bonds, and who were carefully equipped in all things, clothes, weapons, and horses. Then they rode northwards to Sarpsborg, and came there at Candlemas. 94. Of King Olaf's marriage. King Olaf had put all things in order in the best style. There were all sorts of liquors of the best that could be got, and all other preparations of the same quality. Many people of consequence were summoned in from their residences. When the earl arrived with his retinue the king received him particularly well, and the earl was shown to a large, good, and remarkably well-furnished house for his lodging, and serving men and others were appointed to wait on him. And nothing was wanting, in any respect, that could grace a feast. Now when the entertainment had lasted some days, the king, the earl, and Astrid had a conference together. And the result of it was, that Earl Ragnvald contracted Astrid, daughter of the Swedish King Olaf, to Olaf King of Norway, with the same dowry which had before been settled that her sister Ingigerd should have from home. King Olaf, on his part, should give Astrid the same bride gift that had been intended for her sister Ingigerd. Thereupon an eke was made to the feast, and King Olaf and Queen Astrid's wedding was drunk in great festivity. Earl Ragnvald then returned to Gotland, and the king gave the earl many great and good gifts at parting, and they parted the dearest of friends, which they continued to be while they lived. 95. The agreement broken by Olaf. The spring, A.D. 1019, thereafter came ambassadors from King Jaroslav in Novgorod to Svithjod, to treat more particularly about the promise given by King Olaf the preceding summer to marry his daughter Ingigerd to King Jaroslav. King Olaf tallied about the business with Ingigerd, and told her it was his pleasure that she should marry King Jaroslav. She replied, "If I marry King Jaroslav, I must have as my bride gift the town and earldom of Ladoga." The Russian ambassadors agreed to this, on the part of their sovereign. Then said Ingigerd, "If I go east to Russia, I must choose the man in Svithjod whom I think most suitable to accompany me. And I must stipulate that he shall not have any less title, or in any respect less dignity, privilege and consideration there, than he has, here." This the king and the ambassadors agreed to, and gave their hands upon it in confirmation of the condition. "And who," asked the king, is the man thou wilt take with thee as thy attendant? That man, she replied, is my relation Earl Ragnvald. The king replies, I have resolved to reward Earl Ragnvald in a different manner for his treason against his master in going to Norway with my daughter, and giving her as a concubine to that fellow, who he knew was my greatest enemy. I shall hang him up this summer. Then Ingigerd begged her father to be true to the promise he had made her, and had confirmed by giving his hand upon it. By her entreaties it was at last agreed that the king should promise to let Earl Ragnvald go in peace from Svithjod, but that he should never again appear in the king's presence, or come back to Svithjod while Olaf reigned. Ingigerd then sent messengers to the earl to bring him these tidings, and to appoint a place of meeting. The earl immediately prepared for his journey, rode up to East Gotland, procured there a vessel, and, with his retinue, joined Ingigerd, and they proceeded together eastward to Russia. There Ingigerd was married to King Jaroslaf, and their children were Valdemar, Visivald, and Holt the Bold. Queen Ingigerd gave Earl Ragnvald the town of Ladoga, and earldom belonging to it. Earl Ragnvald was there a long time, and was a celebrated man. His sons and Ingjobjorgs were Earl Ulf and Earl Eilif. 96. History of the Lagman Emund. There was a man called Emund of Skara, who was Lagman of West Gotland, and was a man of great understanding and eloquence, and of high birth, great connection, and very wealthy, but was considered deceitful, and not to be trusted. He was the most powerful man in West Gotland after the earl was gone. The same spring, A.D. 1019, that Earl Ragnvald left Gotland, the Gotland people held a thing among themselves, and often expressed their anxiety to each other about what the Swedish king might do. They heard he was incensed because they had rather held in friendship with the king of Norway than striven against him, and he was also enraged against those who had attended his daughter Astrid to Norway. Some proposed to seek help and support from the king of Norway, and to offer him their services, others dissuaded from this measure, as West Gotland had no strength to oppose to the Swedes. And the king of Norway, said they, is far from us, the chief strength of his country very distant, and therefore let us first send men to the Swedish king to attempt to come to some reconciliation with him. If that fail, we can still turn to the king of Norway. Then the bonds asked Emund to undertake this mission, to which he agreed. And he proceeded with 30 men to East Gotland, where there were many of his relations and friends, who received him hospitably. He conversed there with the most prudent men about this difficult business. And they were all unanimous on one point, that the king's treatment of them was against law and reason. From thence Emund went into Svithjod, and conversed with many men of consequence, who all expressed themselves in the same way. Emund continued his journey thus, until one day, towards evening, he arrived at Ups, where he and his retinue took a good lodging, and stayed there all night. The next day Emund waited upon the king, who was just then sitting in the thing surrounded by many people. Emund went before him, bent his knee, and saluted him. The king looked at him, saluted him, and asked him what news he brought. Emund replies, there is little news among us Gotlanders. But it appears to us a piece of remarkable news that the proud, stupid in Vermeland, whom we look upon as a great sportsman, went up to the forest in winter with his snowshoes and his bow. After he had got as many furs in the mountains as filled his hand sledge so full that he could scarcely drag it, he returned home from the woods. But on the way he saw a squirrel in the trees, and shot at it, but did not hit. At which he was so angry, that he left the sledge to run after the squirrel, but still the squirrel sprang where the wood was thickest, sometimes among the roots of the trees, sometimes in the branches, sometimes among the arms that stretch from tree to tree. When it shot at it the arrows flew too high or too low, and the squirrel never jumped so that it could get a fair aim at him. He was so eager upon this chase that he ran the whole day after the squirrel, and yet could not get hold of it. It was now getting dark, so he threw himself down upon the snow, as he was wont, and lay there all night in a heavy snowstorm. Next day it got up to look after his sledge, but never did he find it again, and so he returned home. And this is the only news, king, I have to tell. The king says, this is news of but little importance, if it be all thou hast to tell. Erlund replies, lately something happened which may well be called news. Gottorfæson went with 5 warships out of the Got river, and when he was lying at the Eikrey Isles there came 5 large Danish merchant ships there. Got and his men immediately took 4 of the great vessels, and made a great booty without the loss of a man, but the 5th vessel slipped out to sea, and sailed away. Got gave chase with 1 ship, and at first came nearer to them. But as the wind increased, the Danes got away. Then Got wanted to turn back, but a storm came on so that he lost his ship at Hleesi, with all the goods, and the greater part of his crew. In the meantime his people were waiting for him at the Eikrey Isles, but the Danes came over in 15 merchant ships, killed them all, and took all the booty they had made. So but little luck had they with their greed of plunder. The king replied, "That is great news, and worth being told, but what now is thy errand here?" Eymund replies, "I travel, sire, to obtain your judgment in a difficult case, in which our law and the UPS law do not agree." The king asks, "What is thy appeal case?" Eymund replies, "There were 2 noble-born men of equal birth, but unequal in property and disposition. They quarrelled about some land, and did each other much damage. But most was done to him who was the more powerful of the 2. This quarrel, however, was settled, and judged of at a general thing, and the judgment was, that the most powerful should pay a compensation. But at the first payment, instead of paying a goose, he paid a gosling, for an old swine he paid a sucking pig, and for a mark of stamped gold only a half-mark, and for the other half-mark nothing but clay and dirt. And, moreover, threatened, in the most violent way, the people whom he forced to receive such goods in payment. Now, sire, what is your judgment?" The king replies, "He shall pay the full equivalent whom the judgment ordered to do so, and that faithfully. And further, threefold to his king, and if payment be not made within a year and a day, he shall be cut off from all his property, his goods confiscated, and half go the king's house, and half to the other party." Eymund took witnesses to this judgment among the most considerable of the men who were present, according to the laws which were held in the UPS-Thing. He then saluted the king, and went his way. And other men brought their cases before the king, and he sat late in the day upon the cases of the people. Now when the king came to table, he asked where Lagman Eymund was. It was answered, he was home at his lodgings. Then, said the king, "Go after him, and tell him to be my guest today." Thereafter the dishes were borne in, then came the musicians with harps, fiddles, and musical instruments, and lastly, the cupbearers. The king was particularly merry, and had many great people at table with him, so that he thought little of Eymund. The king drank the whole day, and slept all the night after. But in the morning the king awoke, and recollected what Eymund had said the day before, and when he had put on his clothes, he let his wise men be summoned to him. For he had always 12 of the wisest men who sat in judgment with him, and treated the more difficult cases. And that was no easy business, for the king was ill pleased if the judgment was not according to justice, and yet it was of no use to contradict him. In this meeting the king ordered Lagman Eymund to be called before them. The messenger returned, and said, "Sire, Lagman Eymund rode away yesterday as soon as he had dined." Then, said the king, "Tell me, ye good chiefs, what may have been the meaning of that law case which Eymund laid before us yesterday?" They replied, "You must have considered it yourself, if you think there was any other meaning under it than what he said." The king replied, "By the 2 noble-born men whom he spoke of, who were at variance, and of whom one was more powerful than the other, and who did each other damage, he must have meant us and Olaf the Thick." They answered, "It is, sire, as you say." The king, "Our case was judged at the UPS-Thing. But what was his meaning when he said that bad payment was made? Namely, a gosling for a goose, a pig for a swine, and clay and dirt for half of the money instead of gold." Arnvid the Blind replied, "Sire, red gold and clay are things very unlike, but the difference is still greater between king and slave. You promised Olaf the Thick your daughter Ingigerd, who, in all branches of her descent, is born of kings, and of the upland Swedish race of kings, which is the most noble in the north, for it is traced up to the gods themselves. But now Olaf has got Astrid, and although she is a king's child, her mother was but a slave woman, and, besides, of Vindish race. Great difference, indeed, must there be between these kings, when the one takes thankfully such a match. And now it is evident, as might be expected, that no Northman is to be placed by the side of the UPS kings. Let us all give thanks that it has so turned out. For the gods have long protected their descendants, although many now neglect this faith. There were 3 brothers, Arnvid the Blind, who had a great understanding, but was so weak-sighted that he was scarcely fit for war. The second was Thorvid the Stammerer, who could not utter 2 words together at one time, but was remarkably bold and courageous. The third was Freyvid the Deaf, who was hard of hearing. All these brothers were rich and powerful men, of noble birth, great wisdom, and all very dear to the king. Then said King Olaf, "What means that which Eymund said about it the dull?" None made any reply, but the one looked at the other. "Speak freely," said the king. Then said Thorvid the Stammerer, "At quarrel, some, greedy, jealous, deceitful, dull." Then said the king, "To whom are these words of reproach and mockery applied?" Freyvid the Deaf replied, "We will speak more clearly if we have your permission." The king, "Speak freely, Freyvid, what you will." Freyvid took up the word, and spoke. "My brother Thorvid, who is considered to be the wisest of us brothers, holds the words, quarrelsome, greedy, jealous, dull, to be one and the same thing. For it applies to him who is weary of peace, longs for small things without attaining them, while he lets great and useful things pass away as they came. I am deaf. Yet so loud have many spoken out, that I can perceive that all men, both great and small, take it ill that you have not kept your promise to the King of Norway. And, worse than that you broke the decision of the community as it was delivered at UPS thing. You need not fear either the King of Norway or the King of Denmark or any other, so long as the Swedish army will follow you. But if the people of the country unanimously turn against you, we, your friends, see no counsel that can be of advantage to you. The king asks, who is the chief who dares to betray the country and me? Freyvid replies, all Swedes desire to have the ancient laws, and their full rights. Look but here, sire, how many chiefs are sitting in council with you. I think, in truth, we are but 6 whom you call your councillors, all the others, so far as I know, have ridden forth through the districts to hold things with the people. And we will not conceal it from you, that the message token has gone forth to assemble a retribution thing. 1. All of us brothers have been invited to take part in the decisions of this council, but none of us will bear the name of traitor to the sovereign, for that our father never was. Then the king said, what counsel shall we take in this dangerous affair that is in our hands? Good chiefs, give me counsel, that I may keep my kingdom, and the heritage of my forefathers. For I cannot enter into strife against the whole Swedish force. Arnvid the Blind replies, sire, it is my advice that you ride down to Aros with such men as will follow you, take your ship there and go out into the Mälar Lake. Summon all people to meet you, proceed no longer with haughtiness, but promise every man the law and rights of old established in the country. Keep back in this way the message token, for it cannot as yet, in so short a time have travelled far through the land. Send, then those of your men in whom you have the most confidence to those who have this business on hand, and try if this uproar can be appeased. The king says that he will adopt this advice. I will, says he, that ye brothers undertake this business, for I trust to you the most among my men. Thorvid the Stammerer said, I remain behind. Let Jacob, your son, go with them, for that is necessary. Then said Freyvid, let us do as Thorvid says, he will not leave you, and I and Arnvid must travel. This counsel was followed. Olaf went to his ships, and set out into the Mälar Lake, and many people came to him. The brothers Arnvid and Freyvid rode out to Ulriker, and had with them the king's son Jacob, but they kept it a secret that he was there. The brothers observed that there was a great concourse and war-gathering, for the bonds held the thing night and day. When Arnvid and Freyvid met their relations and friends, they said they would join with the people. And many agreed to leave the management of the business in the hands of the brothers. But all, as one man, declared they would no longer have King Olaf over them, and no longer suffer his unlawful proceedings, an overweening pride which would not listen to any man's remonstrances, even when the great chiefs spoke the truth to him. When Freyvid observed the heat of the people, he saw in what a bad situation the king's cause was. He summoned the chiefs of the land to a meeting with him and addressed them thus: "It appears to me, that if we are to depose Olaf Eiriksson from his kingdom, we Swedes of the uplands should be the leading men in it, for so it has always been. That the counsel which the upland chiefs have resolved among themselves has always been followed by the men of the rest of the country. Our forefathers did not need to take advice from the West Gotlanders about the government of the Swedes. Now we will not be so degenerate as to need Eymund to give us counsel. But let us, friends and relations, unite ourselves for the purpose of coming to a determination." All agreed to this, and thought it was well said. Thereafter the people joined this union which the upland chiefs made among themselves, and Freyvid and Arnvid were chiefs of the whole assemblage. When Eymund heard this he suspected how the matter would end, and went to both the brothers to have a conversation with them. Then Freyvid asked Eymund, "Who, in your opinion, should we take for king, in case Olaf Eiriksson's days are at an end?" "Eymund, he whom we think best suited to it, whether he be of the race of chiefs or not." Freyvid answers, "We uplanders will not, in our time, have the kingdom go out of the old race of our ancestors, which has given us kings for a long course of generations, so long as we have so good a choice as now. King Olaf has 2 sons, one of whom we will choose for king, although there is a great difference between them. The one is noble-born, and of Swedish race on both sides, the other is a slave woman's son, and of Vindish race on the mother's side." This decision was received with loud applause, and all would have Jacob for king. Then said Eymund, "Ye upland Swedes have the power this time to determinate the matter. But I will tell you what will happen. Some of those who now will listen to nothing but that the kingdom remain in the old race will live to see the day when they will wish the kingdom in another race, as being of more advantage." Thereupon the brothers Freyvid and Arnvid led the king's son Jacob into the thing, and saluted him with the title of king, and the Swedes gave him the name of Anund, which he afterwards retained as long as he lived. He was then 10 or 12 years old. Thereafter King Anund took a court, and chose chiefs to be around him. And they had as many attendants in their suite as were thought necessary, so that he gave the whole assemblage of bonds leave to return home. After that ambassadors went between the 2 kings. And at last they had a meeting, and came to an agreement. Olaf was to remain king over the country as long as he lived, but should hold peace and be reconciled with King Olaf of Norway, and also with all who had taken part in this business. Anund should also be king, and have a part of the land, such as the father and son should agree upon, but should be bound to support the bonds in case King Olaf did anything which the bonds would not suffer. Endnotes. 1. Reef sithing, a thing for punishment by penalty or death for crimes and misdemeanors. L. 97. Meeting of reconciliation between the kings, and their game at dice. Thereafter ambassadors were sent to Norway to King Olaf, with the errand that he should come with his retinue to a meeting at Konungahella with the Swedish kings, and that the Swedish kings would there confirm their reconciliation. When King Olaf heard this message, he was willing, now as formerly, to enter into the agreement, and proceeded to the appointed place. There the Swedish kings also came. And the relations, when they met, bound themselves mutually to peace and agreement. Olaf the Swedish king was then remarkably mild in manner, and agreeable to talk with. Thorstein Frode relates of this meeting, that there was an inhabited district in Heimskringla which had sometimes belonged to Norway, and sometimes to Gotland. The kings came to the agreement between themselves that they would cast lots by the dice to determine who should have this property, and that he who threw the highest should have the district. The Swedish king threw 2 sixes, and said King Olaf need scarcely throw. He replied, while shaking the dice in his hand, "Although there be 2 sixes on the dice, it would be easy, sire, for God Almighty to let them turn up in my favor." Then he threw, and had 6s also. Now the Swedish king threw again, and had again 2 sixes. Olaf king of Norway then threw, and had 6 upon one dice, and the other split in 2, so as to make 7 eyes in all upon it. And the district was adjudged to the King of Norway. We have heard nothing else of any interest that took place at this meeting, and the king separated the dearest of friends with each other. 98. Of Olaf of Norway, after the meeting. After the events now related, Olaf returned with his people to Viken. He went first to Tunsberg, and remained there a short time, and then proceeded to the north of the country. In harvest time he sailed north to Trondheim, and had winter provision laid in there, and remained there all winter, AD 1090. Olaf Haraldsson was now sole and supreme king of Norway, and the whole of that sovereignty, as Harald Harfager had possessed it, and had the advantage over that monarch of being the only king in the land. By a peaceful agreement he had also recovered that part of the country which Olaf the Swedish king had before occupied, and that part of the country which the Danish king had got he retook by force, and ruled over it as elsewhere in the country. The Danish king Canute ruled at that time both over Denmark and England, but he himself was in England for the most part, and set chiefs over the country in Denmark, without at that time making any claim upon Norway. 99. History of the Earls of Orkney. It is related that in the days of Harald Harfager, the king of Norway, the islands of Orkney, which before had been only a resort for Vikings, were settled. The first earl in the Orkney Islands was called Sigurd, who was a son of Eystein Jumra, and brother of Ragnvald Earl of Mor. After Sigurd his son Guthorm was earl for 1 year. After him Torfeinar, a son of Ragnvald, took the earldom, and was long earl, and was a man of great power. Halfdan Haleg, a son of Harald Harfager, assaulted Torfeinar, and drove him from the Orkney Islands. But Einar came back and killed Halfdan in the island Ronaldshaw. Thereafter King Harald came with an army to the Orkney Islands. Einar fled to Scotland, and King Harald made the people of the Orkney Islands give up their Udal properties, and hold them under oath from him. Thereafter the king and earl were reconciled, so that the earl became the king's man, and took the country as a fief from him, but that it should pay no scat or feuduty, as it was at that time much plundered by Vikings. The earl paid the king 60 marks of gold, and then King Harald went to plunder in Scotland, as related in the Glym-Drapa. After Torfeinar, his sons Arnkel, Erland, and Thorfinn Hosakljufr, 1, ruled over these lands. In their days came Eirik Blood Axe from Norway, and subdued these earls. Arnkel and Erland fell in a war expedition, but Thorfinn ruled the country long, and became an old man. His sons were Arnfinn, Havard, Hlodver, Liat, and Skjul. Their mother was Grelad, a daughter of Earl Dungad of Caithness. Her mother was Groa, a daughter of Thorstein Raud. In the latter days of Earl Thorfinn came Eirik Blood Axe's sons, who had fled from Earl Hakon out of Norway, and committed great excesses in Orkney. Earl Thorfinn died on a bed of sickness, and his sons after him ruled over the country, and there are many stories concerning them. Hlodver lived the longest of them, and ruled alone over this country. His son was Sigurd the Thick, who took the earldom after him, and became a powerful man and a great warrior. In his days came Olaf Tryggvason from his Viking expedition in the Western Ocean, with his troops, landed in Orkney and took Earl Sigurd prisoner in South Ronaldshaw, where he lay with 1 ship. King Olaf allowed the earl to ransom his life by letting himself be baptized, adopting the true faith, becoming his man, and introducing Christianity into all the Orkney Islands. As a hostage, King Olaf took his son, who was called Hund or Whelp. Then Olaf went to Norway, and became king, and Hund was several years with King Olaf in Norway, and died there. After his death Earl Sigurd showed no obedience or fealty to King Olaf. He married a daughter of the Scottish King Malcolm, and their son was called Thorfinn. Earl Sigurd had, besides, older sons, namely, Sumarlide, Bruce, and Einar Ragnmund. 4 or 5 years after Olaf Tryggvason's fall Earl Sigurd went to Ireland, leaving his eldest sons to rule the country, and sending Thorfinn to his mother's father, the Scottish king. On this expedition Earl Sigurd fell in Brian's battle, L. When the news was received in Orkney, the brothers Sumarlide, Bruce, and Einar were chosen earls, and the country was divided into 3 parts among them. Thorfinn Sigurdsson was 5 years old when Earl Sigurd fell. When the Scottish king heard of the earl's death, he gave his relation Thorfinn Caithness and Sutherland, with the title of earl, and appointed good men to rule the land for him. Earl Thorfinn was ripe in all ways as soon as he was grown up. He was stout and strong, but ugly, and as soon as he was a grown man it was easy to see that he was a severe and cruel but a very clever man. So says Arnar, the earl's skald. Under the rim of heaven no other. So young in years as Einar's brother. In battle had a braver hand. Or stouter, to defend the land. Endnotes, 1, Háskalegjofur, the splitter of skulls. L. 2, Brian's battle is supposed to have taken place on the 23rd April 1014, at Clontarf, near Dublin, and is known in Irish history as the Battle of Clontarf, and was one of the bloodiest of the age. It was fought between a Viking called Sigtrygg and Brian, king of Munster, who gained the victory, but lost his life. L. 100, of the Earls Einar and Bruce. The brothers Einar and Bruce were very unlike in disposition. Bruce was a soft-minded, peaceable man, sociable, eloquent, and of good understanding. Einar was obstinate, taciturn, and dull, but ambitious, greedy of money, and withal a great warrior. Sumarlide, the eldest of the brothers, was in disposition like Bruce, and lived not long, but died in his bed. After his death Thorfinn claimed his share of the Orkney Islands. Einar replied, that Thorfinn had the dominions which their father Sigurd had possessed, namely, Caithness and Sutherland, which he insisted were much larger than a 1/3 part of Orkney, therefore he would not consent to Thorfinn's having any share. Bruce, on the other hand, was willing, he said, to divide with him. I do not desire, he said, more than the 1/3 part of the land, and which of right belongs to me. Then Einar took possession of 2 parts of the country, by which he became a powerful man, surrounded by many followers. He was often in summer out on marauding expeditions, and called out great numbers of the people to join him. But it went always unpleasantly with the division of the booty made on his Viking cruises. Then the bonds grew weary of all these burdens. But Earl Einar held fast by them with severity, calling in all services laid upon the people, and allowing no opposition from any man, for he was excessively proud and overbearing. And now there came dearth and scarcity in his lands, in consequence of the services and money outlay exacted from the bonds. While in the part of the country belonging to Bruce there were peace and plenty, and therefore he was the best beloved by the bonds. 101, of Thorkel Amundsen. There was a rich and powerful man who was called Amund, who dwelt in Hrossi at Sandvik, in HALFDAN'S. His son, called Thorkel, was one of the ablest men in the islands. Amund was a man of the best understanding, and most respected in Orkney. One spring Earl Einar proclaimed a levy for an expedition, as usual. The bonds murmured greatly against it, and applied to Amund with the entreaty that he would intercede with the earl for them. He replied, that the earl was not a man who would listen to other people, and insisted that it was of no use to make any entreaty to the earl about it. As things now stand, there is a good understanding between me and the earl. But, in my opinion, there would be much danger of our quarreling, on account of our different dispositions and views on both sides, therefore I will have nothing to do with it. They then applied to Thorkel, who was also very loath to interfere, but promised at last to do so, in consequence of the great entreaty of the people. Amund thought he had given his promise too hastily. Now when the earl held a thing, Thorkel spoke on account of the people, and entreated the earl to spare the people from such heavy burdens, recounting their necessitous condition. The earl replies favorably, saying that he would take Thorkel's advice. I had intended to go out from the country with 6 ships, but now I will only take 3 with me, but thou must not come again, Thorkel, with any such request. The bonds thanked Thorkel for his assistance, and the earl set out on a Viking cruise, and came back in autumn. The spring after, the earl made the same levy as usual, and held a thing with the bonds. Then Thorkel again made a speech, in which he entreated the earl to spare the people. The earl now was angry, and said the lot of the bonds should be made worse in consequence of his intercession. And worked himself up into such a rage, that he vowed they should not both come next spring to the thing in a whole skin. Then the thing was closed. When Amund heard what the earl and Thorkel had said at the thing, he told Thorkel to leave the country, and he went over to Caithness to Earl Thorfinn. Thorkel was afterwards a long time there, and brought up the earl in his youth, and was on that account called Thorkel the Fosterer, and he became a very celebrated man. 102. The Agreement of the Earls. There were many powerful men who fled from their Udal properties in Orkney on account of Earl Einar's violence, and the most fled over to Caithness to Earl Thorfinn, but some fled from the Orkney Islands to Norway, and some to other countries. When Earl Thorfinn was grown up he sent a message to his brother Einar, and demanded the part of the dominion which he thought belonged to him in Orkney, namely, a third of the islands. Einar was nowise inclined to diminish his possessions. When Thorfinn found this he collected a war force in Caithness, and proceeded to the islands. As soon as Earl Einar heard of this he collected people, and resolved to defend his country. Earl Bruce also collected men, and went out to meet them, and bring about some agreement between them. An agreement was at last concluded, that Thorfinn should have a third part of the islands, as of right belonging to him, but that Bruce and Einar should lay their 2 parts together, and Einar alone should rule over them. But if the one died before the other, the longest liver should inherit the whole. This agreement seemed reasonable, as Bruce had a son called Ragnvald, but Einar had no son. Earl Thorfinn set men to rule over his land in Orkney, but he himself was generally in Caithness. Earl Einar was generally on Viking expeditions to Ireland, Scotland, and Bretland. 103. Eyvind Urarhorn's murder. One summer, A.D. 1018, that Earl Einar marauded in Ireland, he fought in Ulfrexfjord with the Irish king Canafagor, as has been related before, and suffered there a great defeat. The summer after this, A.D. 1019, Eyvind Urarhorn was coming from the west from Ireland, intending to go to Norway, but the weather was boisterous, and the current against him, so he ran into Osmundwall, and lay there windbound for some time. When Earl Einar heard of this, he hastened thither with many people, took Eyvind prisoner, and ordered him to be put to death, but spared the lives of most of his people. In autumn they proceeded to Norway to King Olaf, and told him Eyvind was killed. The king said little about it, but one could see that he considered it a great and vexatious loss. For he did not usually say much if anything turned out contrary to his wishes. Earl Thorfinn sent Thorkel Fosterer to the islands to gather in his scat. Now, as Einar gave Thorkel the greatest blame for the dispute in which Thorfinn had made claim to the islands, Thorkel came suddenly back to Caithness from Orkney, and told Earl Thorfinn that he had learnt that Earl Einar would have murdered him if his friends and relations had not given him notice to escape. Now, says he, it has come so far between the Earl and me, that either something decisive between us must take place if we meet, or I must remove to such a distance that his power will not reach me. The Earl encouraged Thorkel much to go east to Norway to King Olaf. Thou wilt be highly respected, says he, wherever thou comest among honourable men. And I know so well thy disposition and the Earl's, that it will not be long before ye come to extremities. Thereupon Thorkel made himself ready, and proceeded in autumn to Norway, and then to King Olaf, with whom he stayed the whole winter, A.D. 1020, and was in high favour. The king often entered into conversation with him, and he thought, what was true, that Thorkel was a high-minded man, of good understanding. In his conversations with Thorkel, the king found a great difference in his description of the 2 earls, for Thorkel was a great friend of Earl Thorfinn, but had much to say against Einar. Early in spring, A.D. 1020, the king sent a ship west over the sea to Earl Thorfinn, with the invitation to come east and visit him in Norway. The earl did not decline the invitation, for it was accompanied by assurances of friendship. 104. Earl Einar's murder. Earl Thorfinn went east to Norway, and came to King Olaf, from whom he received a kind reception, and stayed till late in the summer. When he was preparing to return westwards again, King Olaf made him a present of a large and fully rigged longship. Thorkel the fosterer joined company with the earl, who gave him the ship which he brought with him from the west. The king and the earl took leave of each other tenderly. In autumn Earl Thorfinn came to Orkney, and when Earl Einar heard of it he went on board his ships with a numerous band of men. Earl Bruce came up to his two brothers, and endeavored to mediate between them, and a peace was concluded and confirmed by oath. Thorkel Fosterer was to be in peace and friendship with Earl Einar. And it was agreed that each of them should give a feast to the other, and that the earl should first be Thorkel's guest at Sandwich. When the earl came to the feast he was entertained in the best manner, but the earl was not cheerful. There was a great room, in which there were doors at each end. The day the earl should depart Thorkel was to accompany him to the other feast, and Thorkel sent men before, who should examine the road they had to travel that day. The spies came back, and said to Thorkel they had discovered 3 ambushes. And we think, said they, there is deceit on foot. When Thorkel heard this he lengthened out his preparations for the journey, and gathered people about him. The earl told him to get ready, as it was time to be on horseback. Thorkel answered, that he had many things to put in order first, and went out and in frequently. There was a fire upon the floor. At last he went in at one door, followed by an Iceland man from Eastfjord, called Halvard, who locked the door after him. Thorkel went in between the fire and the place where the earl was sitting. The earl asked, Art thou ready at last, Thorkel? Thorkel answers, Now I am ready, and struck the earl upon the head so that he fell upon the floor. Then said the Icelander, I never saw people so foolish as not to drag the earl out of the fire. And took a stick, which he set under the earl's neck, and put him upright on the bench. Thorkel and his 2 comrades then went in all haste out of the other door opposite to that by which they went in, and Thorkel's men were standing without fully armed. The earl's men now went in, and took hold of the earl. He was already dead, so nobody thought of avenging him, and also the whole was done so quickly, for nobody expected such a deed from Thorkel, and all supposed that there really was, as before related, a friendship fixed between the earl and Thorkel. The most who were within were unarmed, and they were partly Thorkel's good friends, and to this may be added, that fate had decreed a longer life to Thorkel. When Thorkel came out he had not fewer men with him than the earl's troop. Thorkel went to his ship, and the earl's men went their way. The same day Thorkel sailed out eastwards into the sea. This happened after winter, but he came safely to Norway, went as fast as he could to Olaf, and was well received by him. The king expressed his satisfaction at this deed, and Thorkel was with him all winter, AD 1091. 105, Agreement between King Olaf and Earl Bruce. After Earl Einar's fall Bruce took the part of the country which he had possessed. For it was known to many men on what conditions Einar and Bruce had entered into a partnership. Although Thorfinn thought it would be more just that each of them had half of the islands, Bruce retained the 2/3 of the country that winter, AD 1021, in spring, however, Thorfinn produced his claim, and demanded the half of the country, but Bruce would not consent. They held things and meetings about the business. And although their friends endeavored to settle it, Thorfinn would not be content with less than the half of the islands, and insisted that Bruce, with his disposition, would have enough even with a 1/3 part. Bruce replies, When I took my heritage after my father I was well satisfied with a 1/3 part of the country, and there was nobody to dispute it with me. And now I have succeeded to another 1/3 in heritage after my brother, according to a lawful agreement between us. And although I am not powerful enough to maintain a feud against thee, my brother, I will seek some other way, rather than willingly renounce my property. With this their meeting ended. But Bruce saw that he had no strength to contend against Thorfinn, because Thorfinn had both a greater dominion and also could have aid from his mother's brother, the Scottish king. He resolved, therefore, to go out of the country. And he went eastward to King Olaf, and had with him his son Ragnvald, then 10 years old. When the earl came to the king he was well received. The earl now declared his errand, and told the king the circumstances of the whole dispute between him and his brother, and asked help to defend his kingdom of Orkney, promising, in return, the fullest friendship towards King Olaf. In his answer, the king began with showing how Harald Harfager had appropriated to himself all Udal rights in Orkney, and that the earls, since that time, have constantly held the country as a fief, not as their Udal property. As a sufficient proof of which, said he, when Eirik Bloodaxe and his sons were in Orkney the earls were subject to them, and also when my relation Olaf Tryggvason came there thy father, Earl Sigurd, became his man. Now I have taken heritage after King Olaf, and I will give thee the condition to become my man, and then I will give thee the islands as a fief. And we shall try if I cannot give thee aid that will be more to the purpose than Thorfinn can get from the Scottish king. If thou wilt not accept of these terms, then will I win back my Udal property there in the west, as our forefathers and relations of old possessed it. The earl carefully considered this speech, laid it before his friends, and demanded their advice if he should agree to it, and enter into such terms with King Olaf and become his vassal. But I do not see what my lot will be at my departure if I say no, for the king has clearly enough declared his claim upon Orkney, and from his great power, and our being in his hands, it is easy for him to make our destiny what he pleases. Although the earl saw that there was much to be considered for and against it, he chose the condition to deliver himself and his dominion into the king's power. Thereupon the king took the earl's power, and the government over all the earl's lands, and the earl became his vassal under oath of fealty. 106. The earl's agreement to the king's terms. Thorfinn the earl heard that his brother Bruce had gone east to King Olaf to seek support from him. But as Thorfinn had been on a visit to King Olaf before, and had concluded a friendship with him, he thought his case would stand well with the king, and that many would support it, but he believed that many more would do so if he went there himself. Earl Thorfinn resolved, therefore, to go east himself without delay, and he thought there would be so little difference between the time of his arrival and Bruce's, that Bruce's errand could not be accomplished before he came to King Olaf. But it went otherwise than Earl Thorfinn had expected. For when he came to the king, the agreement between the king and Bruce was already concluded and settled, and Earl Thorfinn did not know a word about Bruce's having surrendered his Udal domains until he came to King Olaf. As soon as Earl Thorfinn and King Olaf met, the king made the same demand upon the kingdom of Orkney that he had done to Earl Bruce, and required that Thorfinn should voluntarily deliver over to the king that part of the country which he had possessed hitherto. The earl answered in a friendly and respectful way, that the king's friendship lay near to his heart, and if you think, sire, that my help against other chiefs can be of use, you have already every claim to it. But I cannot be your vessel for service, as I am an earl of the Scottish king, and owe fealty to him. As the king found that the earl, by his answer, declined fulfilling the demand he had made, he said, Earl, if thou wilt not become my vassal, there is another condition. Namely, that I will place over the Orkney Islands the man I please, and require thy oath that thou wilt make no claim upon these lands, but allow whoever I place over them to sit in peace. If thou wilt not accept of either of these conditions, he who is to rule over these lands may expect hostility from thee, and thou must not think it strange if like meet like in this business. The earl begged of the king some time to consider the matter. The king did so, and gave the earl time to take the counsel of his friends on the choosing one or other of these conditions. Then the earl requested a delay until next summer, that he might go over the sea to the west, for his proper counsellors were all at home, and he himself was but a child in respect of age. But the king required that he should now make his election of one or other of the conditions. Thorkel Fosterer was then with the king, and he privately sent a person to Earl Thorfinn, and told him, whatever his intentions might be, not to think of leaving Olaf without being reconciled with him, as he stood entirely in Olaf's power. From such hints the earl saw there was no other way than to let the king have his own will. It was no doubt a hard condition to have no hope of ever regaining his paternal heritage, and moreover to bind himself by oath to allow those to enjoy in peace his domain who had no hereditary right to it. But seeing it was uncertain how he could get away, he resolved to submit to the king and become his vassal, as Bruce had done. The king observed that Thorfinn was more high-minded, and less disposed to suffer subjection than Bruce, and therefore he trusted less to Thorfinn than to Bruce. And he considered also that Thorfinn would trust to the aid of the Scottish king, if he broke the agreement. The king also had discernment enough to perceive that Bruce, although slow to enter into an agreement, would promise nothing but what he intended to keep. But as to Thorfinn, when he had once made up his mind, he went readily into every proposal and made no attempt to obtain any alteration of the king's first conditions, therefore the king had his suspicions that the earl would infringe the agreement. 107, Earl Thorfinn's departure, and reconciliation with Thorkel. When the king had carefully considered the whole matter by himself, he ordered the signal to sound for a general thing, to which he called in the earls. Then said the king, I will now make known to the public our agreement with the Orkney earls. They have now acknowledged my right of property to Orkney and Shetland, and have both become my vassals, all which they have confirmed by oath. And now I will invest them with these lands as a fief, namely, Bruce with 1/3 part and Thorfinn with 1/3, as they formerly enjoyed them. But the other third which Einar Ragnmund had, I adjudge as fallen to my domain, because he killed Eyvind Urahorn, my courtman, partner, and dear friend, and that part of the land I will manage as I think proper. I have also my earls, to tell you it is my pleasure that ye enter into an agreement with Thorkel Amundsen for the murder of your brother Einar, for I will take that business, if ye agree thereto, within my own jurisdiction. The earls agreed to this, as to everything else that the king proposed. Thorkel came forward, and surrendered to the king's judgment of the case, and the thing concluded. King Olaf awarded as great a penalty for Earl Einar's murder as for 3 lendermen, but as Einar himself was the cause of the act, 1/3 of the mulct fell to the ground. Thereafter Earl Thorfinn asked the king's leave to depart, and as soon as he obtained it made ready for sea with all speed. It happened one day, when all was ready for the voyage, the earl sat in his ship drinking. And Thorkel Amundsen came unexpectedly to him, laid his head upon the earl's knee, and bade him do with him what he pleased. The earl asked why he did so. We are, you know, reconciled men, according to the king's decision, so stand up, Thorkel. Thorkel replied, the agreement which the king made as between me and Bruce stands good, but what regards the agreement with thee thou alone must determine. Although the king made conditions for my property and safe residence in Orkney, yet I know so well thy disposition that there is no going to the islands for me, unless I go there in peace with thee, Earl Thorfinn. And therefore I am willing to promise never to return to Orkney, whatever the king may desire. The earl remained silent. And first, after a long pause, he said, If thou wilt rather, Thorkel, that I shall judge between us than trust to the king's judgment, then let the beginning of our reconciliation be, that you go with me to the Orkney Islands, live with me. And never leave me but with my will, and be bound to defend my land, and execute all that I want done, as long as we both are in life. Thorkel replies, This shall be entirely at thy pleasure, Earl, as well as everything else in my power. Then Thorkel went on, and solemnly ratified this agreement. The earl said he would talk afterwards about the mulct of money, but took Thorkel's oath upon the conditions. Thorkel immediately made ready to accompany the earl on his voyage. The earl set off as soon as all was ready, and never again were King Olaf and Thorfinn together. 108, Earl Bruce's departure. Earl Bruce remained behind, and took his time to get ready. Before his departure the king sent for him, and said, It appears to me, Earl, that in thee I have a man on the west side of the sea on whose fidelity I can depend. Therefore I intend to give thee the 2 parts of the country which thou formerly hadst to rule over. For I will not that thou shouldst be a less powerful man after entering into my service than before, but I will secure thy fidelity by keeping thy son Ragnvald with me. I see well enough that with 2 parts of the country and my help, thou wilt be able to defend what is thy own against thy brother Thorfinn. Bruce was thankful for getting 2/3 instead of 1/3 of the country, and soon after he set out, and came about autumn to Orkney, but Ragnvald, Bruce's son, remained behind in the east with King Olaf. Ragnvald was one of the handsomest men that could be seen, his hair long, and yellow as silk, and he soon grew up, stout and tall, and he was a very able and superb man, both of great understanding and polite manners. He was long with King Olaf. Ottersvart speaks of these affairs in the poem he composed about King Olaf. From Shetland, far off in the cold North Sea. Come chiefs who desire to be subject to thee. No king so well known for his will, and his might, to defend his own people from scathe or unright. These isles of the west midst the ocean's wild roar, scarcely heard the voice of their sovereign before. Our bravest of sovereigns before could scarce bring these isles men so proud to acknowledge their king. 109. Of the Earls Thorfinn and Bruse. The brothers Thorfinn and Bruse came west to Orkney, and Bruse took the 2 parts of the country under his rule, and Thorfinn the 3rd part. Thorfinn was usually in Caithness and elsewhere in Scotland, but placed men of his own over the islands. It was left to Bruse alone to defend the islands, which at that time were severely scourged by Vikings. For the Northmen and Danes went much on Viking cruises in the West Sea, and frequently touched at Orkney on the way to or from the west, and plundered, and took provisions and cattle from the coast. Bruse often complained of his brother Thorfinn, that he made no equipment of war for the defence of Orkney in Shetland, yet levied his share of the scat and duties. Then Thorfinn offered to him to exchange, and that Bruse should have 1/3 and Thorfinn 2/3 of the land, but should undertake the defence of the land, for the whole. Although this exchange did not take place immediately, it is related in the saga of the Earls that it was agreed upon at last, and that Thorfinn had 2 parts and Bruse only 1, when Canute the Great subdued Norway and King Olaf fled the country. Earl Thorfinn Sigurdsson has been the ablest earl of these islands, and has had the greatest dominion of all the Orkney earls, for he had under him Orkney, Shetland, and the HJORT'S, besides very great possessions in Scotland and Ireland. Arnar, the Earl's Skald, tells of his possessions. From Thursoskerry to Dublin. All people hold with good Thorfinn. All people love his sway, and the generous chief obey. Thorfinn was a very great warrior. He came to the earldom at 5 years of age, ruled more than 60 years, and died in his bed about the last days of Harald Sigurdsson. But Bruse died in the days of Canute the Great, a short time after the fall of Saint Olaf. 110. Of HAREC of Thjada. Having now gone through this second story, we shall return to that which we left, at King Olaf Haraldsson having concluded peace with King Olaf the Swedish king, and having the same summer gone north to Trondheim, 1019. He had then been king in Norway 5 years, AD 1015 to 1019. In harvest time he prepared to take his winter residence at Nidaros, and he remained all winter there, AD 1020. Thorkel the fosterer, Amund's son, as before related, was all that winter with him. King Olaf inquired very carefully how it stood with Christianity throughout the land, and learnt that it was not observed at all to the north of Hålogaland, and was far from being observed as it should be in Namudal, and the interior of Trondheim. There was a man by name Harek, a son of Ivan Skaldespiller, who dwelt in an island called Thjada in Hålogaland. Ivan had not been a rich man, but was of high family and high mind. In Thjada, at first, there dwelt many small bonds. But Harek began with buying a farm not very large and lived on it, and in a few years he had got all the bonds that were there before out of the way, so that he had the whole island, and built a large head mansion. He soon became very rich. For he was a very prudent man, and very successful. He had long been greatly respected by the chiefs, and being related to the kings of Norway, had been raised by them to high dignities. Harek's father's mother Gunhild was a daughter of Earl Halfdan, and Ingjobjorg, Harald Harfager's daughter. At the time the circumstance happened which we are going to relate he was somewhat advanced in years. Harek was the most respected man in Hålogaland, and for a long time had the Lapland trade, and did the king's business in Lapland, sometimes alone, sometimes with others joined to him. He had not himself been to wait on King Olaf, but messages had passed between them, and all was on the most friendly footing. This winter, AD 1020, that Olaf was in Nidaros, messengers passed between the king and Harek of Thjada. Then the king made it known that he intended going north to Hålogaland, and as far north as the Land's End, but the people of Hålogaland expected no good from this expedition. 111, of the people of Hålogaland. Olaf rigged out 5 ships in spring, AD 1020, and had with him about 300 men. When he was ready for sea he set northwards along the land. And when he came to Namudal district he summoned the bonds to a thing, and at every thing was accepted as king. He also made the laws to be read there as elsewhere, by which the people are commanded to observe Christianity. And he threatened every man with loss of life, and limbs, and property who would not subject himself to Christian law. He inflicted severe punishments on many men, great as well as small, and left no district until the people had consented to adopt the holy faith. The most of the men of power and of the great bonds made feasts for the king, and so he proceeded all the way north to Halagaland. Herek of Thjada also made a feast for the king, at which there was a great multitude of guests, and the feast was very splendid. Herek was made lenderman, and got the same privileges he had enjoyed under the former chiefs of the country. 112, of Asmund Grankelson. There was a man called Grankel, or Grankadil, who was a rich bond, and at this time rather advanced in age.